Max watched the clock as the hour hand struck 3. The school bell rang and students pushed their seats out from their desks. Idle chatter surrounded him, but he ignored it all. It was time to leave, and he didn't have a second to waste. He lifted his wrists off the armrests of his wheelchair and slowly moved himself out from his desk. Even the simple gesture of rolling his wheels to move backwards was enough to make him wince with pain. The other students in the classroom paid no attention to him. Some were gossiping in the corner, while others were inquiring about extra credit assignments with the teacher. Max was grateful for their lack of concern. As a person with a disability, people generally only interacted with him in one of two ways. He was either willfully ignored or pitied. He'd take being invisible over pitied any day of the week. Max exited into the hall. He looked cautiously up and down the corridor. It was flooded with students, gathering their stuff and hanging out by the lockers. He saw no sign of Seth and his pals. Maybe today's my lucky day, he thought. Max's own locker was only around the corner, but he knew to take the long way round. He pushed himself forward, rolling the wheels of his chair. He winced with every push. The bruises on his arm ached every time he moved them. He turned the corner into a near-empty hall when a voice snarled behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" Max shuddered. It was Seth. "Where you going, Maxipad? Your locker is the other way." The other students in the hall quickly gathered their stuff. They knew just as much as Max did. Seth was trouble. He had been suspended more times than anyone else in the history of the school, and the only reason he wasn't expelled was because his dad worked for the mayor's office. Even still, some of the nearby students hesitated. They didn't want to pick a fight with Seth, but it was clear on their faces that they thought bullying a kid in a wheelchair was perhaps a step too far. "Don't worry about me," said Max, mustering a smile for the nearby students. "You can leave. It's all fine here." They weren't going to be able to help him, Max figured, so he'd rather them walk away scot-free than let them get a target on their back like he had. The students nodded and hurried away. Max still hadn't even turned around to face Seth. Maybe if I ignore him, he'll leave me alone, Max thought. He pushed himself forward down the hall. 2 shadows emerged. 2 of Seth's goons stepped into the hall at the other end. "What? You thought you could just ignore me, Max? Run away? Oh, that's right, you can't, can you?" Seth's goons snickered at the dumb joke. Max looked around the hall. There wasn't a teacher in sight. Even if there was, they'd be no help to him. They'd ignore them, not wanting to get in trouble with a powerful man like Seth's father. Max took a second to assess the situation. He knew the best form of self-defense for a wheelchair user was to get the heck out of there, to not fight at all. Escape was no longer an option, though. He'd try negotiation. Max spun around on his wheelchair to face Seth. The tall boy stood with his arms crossed and a patronizing smirk stretched across his face. "What do you want?" said Max, keeping his voice calm. "What do I want?" snickered Seth, taking a step towards him. "What, are you some kind of hostage negotiator now, Max?" The boy took another step towards him, the clap of his shoes echoing across the hall. "You know exactly what I want," snarled the boy. "I want to see you cry and whimper on the ground like the little bitch that you are." "Tell him, Seth," said the goons behind Max. He could tell by their voices that they were coming towards him now as well. Negotiation was out the window then. With all his strength, he angled and swerved his wheelchair to maneuver around Seth, but the boy just jumped in front of him. "There's no getting away from your daily treatment," snickered Seth. "Maybe it will help you walk again." The boy grabbed Max by his shaggy red hair and yanked him off of his wheelchair and threw his body to the ground. They kicked him and stomped on him as he lay there helplessly on the ground. "Take your treatment," they laughed. Max closed his tear-strewn eyes and let the beating take over. They wouldn't stop until they thought he couldn't take any more. The best thing he could do now was let them have their sick, sadistic fun, and hopefully it would all be over a little bit sooner. Then something different happened. The kicks stopped. A hand caressed his leg, slipping inside the right pocket of his jeans. They'd never done this before. What were they doing? The hand pulled out Max's wallet. "We'll be taking this as a souvenir," said Seth. Max's shoulders straightened at those words. He was no longer passively taking the beating, but very much alert. "They can't take my wallet," he thought. "Elle's note is in there." The bullies walked away, leaving Max on the floor with his aching, bruised body and tears. "Should we go shoot some pool?" said one of the goons. "Maybe the arcade." Their malicious beating of Max from mere seconds ago was already a faraway memory to them. "Ugh, what the—" Max clutched onto Seth's leg and dug his nails into his calf. "Give me my wallet back," said Max. Max had dragged his pained body across the hall to catch up with Seth and his gang. He wouldn't let go until he got his wallet back, until he made sure his letter from Elle was safe and secure. Said Seth, repulsed, trying to shake Max off his leg. "What are you doing?" "Get off me, you psycho cripple." Max didn't let go. "Give me my wallet back." Seth looked down at the boy with drool and blood leaking out of his mouth. He pulled the wallet out of his own pocket, drained it of the few measly bucks that were in there, and then tossed it down the hall. "There you go, psycho cripple," said Seth. "It's all yours." Max let go of Seth's leg, only for the boy to give him another walloping kick to the gut. Pain coursed through his whole body. "Next time," said Seth. "Stay down." The bullies walked away. Max slowly dragged himself across the empty school hallway. He pulled himself towards his black leather wallet on the ground and clasped it with relief. The late afternoon sun shone through a nearby window. The city and its skyscrapers stood stoic and apathetic to the life that swirled around them. So too did the tower at the center of the city, shooting out beyond the clouds and as far as the eye could see. The tower. How was it possible that something so wondrous existed within a world full of such cruelty? Max opened up his wallet and pulled out a piece of worn parchment paper. He looked over the words, the penmanship, the flourish of each letter. This note, which he had mysteriously received a year ago, was the only thing in his life that gave him hope. He read the words once more. "Max, don't forget your promise. Find me in the tower." Max had already gotten back on his wheelchair and was wiping the blood off his face when Sarah rushed into the hallway. The girl had black hair that she kept in a long braided ponytail and large rimless glasses. "Max," she cried. "What happened? I was waiting at our meeting spot." Sarah and Max lived together at the same group home for orphans and so walked home together every day after school. The girl was 14, 2 years younger than Max. She would have been his sister's age if she was still around. Max appreciated Sarah's kindness towards him, but he knew that her association with him was causing her trouble within the social circles of her year. For someone kind like Sarah to suffer because of him was the last thing he wanted. So he devised the meeting spot, a corner a few blocks from the school where they'd meet after school, away from the prying eyes of the rest of the student body. "I got held up," said Max. Sarah's eyes watered. "Seth again? It's no big deal," he said. He lifted his arms to roll himself forward. A sharp pain ached across his whole body. Max grimaced from the hurting bruises all over his body. "Here, let me get that," said Sarah, going around him and taking the handles behind Max's wheelchair to push him forward. "And before you protest, all the other students have gone home now. So you can't worry about me." She beamed a smile down towards him, and Max craned his neck back with a groan. "Fine," said Max. "You win today, but that doesn't mean we're going to make this a regular thing. You realize your wheelchair has these handles for a reason, right? A design flaw, if you ask me," Max joked as they left the school. It was a sunny day, so they took the long way home along the canal. The city of Zestiris lay before them, the tall skyscrapers, the giant wall that separated the outer rim and the tower zone, and of course, the always looming mysterious tower at the center of it all. "I just don't understand why you chased after them," said Sarah, after Max had relayed the whole story of the incident with Seth. "Like, you didn't have that much money on you. You don't have a credit card or something hard to replace. Would it have been so bad to lose your wallet, save yourself from that final blow to the stomach? Sarah had a point. It had been stupid to fight back, but then he thought of Elle's note. It was the only thing that connected the two of them, the only proof of her existence. Until that note had randomly appeared in his locker 12 months earlier, Max had assumed his sister had died in the same car crash from 10 years ago that had killed his parents and left him with 2 immobile legs. "I couldn't leave Elle's note behind," said Max. "Oh," said Sarah. Sarah's realization hung between them, anchoring the conversation into silence. She was the only one Max had ever told about the note, the only person he remotely trusted out of everyone he knew. Even still, he could tell Sarah struggled to believe him. She wanted to believe him, but she struggled too. "I know you don't want to hear this," she said. "But how do you know that note wasn't a prank?" "I don't," said Max, staring at the looming tower beyond the wall. "But here are the facts. Our lockers don't have any slits in them. So the only way someone could sneak a note into one of them was if they had my lock combination, which, as far as I know, nobody does, or they snuck it in when I had it opened, but surely I would have noticed in that case." "So how did it end up there then?" asked Sarah. "Magic. Why is it so hard to believe a note magically appeared in my locker?" said Max. "When every day we're confronted by a freaking tower that appeared out of nowhere." This was the curious and frustrating question that every citizen of Zestiris who lived in the Outer Rim had to confront day after day. How did one go about their daily life, full of all of its mundane activities, while unexplainable magic loomed over them and stared them right in the face in the form of a tower that had appeared out of thin air? The tower had first appeared 40 years ago in 2045. It emerged in the middle of nowhere on the northeastern coast of the United States, between Concord, New Hampshire, and Boston, Massachusetts. A decade later, a city with walls and rules had been erected around the tower, and that city came to be known as Zestiris. The reasons for the tower's appearance remained a mystery to this day. "Yeah, that's a good point," said Sarah, pushing him along. "But how are you going to find your sister in the tower? Even people in the Outer Rim can't enter the tower zone." "You mean most people," said Max. "Some people can enter, the mayor, politicians, scholars, archaeologists. People do get access to the tower, so that's my goal. Study as hard as I can so I can get a job like that and get my way one step closer to the tower." "But what about all the monsters that exist in the tower zone and the tower itself?" said Sarah. "Only climbers who can wield magic can survive in such a dangerous area. That's why they have the walls in the first place. 2 walls surrounded the city of Zestiris. There was the wall that surrounded the tower zone and its inhabitants, and then a greater second wall that encompassed both the tower zone and the Outer Rim." "I'm not afraid of any of that," said Max, "if Elle needs my help. I'll go wherever I have to." Sarah went quiet behind him. "That's amazing, Max, really," she said. "I wish I had a goal like that, a dream to pursue. All I think about is growing up and getting out of our orphanage, away from Mr. Grimes." "Is he still looking at you weirdly?" said Max. Sarah shuddered behind him. "He never stops." Their conversation soon moved on to lighter topics, such as homework and random gossip from the students in Sarah's year. 15 minutes later, they arrived back at the orphanage. Sarah sighed. Home sweet home. They were back in the foyer of the orphanage for less than 30 seconds when a horrible voice emerged. "Look who's come home, Useless," said the voice. That was Mr. Grimes' nickname for Max, Useless. The group home manager appeared in the hallway. He was a slimy man with nostrils full of prickly nose hairs. Mr. Grimes resented Max because his disability meant more paperwork and regulations to follow for the running of the group home. The man came over and grabbed Max by the arm. He squeezed down right on Max's bruises. The boy winced in pain. "I received a phone call from your school today. You were bringing up the tower in class. Talking about outer rim citizens entering the tower zone, Max shrugged. He had asked a question during history class. He hadn't thought it was a big deal. Are you crazy? If you weren't in high school, the government would arrest you for that kind of talk. I guess I'm lucky that I'm in high school then, said Max. Why aren't we allowed to talk about the tower? It's right in front of all of us. It's crazy that we don't talk about it. Useless, 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 said Mr. Grimes, wiping his sweaty forehead with an already damp handkerchief. I can't talk to you anymore. There's work for you in the kitchen. Go. Max turned to wave goodbye to Sarah and made his way to the kitchen. When he got there, he found loads of dirty pots and pans to wash. Mr. Grimes always gave Max work to do. You have to work for your privilege to live here, he always said. There was no arguing with him. Mr. Grimes had power over his whole life. He could send him back to one of the larger orphanages, which were even more horrible. Or make a false claim of assault and have him sent to a juvenile center, which was no worse than a jail for teenagers. So Max had to do Mr. Grimes' bidding unless he wanted to trade his crappy life for an even crappier one. Max sighed and got to work on the dishes. 2 hours later, when he finished all the chores, he could hear stomping sounds in another part of the group home. Sarah, slurred a voice. Uh-oh, it was Mr. Grimes. He was drunk and stumbling around the group home. All the residents knew to avoid Mr. Grimes when he got intoxicated like this, and Max probably would have done the same if it weren't for the fact that the man was slurring the name of his only friend. Max made his way to the end of one hall to get a better idea of what Mr. Grimes was up to. The older sweaty man was leaning against a door, knocking against it. It was the door to Sarah's room. Sarah, slurred Mr. Grimes, I need to speak with you. Max did not like what he was seeing. He accepted the blackmail Mr. Grimes lorded over him and the horrible tasks he made him do. A pile of dirty dishes was not something worth fighting over, but what if the group home manager made a similar threat to Sarah, but instead of dishes, he forced her to do something far worse? Max had to stop this before it went even further. Hey, he said, rolling into the hallway. Leave Sarah alone, Mr. Grimes tilted his head slowly towards Max. His eyes were bloodshot. His whole face was slimy with sweat. Are you speaking to me, useless? Slurred Mr. Grimes. This was it. Max was distracting him. He needed to lure him away from Sarah's door. That's right, said Max. Mr. Grimes snickered and then did something Max wasn't expecting. The man simply ignored him. He returned to the door, knocking on it. Come out, Sarah. So the man was just going to ignore him. He'd have to distract him further. Max made his way so that he was right beside the man. He lifted his arms and grabbed Mr. Grimes' wrist. Leave her alone, said Max. What's this? Said Mr. Grimes, continuing to slur his words. Assault. I guess I'll just have to send you to juvenile hall. Max gulped. If protecting Sarah meant going to a juvenile center, so be it. You'll have a record though, useless, said Mr. Grimes, and you know what that means. No way in hell would you ever get documents to enter the tower zone. He laughed, spit flying into Max's face. If he couldn't enter the tower zone, he'd never be able to find his sister. He'd never be able to fulfill the promise he made to her. Now remove your hand from my wrist, useless, spat Mr. Grimes. Max ignored him. He just kept thinking about never seeing his sister again, failing at his promise. Let go of me, shouted Mr. Grimes. Can you not hear me? Are you an idiot and a cripple? Max wasn't hearing the man. He saw his sister in his mind. They were much younger, playing in a field. As your big brother, he had said. I promise to always protect you. Smack. Mr. Grimes slapped Max across the face. The pain scorched across his cheek. If you send me to a juvenile center, said Max, I'll tell everyone about you, all the evil things you've done, you'll be finished. And guess what? You won't be able to do anything about it. Make me do the dishes. Clean the showers. You won't be able to make me do anything because I'll be far away. The man perked up at that. Don't you threaten me, useless, said Mr. Grimes. I'll take you at your word. Leave me and my friend alone and you got a deal, said Max. Nope, smiled Mr. Grimes. You're a loose end now, and do you know what I do to loose ends? I snipped them away. Mr. Grimes reached out and grabbed Max by the hair and slammed his head against the wall. Max blacked out. Max woke up in darkness. He lifted up his hand and felt a metal surface above him. Where am I? He heard the thrum of a car engine, the crackle of a wheel rolling over a stone. Was he in the trunk of a car? The car came to a stop and the engine cut out. He heard a murmur of voices. What the heck was going on? The last thing Max remembered was yelling at Mr. Grimes before the man hit him. Had he blacked out after that? So it seemed logical that the only place he could be was in the back of Mr. Grimes' car. But what was he planning on doing with him? Max pushed himself so his ear was against the metal surface. He could make out the voices outside. Remember that favor you owe me, said Mr. Grimes. You couldn't have picked better timing, said the other voice. A monster wave has just started. The kid will get torn apart. No evidence, no problem, Mr. Grimes popped open the trunk and grinned maliciously at Max. Wake up, useless, said Mr. Grimes. The group manager turned to the other figure. It was a soldier, but the uniform he was wearing wasn't a normal military outfit. He must be a Tower Zone guard. What was he doing interacting with Mr. Grimes? The two men picked Max up by either side. Let me go, said Max, squirming between them. Where are you taking me? They carried him over to a gateway. Mr. Grimes snickered. You wanted to enter the Tower Zone so badly? Well, here you go, useless. With that, they swung him forward into the dangerous world beyond the wall. Max watched as a metal door slid shut in front of him. His whole body ached. For the second time that day, he could taste blood in his mouth. He spat it out, then coughed. Holy smokes, they'd just thrown him beyond the wall. He was no longer in the outer rim of Zestiris, but the Tower Zone. Since receiving his sister's mysterious letter a year ago, all he had wanted was to enter the Tower Zone. But never like this. And what had that guard meant when he said, monster wave? That didn't sound good. Max blinked. He had to make a plan and make one fast. He tilted his head and took in his surroundings. He was on a paved road. Across the street was a park, lots of green trees, grass, benches, and lampposts. Okay, new plan, thought Max. Get off this road, head to the park, find someone to help him, and then go get Mr. Grimes arrested. Max dragged himself forward across the road. His whole body ached as he did so. He gritted his teeth and winced at the pain. He stretched his arms and chest, then dragged his lower body forward. He gasped in exhaustion when he finally got his body fully on the grass of the park. He looked around and contemplated screaming for help. No one was in sight, though, and he needed to conserve his energy. He was slightly perplexed by the park he was in. It was like any normal park in the outer rim. He wasn't expecting something so normal. Kaboom! A massive force of energy rippled across the park and shot Max's hair back. What the heck was that? It sounded like an explosion from deeper in the city. No wonder no one was around in the park. It sounded like there was a city-wide emergency going on. Max had to rethink his plan. He would have to drag himself through this park and get to the nearest Tower Zone police station. He dragged himself forward. His body slid across the grass, his clothing getting tainted and damp with dirt. Rustle, rustle, Max stopped. What was that? Were there animals in this park? Could that be someone walking their dog? Max's heart suddenly started racing. Help, he screamed. He pulled himself forward faster than before, hoping to get the attention of the dog walker. He dragged himself across the grass. Stretch, pull, repeat. He got closer to the rustling sound, and then through the shadows of the trees, he saw glowing red eyes. Angry eyes. Demonic eyes. Eyes that did not belong to a dog or even the most zealous of dog walkers. Words from before echoed in his mind. A monster wave just started. Could that thing in the distance be a monster? Okay, Max thought. New plan 2. Get the heck away from whatever monstrous creature is stalking the park right now ASAP. He pivoted around on the ground and started dragging himself back the way he came. Stretch, pull, stretch, pull, stretch, pull. The monster was still moving behind Max. He could even hear the hissing breath of the unknown creature. Max ran through every type of monster he'd ever read about: trolls, ogres, demons, orcs. The faces of angry mythological monsters helped him drag himself across the ground even faster than he had before. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The monster was moving faster now. Based on what he was hearing, Max didn't think the monster was coming from directly behind him anymore. The monster was changing its direction. It was going to sneak attack him. Or was it toying with him? How vindictive were monsters? There was no way he could escape a monster that was hunting him. He looked around. There were a few fallen branches. Maybe he could use those as a weapon. Who was he kidding? There was no way he could fight back against a monster. If he couldn't escape, he needed to try and hide. He turned around, and that was when he came face to face with the glowing red eyes. Stepping out from the shadows was an 8-foot-tall minotaur with dark brown fur, horns, and massive clawed hands. The monster stared at Max as it stepped out of the shadows. Its eyes glowed with bloodlust. Max trembled with fear. He crawled backwards, hoping to get away from the monstrous minotaur looming over him. The minotaur hissed and made more incomprehensible noises. Max had no idea what to do next. His body and mind were telling him to get away, but he was dragging himself around like a snail. No way he'd be able to escape a fully grown minotaur. But fighting, it was an even worse option. "Please, leave me alone," said Max, as he pulled himself backwards away from the monster. The minotaur hissed and exhaled through his nose like a bull gearing up to charge. More explosions echoed from deeper in the tower zone. Every blast and ripple of energy from afar was a message to Max. One simple message. No one was coming to help him. The minotaur flared its nostrils once more. "Please," said Max. The minotaur's body began to glow with a yellow aura around it. The monster then cocked its clawed fist back and then shot it forward at Max. This was it. There was no way he would survive a powerful hit from a minotaur. He blinked. His heart was still beating. He was alive. He didn't even feel any pain. He then opened his eyes and almost threw up at the horror. The monster had torn through the flesh of his legs. Broken bones poked out from his bloodied skin, and yet he wasn't feeling anything because neurologically he had no response to anything below his waist. It was like a messed up form of invincibility, thought Max. Not really though, as he still stood a pretty good chance of dying from blood loss or shock. The minotaur huffed and paced around him. Why didn't it just rip me to shreds as fast as it could? Max thought to himself. The creature wasn't expecting an opponent to not fight back. It kept expecting me to come back at it with something. It was going to kill me with caution. Max trembled and dragged himself backwards, leaving a trail of blood. The world around him was becoming blurry as he moved. "Help," he screamed once more. If he didn't get help, he was dead, no doubt about it. The minotaur stepped forward. It inhaled and exhaled deeply, readying itself in the same way it had attacked last time. Its body began to glow yellow again, and it cocked back its fist. "Someone, please, help," screamed Max with his last remaining energy. Max didn't see himself surviving another blow from the minotaur's powerful smash attack. The minotaur threw down its fist towards Max before suddenly jerking back in pain. A bright blade of energy appeared by the creature's shoulder and ripped out a piece of its flesh. The minotaur wailed in pain. "What the?" gasped Max. That energy blade, where had it come from? It had saved him. A blurry figure laid a bruising punch into the minotaur's back and sent it hurling across the park. Max was at a loss for words. He looked up to see the figure who had just damaged the minotaur so easily. It was a woman, about twice his age, early 30s. She had long black hair and wore a dark green leather jacket over a black t-shirt and jeans. She had a ruby badge pinned to her jacket with the letter B on it. Max looked up to her surprised. Was this the power of a citizen of the Tower Zone? Sakura Sato held up her arms in a fighting stance and took in the situation. The Minotaur groaned and was picking itself up off the ground. Behind her was the kid with the torn-up legs. "Are you some kind of idiot?" she asked, not even turning around to face the boy, keeping her eyes focused on the Minotaur. "What are you doing out in the middle of a monster wave? You should know better." The boy was too shocked to reply properly. There was something fishy about all of this, Sakura thought. A Minotaur, most likely a copper or silver-ranked monster, had broken through their defensive line and had almost made it to the wall of the tower zone. Something wasn't adding up here. She shook her head. She would piece the reasons behind this debacle later. She needed to focus on the fight. The Minotaur was back on its feet now, glaring at her. She pounded her fists together, hyping herself up. "All right, tough guy, your little jaunt through our city is over." Based on the fact that she was able to send the monster flying with a single punch, Sakura figured she was higher ranked than this monster, or, at the very least, it just had a very low endurance stat. Either way, there was no way the defense climbers would have allowed for any monster higher ranked than Silver to make it this far. "RERGH?" The Minotaur charged at her. The kid behind her screamed. "Oh crap," thought Sakura. "The dumb teenager behind me. Now I understand the rules of this fight. This kid is my handicap." "Get out of the way, kid," she yelled over her shoulder. Sakura had to rethink her strategy on the fly. She stretched out her hand and triggered her slice skill. A bright golden shard of energy stretched out before her. The Minotaur kept charging towards her, roaring with all of its might. One hit should do it, thought Sakura. She stretched out her arm, and as if she was manipulating the bright shard of energy in front of her, the shard stretched out further as well. The shard of energy grew in length at such speed and velocity it had become a deadly projectile like a throwing spear. The bright shard of energy dug into the Minotaur's chest. The Minotaur screamed in pain. Sakura waited for the creature to fall to the ground, but it didn't. Any moment now, there should be a big gaping hole of blood and flesh in the Minotaur's stomach. The glowing energy shard of her slice moved dissipated in the air, revealing a large bloodied wound on the Minotaur, but no hole through the flesh from one end to the other. Impossible. Her slice ability had broken through the monster's hide and wounded it a little, but nowhere near as much as she was expecting. The ability should have easily torn through the monster's flesh, unless a red aura surrounded the Minotaur's body as it glared at Sakura once more. Roar! The monster let out a massive howling roar. "Get back!" Sakura shouted to the kid. The kid was severely wounded, thought Sakura. He needed medical attention pronto. She needed to finish the battle as quickly as possible. There was one major problem, though. This monster was higher ranked than Silver. Gold, possibly, maybe even Ruby rank. If the latter, that meant this creature and Sakura were evenly ranked. It might even be more powerful than her. She had screwed up big time by underestimating this creature. The howl created a ripple of swirling energy, picking up dirt and pebbles. Sakura held up her arms to keep the dirt from getting in her eyes. The Minotaur kept screaming. The swirl of energy got more and more intense until the ground was trembling, trees were swaying. Crack! A group of trees fell and piled onto Sakura, pinning her down to the ground. "I need to get out of this bind," thought Sakura. She readied her slice move to break through the tree trunks piling on top of her. But before she could, the Minotaur rushed her and with its clawed hands shoved the fallen tree trunks right against her body. Her future was looking bleak. Death by crushed trees or death by suffocation. As her airflow started to cut off, she joked cynically to herself, "Take your pick, Sakura, take your pick." Max caught his breath behind a nearby tree. He focused on inhaling and exhaling. "Remain calm," he thought as his mind drifted and his visions swayed from the blood loss. "The fight will be over soon, and I'll be given medical attention then." He peeked his head out to check on the battle between the impressive climber lady and the deadly Minotaur. "Oh crap," he gasped. The Minotaur had bested the climber lady. She was pinned to the ground underneath a pile of tree trunks. Any normal human would have been crushed and killed by that many trunks falling on them. The fact that she was even still alive was impressive. The climber lady squirmed and cried out, but her gasps were feeble and weak due to the Minotaur pushing the trunks against her lungs. The Minotaur snarled as it held the trunks over the woman, deadly focused on ending her life. HRLG, the woman was in bad shape. Max had to do something to help her, but what could he do? "Hey, over here," he yelled at the Minotaur, hoping to get its attention. But it was so focused on killing the woman, it ignored him. Crap, what else could he do but distract the creature? He was weak, he realized. Voices echoed in his head, painful quotations he didn't want to hear. Psycho cripple, weakling, useless. Max wiped tears from his eyes. He started dragging himself across the mud once more. Stretch, pull, stretch, pull. The climber lady squirmed and groaned beneath the fallen tree trunks. The voices in Max's head got louder. Mr. Grimes, Seth, everyone who didn't believe in him. Who thought he was too weak to do anything, too pitiful to even acknowledge his existence. He kept dragging himself across the ground and his bloody immobile legs behind him. He was halfway across the ground towards the Minotaur. The woman kept squirming. She didn't have much longer to live. Psycho cripple, weakling, useless. The words became a mantra in his head, a marching drum, propelling Max forward. He wouldn't let those who didn't care for him bring him down anymore. If he died here, fine. He didn't care anymore. But he wasn't going to sit there and bleed to death while someone who actually tried to help him died for her actions. A powerful rage swirled in his body, energizing him. His heart beat rapidly as he dragged himself forward. The adrenaline pulsed through his veins. He suddenly felt unshackled, his mind clear, his determination fierce. He got to the foot of the Minotaur. The woman was barely making any noise now. It was now or never. If yelling at this monster wouldn't distract it from its murderous intent, maybe something physical might do the trick. Max lifted up his right arm. He clenched his fingers into a fist. One punch. That was all he had. Hopefully, it would be enough to distract the monster for even a moment. Enough time for the woman to catch her breath. Maybe even free herself. He held his fist up, and suddenly a yellow glow surrounded his arm and hand, similar to when the Minotaur had attacked him. What's this? He didn't dwell on it. There was no time. He slammed his glowing fist into the Minotaur's leg. Arggghhh, the Minotaur shot across the park. The creature flew with such force in the air, it smashed through trees, breaking down the trunks. With the lower half of his body limp and still bleeding out on the ground, Max stared at his fist, the yellow energy still burning off it. The Minotaur was stunned across the park. Max couldn't believe it. I did that. Sakura sucked in air as soon as the Minotaur was no longer pinning her down beneath the tree trunks. She held the pile of logs up, giving her more room to breath. She needed a second to catch her breath and regain the strength to slice through this pile of trees, holding her down. She then looked at the stunned monster across the park. Did that kid really just send that ruby-ranked monster across the park in a single punch? Who the heck was this kid? Did he have some kind of bruiser ability? She took the kid in. Shaggy red hair, blue eyes, he looks like... No, she thought. That climber didn't have any family as far as she knew. The Minotaur rushed forward towards the boy. Both of its arms glowed yellow as it readied another powerful punch attack. Does this kid even know what he's doing? The kid raised his own yellow glowing fist and collided it with the Minotaur's. Smash! The Minotaur didn't hurl across the park like last time, but it did get pushed back. Its clawed feet left a trail in the dirt. So the dumb kid was somehow more powerful than the Minotaur. How was that even possible? The Minotaur swung with its other hand, and the boy met it again. Smash! The Minotaur was pushed back, but not as far this time. The kid had used his ability 3 times now. Even with the strength he was displaying, she found it hard to believe this kid was more than E rank. That meant he could seriously injure himself if he used that ability for a 4th time in such close succession. The Minotaur rushed at the kid once more. The teenaged boy readied his fist once more with the glowing yellow aura. Idiot. The two fists collided and the Minotaur was sent back, less than a meter. The kid, on the other hand, collapsed on the ground, unconscious, maybe dead. With the kid indisposed, the Minotaur turned back to Sakura now. It took a step towards her. "Try and suffocate me again, jackass," she said. She had to use all her power here. She triggered her slice ability. The beam of energy stretched out, zooming across the park. The energy blade moved so fast, the Minotaur didn't have time to dodge or even block the attack. The beam of energy pierced the skull of the Minotaur, ripping through its hide. "Arg," said Sakura, gritting her teeth as she pushed the energy blade deeper into the creature's skull. The energy blade broke through the second wall of defense and sliced through the creature's brain. The Minotaur's glowing red eyes faded to a subdued black. It then collapsed on the ground. The body of the monster glowed silver until it shrunk down to its red-hued monster core, leaving a few coins behind as well. Sakura quickly glanced at the core. Ruby core, just like she thought. She picked up the monster core and coins and tucked them away for later. She hurried over to the kid and picked him up. The idiot needed medical attention as soon as possible. She ran forward, carrying him in her arms. She hoped it wasn't already too late. An hour later, Sakura stood over the resting boy in the hospital wing. He was sound asleep, hooked up to different monitors, checking his heartbeat and mana meridians. Sakura, a young man, entered the hospital room. It was the city climber she'd spoken to after arriving at the hospital and letting the healers take over on mending the kid. The man gripped a folder with a few documents enclosed. "I drew up as much information as I could on the boy," said the man, handing the folder to Sakura. "You might want to take a look." Sakura thanked the man and then quickly flipped through the file. Max Reinhardt, 16 years old, citizen of the Outer Rim. "He's from the Outer Rim," said Sakura. "How did he end up over the wall? We'll have to look into it," said the man. "I held back on alerting the police climbers in case you wanted to look into it yourself." "Good thinking," said Sakura. "There's more in that file that raises eyebrows," said the man. "Look at the analyst and medical records." The woman flipped the page. Her eyes bulged with shock when she read it. "This is incredible," she said. She then promptly closed the file and turned to the man. "Do you smoke?" she asked. The man looked at her confused. "Yes, but I don't see why that matters right now." She held out her hand. "Do you have a lighter on you now? I'd like to see it." The man ruffled through his pocket and then handed her a lighter. She triggered the flame and then set the folder on fire. "What are you doing?" The file went up in flames, and then Sakura threw it on the ground and stomped it out, leaving a pile of ash on the floor. "You're going to keep this file between us for the time being, got it?" said Sakura. "If this kid's file has already been uploaded to the climber database, I'd like you to go and remove it." But Sakura cut him off. "That's an order from a superior-ranked climber. Now go." The man nodded and hurried off. Sakura turned back to the boy. "Max Reinhardt, where did you come from?" Sakura sat with Max, trying to figure out what they were going to do with him, when an older man walked into the hospital wing. She immediately stood at attention. "Climber President," she said. "Sakura," nodded the man with a familiar tone. "I hear the Tower Zone has received its newest citizen from beyond the wall." "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The man walked over and placed his hand on Max's hospital bed. "What do we know about him?" Sakura let out a sigh. "I honestly don't know where to start. The kid has a unique trait for one thing." The climber president nodded at that, thinking to himself. Considering the rarity of a unique trait, Sakura was surprised by how cavalier his response was. She continued, "The boy also has one of the 3 great passive skills." The climber president raised his eyebrows at that. "Impressive for a boy so young," said the president. "Which one does he have?" "Kokoro, sir." "Warrior spirit." "Ah," said the climber president. "All of which leads to the strangest thing of them all. The medical healers were able to find an arcane inscription on the boy's back. invisible to normal human eyes. It forced the kid to be wheelchair-bound for the majority of his life. Not to mention unable to access his trait or profile. "I see," said the climber president. "So the warrior spirit was what ultimately broke the inscription then." "That's what I figured," said Sakura. "But who would do such a thing to a mere child?" She looked over to the boy, an orphan, disabled. This boy had not had an easy life. Her heart ached for him. "Whoever did this, they did it because they wanted to neutralize a threat," replied the climber president. Sakura thought back to the fight with the Minotaur. For someone near death and untrained, the boy had shown remarkable resilience and power. "The kid's outer file says his whole family was killed in a car crash," said Sakura, "but that doesn't quite line up with the fact that he has a unique trait and passive skill." The climber president scratched his chin. "Red hair, mysterious past. Reminds you of a certain climber, doesn't it?" Sakura's eyes rose at the climber president's words. So she wasn't crazy. There was a similarity, but all that could be dealt with later. There was a more pressing question. "What are we going to do when he wakes up?" "Well," said the climber president, "he'll have to stay on this side of the wall now that he's here. Those are the rules." "I want to train him," said Sakura, clenching her fists with determination. The climber president looked surprised. "You," he coughed, "the great Sakura Sato. Sakura the Golden Blade wants to train a kid with a unique trait. That's not like you." "I'm surprised," Sakura smirked. "His ability is powerful, but it's so situational as well. Without proper training, he could be even less powerful than someone with a common trait. Plus, with everything the boy has gone through, he won't have the regular privileged smugness of someone with a unique or rare trait." "You're not wrong," said the climber president, looking at the resting boy once more. "But what makes you think he'll even want to stay?" "He'd be eligible to reapply for Outer Rim citizenship, get a visa, return to where he grew up legally. It might take a while, but the courts might speed it up due to the unique circumstances." Sakura recalled the boy punching the Minotaur with everything he had, the determination. Then there were the bruises on his arm. Swollen, older. Those were given to him before the fight with the Minotaur. "Something tells me this kid's not going to want to go back." Definitely not, she thought, especially if he was related to the red-haired climber he resembled. Max's eyes twitched. He heard the faint sounds of beeping. "Where am I?" His eyes cracked open, revealing a white ceiling above him. More curiously were the words floating in front of him. The words read as followed: "Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, unranked. Trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength, 4 agility, 4 endurance, 5 mana affinity, 2 passive skills, Kokoro, warrior spirit. What the heck does all this mean?" He reached out his hand to touch the words in front of him, but found that his hand and arm went past the words, not even touching them. "What's happening to me?" he wondered. Then, like a lightning bolt, he suddenly recalled Mr. Grimes tossing him into the tower zone, the fight with the Minotaur, the climber lady, and then what happened? He couldn't remember. Was that lady okay? Someone needed to help her. He jerked his hands, taking in the medical wires attached to him. He swung his legs so that he was now sitting on the hospital bed rather than lying on it. He paused. He just swung his legs. He thought for a moment and then tried to wiggle his toe. His toes wiggled. He suddenly felt nauseous. Am I dreaming? Since the car accident that had changed his life forever, he had yearned to be able to walk, run, and jump like everyone else, to wiggle his toes. He almost felt sick with happiness. Then fear that this happiness was fleeting because it was just a dream, a cruel joke to wake up to. "You're awake," a woman stood at the door, smiling at him. It was the climber lady from the fight with the Minotaur. So last night hadn't been a dream, or was this just the most super-involved dream he'd ever had? "I'm sure you have a lot of questions," she said, walking in and sitting down at a chair beside his bed. "Where am I?" Max asked. "What happened? I thought you may have died." The woman laughed. "It would take a lot more than that to kill me." "Well, The Minotaur did give me a run for my money, but I'd underestimated the threat level, which was a grave error I won't be making again. Max stared at the woman. I guess my wounded pride wasn't the topic at hand, was it? She smiled. Let me answer your questions. You're currently in a hospital in the Tower Zone. As to what happened, you were attacked by a ruby-ranked monster, and if it weren't for your courage and willingness to fight against the odds, both of us wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. A pain throbbed in Max's head. Tower Zone, monster, ruby-ranked. He didn't even know where to begin, how to even piece all these things together. On top of all of this, his damn profile listing his stats wouldn't go away, affecting his vision. Hold on, he said. Can we backtrack a moment? I can see my stats, almost like a video game. How do I make them go away? Sakura giggled. That would be your profile. Every climber has one, just like every climber has a trait. As you can probably see, yours is pretty special. He looked at his profile once more and read over his trait. Trait unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Parts of the battle with the Minotaur were coming back to him now. His arm glowing yellow and dealing a devastating punch to the monster. My arm, it glowed during the fight, said Max, looking at his fist. As did the Minotaur's arm, remember, said Sakura. Your trait is unlike anything I've ever seen. When you were hit by that blow from the Minotaur, your body retained the mana from the attack and was able to manipulate that with your own mana to deal a devastating blow. Max lifted up his hands and stared at them. These had been the hands he had his entire life, and yet he felt like he was looking at the hands of a stranger. Did I really do all that? He asked, looking at Sakura. I don't know if I could do it again. You probably can't, said the woman. You'd probably heal somebody though, as the last move you were hit with was a heal spell. Starting to get it? Sort of, he said. But back to the original question. How do I get rid of this screen in my vision? It's driving me crazy. Just think in your mind, close profile, or something remotely like that, and it should go away, Sakura explained. Give it a try and let me know what happens. Max took a deep breath and thought to himself, close profile. The profile disappeared from his vision. All better? Asked Sakura. Yes, thank you, said Max. Good, she said. If you want to see it again, just like with closing it, think to yourself, open profile. Max scratched his head. Questions kept piling up in his head, one then the other, and by the time he got answers from Sakura, he felt like he had even more. Sometimes the answers ran so far ahead of his questions, he realized there were more basic things he had to ask. Okay, my mind is clearing up a bit now that the damn screen isn't floating in my vision like a fly anymore, said Max. That's cool that I have this profile and all, but how did I get this? You said every climber has one. Am I a climber now? And the biggest question of all, how come I can use my legs again? Sakura nodded her head. All very reasonable questions, she replied. After the battle, the healers were able to cure you of your wounds, mending your legs back into shape. When they were healing you, they discovered an invisible inscription on your back, in Outerim terms, a curse, and when they removed it, it returned the feeling to your legs. But shouldn't I need physiotherapy or something? People don't just go from unable to walk to suddenly swinging their legs off hospital beds. Normally, in the case of someone having a fractured neurological link in their spinal cord, that would indeed be the case. Except that wasn't the case with you. You had a cursed inscription on you. Once removed, normal neurological activity simply resumed as normal. If it's so powerful, how were they able to remove it? You can thank yourself for that. It was your Kokoro passive skill that ultimately broke a piece of your inscription, letting you access your trait. Max sighed. He was overwhelmed by all of this. At first he could make sense of it, but then new questions kept popping up. But I thought, he couldn't piece the words together. I thought I was injured in a car crash. In fact, he knew he was. He remembered the flames of the wreckage, blood dripping down his parents' heads. Sakura paused, thinking for a moment. I don't have the answer to that question, she said. I truly don't. Your case history doesn't line up with the fact that you have a trait or a profile or any of this. All I can say is the more time you spend in the tower and the tower zone, the more mysterious, unexplainable things happen. Maybe someone knows what they all mean. The tower gods perhaps, but I certainly do not. Max looked Sakura right in the eye and the woman looked away. He believed she was telling the truth about not knowing why all of this was happening to him, but he got the feeling she was still holding important information from him. She suddenly clapped her hands. Now Max, she said. I know you probably have more questions for me and you can ask me more in a bit, but it's important that I ask you a few questions now. Max nodded. Somehow, you've ended up in the tower zone. More than that, you have the potential to make an excellent climber one day. Would you like to be a citizen of the tower zone? Would you like to become a climber? Max's heart raced. The chance to become a climber. Never in a million years did he think such a possibility would ever be offered to him. He had long ago accepted that only the life of a scholar or archaeologist might get him close enough to the tower so that he could enter and search for his sister one day. His sister, Elle, he might actually be able to uphold his promise to her now, be able to ascend the tower and find her. His answer was obvious. It was definitely a yes, but then he paused for a moment. Citizens of the tower zone weren't allowed to leave. It was illegal for a tower zone citizen to enter the outer rim. The punishment was known to be very severe, jail time or even death. That was when he remembered Sarah and Mr. Grimes. He had unfinished business in the outer rim. How long have I been asleep for? He asked. Sakura tilted her head, confused by the change in topic. Since yesterday evening. Why? Max stood up off the hospital bed, ripping out the medical wires attached to him. It had been a full day since Mr. Grimes had thrown him into the tower. Who knew what horrible things he was getting up to now? He moved towards the door. Sakura flashed into a blur, and before Max could reach the door, she was standing in front of it with her arms crossed. I need to go back to the outer rim, said Max. My friends, the other orphans, they're in danger, they need my help. Sakura shook her head. I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What do you mean? Said Max. Didn't you just give me a choice whether I wanted to be a citizen of the tower zone? Sakura did not budge an inch from the door. There was no way he could get past her without her letting him. Even if your answer was to stay as a citizen of the outer rim, said Sakura firmly, there's still legal procedures you would have to go through before you'd be allowed to leave the tower zone. Max took a deep breath. This wasn't a battle, he thought. It was a negotiation. The man who threw me into the tower zone is currently going about his life without consequences. If he thinks he can get away with throwing a kid over a wall full of monsters on the other side, he might start doing worse things. In fact, I know he will. We can notify the outer rim police, said Sakura. There are channels set up between Zesturis, two zones for situations like this one. They won't do anything, shouted Max. No one ever does anything. This man, you don't know him like I do. He'll blackmail the orphans to speak positively on his behalf. He'll do whatever it takes. He'll get away with what he did to me, and Max thought back to that night, only yesterday evening, when the orphan manager drunkenly poured his hands on Sarah's door. He'll do much worse, he sighed. Sakura was frowning at him. Maybe he was getting to her. You said we would have both been dead if it weren't for me, he said. Doesn't that mean you owe me a favor? Is there no way I could leave the tower zone for an hour or two? That's all I need, please. Sakura scratched the back of her head. Oh geez, she said. Okay, I think there's something we can do. I'll have to blindfold you as this passage is top secret and you'll have 90 minutes tops. By that point, people will start asking questions and we'll both be in big trouble. Any chance of you being a climber will be over if they catch us. So 90 minutes, got it? Max nodded his head. Thank you, Sakura. Don't mention it. Mr. Grimes sat in his office, smoking a cigar and drinking a glass of whiskey. He was celebrating. celebrating getting rid of that little cockroach, useless. That boy had always been a nuisance, always asking questions all the time, watching the group home manager with his irritating nosiness. Then there was his damn disability that meant regulators showed up to check on the group home's condition more often. The stupid brat had always been more trouble than he was worth. He took a long sip of his drink and contemplated how glad he was to be rid of the boy. He placed his glass down and pulled his feet off the desk. He opened up his laptop and went to an online electronics store. Now that Useless and his damn nosiness was gone and less inspectors would be coming by, he could finally proceed with his long-wished-for plan. He scrolled through the different small security cameras available on the electronics store. He grinned. He'd be able to set these cameras up in the girls' room and in the showers too. He couldn't wait to see the girls. And then there were the profits to think about too. He could sell the footage on the underground market, probably make a small fortune. People would pay top dollar for this sort of thing. Mr. Grimes licked his lips, unable to decide what he was more excited for, the footage or the money. He already had a few pictures he'd snapped on his own, the old-fashioned way when no one was looking. He opened the folder on his computer where he stored them all. Yet when he clicked on the folder, he found none of the pictures inside. The folder was empty. What? Where were they? Crash. Something in the corner of the room fell to the floor, shattering to pieces. Mr. Grimes' head perked up. What was that? He said, looking forward. He thought he saw something flicker in the shadows in the corner. He stood up. Who's there? A figure was cloaked in darkness. Stepping halfway out of the shadows was a face he recognized. Red hair. Blue eyes. What's wrong, Mr. Grimes? Said the figure, still partially hidden in the shadows. You look like you've seen a ghost. Impossible. There's no way he could have survived in the tower zone. And he was walking too. What the heck was going on? He looked to his whiskey bottle. No, he hadn't drunk enough to hallucinate. You, said Mr. Grimes, his voice quivering. You should be dead. The figure smirked. Too bad for you, I'm not. Mr. Grimes reached for his whiskey bottle and smashed it on his desk. Don't you take another step towards me, you hear? You're threatening me, Mr. Grimes, said the figure in the shadows. Are you sure that's wise? As you can see, I'm walking, standing up straight. Do you want to see whatever magical abilities I've gained since entering the tower zone? Mr. Grimes realized then that he was a dead man walking. He didn't know how it all worked in the tower zone, but he knew that there were those beyond the walls with unbridled power. If Useless had somehow gained his ability to walk again, who knew what else he had gained? Mr. Grimes dropped the bottle, smashing it on the floor, and then fell to his knees, bowing in front of Useless. Tears streamed down his face. Please, he sobbed. Don't kill me, please. The boy stepped out from the shadows. He walked calmly towards him. Tears filled Mr. Grimes' vision as his whole body trembled with fear. The boy then placed his foot on Mr. Grimes' head, pushing it against the floor with his soul. Give me one good reason why you don't deserve to die, the man sobbed. Snot leaked out from his hairy nostrils. But I'm feeling merciful today, said the boy. I won't kill you on the condition that you promise me that you'll never lay a hand or do anything harmful to any orphan in this residence again. Do you promise? I promise, wheezed Mr. Grimes. The boy pressed his foot on Mr. Grimes' head harder against the floor. The shards of the broken whiskey glass were cutting into his sweaty cheeks. The boy pulled out a USB stick from his pocket. I have a flash drive here, you see, and it made a replica of your computer desktop with all your files and folders, including the one you didn't want others to know about. If you break your promise to me, the first thing that will happen is the authorities will receive a copy of this flash drive in the mail. Multiple orphans here have a copy of it. You'll lose your job and go to jail, you hear? The man sobbed on the ground. I've already promised. Please leave me be. This job is all I have. Listen, said the boy. I won't cut you any breaks next time, understand? You won't just lose your job, you'll lose your life as well. I get to you before they put you in prison. You won't be able to escape. I understand, sobbed the man on the floor. The boy then took his foot off the man's head. He crouched down and looked the group home manager dead in the eyes. Not so useless anymore, am I, Mr. Grimes? Max stepped into the hall, closing the door to Mr. Grimes' office behind him. He wanted to do more to the evil man, but he figured that would be enough. Plus, it wasn't like he actually had a powerful ability to hurt Mr. Grimes with at the moment. Also, he now had Mr. Grimes under control. That was better than a new unknown slimeball who could take over. He walked away from the office and paused in front of another door. Sarah's door. He didn't like goodbyes, not since he was little. Growing up in an orphanage, you got used to them though. You made a friend one day, then a nice couple would come in a few days later and adopt your newest friend. The friend would tell you they'd visit or write, but they never stuck to their word. Why would they? Who would want to remember being stuck in a home with a bunch of other desperate kids without parents? Max gulped. He knocked on Sarah's door. She didn't respond. Max realized she might think it was Mr. Grimes outside her door. "Sarah," he said, "it's me." The door opened rapidly. Had she been standing behind the door the entire time, the girl grabbed Max in a tight embrace. "Max," she sobbed, "I thought you were dead." She cried into his chest for a moment and then pulled away. "Wait," she said, "you're standing up, you're walking, what happened?" Max told her the story as quickly as he could. "Listen, I don't have much time left before I have to go back," he said. "We won't be seeing each other again after this, so I wanted to say goodbye. I don't think I would have been able to get through all these years with Mr. Grimes without you," Sarah sniffled. "Me too. What will I do here without you? Who will protect me from him?" "I made sure he won't harm anyone in here ever again," Max said. He handed the flash drive over to her. "If he even thinks about it, which I highly doubt he will after my talk with him, you just let him know you have one of these flash drives and know how to contact me." "How will I contact you?" "Right now," said Max. "I'm not sure. The city has it pretty well set up that people in the Tower Zone can't communicate with those in the Outer Rim and vice versa, but I'll figure out a way. What I need you to do is promise me you'll look after everyone." She nodded her head determinedly. "I'm sad to say goodbye," she said, her eyes tearing up again. "But I'm glad you're one step closer to achieving your dream." "Thanks," Max smiled. "And hey, I think I helped you get one step closer to yours as well. I have a pretty good feeling the Mr. Grimes we grew up with is no more." They hugged each other again and said goodbye for the final time. Max hurried out the door and through the streets of the Outer Rim. He only had 15 minutes left to get back to the secret Tower Zone entrance Sakura had brought him to. He picked up the pace as he walked through the city he once called home. This was the last time he'd come here, he thought. He wasn't going to miss it. The tower at the center of the city loomed large in the night sky. It felt as if he was walking determinedly towards it. A shadow flickered at his side. The glint of steel emerged out of nowhere. Max grabbed hold of the attacker's arm. "Arg!" screamed the attacker. His face appeared beneath the streetlight. It was Seth. So the bully spent his free time mugging people in the streets too, huh? He had always wondered why Seth picked on him so much. What had he ever done? It was finally crystal clear to him. He picked on those weaker than him so he could feel strong, stroke his demented ego. That was the reason. Simple as that. Max wished he still had that powerful punch ability from the Minotaur. "Maxie," Seth shivered, recognizing him in shock. Max twisted Seth's arm and kneed him as hard as he could in the gut. The boy collapsed to the ground. He kicked him again in the stomach, just to make sure the bully didn't run after him to get some kind of revenge. He looked down at Seth, groaning in pain. In a little over 24 hours, the tables had turned. Landing a good kick into Seth was a fitting conclusion to his life in the Outer Rim. He was a citizen of the Tower Zone now. Samuel Archer stood at the window of his penthouse home in the Tower Zone. His view looked over the whole city. The Tower Zone, and even beyond the wall into the Outer Rim. The sounds of rattling chains echoed behind him, followed by the groans of several monsters. "Settle down, my pets," said the man. "I'll feed you soon enough." He was waiting for someone. He didn't like to be kept waiting. Then a shadowy figure emerged on his balcony. Samuel took a step outside onto his penthouse balcony, closing the door behind him. "Have you found anything out about the newest citizen?" "Unfortunately, I wasn't able to gather much, sir," said the shadowy figure, perched on the very edge of the balcony. "Do I pay you for no results?" The figure noticeably shuddered. He was well aware of the type of pain Samuel Archer could inflict on him. He was illegally thrown in yesterday. It looks like the Climber President and Sakura, the Golden Blade, are going to let him stay. What is his trait? Does he have one? "The Golden Blade destroyed the analyst's file," said the shadowy figure. "It will take a bit more work to find out what it is." "It must be a powerful trait then," sighed Samuel. "Sakura wouldn't go so far as to destroy the analyst's documents if it were anything else. He must have an uncommon or rare trait then." "Do you think his presence will affect our plans?" asked the shadowy figure. "A puny boy from the Outer Rim," scoffed Samuel. "I doubt he'll amount to anything, but it is good to be cautious. Keep a close eye on him. If he ends up in our way, we'll simply remove him." "Well, I guess you'll be crashing here tonight," said Sakura, opening the door to her apartment. She flipped on the light switch, and Max gaped at the messy living room in front of him. Potato chip bags and instant noodle cups littered the floor, alongside cans of beer. Sakura looked around her apartment and laughed. "Sorry, I wasn't expecting any visitors." "Oh, really?" "I couldn't tell," said Max, trying to be polite, but worried he was coming across as sarcastic. He was surprised by how messy it all was. Sakura was such a powerful fighter and seemed to take her job as a defense climber seriously that he was expecting her apartment to be cleaner. The woman waltzed in and threw her leather jacket on the floor. She headed to her refrigerator and grabbed a can of beer. "Help yourself to whatever you'd like," she said. "What's mine is yours." Max stepped into the apartment, peering around. It was a very large apartment, and Max could see that if it were clean, it might actually be quite impressive and maybe even swanky looking. Beyond the messiness was a tall bookshelf full of paperback novels with cheesy titles like Lover's First, Climber's Second, and Love Has No Walls. He pulled the book out from the shelf. Sakura's eyes lit up. "Are you a fan? That one's my favorite. I love how you think the couple might not end up together, but then they do." "So sweet," Max laughed and put the book back on the shelf. "I haven't read it, but maybe I'll give it a try later." Sakura cracked open her beer and took a long swig and then sighed. "I'd love to write a book like that one day," she said, clasping her hands together like an adoring teenaged girl at a boy band concert. "One about star-crossed lovers who battle the odds and end up together in the end." She sighed once more as her fantasy floated away from her. "But that will have to wait until I retire from being a climber. As much as it would be nice to pursue, I have the ability to protect others, so I must honor and respect that power." Max nodded his head. He got the distinct feeling Sakura may have been speaking more to herself than to him, but he wasn't going to say anything. The woman plopped down on her couch and turned to him. "So," she said, "I'm realizing I'm doing a terrible job at hosting. Are you hungry? I don't have much beyond instant noodles." "They're in the cupboard over there." Max stepped over the dirty carpet to the small kitchen area. He opened up the cupboards to find an impressive array of styrofoam instant noodle cups, but not much else. There was a pack of bacon in the freezer and some leftover eggs in the fridge. "I can work with this," Max thought to himself. He turned back to Sakura. "Thank you for letting me stay with you. Let me cook us some dinner." 15 minutes later, he placed a bowl of fried bacon and egg ramen in front of Sakura. Her eyes widened at the sight of the bowl. "Amazing," she said. "You'll impress a lucky lady one day with such culinary prowess." Max nodded awkwardly. He was no romantic expert in any way whatsoever, but he had a pretty strong inclination that instant noodles poured over sizzling bacon and eggs was not the meal to a lady's heart. Sakura scarfed down her whole bowl in less than a minute. Delicious, she burped and fell back on the couch and placed her hand on her stomach. Despite her being quite older than him, Max had no problem admitting Sakura was a very attractive woman. That is, until he stepped into her apartment and met this other Sakura. "Let's make a deal," said Sakura. "You can stay here in my extra bedroom for as long as you want. I won't take any rent from you, but here are my conditions. You'll keep this place tidy, cook dinner, and this is the most important part. 3 of those meals must be bacon and egg ramen." She stared him dead in the eyes. "Do we have a deal?" Her zealous love for bacon and egg ramen kind of freaked Max out a little, but her offer was more than fair. He was quick to nod in agreement. "Amazing," said Sakura. "My new teenaged roommate makes me feel young again." She leaned back on the couch and continued talking. "So, Max," she said, "what exactly is your plan then? You've entered a whole new place. You can't go back to where you came from. What's your next step?" Max didn't hesitate. "To climb the tower and find my sister," he declared. He may have been shyer to share that goal in the past, but he was in the tower zone now. He could walk. He had a powerful ability. He could pursue his goal full steam ahead, and that's exactly what he would do. Sakura laughed. "Slow down there, mister. You're far off from entering the tower. You're not even an official climber yet." Max's shoulders slumped. "I'm not?" "No," said Sakura. "To become a climber you need to complete 1 term. That's 2 semesters at the Climber Academy. Then you'll be officially a climber, at which point you'll have to choose which type of climber you want to be." "I thought all climbers were the same," said Max. "Wrong again," said Sakura, shaking her head. In the tower zone, climbers are divided into 5 subgroups: tower climbers, defense climbers, healer climbers, police climbers, and city climbers. "It's pretty obvious from their names," Sakura continued, "but I'll outline them for you. Tower climbers explore and complete missions within the tower. Defense climbers focus primarily on defending the city from the monster waves. Police climbers focus on anything the regular tower zone police can't handle, including rogue climbers. Healer climbers focus on healing the citizens of the tower zone, citizens and climbers alike. And lastly, city climbers deal with important climber infrastructure within the tower zone. "So I guess I want to be a tower climber then," said Max. "Correct," said Sakura, "which also happens to be the most difficult climber branch to qualify for. You'll have to graduate in the top tier of your class to be able to register as a tower climber." Max sighed. Only moments ago, his goal of exploring the tower and seeing his sister again felt within reach. Now it felt just as far away as ever. Sakura stood up and petted Max's hair affectionately. "Don't look so glum, mister," she said. "We are taking it 1 step at a time. Right now we're going to go to bed. Your room is over there. And tomorrow I'll show you the Climber Academy and get you signed up. Sound good?" Max nodded excitedly. Tomorrow he was going to take his first step towards becoming a tower climber. Max woke up to the sound of voices. For a second, he thought he heard Mr. Grimes speaking to the other orphans, but then he remembered he hadn't slept at the group home last night. In fact, he was never going to sleep there again. "Come on in," said Sakura. "If you see a dopey ginger kid walking around, don't mind him. We had visitors." Sakura hadn't mentioned anything about guests coming in the morning. Max rubbed his eyes and took in the apartment. Sun was shining through the windows, and Sakura was leading a man with a yellow hard hat over to the windows. The man double-tapped his fingers against the glass, then held his 2 fingers against the window and turned them like he was turning the lock of a safe. A blue arcane rune appeared suddenly on the window. "Ah," said the man, "looking good here." He tapped the window and the rune disappeared. "All good, Miss Sato," said the man, heading towards the door. "See you next month." Max looked back and forth to the now empty doorway and Sakura. "What the heck was that about?" Sakura laughed. While you don't think about all the little things that must be different over beyond the wall in the outer rim. Having some culture shock, are you? Max scratched the back of his head. Maybe. It was hard to describe what he was feeling. Waking up on the couch, forgetting where he had slept had made him feel, if only briefly, oppressively alone. Homesick, maybe, but could he really be homesick for Mr. Grimes' group home? Perhaps it was the sense of unknown versus the comfort of routine, even if that routine was terrible. Why the long face, mister? Said Sakura, with her hands on her hips. We got a big day today. So get dressed and let's get going. They picked up coffee and croissants at a small cafe on the street below and started walking towards the center of the city. As they walked, Sakura explained the odd visit from the man with the hard hat. So that man works for the city climbers, said Sakura. Once a month after every monster wave, a team of inspectors, such as that man you saw today, is sent out across the city to check and make sure all the defensive runes are still working. Oh, neat, said Max, munching on his croissant eagerly. That's why it was so surprising when I saw you in the battle with the Minotaur, explained Sakura. Those runes are very powerful. People can't exit or leave them once they're turned on for the monster wave. Since so much of the city's infrastructure is prepared for those attacks, it's weird when something so inconsistent happens. What other jobs can people have in the Tower Zone? Asked Max, swallowing the last of his croissant. All sorts, said Sakura. Just like in the Outer Rim. A city needs doctors, firemen, policemen, janitors, garbage men, cooks, and the list goes on. Some of those jobs here in the Tower Zone are aided by the use of climber technology or climber magic themselves. Max had always thought every single citizen of the Tower Zone was a climber, but that was clearly proving not to be the case. But why would people who aren't climbers agree to stay in the Tower Zone restricted to one place? Sakura sighed. There are few troublemaker politicians who try to stir up that line of thinking. There are methods to obtain a visa to leave, though it's not done that often. Max remembered hearing rumors about a man who had worked at his high school, supposedly being a former Tower Zone citizen. Kids would get him to try and divulge secrets of the mysterious other city, but he wouldn't budge. It was illegal for Tower Zone immigrants to speak about the Tower Zone in the Outer Rim. It was part of the contract in obtaining their visa. To do so was punishable by lethal injection. But why? If you weren't able to climb, wouldn't you want to leave the Tower Zone? Leave Zestiris altogether, said Max, beginning to daydream. Go surfing in California, eat deep dish pizza in Chicago. Sakura looked at Max funnily. Surfing, deep dish pizza, what you don't know about? Max stopped. Of course she didn't. Just as certain information wasn't talked about in the Outer Rim, so too were things about the rest of world kept from those in the Tower Zone. Max wondered who controlled and managed all the knowledge flowing in and out of Zestiris, but figured it was a question to save for another day. There's a lot of good reasons to live in the Tower Zone if you're not a climber, said Sakura. Less than 5% of Zestiris' population of 5 million become climbers. For the rest of the population, though, there are still climber-adjacent professions that attract those who can't unlock a profile or trait. Scholars, archaeologists, and nanotechnologists, just to name a few. Then there's the access to healing. Tell me, Max. What would have happened to your legs in an Outer Rim hospital after the fight with the Minotaur? Max let out a long sigh. Nothing good. Certainly it wouldn't have ended with me walking as if I was never once in a wheelchair. Exactly, said Sakura. That's a pretty attractive premium for a lot of people. The life expectancy in the Tower Zone is surprisingly quite high for a place that deals with monster attack waves once a month. They eventually stopped in front of a tall glass building. The place looked like an ordinary office building, with people with briefcases walking in and out of the spinning glass doors. Welcome to the Climbers Guild, said Sakura excitedly. Max looked around cautiously. A few groups of people loitered outside, smoking cigarettes. They all had metal badges pinned to their shirts and jackets. The pins were mostly copper, with the odd silver glimmering here and there. Max had already figured out that those colors and the letters engraved on them signified their rank. It was interesting that so far he hadn't seen anyone with the ruby-colored badge that Sakura wore. All the smoking climbers stood up straight as Sakura and Max walked past. They entered the building through the spinning glass doors into a large lobby full of clerks, at the end of which were multiple elevators and staircases. Sakura approached one female clerk sitting at a desk behind a glass wall, as if she were a bank teller of some sort. "Hello," Sakura said with a smile. "I'd like to help this young man sign up to this year's term at the Climber Academy." "Excellent," said the clerk. She reached to get a sign-up form and then paused. The clerk turned back to Sakura and said, "What about the preliminary test?" "Test?" Max's heart started to beat rapidly. He wasn't prepared for any sort of examination right now. Sakura shook her head. "I discussed it with the Climber president. In this case, we are waiving the preliminary test." The clerk nodded, then smiled. "Okay, then let me just get the—" Max felt a foreboding presence suddenly appear behind him. He turned around, and looming over all of them was a tall man with long silver hair. He wore a black trench coat, adorned with a beautiful chiseled diamond pin badge. The letter A engraved into the badge signified his rank. "And who might you be, young man?" Max was momentarily lost for words, feeling sheer power emanate off the man. This was the first climber he'd met who was a higher rank than Sakura, and he could sense it in his power. "Max Reinhardt, meet Samuel Archer," said Sakura. "Samuel is the commander of the healer climbers in the Tower Zone. He keeps all of us safe. Isn't that right, Samuel?" The man let out a haughty laugh. "I try my best, Sakura. It's you who fights on the front lines of the monster wave month after month who deserves such generous compliments." Max looked between them. They were complimenting each other, but he was sensing hostility beneath their words. "May I ask what brings you two to the Climbers Guild today?" said Samuel. "I'm signing up for the Climber Academy," Max said, excitedly. The silver-haired man grinned, and Max felt as if he'd accidentally stepped into a trap, like a fly caught in a spider's web. "How very exciting," mused the man. "I presume you'll be doing the preliminary test today then as well." The Climber president waived the preliminary for the boy due to special circumstances, said Sakura, hints of a growl in her voice. "He did now, did he?" said Samuel. "He did no such thing for my son, Cyrus, nor any of the other pupils attending this year. I'll be bringing this up with him at his earliest convenience." "Hold on now," said Sakura, going red in the face, her hands clenching as if she was about to swing a fist at Samuel. "Stop." The two adult climbers turned to Max. "If there's a preliminary test to enter the Climber Academy," he said, "I want to take it." Sakura stood on the balcony of the battle chamber along with Samuel Archer. The man stood there looking down at the small arena while resting both his hands on his silver cane. "The bastard," thought Sakura. She'd never liked Samuel or anyone from the prestigious Archer family. He'd heard of the new citizen in the Tower Zone, and she had a feeling it was no coincidence that he showed up at the Climbers Guild that morning. "It's been a while since I watched a preliminary," mused Archer. "I'm sure this one will be interesting." "Yes," said Sakura, gritting her teeth. "Very." Sakura looked Samuel over. What she couldn't understand was why this man wanted to thwart Max's chances at entering the academy. Was it sheer pettiness that his son had to do the preliminary and Max didn't? Or had it leaked that Max had a unique trait and Samuel was attempting to find out what that trait was? Either way, she didn't like that Samuel was meddling in her affairs. A door creaked open and Max stepped out into the battle chamber. Sakura thought he looked nervous, but then she thought maybe she was just seeing that because she was nervous for him. "I hope he's prepared," said Samuel. "How much have you trained him, Sakura?" Sakura wanted to knock the man out there and then. The patronizing man. She hated people like him. How much have you trained him, Sakura? Samuel knew very well that Max had only been in the tower zone for 3 days, half of which was spent in a hospital bed. Max stood on the waxed wooden floors of the battle room, waiting for the test to begin. The clerk stepped out onto the arena with him. "Any minute now," said Samuel, grinning. Sakura gripped her hands on the metal bar of the balcony overlooking the battle chamber. She had planned on training him for the next 3 weeks before the Climber Academy term began. Currently, though, Max wasn't ready for any type of fight, not with his stats, and certainly not against the monster they used for the preliminary test. Many of the aspiring student climbers had trained for years for their term at the academy. Max looked up at her, smiled, and gave a thumbs up. The idiot, she thought. Why had he volunteered so willingly to take this test? Max stood in the battle chamber, waiting for his test to begin. Across the battle chamber, from where Max stood, was a metal door with the words, "Caution," spray painted onto it. "Are you ready for me to explain the rules of the preliminary test?" asked the clerk. Max stared at the metal door. Clearly, the test wasn't going to be a written examination. Whatever the test involved lay behind that metal door. "I'm ready," said Max. "The preliminary test is simple. I'll leave the arena and open up that metal door which will send out a monster for you to fight. To pass the test, you must defeat the monster by any means necessary." Max nodded. "Got it." The clerk smiled. "Don't be nervous," she said. "We'll be sending in a copper-ranked monster, so it shouldn't be too difficult for an aspiring climber to defeat." Max's only experience with a tower monster was the Minotaur from a few nights back, and that creature had practically killed him. He knew that the Minotaur was higher ranked than Copper, but that didn't put his mind at ease. "All right," said the clerk. "I'm going to leave now. The test will begin shortly after." The clerk walked out of the battle chamber, sealing the door behind her. Max's stomach lurched. "You can do this," he thought to himself. "You agreed to do this. There are going to be challenges along the way, and you won't be able to take a shortcut every time. You need to do this. Plus, you have a unique trait. That must count for something." The clerk reappeared on the balcony of the battle chamber alongside Sakura and Samuel Archer. The clerk walked past them and went towards a control panel. She pressed some buttons, and a loud alarm went off across the room. The metal wall across the room began to slowly slide open. "Good luck, Max," shouted Sakura. "You can do it." Max gulped and nodded his head at her kind words. The metal doors slid open further, revealing a shadowy dark chamber beyond. "What the heck are they about to send out at me?" The figure of a monster took shape and came out into the battle chamber. "The preliminary test begins now," declared the clerk. The monster entered the battle chamber. The creature was a circular purple blob of slime with beady orange eyes. There was a crease beneath the eyes that had a smirking expression. That must be its mouth then. The battle chamber was deadly silent. Everyone focused on the battle about to start. Max took in the purple blob. What the heck was this thing? He figured he should let it strike him first to gather more information on what the monster could do. Max readied himself in a fighting position. The purple blob just stood there, smiling goofily. "Are you aware that the purpose of the test is to measure your fighting ability?" shouted Samuel Archer from above. "You'll have to do more than stand there, boy." Max ignored the man taunting him. He had a point, but Max was in a bit of a bind. His mimic trait was still currently attached to the mending skill of the healers. He had no offensive abilities to use against the slime right now. He was woefully unprepared for this battle. He needed the monster to attack him first. "Hey, dumb slime creature," shouted Max. "Why don't you try and hit me? Free punch on the house." The slime didn't move. It just stood there with its stupid grin on its face. Samuel murmured to Sakura and the clerk on the balcony. He couldn't hear what the man was saying, but clearly taunting the slime was an unorthodox method to use in this test. Max had no idea what he had done to that man up there, but he clearly wanted Max to fail this test. Max decided he had to try a new strategy. He rushed the purple slime with his fist raised. "Grown some guts now, have you, boy?" shouted Samuel from above. If the slime wasn't going to attack him, it had left Max with no other options but to go on the offensive himself. The purple slime continued to stay motionless in the middle of the battle chamber as Max rushed towards him. When Max got into range, he swung his fist with all of his might. Smash! A huge pain coursed through Max's hand. The purple slime continued to smile at him, but now it had a pinkish aura surrounding it. He had expected his hand to get slimy and wet when attacking the glob, but never had he thought punching it would be similar to punching a brick wall. The pinkish aura disappeared from the slime. That must have been the monster's special ability, thought Max. It was able to create an energy shield of some kind that blocked attacks. It started to dawn on Max that this was a huge problem. The creature didn't have an offensive ability. Without one for Max to mimic, it was impossible for him to win against this thing. "Looks like your prodigy is struggling," grinned Samuel Archer, standing on the battle chamber's balcony. Sakura ignored Samuel's taunts and kept her eyes on the battle chamber below. "Is there a time limit on these things?" Samuel asked the guild clerk. "The boy doesn't seem to be displaying any prowess whatsoever. This should not be a difficult test." "How long do we let this sham go on for?" Sakura watched Max as he stepped away from the slime and circled around it. This might be a lost cause for Max, she thought. She couldn't see how he could win this. Shield slimes were tricky. If Max had a higher strength stat, it could break through its energy shield and then kill it. Or if he simply had an offensive trait to break the shield. But his greatest strength, his unique trait, was proving to be an incredible weakness in this preliminary test. Sakura shook her head as she listened to Samuel plead with the clerk to call off the test. "If the boy fails this test," said Sakura, "he won't be able to become a climber." "Give him some more time." "He doesn't need any more time," hissed Samuel. "Any half-witted kid would have figured out to use an offensive trait or break through the shield with their strength. You're telling me your kid doesn't have an offensive trait and is so woefully unprepared that he doesn't have a strength stat high enough to compensate for that fact?" "Let the boy take his time," Sakura snapped back at the man. The clerk returned to the conversation with a book in her hand. "Climbers Guild regulations say the preliminary exam can last up to 15 minutes, said the clerk. "So Max still has 10 minutes left to beat the slime, at which point we'll call the match." Samuel grinned at Sakura. The woman looked down to the battle chamber below. "Come on, Max, do something." Max circled the slime once more. What was he going to do? The slime must have a weakness of some kind. He needed to break through that energy shield. The adults on the balcony looked down at him. Samuel Archer crossed his arms and had an unimpressed scowl on his face. The clerk's expression was placid like a referee. Then there was Sakura. She looked at him with deep concern in her eyes. There must be a way to defeat this slime and pass the test. If he couldn't, his whole dream was over. He wouldn't be able to study at the Climber Academy. He wouldn't be able to become a tower climber. He wouldn't be able to search for his sister and see her again. Everything he wanted, everything he dreamed for, it all hung in the balance of this one fight. This fight that was an impossible matchup for his particular ability. He walked around the slime once more. There must be an opening, he thought. Maybe the shield doesn't completely surround its body. Then he thought of something. He rushed the slime once more from behind and threw out a punch. The energy shield only formed when an attack came near. If Max was fast enough, maybe he could get an attack in before the creature could trigger its shield power. Thud. Max winced in pain as his punch made no penetration against the shield slime's skin. He wasn't fast enough. He had to give it everything he had. Max threw out punch after punch into the slime. His knuckles grew bloody as he tirelessly barraged the monster in an attempt to break through its shield with sheer overwhelming force. After 50 punches, Max stood over the slime, out of breath. His fists were calloused and bleeding. The slime stood there smiling, Not a single one of his punches had made it through. "Give it up, boy," shouted Samuel from above. "A shield slime is one of the easiest monsters to kill in the tower. If you can't manage to kill it here and now, you won't ever be able to make it in the tower." Max shook his head. Screw that guy. He ignored the man and renewed his punches at the shield slime. One of these swings was going to break through the slime's shield, and he'd show that jerk above what he was made of. The man continued to taunt Max even as he ignored him and focused on the shield slime. Amidst all of the punches and pain, Max started to think of a new idea. It was a risky move, but it was all he had left. Max stopped punching the slime. He looked up at Samuel Archer, smugly watching him. "If you don't think I can win," said Max, "if you think I should give up, come down here and say it to my face." The man smirked. Gladly, Samuel jumped off the balcony and landed on the arena floor with ease and grace. Such was the power of a high-ranked and trained climber, thought Max. He won't see what I'm about to do coming. "Young man," said Samuel Archer, addressing him. "You will not win this. I'll kill you." Max screamed with all of his might and rushed at Samuel Archer with a raised fist. Sakura's shoulders tensed in shock as Max rushed towards Samuel. What is the idiot thinking? Max was going to get himself killed. Samuel was one of the highest-ranked climbers in Zestiris. He could kill Max with ease. The boy rushed towards the high-ranked climber. Samuel merely smirked. This was bad, thought Sakura. Samuel wanted this to happen. This was why he was taunting him. He was going to use this whole setup as a reason to hurt or even kill Max. She needed to step in and stop this. Samuel Archer smirked at the dumb kid rushing towards him. This boy was making it easier than he had planned. He could kill the boy right now if he wanted, or severely wound him so he'd never climb or fight again. Climber law backed him up on this. It was a severe offense to attack another climber outside of a controlled and organized match. "You dare to attack me, foolish boy," yelled Samuel at the approaching attacker. He pulled a blue stone from his overcoat and pressed down on it. Lightning swirled around the man's arm and fists. He raised his arm and swung his fist so that it would directly clash with Max's. "The foolish boy," smirked Samuel. "With my lightning stone plus my higher strength stat, you're about to die, and I won't even be punished for it." The two fists clashed. Thud. Samuel blinked. The boy stood in front of him. He was alive. He should be dead right now. Or, at the very least, bleeding to death on the floor. The boy was more than alive, though. The kid was smirking at him. What the heck just happened? Max pulled his hand away. A pinkish aura surrounding his hand shattered into a million pieces. Is the boy's trait the same as the shield slime? Is that why he couldn't deal any damage towards it? "You insolent boy," shouted Samuel Archer. "You'll now see the real power of a true climber." Max shrugged. "Look, that sounds great," the boy replied, "and thanks for the offensive ability, but I got a preliminary test to complete." Max turned back to the shield slime, while Samuel Archer fumed behind him. Max felt a change inside of him. It was his mimic ability transforming itself into the special lightning attack Samuel Archer had come at him with. "Smart thinking, Max," cheered Sakura from above. "Now complete the test." Max cracked his neck. The test was almost over. He knew from previous experience that he passed out after using the Minotaur ability 4 times. He had used a stolen ability only once so far, the slime's energy shield against Samuel Archer. So he had 2 more ability shots left before he was in danger of passing out. That should be enough to finish this. He ran at the shield slime and raised his fist. This time, he willed his mimic ability to conjure lightning all around his arm and fist. He then smashed it into the shield slime. Crack. The slime's smile disappeared as its energy shield shattered. "Not so happy-go-lucky now, are you?" shouted Max, swinging another fist of lightning into the monster. With the energy shield destroyed, the lightning attack coursed through the shield slime, electrocuting it to death. It collapsed into a puddle of sludge. Then it turned silver and disappeared completely, leaving a small copper stone and some coins in its place. Sakura cheered from above. The clerk entered the room once more and said, "Congratulations, Max Reinhardt. You have passed the preliminary trial to enter the Climber Academy. You're now officially enrolled." Sakura leapt from the balcony, landing on the floor gracefully and rushing over to Max. "That was brilliant," she said. "You had no means to defeat the shield slime at first, so you took advantage of the setting around you to alter the situation and make the battle more in your favor." "Well done, Max." The celebrations were cut short by a scowling voice. "That's outrageous. The boy didn't beat shield slime on his own. I contest this preliminary test." The man narrowed his eyes at Sakura, and Max could tell he was being serious. "You can't do that, can you?" said Max. Max also couldn't understand what he'd done to bother this guy so much. Why was he so against him entering Climber Academy? Samuel Archer turned to the clerk and said, "What steps must I undergo to contest this preliminary trial?" "None." Everyone turned to the clerk in surprise. "What do you mean?" hissed Samuel. "What I mean is," said the clerk, "there are no steps by which you can contest this preliminary trial. The rules state that you must defeat the shield slime by any means necessary, which he did." The clerk raised a finger before anyone could interrupt her. Of course, had Max convinced Sakura to lend her power to him, and she did so willingly, you might have more of a case. But you were clearly in opposition to Max passing the test, so you were more of an obstacle than an ally. Yet, he was able to use that to his advantage. It was a very impressive display. "That is absurd," sneered Samuel, before stomping off and leaving the battle arena. "What's up with that guy?" Max asked after Samuel was gone. Sakura sighed. "I honestly have no idea. I think when you get to as high a rank as Samuel, you start to see the world differently. You encase yourself in your own pride and find opponents in anyone who threatens it." Sakura placed her hand on Max's shoulder affectionately. "You did good today," she said, smiling. "And guess what? The day isn't even over. Let me treat you to lunch." Samuel strode down the street at a quickened pace. He ignored everyone around him and walked so fast he threatened to crash into people, but they all intuitively knew to just get out of the man's way. So the boy had a unique trait, thought Samuel to himself as he strode back towards the Archer family penthouse, a powerful one at that. He could borrow other people's power and attacks. That was incredibly powerful. As the boy grew in strength and gained ranks, it would become even more deadly. He waited until he was back in the penthouse before making the call he was eager to make. He held the phone to his ear. "We may have more of a problem than I initially thought," said Samuel. "The boy has a unique trait. He might not be a threat now, but he could be later. Best to nip it in the bud. You know what to do." With that, the man ended his phone call and strode off to deal with his other affairs. The chef slid 2 hot steaming bowls of soup and noodles in front of Sakura and Max. The broth had orange bubbles of oil floating on top, suggesting the soup had some hot chili spices within. "More ramen, really?" said Max. Considering that's what they had for dinner yesterday, it seemed like a lot. Not to mention, based off of their new roommate agreement, they'd be having more bacon and egg ramen, a lot more for the foreseeable future. Sakura looked him in the eye with an angry suspicion. "This isn't ramen, these are tower noodles." "Look," she said, picking up her chopsticks and picking up a piece of meat. "This is snow wolf meat. That's an animal that only exists a few floors up in the tower and nowhere else." Max looked at the piece of meat that seemed indistinguishable to him from a piece of cooked beef with newfound awe. He picked up his chopsticks, cracked them apart, and then dug into the bowl of noodles. After one bite of the snow wolf meat, his whole face lit up. Sakura grinned. "I know, right?" They both then turned their attention squarely on their bowl of tower noodles and started to devour it. Max took one last sip of the remaining broth in his bowl and then placed it down. He turned to Sakura. "So how do animals and monsters work in the tower?" Like we were able to eat this snow wolf meat, but something tells me we couldn't eat a shield slime. Not that I know why we would want to, but I don't think we could even if we tried. Sakura nodded. You've half figured it out. As you'll learn once classes at the academy start, and you actually enter the tower, tower monsters, when defeated, drop monster cores, and usually a few coins. Whereas an animal that lives in the tower after being slain will remain in its bodily form, as would a slain animal on Earth. Its body can be used for all sorts of things, from its bones to its skin to its flesh. Tower monsters don't exist in the same way. Max sighed. Floors, worlds, tower monsters, and tower animals. There's so much I still don't know about this world. Get used to it, mister, said Sakura. Part of being a tower climber is to be always venturing further into the unknown. But boy, do you got a lot to learn, like let's go over the fight today. I thought you said I did a good job, said Max. You did, she said, but that's not to say what you did wasn't insanely risky either. You had no way of knowing that the energy shield had to be destroyed, and then followed up with a second attack. Had the shield slime's ability functioned a little differently, as in, the same attack that shattered its energy shield was able to continue its attack, then that attack from Samuel would have killed you. Are you saying there was a better way out of the scenario? Sakura shrugged. You could have dodged the lightning attack and used the shield slime against a less obviously powerful swing from Samuel. That would still be risky though. You could have enlisted my help, or even the Clark's, as it would fit within the parameters of the test, though I guess Samuel would have questioned the fairness of that. Basically, what I'm saying is you had less risky options you could have attempted first. Do you think that rule of the test is slightly unfair in that regard? Asked Max. Couldn't someone just bring in their family and help them defeat the shield slime for them? Sakura nodded. Family isn't typically allowed to observe the test. Technically, we're not family, so it was fine. The test is definitely more challenging for those with non-offensive abilities like healing. In most cases like that, the student climber trains their stats to a point where they can break through the energy shield without any magical abilities. Or they equip an offensive item like Samuel's Thunderstone to make up for any deficiencies in their profile. Max's face became dejected. Tell me the truth, Sakura. How are my stats compared to the other climbers about to enter the academy? Oh, they're incredibly low, said Sakura, matter-of-factly. I thought that was obvious. Most climbers entering will have all of their stats closer to 10 or over. Half of them will probably have already hit E rank as well. You are far behind, mister. Max's shoulders slumped even further. He knew he was behind, but he didn't realize he was that far behind everyone else. How much time do I have until the term begins? Just over 3 weeks, said Sakura. Max clasped his fingers together and pleaded at Sakura. Please, Ms. Sakura, you'll train me before then, right? Please, please, please. Are you sure? Said Sakura. Of course I'm sure, said Max. You're one of the best climbers, aren't you? I am, said Sakura, and I'm willing to train you too. Are you ready? Yes, said Max with glee. Then suddenly Sakura's whole face shifted, taking on a sadistic look. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Said Max. She grinned. Welcome to hell. The next morning, Max woke up to a shrill wail of a whistle in his ear. The noise woke him up instantly, giving him heart palpitations. Get up, rookie, barked Sakura. It's time to train. Ugh, said Max. What time is it? 5 a.m., she shouted. We got a long day ahead of us, so let's get a move on. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Max couldn't remember the last time he had woken up this early. In fact, he couldn't recall a time ever in his life when he'd woken up this early. Even the evil Mr. Grimes let them sleep in until at least 7:30 a.m. most mornings. Max sluggishly got out of bed. Sakura threw him a pair of shorts and blew her whistle a few more times. All right, smiled Sakura. We are going for a jog. It was still dark outside in the tower zone, Sakura and Max did a light jog towards a training facility near the tower. "All right, now do 100 laps around the track," shouted Sakura. 100, you want to be prepared for your first day of Climber Academy, don't you? Max groaned and started jogging around the track. Sakura blew a whistle after his first lap. "That's one," she said. 99 more to go." 100, cheered Sakura. Max collapsed on a patch of grass beside the track. He was covered in sweat and his whole body ached. "How you feeling?" smiled Sakura. "Ugh," groaned Max. "What's that?" said Sakura. "You want to do 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups as well." "I definitely did not say that," sighed Max. "I think you did." "Now get up and get started." Max's whole body hurt, but he knew he wasn't going to give up. Groan and complain, okay, maybe a little bit, but ultimately he knew Sakura was pushing him so he could get stronger, and that's exactly what he needed to do. Max got into push-up position and got to work. He pushed himself up and down to the sounds of Sakura's whistle. The shrill, high-pitched sound of his mentor's whistle began to take on a demonic tone. After the push-ups and sit-ups, Sakura made him do an hour of meditation while balancing a book on his index finger. "Now that's volume 5 of Love Amongst Climbers," said Sakura. "My favorite volume. So if you let it fall off your finger too many times that you damage it, you're going to get into serious trouble. You have to keep it on your finger for an hour, and if it falls, the timer restarts." Max took a deep breath and focused on keeping the book on his finger. He could maybe balance the book for a second or two, but his finger wasn't strong enough to hold the book up on its own. Within seconds, the book would fall off his finger and hit the ground. Shriek. The whistle was like a knife stabbing into his ears. "Restart the timer," said Sakura. "You better not wreck my book. You're the one who came up with this insane training exercise," thought Max to himself, sighing. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking," barked Sakura. "Put that book back on your finger." Max ended up spending most of the afternoon on this exercise and was never able to go longer than 10 seconds. Sakura eventually sighed. "I guess that was too much to expect from you on your first day of training. Let's call it a day now. We'll get back to work straight thing tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" balked Max. "But don't you need to give time for your muscles to stretch and heal?" "Don't be a smarter-pants kinesiologist with me, mister," said Sakura. "That may hold true for normal folks, but you're not normal, Max. You're an unranked student climber. You have a unique trait. You have mana coursing through your veins. For this reason, you'll be able to train harder and faster than a normal human. Plus, pushing yourself at this stage is going to help raise your endurance stats. And finally, last but not least, I'm your trainer and I'm telling you we are waking up tomorrow morning to train. That's an order, got it?" Sakura was red in the face. Max nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "All right, good," said Sakura. "Let's go pick up some groceries. You need to eat a good diet of meat and vegetables, while I need you to make me more bacon and egg ramen, so let's get shopping and cooking." Max hadn't had a chance during the training, nor while shopping or while doing chores around Sakura's apartment, to check his profile and see how his stats had improved. Finally, once his insane trainer had gone to bed, he felt comfortable to take a look. His stats must have jumped loads after today. He couldn't wait to see how much he had developed. He thought to himself, open profile. The liquidy screen appeared in his retina with all of his information, stats, and skills. Name: Max Reinhardt. Rank: unranked. Trait: unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength: 4 agility, 4 endurance, 5 mana affinity, 2 passive skills. Kokoro warrior spirit. Max's shoulders fell in defeat. His stats were exactly the same. After all that work, nothing had happened. He fell asleep, frustrated, and then woke up the next morning, even more frustrated, to the sounds of Sakura's whistle. So began day 2 of training. That day, as Max did his 100 laps around the track, Sakura jogged alongside him. She was wearing a cute red jogging outfit, which was saying a lot because in Max's mind, She had become a sadistic, bossy psychopath of a trainer. "Please don't tell me you're running beside me to blow the whistle some more," asked Max as he ran at a breezy pace. "I bet you just love that, wouldn't you?" grinned Sakura manically. "But that's not why I'm running with you right now." Uh-oh, thought Max. Why was she running with him then? Was it to make him go faster? "This is a good opportunity to teach you about the different stats," said Sakura. "I figured I could explain them all to you while you ran. Sort of killing two birds with one stone, you know. If anyone is being killed," thought Max, "it was him on this grueling training regimen." "So, let's begin," said Sakura. She ran ahead of Max and then went into his lane and started running backwards so she could face him. She ran like this with ease and grace. It was such a simple gesture, but it was the power of higher stats and mana affinity that allowed her to do this. Just like how during his preliminary trial, both Sakura and Samuel were able to jump down from the balcony of the battle chamber with ease. Max wanted such power himself. As you already know on your profile, you have 4 stats: strength, agility, endurance, and mana affinity, explained Sakura. Strength measures physical power. In simplest terms, strength gives you a measurement for how powerful your punches are. Agility, on the other hand, measures speed and balance and dexterity. In simplest terms, agility gives you a measurement for how fast your punches are. Finally, endurance measures your body's constitution and defenses. In simplest terms, endurance is a measurement for how well you can take a punch. "You following, Grasshopper?" Max nodded along, keeping his breathing steady as they started another lap around the track. "What about mana affinity?" asked Max. Sakura nodded. "And then we come to mana affinity. This is the single most important stat in your profile. Some people like to think it's the profile and the traits that separate climbers from the rest of humanity, but that isn't it. It's mana. Mana is magical energy that permeates through all the floors of the tower. When someone unlocks their trait and profile, what's essentially happening is the body is resuscitating long-dormant mana pathways and channels through their whole body from their head down to their toes." "How many channels are there in a human body?" asked Max. "Internal mana in humans flows through a complicated network of meridians and channels that exist within the body in parallel to one's network of blood vessels. There are over 400 channel points in the human body." "Whoa," said Max. It was crazy to think his whole body had a network of veins and channels that he'd never known about. Mana vessels and channels exist in all creatures who live in the tower, but different creatures and species will have more or less mana channels and be organized differently depending on their physiology. "Okay," said Max, keeping up his jogging pace. "So, I think I get the basics. What does the actual stat entail?" "The mana affinity stat measures one's ability to control, withstand, and handle mana. You may have noticed, when a monster or climber uses special attacks, a colorful aura surrounds them. That aura is mana manifesting itself outside of their body. The special ability of one's trait is based on how one's body is particularly designed to manipulate mana both within themselves and outside of them." Max's head hurt as he took in all the information. He had so many questions, but he didn't know which one to ask first. "Okay," he said. "But we're outside of the tower right now. How is it possible monsters and climbers can use abilities that require more than their own internal mana?" "Good question," smiled Sakura. "Mana does leak from the tower, and so the mana density in the tower zone is much higher than elsewhere." "I get that," said Max. "But the outer rim isn't that much further away either. How come mana isn't manifesting itself over there?" "Ah," said Sakura. "Very good question. Some E and D-ranked climbers don't even ponder such a thought. Perhaps that's because most of them haven't been to the outer rim. You have a unique perspective that many young climbers lack." To answer your question though, there are powerful arcane wards built into the wall that separates the city. Those wards capture any mana drifting away from the tower and block it from entering the outer rim. Furthermore, that captured mana is then reharnessed to power the wards themselves, as well as other Manatech infrastructure around the city. Amazing, thought Max. All the rules and infrastructure in place to separate the two areas of the city always seemed over the top to Max. It was so fascinating to hear how more of it actually worked and functioned. It was nice to know the actual purpose of things than to be consciously left in the dark, as so many of the curious citizens of the Outer Rim were. "All right, here's another question," said Max. "So many questions," groaned Sakura. "Maybe you wouldn't have as many if you were running faster." Max quickened his pace just to spite her. "My next question is," said Max, "my ability mimics other people's abilities, and yet my mana affinity is so low. How is that even possible?" "It's something that makes your trait so unique and powerful," said Sakura. "For whatever reason, the mana flowing inside of you is able to temporarily increase its power to dizzying heights when you trigger your trait. It will be amazing to see what happens as your mana affinity grows and you rank up." "Heck yeah," cheered Max. "Let's get training on my mana affinity stat, ASAP." Sakura made a face. "What do you think we're doing right now, moron? I thought we were training my other stats," said Max. "We are mainly," said Sakura, "but by training in the proximity of the tower, you'll be growing your mana affinity stat as well." "Fantastic," said Max. "I'm ready to do another 100 laps then." "I'm so fired up." "Hey, slow down, mister," said Sakura. "Well, actually, you can speed up in a minute, but I still haven't explained to you the full importance of the mana affinity stat." Max's eyes widened. There was more. "As I said, mana affinity is the single most important stat of a climber's. Climbers may focus on solely improving one or two stats, or spread them out amongst the stats equally, but mana affinity must always be a focus. Theoretically, a climber with S-rank strength and E-rank mana affinity is still an E-rank climber. Such a hypothetical doesn't hold up to much scrutiny, though, as there's no way an E-rank climber could develop S-rank strength without being able to get to the higher levels of the tower. It's basically impossible for that to happen. If you want to train any of your stats beyond E-rank, you need to develop your mana affinity stat, and that's because your mana affinity dictates how far up the tower you can climb before you develop tower sickness and die." Max blinked. "Tower sickness? S-rank strength?" He shook his head, one question at a time. "What the heck is tower sickness? If you climb beyond a floor with a mana density that your mana affinity stat can't handle, you develop tower sickness. Your bones will atrophy, your lungs will suffocate. Very few people survive tower sickness. How do you know how high up the tower you can travel with your mana affinity? You may have been wondering what I meant by E-rank mana affinity and S-rank strength. Technically, climbers only have one overall rank, but we've come to rank the stats individually ourselves as a good rule of thumb." She rummaged in her pocket and handed Max a piece of paper. "I wrote it all down for you," she said, "to make it easier." Max took the paper out of her outstretched hand and looked it over as he jogged. Stats 110 unranked citizen, stats 1120 rank E, stats 2130 rank E, stats 3140 rank D, stats 4150 rank D, stats 5160 rank C, stats 6170 rank C, stats 7180 rank B, stats 8190 rank A, stats 9199 rank S. "Why do you separate rank E across two sets of stats?" said Max. "There's usually two phases to the early ranks. E-rank phase 1 and E-rank phase 2. Stats 1120 signal a climber has the same physical attributes of world-leading professional-level athletes. Beyond 20, though, is when climbers start to develop even superior physical attributes." The more Max learned, the more eager he wanted to train and raise his stats. "All right, last question, just to make sure I'm understanding everything," said Max. "Since I have a mana affinity stat of 2, Does that mean I can only go up to floor 2 of the tower? Not exactly, said Sakura. It's a combination of your rank and mana affinity. You're currently unranked, so you could go as high as floor 10 technically without dying, though you might begin to feel a bit strange if you go that high. Does that make sense? Max nodded his head as he ran. He thought about his sister, Elle. He couldn't know for sure, but he felt certain she was up high in the tower. Definitely higher than floor 10. He needed to get stronger. Mana affinity really is the most important stat then, sighed Max as he quickened his jogging pace. Yep, glad that's gotten through that thick skull of yours. Now, said Sakura, that concludes the academic portion of today's training. So, she blew the whistle extra hard. I want you to pick up the pace and do another 100 laps. Now Geo. Only after another 5 days of training did Max begin to see an uptick in his stats. He lay down on his bed that night and stared up at his profile with satisfaction. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, unranked. Trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength, 5 agility, 5 endurance, 5 mana affinity, 2 passive skills, Kokoro warrior spirit, amazing, thought Max. He had gained a point in strength and agility. He was one small step closer to achieving his goals. He couldn't wait to progress more. Over the next 2.5 weeks, Max stuck to Sakura's grueling training regimen. He managed to gain another 2 points in both strength and agility and another point in endurance. He stared at his new profile fondly. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, unranked. Trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength, 7 agility, 7 endurance, 6 mana affinity, 2 passive skills, Kokoro warrior spirit. He felt his whole body tightening as muscles grew and strengthened everywhere. If he was back at his old high school, people would have barely recognized him. Not just because he was walking around on 2 feet, but because he no longer stood out as a scrawny, feeble kid. He looked like an athlete, a jock, even. Max looked in the mirror and felt pretty good about himself, except for one thing. He hadn't managed to raise his mana affinity stat even 1 measly point. The laps and exercises had become less of an excruciating experience, but one he had actually grown excited about. The laps brought him a new kind of satisfaction each and every day as he pushed himself further and further, but there was still one exercise that brought him pain and frustration though. The balancing of the book on his finger. You're going to have to buy me a new copy, said Sakura, looking at him unimpressed as he picked it up off the ground for what felt like the billionth time. And not just one from the bookstore either, that one's a first edition. You're going to have to pay up, mister. Max didn't understand. He had raised his strength stat by 3 points since he had first started doing this exercise. His finger was stronger now and should be able to hold the book up more easily. He should also be able to do it for slightly longer as well, since he'd increased his endurance stat by 1 point. Plop! The book fell on the grass yet again. That time he hadn't even managed to hold it up for 5 minutes. He was getting worse at the exercise the longer he did it. Sakura got up off the ground. Where are you going? Asked Max. I have a quick errand I need to run over at the Defense Climber headquarters, she said. I'll be back in 2 hours or so. Hopefully you'll have gotten better at this task I've given you. Seriously, you've been doing it for 2.5 weeks and you haven't gotten any better. Max's shoulders slumped and the book fell off his finger. You distracted me, yelled Max. What kind of teacher are you? Have fun, she smiled and left him to it. Max sighed and stared down at the book. Why was this so hard? There must be a trick to it somehow. If Sakura could do it, thought Max, then so could he. He paused. If Sakura could do it. He realized he hadn't actually ever seen Sakura demonstrate the exercise. Was it possible she couldn't do it? Or if she could do it, a demonstration would make it obvious on the method by which one did do it. He grinned and picked up the book off the ground once more. He was on the precipice of a big breakthrough. Good afternoon, Sakura. The whole defense climber department was cheery when Sakura passed through the door. As the branch commander of the defense climbers, she was well-liked and respected in the department. She also knew quite a few of the junior recruits had crushes on her, almost as many who were terrified of her and her powerful B-rank slice ability. Sakura didn't waste any time and went to her favorite clerk. She looked furtively across the office and saw that everyone had returned their attention to their own tasks and weren't focused on her. "Did you look into that thing I asked about?" said Sakura. "You mean regarding last month's monster wave?" Sakura nodded her head. "It's as I told you the first time," said the clerk. "And I went through all the files a second and third time just to satisfy you. None of the climber squads reported a B-ranked monster breaking through the defense lines and heading towards the wall." "How can that be though?" said Sakura. "I saw one, I fought it. It almost killed me and a 16-year-old boy." The clerk shrugged. "I don't know what to tell you, Sakura. I'm going by what the report says. It's possible one of the squads is lying in their report, but that's a very grave offense in itself. I don't have enough seniority to question other climbers on the validity of their reports. Perhaps you can, though. Still, I'd approach this with caution." "Damn," said Sakura. Still no explanation for that Minotaur's appearance. "Okay, thanks," said Sakura. "Let me know if anything else comes up or if you hear anything. Like I said earlier, this stays between us, yeah?" The clerk nodded his head. With her inquiry done, Sakura left the department and started heading back to the training area. Max stared at the book. It was now perfectly balanced on his fingertip. He had been looking at it with glee for over 2 hours now. Shortly after Sakura had left him, he had figured out he'd been going about the exercise all wrong. The test wasn't about strength or endurance. No, it was about mana affinity. Sakura had explained to him that there were over 400 mana meridians and channels in his body. He'd already intuitively manipulated mana before under duress. First, during his fight with the Minotaur, and then again, during the Climber Academy's preliminary test. Both times, with the help of his trait, he was able to manipulate his mana to replicate the powers he'd interacted with. Presumably, then, he should be able to use his generic internal mana with even more ease. It took him a couple of tries to get it. Eventually, he had stopped trying to do it with the book and simply focused on his one finger. He focused and concentrated with all his might. Then, after a minute of extreme concentration, a silver glow emanated around his finger. Aha! Through extreme concentration, he had figured out he could manipulate the flow of mana inside of himself, redirecting the excess mana towards his one index finger. He then planted the book on his finger once more and tried again. This time he would have the aid of his internal mana to help keep the book balanced on his finger. The book hadn't fallen since. "So you figured it out," said Sakura, upon her return from the defense climber headquarters. She crossed her arms, impressed at Max's display. "Imbuing mana into different parts of your body is instrumental to being a climber. You can break your fall from high distances, endure tougher attacks. Sending internal mana to your finger is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to mana manipulation." Max cheered triumphantly. "Good thing you figured out the basics," said Sakura, crossing her arms. "Your first day at the Climber Academy is in 2 days. With only one more full day until classes started at the Climber Academy, Sakura gave him the day off. In the end, he practiced the book balancing exercise in Sakura's living room for most of the day. He managed to finally raise his mana affinity by 1 point from 2 to 3. He only needed to raise the stat by another 8 points to rank up to E rank. He couldn't wait for that to happen. "Give yourself a break," said Sakura once more. "You won't be able to get your mana affinity stat up by another point by the time classes start. Besides, once you're in the tower, you'll be able to grow the stat at a faster pace. If the tower monsters don't kill you, that is." Max lay back on the floor. Sakura was right. He needed a break. "Hey, can I come help you with the monster wave tonight? Then I can level up my mana affinity faster. Fat chance, mister, said Sakura. You're going to stay inside here and have a nice relaxing evening in. You have a lot to do tomorrow, and none of it is going to get done if you're dead. I'll see you tomorrow morning. With that, Sakura closed her apartment door behind her and left Max to his own devices. Max then stood up, thinking of something, and ran to the door. Sakura, wait up. It was 10:30 p.m. and the monster wave was in full swing. Ninja stalked the streets. He was a slithering shadow. Those who didn't know better would struggle to say whether he was a climber or one of the attacking monsters. In some ways, Ninja thought he was both. He clung to the shadow of an alleyway as an E-rank climber stepped into the streets. What the heck was this guy doing here? His assignment that night required there be no witnesses. He reached for the knife he kept at his side. I guess I'll have to kill this guy, Ninja grinned. No witnesses mean no witnesses. Caw. A harpy flew down to the street and attacked the lone E-rank climber. The lone climber shot out a puny slice skill at the demonic bird woman, which barely cut through her flesh. Nothing but a commoner with a lousy slice skill, thought Ninja. This climber was nothing but chattel, fodder for the wolves. The harpy was clearly much more powerful than the lone climber. Poor guy, he must have gotten lost from his squad. Too bad for him, thought Ninja. And lucky harpy, it stole my kill. The E-rank climber cried in pain as the harpy ripped through its guts. Ninja smiled at the dying man's suffering and then continued forth, moving slyly through the streets. He had his assignment to accomplish. He had to kill the recent arrival in the tower zone, the kid from the Outer Rim. The defense and city climbers had pushed back the monster wave to close proximity to the tower, which meant the rest of the city was near empty. Most of the climbers on duty were at the front of the battle, and everyone else was tucked up inside, protected by the runes and wards that kept the monsters from attacking the tower zone civilians. They were all cooped up like chickens. It meant the foxes of the night had free rein and Ninja had keys to the coop. He arrived at a tall apartment building. Most of the window lights were off, the foolish traitless, so at ease with the danger all around them. Monsters were summoned to attack the city, and they'd got so used to the Manatech defenses, they didn't even blink twice about it. They didn't even contemplate all the climbers sacrificing their lives month to month, so that they could just sit around and go to bed without a care in the world. It was pathetic, thought Ninja. But tonight wasn't about killing traitless as much as he wished it might be. He walked up to the edge of the apartment building and planted his feet on the wall. He imbued mana onto his feet and started walking up along the walls of the building, breaking the laws of human physics in the process. Ninja ran up the side of the building, counting the floors as he did so. Floor 1, Floor 2, Floor 3. Eventually he got to the 8th floor. Apartment 803. That was his destination. The wind blew gently across his face as he stood 8 stories above the ground on the side of the building. Screams and explosions could be faintly heard at the other end of the city, closer to the tower where the monster wave battle was taking place. Ninja moved to apartment 803 and silently stepped onto the balcony. He double-tapped the window quietly and the defense ward flashed red, lighting up the area. He quickly grabbed his specialty knife and cut marks through the rune itself, disabling it. With the defense ward removed, he was able to slide open the glass door and step into the apartment. All the lights were off. It was silent. He crept across the living room and silently opened the door to one of the bedrooms. There was someone sleeping under the blankets. He had been told that there should only be one person in the apartment that night. This sleeping person must be his target then. He quietly stepped towards the sleeping boy. He grinned. There was always something satisfying about a clean and easy kill. It meant he'd done everything right up to that point, and when it came to assassination, preparation was key. He lifted up his knife high above the boy's chest. Sayonara, kid, he thought to himself. He plunged the knife into the sleeping kid, stabbing him through his blankets. The knife bounced back. Blood didn't splash or leak the blankets. A few tiny down feathers flew in front of him. Ninja swiped the blanket away to see that he hadn't just attacked a sleeping kid, but rather a pile of pillows. What the? Slice. A bright golden light of energy pierced Ninja's back and shot through his stomach and intestines out the other side. The light of the energy blade glowed up at him, revealing the bleeding hole in his stomach. The energy blade disappeared, slicing out of his flesh, leaving the open wound to simply gush blood. Ninja fell to the floor. How is this possible? A voice spoke behind him. Male. It was the kid he was meant to kill. I lived most of my life in an orphanage with an abusive, perverted old man. I've slept with one eye open for most of my life. But the boy is unranked, thought Ninja, wincing in pain as blood poured out of his stomach and onto the living room floor. How can he be so powerful? Who are you? Demanded Max. What do you want from me? Ninja couldn't believe this was it. This was supposed to be a trivial assignment, an errand, a chore no one wanted to do, yet he was dying. He was going to die here. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a red pill. Trembling, he lifted the pill to his mouth. Ninja had no other choice. If he lived tonight, he'd be jeopardizing the whole plan. There was only one thing left that he could do to help the cause. One last act of redemption after he'd failed here so miserably tonight. He placed the pill on his mouth and quickly swallowed it. Tell me now, shouted Max at the man trembling on the floor in the darkness. Who are you? His attacker didn't respond, and then poof, the man disintegrated into a puff of black dust. Even the blood that had leaked out of him so profusely only a few moments before had disappeared as well. Max stared at the ground. He turned on the light. The floor of his bedroom was completely empty. It was as if no one had even been here that night. The attacker was gone without a trace. Max waited on the couch for Sakura to get home. The B-ranked climber woman got back to the apartment just after 1:30 in the morning. What are you doing up? She stopped. Her face went from surprised to concerned. Is everything okay? Did something happen? Max nodded his head. Someone came into the apartment and tried to kill me, he said. I don't know why. Sakura quickly looked around the apartment. Are you serious? You're not tricking me in some elaborate way to come out on next month's monster wave? Max shook his head. His skin was pale. Okay, she said. I don't see any blood. I don't see any signs of an attacker. He was here, Max gulped, shivering. He came through the window. The window? Balked Sakura, heading towards the balcony. That shouldn't be possible with the defense runes. She stopped and looked horrified. Her finger pressed on the window to conjure the defense rune. Nothing came up. Someone must have disabled it, she gasped. He climbed up the side of the apartment building, said Max. I was watching the monster wave, so I saw him approach the building. That's when I hid. He came into my room and stabbed my blankets, thinking I was there. If you didn't give me your slice ability before you left, I would have been screwed. Sakura headed to the kitchen and grabbed a can of beer, cracking it open. Are you doing okay? She asked. Max gulped. He felt surprisingly fine. In fact, it was his lack of panic or guilt that was concerning him more than anything else. He looked down to the floor where the assassin had been before he'd vanished into black dust. That wasn't a teleport spell, that was a suicide, to protect the man from giving up any information. He'd been learning quite quickly that not all climbers were good people. Some of them were as bad as the monsters they claimed to protect ordinary citizens from. Some of them were even worse than that. He didn't like the idea of being a killer, but the world of climbers was filled with them. Would he have hesitated to stop someone from harming his sister or anyone else he loved for that matter? No. He'd try his best to live up to the ideals of a good person. But who gave a shit if you were a good person, if your sister and everyone else was dead? Only an idiot would see upholding such ideals as honorable. He decided there and then. The world could have his honor. He wanted to find and save his sister. And to achieve that, he would do anything necessary. Sakura woke Max extra early the following day. "Good morning," she cheered. "You don't want to be late for your first day of school, do you?" Max groaned and rubbed his head. After the events of last night, he'd actually forgotten that today was the first day of the Climber Academy term. Today was the day he'd been training towards for the last month. He got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth and get ready. 45 minutes later, Sakura and him were standing in front of the Climber Academy. The structure was a large red brick building with a clock tower. A serene courtyard lay in front of it. So this was it, thought Max. The Climber Academy. "Are you excited for your first day?" asked Sakura. "About that," said Max. "I can probably take it from here, so maybe see you later tonight." Sakura's eyebrow twitched. "Are you trying to get rid of me? Are you embarrassed of me? What, are you worried people might think your mom walks you to school?" Max blushed. "Maybe." Sakura got red in the face, clearly annoyed. "I'm not that old. Gah, maybe they might think you have an older hot girlfriend. Did you ever think of that, huh? The youth of today know no manners, do they? I was going to give you a cameo in my future romance novel, but you just got yourself cut, mister." Max scratched the back of his head. He really didn't know what to say here. Sakura sighed and composed herself. "Oh, I got you a present. Not that you deserve it any more," she said, rummaging in her pocket. She pulled out a small brown pouch. She handed it to him. "Thanks," said Max. "What is it?" "It's a special pouch," said Sakura. "All climbers wear them. Think of it like an inventory in a video game. It's not very large as it's only a beginner's pouch. I recommend not putting anything insanely big in there like a truck, but you should be just fine storing a good number of monster cores and other materials in there." "Oh, wow, thanks," said Max, tying the pouch to his belt. "Don't mention it," said Sakura. "Seriously though, don't get clever with the pouch or you'll break it. So don't try and fill it with water or anything crazy. All right, I think that's it. Good luck today, Max. I can't wait to hear how it goes." With that, Sakura strutted off to work at the Defense Climber headquarters. Max watched her go and then turned to the courtyard. First day of school, he thought. Here we go. He walked through the gates and entered the courtyard. A mass of teenagers loitered outside the doors. Max ignored them and headed towards the entrance of the school. "Don't bother," said a voice. "None of the doors are open. The student climbers are supposed to wait out here." It was a boy talking to him. He was around his age. "Oh, thanks for letting me know," said Max. He approached the boy, but the boy turned away and focused on his mobile phone. "I guess this guy wasn't going to be my new friend," thought Max to himself. He went and stood behind the loitering groups. He looked to see if there was anyone else there on their own. Someone he could maybe talk to, maybe even earn more about what to expect here at the Climber Academy. But there was no one else by themselves as far as Max could see. He sighed. Even in the Tower Zone, popularity was just not something that was going to bless him at school. Oh well. Max stood around, waiting for something to happen, when a paper airplane flew above the crowd of students. It caught Max's attention because it was behaving quite abnormally for a paper airplane. Mainly, it didn't seem to be falling towards the crowd. The plane hovered in the air and did a flip. It then flew towards Max. It did another flip before hitting him in the forehead. "Ah, what?" said Max. He heard giggling nearby. Max's shoulders suddenly shot up. He'd spent so much of his school years prior to this one dealing with tormentors, he'd learned a giggle was never innocent. He looked down to the paper airplane that had fallen to his feet after it had smashed into his head. There was a note scrawled on it, "Open me." He picked up the paper airplane and unfolded it. There was a note inside. "Are you the new kid?" Max looked up, and suddenly he saw a very pretty girl waving at him. She had wavy brown hair tied in a ponytail and bright green eyes. She wore a burgundy corduroy pinafore dress with a thin-striped long-sleeve sweater underneath. She would have looked playful and innocent if she hadn't just launched a hostile airplane at his forehead, which made Max suspect her of being quite mischievous. "Based on that goofy expression on your face," giggled the girl in front of him. I'm going to take that as a, yes, you are the new kid. Max didn't know what to say. He was just mildly shocked that what he had expected to be another traumatic experience to add to the list wasn't in fact traumatic at all. It was maybe even nice. The girl strutted up close to him and offered her hand. I'm Casey, she said. I'm Max, he said, triumphing over his struggling hormonal brain to remember his own goddamn name. She giggled again and her cheeks turned red. This is Toto, by the way, she said, pointing to a cute gerbil poking its head out of the pocket of her dress. Max nodded. Nice to meet you both. Casey smiled at him once more. How did you get the paper plane to stay in the air for so long? Asked Max. Casey's eyes widened at his question. Wow, the rumors are true, she said. You really are from the Outer Rim. Anyone else would have been able to guess. She took the piece of paper out of Max's hands and refolded it back into a plane. She then threw it in the air and then focused on it. The plane did a lap around the courtyard. I'm what they call an airbringer, said Casey. My trait lets me manipulate air. My profile says it's an uncommon trait. All of the 4 elemental traits are considered uncommon, actually. So cool, thought Max. He was piecing together the way traits worked. They must have their own ranking system going from common to unique. Uncommon was one notch above common. Regardless, the ability to manipulate an element sounded awesome, and Max was a little jealous. So what's your? Casey's question was cut short by a blonde girl in a tracksuit knocking into her shoulder as she walked past. Stay out of my way, fake vein, muttered the blonde girl. Who was that? Asked Max. Sybil Wesley, sighed Casey. Don't mind her. You'll get used to her type soon enough around here. Oh, speaking of which, Casey's words were cut off by a new voice. Oi, new kid. Max became extra alert once more. He had wrongly interpreted Casey's airplane prank as hostile, but he could immediately hear the venom in the other kid's voice. Whoever was talking to them now was definitely not trying to become friends. Max turned around and half expected to see his former tormentor Seth standing behind him. Instead, he saw a skinny, pale kid with light blonde hair parted across his forehead. He was wearing a yellow tie and looked dressed more for prep school than an academy that trained people to fight monsters in a magical tower. Max didn't even grant the boy a proper response, merely glaring at him. My mates and I were debating on what kind of trait you have, said the boy. They think it's uncommon, but I have a feeling it's rare, so tell us. The kid's so-called mates were 3 thuggish-looking guys standing behind him. They looked less like actual friends and more like hired bodyguards. I'm sorry, said Max. Who are you? The boy scowled at Max. Are you a bit slow, new kid? I'm Cyrus Archer. You must have heard of me, Casey whispered in his ear. The Archer family is one of the most powerful and prestigious families in the Tower Zone. His dad is one of the few A-ranked climbers in the city. Cyrus is said to be a prodigy. He's not someone you want to mess with, even though he is a jerky jerkface. Stop muttering to yourselves, said the boy. You are talking to your betters. Don't you know any manners? This guy sucked, thought Max. Which wasn't a surprise, as he'd met Cyrus' father already, Samuel Archer, the man who had tried to thwart him from even getting into the academy in the first place. Being an asshole must run in the family then. Max figured he should end the conversation as quickly as possible. Good to meet you, Cyrus, lied Max. I'm Max and my trait is Slice. Max figured there was no reason to tell him the truth, and as far as he'd seen, Slice was a pretty badass trait, so hopefully that would keep the boy off his back. The kid's eyes widened at that before he full-on guffawed with smug laughter. He held his stomach theatrically as if what Max had just said was so funny it was hurting him. Cyrus wiped a tear from his eyes. Oh man, that's too good. I guess both my mates and myself were wrong. Slice, the most common trait there is. What a loser. Max was shocked. Slice wasn't considered a good trait. Sakura was a slicer and one of the strongest climbers he knew. And look who he's mates with. Cyrus laughed, pointing then at Casey. A commoner and a fake vein, what a match, it's too much. Casey bristled at the boy's comments. There was that word again, thought Max. Fake vein, what were they all talking about? He was about to retaliate against Cyrus' condescension when the academy doors swung open and a man stepped out. The whole crowd of teenagers went silent. The man had spiky matte hair and wore an unzipped black parka with a white undershirt beneath it. He wore a necklace with a silver dog tag. A burning cigarette hung between his lips. He looked to be in his mid to late 30s. He had a gold badge with the letter C engraved on it pinned to his jacket. "Good morning," said the man. "So you lot are all here to become climbers, are you? Well, let me tell you what it means to be a climber. To be a climber is to face some of the most ruthless monsters and even deadlier warriors, fellow climbers from other floors, other worlds, and of course, rogue climbers from Zesturis. You need to be willing to kill, to be merciless. They call this the Climber Academy with an exam at the end. Make no mistake, the whole term is an exam. Starting right now." The group of students was stunned. "The exam starts now," said a nearby voice. "I thought you were supposed to learn stuff at an academy and then get tested. What the heck is this?" Max looked around in shock. None of the students had been prepared for testing to begin so soon, but they still had no idea what exactly the current test was. In fact, the instructor's words could be just a bluff, a bit of showmanship before the start of the school year. The crowd of students was quickly turning into an angry mob as they murmured and complained amongst themselves. The instructor at the front shouted, "Silence." The crowd of students quieted down, but a feeling of discontent still lingered in the air. The instructor grinned at the power he held over them all. The students could complain all they wanted, but they still had all come here with the goal of becoming climbers. In the end, they would do as the instructor told them. "Beyond these doors is a battle chamber," said the instructor. "Each and every one of you will have to fight to the death. By the end of the day, this year's class of student climbers will be cut in half." A fight to the death. None of the students around Max were yelling anymore. A foreboding silence overtook them all. Had any of them honestly woken up that morning with the expectation of killing someone or dying themselves? The instructor crossed his arms. "If you have qualms with this form of testing, you can stay here and formally rescind your place from the academy. You have 10 minutes to make your decision." The man lifted his wristwatch to his eyes. "Tick-tock," he smiled. Someone at the front of the crowd shouted at the instructor, "This isn't fair. What kind of test is this?" Max looked up to the clock tower of the academy building. They had 10 minutes to make a decision. He wasn't sure what to do. After the attack from the assassin last night, he'd resigned himself to doing what he had to do to find his sister, even if it meant getting his hands dirty. But this did feel a bit extreme. Then again, if after 10 minutes no one went through the doors, Max could run through and win by default. One climber strutted up the steps of the academy. "I'm not afraid of a little fighting. Bring it on." The boy was the first to step into the building. A whole slew of students then followed behind him. After 2 minutes, the crowd of student climbers had been cut in half. A boy sighed at the back. "I give up. I'm going to do as my parents told me and become an accountant," he said. "Climbers still have to pay taxes after all." With that, the boy dejectedly walked away from the school. The faces of the other students were full of anxiety. Some were pale with shock, others red with stress and frustration. There was 5 minutes remaining to make a decision. To enter the building and take another step towards becoming a climber and searching for his lost sister, or to stay out here and let all those goals fall out of his grasp. Max observed the climbers who remained. Casey was standing beside him. She was shaking, clearly wrapped up in her own head on what decision to make. But then Max noticed something unexpected. Cyrus and his goons were still waiting outside the doors. Same with Sybil Wesley. That didn't feel right, thought Max. If anyone had a thirst for cruelty, it was that group over there. unless they had been all bluster and were actually scaredy cats on the inside, but that didn't seem right either. Cyrus Archer's father was a powerful man who presumably expected a lot from his son. He wouldn't be above cheating or dropping hints to his son about what to do at the academy in order to graduate, all of which meant Cyrus knew something the rest of them didn't. Max took a deep breath and replayed the events of the last 10 minutes in his head. What had the instructor said exactly? Max closed his eyes to try and remember it more clearly. There was only 2 minutes left on the clock. This whole term is an exam, starting right now. That was the first thing the instructor said. He said all of that before getting into the fights to the death and the cruel decision he was forcing upon them. That was it, thought Max. The test was never the battle to the death beyond those doors. The test was the decision in and of itself. Max grinned with confidence. He was going to stay and wait for the remaining time to pass. He had made his decision. 1 minute remained. Casey was still squirming beside him. Then, with tears in her eyes, she took a step forward. She was going to go beyond the doors and fight. Max reached out and grabbed her wrist. She turned around. Her bright eyes were red with tears, and she looked shocked to see him grabbing her wrist so boldly. "What are you?" Max still didn't know the full parameters of the current test, so he didn't want to say much. He just shook his head and then said, "Stay, trust me." He let go of her wrist, and Casey took a step back and stood beside him once more. She sighed and watched the final seconds of the clock run out. The instructor looked at his watch. "Time's up," he shouted. Everyone waited with bated breath to hear what the man said next. Max's heart pounded against his chest. This was it. The stern man suddenly smiled brightly. "Congratulations, you have all passed the test. Welcome to your first day at the Climber Academy. You have all passed the test." With those words, all the student climbers in the courtyard sighed with relief. The only student who didn't was Cyrus Archer, who had a big smug smirk on his face. He wasn't relieved because he had known all along the exact parameters of the test beforehand. Max had no doubt in his mind that the boy would have happily gone into that battle chamber to kill another student if it had been legitimately encouraged. "What happens to all those who entered during the test?" asked Casey. "Each and every one of them will be handed the paperwork necessary to remove them from the school," said the instructor. "There are times when climbers need to make quick, difficult decisions, and then there are other times when they truly don't." Everyone nodded along and listened to the instructor closely. Even in this stressful test lay a lesson. The 10 minutes on the clock was a false pressure added by me, but there really was no need to do anything other than stay put and let the situation unfold on its own, explained the instructor. "Doesn't it still seem a bit harsh, though?" said Max. "All of those who went in might have become great climbers." The instructor nodded and crossed his arms. "Perhaps you're right," he said, "but here's the thing. Those who climb the tower can grow in strength and ability that defies imagination. It is my duty, as with all the instructors at the academy, to make sure the opportunity to gain such power goes to those who will wield it the most responsibly." The instructor started to shake with anger as he continued to speak. "Someone whose desire for power is so strong they would be willing to kill another student simply because of arbitrary rules set up by me has no right to become a climber." Casey's head fell to the ground in shame. She had almost walked through those doors during the test. They all had. It had taken Max great strength to stay back and risk his goals for what he thought was right. He gulped. He'd never felt the sheer weight of what it meant to become a climber until that moment. "But," continued the instructor, "you all showed the fortitude and resolve to stay right here on the grounds. Good work, all of you. Now we can go ahead and start today's actual first lesson. One last bit of housekeeping. I'm Blake Cedarwood. I'll be your instructor for the year here. Now, how do you all feel about going to the second floor of the tower?" Everyone stood up straight at that. They were going to enter the tower so soon. on their first day of classes no less. "Follow me," said the instructor, walking through the crowd of students and towards the front entrance of the academy's courtyard. They followed behind the instructor as he took them to the Climbers Guild entrance and through the back hall to the entrance of the tower. There were defense climbers guarding the entrance as well as a clerk standing in a glass box with filing cabinets and other information. It was the last checkpoint between the tower zone and the tower itself. "I'll be taking this group of student climbers with me up to floor 2, said the instructor. "We'll be back by the end of the day." The clerk eyed the crowd of students and then handed the instructor something to sign. "Try coming back with all of them this time," said the clerk. Max's stomach sank when he overheard that. The instructor laughed. "I can't make any promises, but I'll try." The instructor's words didn't make him feel that much better about what was about to happen. The man turned back to the group of students. "Well, don't just stand there. Come on." They walked up the gravelly road towards the giant spire shooting into the sky. It was even larger and more foreboding up close. The entrance to the tower was an open passageway of darkness and shadow. It loomed ominously before them. After years of dreaming about it, Max was finally going to get the chance to enter the tower. It was very dark in the tower. Max couldn't see a thing. Then suddenly light appeared in the form of blue flaming torches attached to the walls. There hadn't been a switch or anything. The torches had just turned on automatically. Was this the magic of the tower on display? He felt a sharp, painful pinch in his side. "Ow, stop looking so impressed," whispered Casey. "Everyone knows about the blue flames. It's probably one of the most mundane yet magical properties of the tower. Everyone knows that except for you for whatever weird reason. Stop sticking out like a sore thumb, newbie." They stood in a chamber with a fountain at the center. The instructor slowly walked around the fountain and through a tunnel towards another chamber. "Have you been here before?" Max asked Casey quietly. "Of course," she grumbled at his annoying question. "Everyone has. This is where kids are taken to see if they unlock a profile. That was 6 years ago. I was 10. I haven't been back here since." Max looked down at the fountain as he slowly walked around it. The water looked clear and normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Yet according to Casey, it was this water that unlocked a person's profile. Max had no recollection of being here in this room, which made him very uneasy. He had no memory of bathing himself in this magical water either. So, if he'd never been here before, how come he had an unlocked profile and trait like the others? Max kept the question to himself. Sakura had warned him he needed to be cautious about who he talked to about his history. Max and Casey walked around the fountain and followed the instructor through a small foyer that led to another chamber. This chamber had a glowing bright white circle in the room's center. The light was all-encompassing. Max felt a strong draw to it. The instructor stood in front of it, stopping the students from getting any closer. "This right here is a teleporter," said the instructor. "Think of it like a magic elevator. If I stand in the center of it, I can ascend to many floors of the tower above this one. But I am I, and you are you, and that's important to remember here. Since none of you have gone to the floor above this one, you can only ascend up to the second floor." "But why does that even matter?" Max asked. "If we can go up to the second floor teleporter, couldn't we then just choose to ascend to the floor above that one?" The instructor smiled. "If only it were that easy. Unfortunately, every floor of the tower functions like a test or a level in a video game. You need to prove to the tower that you're strong enough to ascend to the next floor. How does the tower achieve that test? By having 2 teleporters on every floor. The one we'll enter at is known as the Floor 2 Arrival Teleporter, and the one that will take you all to Floor 3 is called the Floor 2 Departure Teleporter. You can only visit Floor 3 once you find that second teleporter. Then, when you're on Floor 3, you'll need to find the Floor 3 Departure Teleporter to ascend to Floor 4, and so on. The good news is, once you've reached one of those higher floors, You can ascend to their arrival teleporter from any other arrival teleporter you visited. Pretty nifty, huh? You said that was the good news, asked Casey. What's the bad news? The bad news is, many climbers have died while searching for a floor's departure teleporter. Some floors are as vast as entire worlds, and finding the departure teleporter can take months to years, sometimes even longer if it's a floor so high up that no Zesteris climber has ever discovered the departure teleporter's location. You mean a floor that our climbers haven't climbed beyond? Said Cyrus. Oh, believe me, kid, said the instructor, there's a lot to this tower that even the best of us still don't understand. The instructor flicked the butt of his cigarette to the floor and rubbed it out with his boot. Now, said the instructor, wait right here. The man suddenly disintegrated in the white light, disappearing entirely. The whole group of students gasped. 30 seconds later, he reappeared in the white glow. Casey nudged Max. See, that's a lot more impressive than the blue flames, right? The instructor took a little bow. He then stepped to the side. I went up just to make sure there were defense climbers on duty guarding the teleporter, and that there were no roaming monsters in the immediate vicinity. Now if you could all form a single-file line and one by one ascend to the next floor. Max wasn't sure how it happened, but all the other student climbers had ended up behind him, making him the first in line to enter the teleporter. Looks like you're the guinea pig, giggled Casey. Max shook his head, disappointed with the other students. Were none of them brave enough to face the teleporter first? Sure, they'd all seen their instructor do it, but it was a totally different thing to watch someone teleport than to do it yourself. Was he really going to voluntarily walk into the light and then willingly let himself disintegrate? I guess I am, gulped Max, taking a step forward into the light. He expected to teleport as soon as he stood in the glowing light of the teleporter, but nothing happened at first. Close your eyes, said the instructor, and think to yourself, ascend to floor. Max did as he was told. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then thought to himself, ascend to floor 2, swoosh. Max felt his stomach lurch and then settle within the span of a millisecond. Was that it? Had he teleported to the floor above? He kept his eyes closed. He didn't want to disrupt the teleportation process. His nose twitched. He could smell pine trees and dirt. He then heard laughter. You can open your eyes, kid, said a voice. Max opened his eyes and found himself standing in the middle of a forest. The glowing white light of the teleporter was still at his feet. He swerved around to see 2 defense climbers with E-rank badges standing guard. You might want to move. Huh, said Max. What do you mean, crash? Max was on the forest floor and Casey was lying on top of him. Her eyes were closed and her lips were pouting slightly. Max's whole body froze. He wasn't sure what to do, whether he should grab hold of Casey and move her off him. She said, before her eyes opened. What are you doing, you pervert? Get off of me, she kneed Max in the groin and jumped to her feet. You were on top of me, Max cried, rolling over in pain from Casey's attack. Casey crossed her arms and shook her head. Inappropriate behavior. Did no one ever teach you how to treat a lady? Max got up to his feet and stood away from the teleporter. To be fair to him, no one had really ever taught him how to treat a lady, but that was besides the point. She had crashed onto him. He was about to explain all of that when Casey changed the subject. Where are we? This forest is pretty. I wonder if there's any cute animals here we can play with. Come on, Toto, let's make animal friends. Said Max. Does that mean you're not mad at me anymore? Casey picked up a stick and started poking around the small clearing they were in. Mad about what? She asked. I guess she'd gotten over it already, thought Max. Fine by me. I'm not going to remind her about it then. Said Max, scratching the back of his head. Nothing. The 2 defense climbers on guard duty snickered at the interaction. After a minute or two, the rest of the class, including the instructor, were standing in the forest along with them. Welcome to the floor above our own, said the instructor. also known as the Endless Forest. Everyone looked around the woods in awe. The Endless Forest, huh? So this whole floor was just a gigantic forest, thought Max. Nothing else. Interesting. Follow me, said the instructor. The group of students followed the instructor through the woods. The tower consists of two types of floors, wild floors and tamed floors, said the instructor as they walked deeper into the forest. I bet by looking around you can guess that floor 2 is a wild floor. Such floors are typically full of monsters and wilderness. The monsters that roam on a wild floor typically respawn every 24 hours if slain. Due to the harsh conditions, not many people choose to reside on a wild floor for very long. They have become more or less adventuring sites and training zones. Max peered around the forest. There was so much to learn about this world. It was so vast and overwhelming. And while we're on the subject of the different types of floors, said the instructor, still leading the group further into the forest, let me speak briefly about tamed floors, not that you'll be seeing one anytime soon. Tamed floors are usually multiple times larger than wild floors, to the point that they are sometimes referred to as world floors. Typically, the tower takes shape within a tamed floor, which is the easiest way to differentiate the two floors. Civilizations and worlds have been built on this type of floor. There are less monster inhabitants and a much slower respawn time, if any at all. Only the most dedicated and well-vetted tower climbers visit such floors, acting as ambassadors for our city and world. The instructor's words stuck with Max. Only the most dedicated and well-vetted tower climbers visit such floors. It was as Sakura had told him before. Of all the different types of climbers, becoming a tower climber was the most difficult. It was also the only branch of climber that would help him go up to the highest floors where he'd be able to find his sister. The instructor stopped walking, and so did the rest of the class. The man held up his hand, signaling to the students to stop moving and to stay alert. Quiet down, everyone, said the instructor. There's a monster nearby. Max knew they were going to encounter monsters on this floor, and yet he still felt surprised that they were about to battle one so soon. The shadow of a creature emerged from between the trees. Its eyes glowed red. It then came into view. It was a warthog-like creature with sharp horns protruding from either side of its lower jaw. The creature started kicking its feet in the dirt as an intimidation tactic. It was going to attack any second now. We're all going to die, screamed one of the students at the back. Calm down, said the instructor, pulling out a cigarette and putting it in his mouth. Max didn't understand what the instructor was doing. Now really didn't seem like the time to be lighting up a cigarette. The boar roared at us and started to charge at the instructor. All the student climbers hurried backwards. If someone didn't step in soon, someone was going to get seriously injured. The instructor stayed calm and flicked his fingers. Balls of flame ignited on either side of his hands. He's a firebringer, shouted Casey, excitedly. Wow, thought Max. This man had the power to wield flames. The boar didn't stand a chance against power like that. The instructor stretched out his arm and shot a blast of flames into the incoming forest hog. The flames surrounded the hog, roasting its fur, until the whole creature was a blackened crisp on the ground. The instructor hurried over to the blackened crisp and lit his cigarette from the ash and took a puff. And that, kids, is how you slay a monster, he declared with casual coolness. The burnt boar carcass behind him suddenly turned silver, and the creature melted away even further. In its place was a small copper stone and some coins. The instructor went and picked up the copper stone. This right here is what's called a monster core, he said. When you slay a monster, they leave them behind. This forest boar is one of the lowest ranked monsters, and so why it left behind a copper monster core. Monsters all typically leave a few coins behind as well, but that's usually less important than the monster core itself. The instructor tossed the core in the air and then snatched it with his hands. The instructor had a grin that Max didn't like. It reminded him of the sadistic look Sakura gave him during training exercises. "That concludes the lecture part of today's lessons," he said. "But now there's one last test. Today's last assignment," said the instructor, "is to collect 4 monster cores and then meet me back at the arrival teleporter." The instructor then looked down at his watch. "You have until the end of the day, or roughly 3 hours. If I have to come looking for you, you've failed the test and will have a significant deduction in points. Trust me, you don't want to lose points. It will matter in the final exam. That is, if you even live through today's test." Before any of the students could ask a follow-up question or berate the instructor for his extreme teaching style, he vanished. "That teacher is crazy," said one student. "He should be arrested." Max ignored the naysayers and tried to pay attention to the other, more knowledgeable students to see how they were going about the test. The most confident climbers turned away from the group and marched off into the woods. Cyrus and his thugs left together in their own direction as well. Max considered the parameters of the test. Each student needed to collect 4 monster cores. This was a difficult task because climbers at their level could only use their trait 3 times before needing a significant break. 3 wasn't the daily limit, but you didn't want any dead time in a pressurized time test. That meant you either had to be so efficient with your trait that you could defeat 2 monsters with 1 attack, or you had to team up with others. Perhaps that was even the secret point to the whole test. Evaluate the assignment and figure out the most efficient way to get it done. Max grinned. He was going to crush this test. He looked around to see if there were any super powerful students he could team up with when a girl with bright green eyes stood right in front of him, blocking his vision. "Want to partner up?" said Casey. Max looked over the pretty girl's shoulder and saw that most of the students had already disappeared on their hunts for monster cores. "Sure," he said. "Hooray," the girl cheered. "Honestly, I felt like I had to do you the favor. You wouldn't get far with a weak trait like Slice during this test." Max looked at her dumbfounded. He thought he was doing her the favor, but he would keep that to himself. "Okay," he said. "Step 1. Let's go over our abilities and figure out how we can best complement each other's powers." Casey nodded. "Good idea. I'll go first. So as you already know, I'm an airbringer. I can manipulate the wind and air around us." "That's incredible," said Max sincerely. "Now tell me, can you deal significant damage with this wind ability?" "At my current rank, no," said Casey. "If I want to use it offensively, the best means is to amplify a projectile to give it more speed and damage." She then pulled out a pouch from her cardigan pocket and materialized a slingshot from the little bag. "That's why I have this slingshot," Max smiled. "Paper airplanes and a slingshot. Behind the cute exterior, this girl was a devilish prankster." "Okay, I've shown you my powers," said Casey. "Show me yours." Max paused. He wasn't sure how much of his trait he should reveal to Casey. Sakura told him to be very careful with who he trusted. He figured he could tell her a little bit though. "So my Slice ability is no ordinary ability," said Max. "Even though I'm unranked, I have a Slice ability at the level of B rank." Casey's eyes widened. "You have a B rank ability? You're unranked and a student climber and a new kid, and you have a freaking B rank ability. That's incredible, Max." "I've never heard of such a thing," Max nodded. "I'd appreciate it if you kept what I'm telling you to yourself. I've been told to be very careful about trusting people here in the Tower Zone." "My lips are sealed," said Casey. "I'll even pinky promise." She waved her pinky in Max's face. He gently moved her hand away. "It's all good, I trust you," he said. "Bold move," said Casey. "A pinky promise is an unbreakable vow. It's basically the foundation of civilization, the social contract. To forgo it, well, let me just say I'm honored you trust me so highly." Max shrugged. "I mean, it's just a pinky promise." "Isn't that a kid's thing?" Casey replied with the most eloquent retort. She stuck her tongue out and made an odd noise. Casey's reply was definitely not persuasive at all, but he found himself silently taking back his words. He contemplated his sister, Elle. He had made a promise to her when they were little. Pinky or no Pinky, promises were important. He understood that much. Max turned his thoughts to Casey's ability for a moment. She had the power to control the air and wind around them. Such a power could be used in so many different ways. He shared with her the semblance of a plan. "That sounds awesome," she said. "Let's do it." With that, they started heading deeper into the endless forest. They walked and walked, waiting to come across a monster to attack. "Where is everyone?" said Casey, looking around. There were no monsters and no student climbers either. "Let's keep heading forward," said Max. They kept moving through the forest, hoping to find a monster target. The trees began to blend together. "Should we turn back?" said Casey. "Maybe go another way?" Max bit his thumb nervously and considered their options. "We screwed up big time," Max thought to himself. We weren't just competing against the clock, we were competing against the other students for the easy monster kills. Now they'd have to search further away and work that much quicker to get back to the instructor. "We have only one option," said Max. "We gotta go deeper into the forest." Max and Casey ran deeper into the forest. They rushed by trees and shrubbery. "How far have we gone?" asked Casey. Max looked around and saw no monsters. "Not far enough," he said. Something didn't seem right, thought Max. They'd seen plenty of monsters in the distance when they'd been walking through the forest with the instructor. Where had they all gone to? They kept running until eventually Max heard a large snort sound. He turned to Casey. Her cheeks blushed. "You don't think I made that sound, do you?" Max knew he was about to say something that was offensive to her. He wasn't sure why it was so offensive, but regardless, he was going to leave it alone. "There's a monster nearby," whispered Casey, standing against a tree to conceal herself. Max followed suit. He peered around the tree and saw there was a cluster of 4 monsters. They were small hairy beasts that were chewing on a plant shrub. The mule-like creatures were significantly less threatening than the forest boar they'd seen earlier. The mule-like creature glanced up as if it sensed Casey and Max's presence. It then made a strange noise. Max and Casey looked at each other with quizzical glances. A horrible smell then filled Max's nostrils. He raised his hands to his nose and mouth. So that was what the mule was doing. It was taking a dump. Max turned to Casey with a serious expression. "You're joking," she said. "No, I'm not," said Max. "There is no better opportunity than right now." Casey nodded begrudgingly. It was time to enact their strategy. Quietly, Max hurried a few trees over to get into position. Casey stood where she was and triggered her trait. She manipulated the wind around the nearby group of forest mules with enough force to irritate them and cause them to move. The group of mules then started to move away from the area they were residing in. Casey looked at Max across the forest and nodded her head. Casey's trait was part one of their strategy. She would manipulate the air and get the monsters into position. Part 2 of their strategy now rested in Max's hands. Max stretched out his hand and triggered his slice ability. A bright golden shard of energy appeared in front of him. Max stretched his arm out, manipulating the shard, shooting it out further in front of him. The blade stretched out like a zooming bullet and cut through the group of mules. The energy blade sliced through the monsters at the perfect angle at the perfect opportunity, damaging them all. Max lifted up his fist like he was doing an uppercut, and so did the energy blade, ripping through the flesh of the forest mules like a deadly sickle. The energy blade dissipated with that final stroke, but Max had done enough damage. The forest mules were dead on the ground. The creatures were clearly copper-level monsters. A B-rank ability against them was like using a rocket launcher against a bunny rabbit. It was effective, but absolutely overkill as well. Max and Casey stepped towards the fallen forest mules as they glowed silver and left behind a few coins and their monster cores. Max picked up 2 of the copper cores and tossed them to Casey. He then picked 2 up himself and placed them inside his pouch. He watched as the small bag gobbled up the 2 large copper stones with ease. "All right," said Max. "We just need to find another 4 monsters and then we're done." Casey looked down to the coins on the ground. "Let's divide the coins up equally too." "Sure," said Max, looking down to the ground. They didn't drop much. In total, it's about 20 copper coins. "So we'll each get 10. Casey scooped up the coins and then handed Max his share. He let the coins fall into his pouch. So far, Sakura was pretty much paying for everything he did, so he was glad to be collecting some Zestirus currency for himself. "Let's get back to the hunt," said Max. "I don't think we'll have to travel nearly as much to find a second set of monsters." Max was proved right fairly quickly. They only had to travel another 5 minutes into the forest to find another set of mules. They quickly got to work with their strategy and finished off the set of mules with ease. "Hooray!" cheered Casey. "We completed the assignment." Max dropped the 2 copper monster cores into his pouch with satisfaction. He looked down at the coin drops with disappointment. "Huh," he said, "they didn't leave as much." This time, there were only 16 copper coins on the ground. "The money drop is always a bit random from what I understand," said Casey, crouching down and picking up the coins. When she was done, she handed Max his share of the loot. "I guess we should head back then," said Max. "Yeah, totally," said Casey, turning and marching off. "Wait, where are you going?" asked Max. "I'm heading back," said Casey. "We headed in this direction, didn't we?" "I thought we came from that way," said Max, pointing in the opposite direction Casey was heading. Max looked around, his heart beginning to beat with panic. They had been so focused on the first part of the test, they hadn't considered the intensity of the second part, getting back to the teleporter. "Do you know where we are?" asked Casey. Max peered all around the forest nervously. He shook his head. They were lost. Max and Casey walked nervously through the forest. Each and every one of their steps was filled with trepidation. "Are we sure we're going the right way?" asked Casey. Max had no idea. He was starting to realize how dangerous this floor was. Sure, the monsters weren't exactly the most deadly, but it was the area itself that would consume you. Max wasn't sure what they should do. If they didn't keep moving, they would lose the test. But if they were lost and going in the wrong direction, it would make it even harder for the instructor to find them. At which point, they didn't just have to worry about losing the test, but they had to worry about staying alive. They didn't have any food, water, or shelter. This floor didn't seem like it offered those kinds of amenities, even if they went hunting for them. Max sighed. All the options were bad, but at least, if they kept moving, they still had a chance at finding the others and passing the test. For the time being, he figured that was their best option. Max and Casey continued forth in the woods. If they were going in the right direction, they had no idea. Cyrus Archer stood with the rest of the class in front of the teleporter, along with the instructor. Cyrus kept his arms crossed and smirked as he stared out into the empty forest. "It looks like my plan worked," he thought. Cyrus and his goons had made sure to kill off as many monsters in the surrounding area from when the test started to limit the prospects of the other students. It looked like the plan was paying off perfectly, seeing that the new kid and the fake veins still hadn't made it back. He turned to the instructor. "How much longer do we have to wait here for?" "There's still 45 minutes on the clock," said the instructor. "But what if the remaining students are in danger?" said Cyrus. "Shouldn't you be out there rescuing them?" "As an instructor, it is my duty to look after the students," said the older Flamebringer. "But that also means I can't coddle them either. I'm training you all to be warriors to protect others. I must honor those struggling with the test the allotted time." "Even though you think they should have been back by now," Cyrus cried. The man didn't respond and just stared out into the forest. "So he does think something's gone wrong out there," thought Cyrus smugly to himself. "But it doesn't look like he'll be convinced to call the test early, so they were just going to have to wait." The boy grinned and contemplated what he wished for more, for the two remaining students to fail the test, or for them to die out in the endless forest. I guess option 2 satisfies both my desires, he grinned as he stared out to the empty forest. Are we there yet? Casey groaned. They'd been walking for ages, and they hadn't come across anywhere they recognized. Are you sure we haven't been going the wrong way? She asked Max for what may have been the 10th time. Max wasn't sure. If they had gone the wrong way, should they turn back? But there was no way to prove they were going the wrong way. It was possible the same area looked different on the way back. No, his stomach growled. All right, he said. Let's stop for a moment to catch our breath. Casey's shoulders slumped at that, and then she plopped herself on the ground. Damn, she sighed. It looks like we failed this test. Max sat down as well and rubbed his forehead. I just wish there was some way to tell where we were, but this damn forest looks so similar in every direction. Max sighed. Let's take 5 minutes to clear our heads, and then maybe a new idea will come to us. They sat quietly for 2 minutes. Finally, Max broke the silence and asked, Why were you nice to me earlier today? Everyone else seems to be so outright cold and mean. Casey hugged her knees and looked down at her feet. I don't know, she sighed. I guess I just know what it's like to be an outsider. Max considered the name they kept calling her, Fake Vane. What did that even mean? Why were they calling me a commoner and you a fake Vane earlier? She shook her head and rubbed her eyes. It's just the stupid names the prestigious families use to make themselves feel better than everyone else. They called you a commoner because you have a common trait. They called me a fake Vane because my parents are traitless. I don't come from a family of climbers. Casey's face went pale with dejection. Hey, said Max, if it makes you feel better, I barely got to know my parents at all before they died. I would rather have traitless parents than, dead ones. Casey shook her head. Was that supposed to make me feel better? Now I just feel bad for both of us. They went silent again for another few moments. Casey broke the conversational lull that time. Why do you want to become a climber anyway? Max was caught off guard by the question. They were supposed to be thinking of a way through their predicament, not getting to know each other better. Plus, he wasn't sure how much of himself he wanted to share. I want to become a climber because I'm looking for someone on the upper floors, said Max. He'd leave it at that. The silence settled on them once more until Casey broke it again. Are you not going to ask me why I want to become a climber? She looked up at him. Her previously dejected face now looked full of irritation. Max was at a loss for words suddenly. He figured she wanted him to ask the question, and yet somehow he was struggling to get the words out. Casey, why do you want to become a climber? She smiled with a devilish grin. There's a lost treasure hidden on the higher floors of the tower, and I'm going to be the first to find it. Before Max could ask about what treasure she was referring to exactly, he had an idea. Treasure map, clues. He looked around. Maybe their way back to the teleporter wasn't so hopeless after all. Come on, this is unfair, said Cyrus back at the arrival teleporter. You should go out looking for them now. What if they're dying out there? You're letting them bleed to death. The instructor kept his eyes on the forest around them and ignored the boys' pleas. HMPH, fine, don't listen to me, said Cyrus. When my father hears you let 2 student climbers get killed on the 2nd floor, I'm sure you'll be in deep trouble. The instructor simply lit another cigarette and took a puff, continuing to ignore the boy. Cyrus gave up and stomped away. What did he care? The test would be over in 10 minutes anyway. Those 2 would fail and quite possibly be dead. Cyrus would just stand there smugly until that happened. That was his new plan. Then through the thick labyrinth of trees appeared the silhouette of 2 figures. Look, shouted another student. I think it's them. They made it back. There's no bloody way that's them, muttered Cyrus. They would have had to travel a great distance away from where they started, killed 8 monsters, and then made their way back through the undecipherable forest. Very few people survived in the endless forest without a map, so it was pretty much impossible for those 2 weaklings to have lived. The silhouettes got closer until the new kid and the fake Vane were in view. They were limping and had some dirt on their clothing, but they were very much alive. The new kid grinned as he reached the instructor. "Did we make it back in time?" Max was out of breath, but filled with joy that they'd made it back and had passed the test. The instructor smiled and congratulated them for making it back. "Seriously," he said, taking a drag of his cigarette, "I thought you two might be dead." "They bloody should be," shouted a voice. It was Cyrus coming up to the three of them. "They must have cheated," he cried. "How could they have survived out there for so long and then made it back?" "Impossible. Do you want to tell us how you got back?" asked the instructor. "Or should I take a guess?" "I'll explain," said Max. "We were really lost, and I thought we were done for. We both did. However, then I started to think. All the different ranks and branches of climbers go through this floor from the arrival teleporter to the departure teleporter. There must be some kind of system of signs to mark locations throughout this labyrinthine woods. So we started looking at the trees, and we discovered signs carved into the trunks near the bottom of the tree." "Bullshit," yelled Cyrus. "I didn't see any signs." "They were easy to miss if you weren't looking for them," admitted Casey. "But once we started looking for signs other climbers would have left for each other, we found the markings in no time." Cyrus' face was flush with anger. "Fine, you found out how to get home, but I still haven't seen you guys present your monster cause. I doubt you would have been able to get lost, find your way back, and defeat 4 monsters each." Both Max and Casey materialized each of their own set of 4 copper monster cores and presented them to Cyrus. The blonde boy fumed and strutted away. Max suspected Cyrus must have had something to do with all the nearby monsters being killed off. Why else would he be so frustrated that they had completed the test? "All I can say is, well done," said the instructor. "It was very clever of you to figure out that the Climbers Guild has set up a series of signs in the trees as a way of communicating the different locations of the endless forest. You're a couple of lessons ahead of the class." "Keep up the good work." Max and Casey smiled at each other. "I guess we make a good team," said Casey cheerfully. "Yeah," said Max in agreement. "All right, class," sighed the instructor. "Gather around. Today's lessons are over. We'll take the teleporter back to the ground floor of the tower. Classes will resume tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. "Sharp, what about the monster cores we collected?" said Max. The instructor smiled. "They're yours to keep. In fact, they're more than that. They're tonight's homework." By the time Max got back to the apartment, he was absolutely exhausted. The lights were off when he came in. Sakura wasn't home yet, he sighed. So that was day 1 of the Climber Academy. He almost got expelled and then almost killed before the day was over. Was he honestly going to be able to survive the whole school term? He put some of his things down on the living room table and then tidied up the apartment a bit. After 20 minutes, he got started on dinner. He had done some grocery shopping earlier in the week with Sakura, so luckily for him, every meal wasn't going to be bacon and egg ramen. He chopped up some onion and garlic and started sautéing them in a pot over the oven. He added some ground beef and continued sautéing. He then opened a few cans of tomatoes and threw them in as well. Tonight's dinner would be pasta bolognese. As he threw in the spices, he thought about what he was going to do for the rest of the evening. "I'll cook this dinner, eat quickly, save the rest for Sakura, and then get down to my homework with the monster cores." When supper was ready, he wolfed down his plate of pasta rapidly. He then chugged a glass of water, put his dishes in the sink, and then went to the living room to get started on his homework. He sat cross-legged on the floor and materialized the 4 copper monster cores from his pouch. He looked at the stones. They were similar, but not identical. One was quite larger than the others, and some were much more weirdly shaped than the rest. They did all have a metallic coppery hue, however. He sighed as he lifted each one up and turned it over. How did these things work? He had a feeling they were important somehow. Sakura had explained to him how the Tower Zone's entire currency was based on these monster drops, and the fact that other races on higher floors used these currencies as well. If the mere coins these tower monsters dropped were enough to shape whole currencies of multiple worlds, then surely these cores were just as important, if not more so. He picked one up and held it in his hands. He closed his eyes and channeled his mana into the fingertips that were holding the stone. The monster core suddenly glowed, shining out light from inside of it. Holy crap! The monster core had absorbed his mana. He placed the stone down and excitedly paced the living room floor. He then sat back down and picked up the core once more. If the core can absorb my mana, can I drain the core of its mana? Max took a deep breath and held the copper monster core up once more. He closed his eyes. He had figured out the basics of manipulating the mana channels inside himself. Perhaps it was the same motions necessary to draw the mana out of the monster core. He held the monster core up and tried to drain it of its mana. Nothing happened. He paused. He tried to think the puzzle through. He was able to move mana around his body because there were channels and vessels that allowed for the flow of his internal mana. He could even send mana through his fingertips into the monster core. Yet when he tried to pull the mana out of the monster core, nothing happened. Max tried one more time. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This time, instead of simply trying to pull the mana out of the monster core, he was going to send his mana into it once more. Only after doing that would he try and pull the mana out. His hypothesis was by sending his mana into the monster core first, he was thereby creating a makeshift mana channel, which he could then use to drain the core of its mana. He enacted his plan, and within seconds, felt a rush of adrenaline and energy coursing through him. It was enough to make his whole body shiver. He dropped the monster core on the ground. He gulped. Holy smokes, what happened? He looked down to the floor and saw the copper monster core had turned into a black lusterless stone. He had drained it of its mana. This was how climbers raised their mana affinity, wasn't it? He checked his stats with excitement, only to find his mana affinity was still at 3, exactly where it had been when he last checked. He sighed and got to work on draining the 3 other monster cores. When he was finished, he looked at his stat sheet once more. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, unranked. Trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength, 7 agility, 7 endurance, 6 mana affinity, 4 passive skills. Kokoro warrior spirit. Max grinned at the sight of his profile. His mana affinity stat had gone up by 1. Based on what Sakura had told him, he had to hit 11 to hit E rank. He was now only 7 mana affinity points from reaching that goal. He collapsed on the floor in both exhaustion and satisfying bliss. I'm home, said Sakura, stepping into the apartment. It smells good in here. What did you make, Max? She found Max in the living room, asleep on the floor. 4 blackened monster cores lay in front of him. Couldn't wait up for me, huh? She said. She looked down at the boy and the blackened monster cores. The boy continued to impress her. He had figured out how to drain them of their mana all on his own. This kid was something else. She picked him up gently and placed him back down on his bed and covered him with a blanket. She smiled down at the boy and then sighed. At what point do I talk to him about what I know, she wondered. Not that I know much, but I guess I know a little. Definitely not tonight, that's for sure. But when, and what will he do when I tell him? Just after midnight, Bruno Slevsky finished his shift at the Pole Dancers Lounge, a strip club in the Tower Zone's red light district. Most nights, he worked as a bouncer for the owner, one of the city's ruling mob bosses. Some nights were more unusual than others, less bouncing and more going to someone's house and beating them up because they owed his boss money. Sometimes he did more than beat them up. Tonight, however, wasn't one of those nights. Tonight was a typical shift, which meant standing in front of the door in the cold dead of night, making sure the lowlifes who came in were the kind of lowlifes that spent money and didn't cause trouble. It was the end of his shift, so he collected his share of the tips and then left the establishment, making his way home for the evening. Bruno Slevsky had no idea he was being followed. He turned into an alleyway. It was the usual shortcut he took on his way home. It was one of those banal quirks you never thought about. The type of habit so mundane and routine, you didn't realize you made it every single time you went home. It was the kind of detail that meant nothing to the person making it, but everything to the person secretly watching you. The alley was empty and dark. Bruno was halfway across it when he found himself unable to move. He wasn't even squirming. His legs and arms were frozen in place. He tried to speak. "Hello, is someone there?" "I need help." A figure stepped out at the front of the alley. The figure walked closer, stepping in and out of the shadows. It was a teenaged boy with blonde hair. "Hey kid," shouted Bruno. "Would you help me out here? I'm stuck." The boy smirked at him. "What would you like me to do, Bruno?" The man froze. "How the hell do you know my name, kid?" "I know everything about you," said the boy calmly. "What you like to eat, what you like to drink, where you work, what you do in your spare time. Ask me anything. I'm an expert of all things Bruno Slevsky." The man's eyes bulged. "You better be careful now, kid. Do you know who I am?" "I work for some very powerful people." "That's true, but you're also replaceable. You're a meathead enforcer. There's a dime a dozen of you. Plus, you're nothing but a traitless. I'm sure your boss could hire an ex-climber to do a much better job than you. Screw you, kid. I'll beat you to death here and now." "Except you can't," said the boy. "Because unlike you, I'm not a traitless. I have a trait and a rare one at that. Aren't you curious why you can't move? That's cause of me." The boy opened his jacket and pulled out a long silver scalpel, a surgeon's knife. "Okay," said the man. He was becoming less angry now and much more fearful. "Just let me go, kid. I'll give you whatever you want." "But you are what I want, Bruno," said the boy. "I want someone that nobody cares about, not even law enforcement." "Please," squirmed the man. "Let me go." "I wish I could do that," said the boy, admiring his reflection in the shine of his silver knife. "But I've had an aggravating day, and I really need to unwind." He stabbed the man right in the gut. "Ag!" the man screamed out in pain. "Don't worry, Bruno. I've stabbed you right between your major arteries. You see, that will cause you the most amount of pain and least amount of blood loss." The man squirmed in pain. The average adult human body contains around 1.5 gallons blood. Most humans die of exsanguination if they lose just over half of that. "I'll keep stabbing you between all the major arteries so you don't die straight away, because that wouldn't be fun now, would it?" Bruno screamed again, and the boy put his hand over the man's mouth. "No more screaming, Bruno," said the boy. "Let's not rush this." He stabbed the man again in the stomach, twisting the knife through his flesh, but making sure not to burst any of the important arteries that would turbocharge Bruno's remaining lifespan from minutes to seconds. "You see, I come from a very important family, Bruno," said the boy. "One where it would be frowned upon for me to get arrested. That's why I must be careful about who I target. But you, I can do anything to you. I'm from a prestigious family and you are nothing." The man squirmed as the boy tortured him some more. "My family isn't so prestigious because we all have rare, invaluable traits. No, it's because we have a hereditary trait passed down between the fathers and sons of the family. You see, I don't just know where your important arteries are, I can see them beneath your skin." The man continued to squirm in pain. Tears leaked out of the man's eyes. "This hereditary ability is called blood eyes," said the boy. "And it's why the Archer family will one day rule this city." The boy was about to stab the man once more when his phone began to ring in his pocket. "Shit," hissed the boy. "Right now." He stabbed the man right in the heart, twisting the surgeon's scalpel. He then walked away from the alley, answering his phone as he did so. "Yep, we're having a family meeting in half an hour," said the stern voice of his father on the other line. "We're discussing the next phase in the plan. You'll be expected to be there." The rest of the week at the Climber Academy was significantly less stressful than the first day. A lot more teaching and learning, and a lot less fighting for one's life. The Firebringer instructor walked them through the signs of the endless forest and showed them the route to the departure teleporter. There were more defense climber guards hanging out there, guarding the teleporter. The instructor showed the students how to get there, but threatened expulsion to anyone who tried to go any floors above the endless forest. Max didn't mind such a rule. As curious as he was, with a mana affinity stat of 4, he wasn't going to get very far before he got tower sickness and potentially died. He was content with just being able to visit floor 2 for the time being. Finally, the week came to an end, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Max actually had time off. Free time. What the heck was he going to do? He thought about it Saturday morning over a cup of instant coffee and decided he was going to do some life admin and research. He went to get his mobile phone, which he hadn't touched in a few weeks, to see if he had any messages from Sarah back in the outer rim. He took the phone out of a cupboard where he stored a few of his things and powered the device on. He couldn't wait to tell Sarah about some of the stuff that had been happening to him since he had entered the tower zone. He'd keep the assassins and murderous psychopaths to himself and only mention the good things, like magic powers or ramen with magical creatures from higher floors. Yet when the phone powered on, the whole screen lit up and the words "error" flashed over and over again. Sakura stepped out of the bathroom at that moment, covered up with a pink towel. She was smiling, feeling refreshed from the long hot morning shower. "What you doing over there, Max?" Max turned to her glumly. "My phone doesn't work." She walked over and bent down to take a look at Max's mobile phone. "Of course it doesn't," said Sakura. "That's a phone from the outer rim. The wards throughout the city disrupt the electric flow of such devices, making them unusable. It stops more than just phones, but lots of small electronic-based devices, music players, digital cameras, that sort of thing. It's to stop photojournalists in the outer rim from trying to snag photos of the tower zone." Max sighed. He thought something like that might happen. He thought there were going to be rules, like it was illegal or forbidden to use an outer rim phone, which was why he hadn't used his up until now, but actual Manet tech stopped his devices from working. Why did the city go to such great lengths to hide things from the population? "So you mean there's no way to communicate to the outer rim from in here?" Sakura made a solemn face and shook her head. "Only the outer rim mayor and the climber president have special phones that allow them to contact each other," explained Sakura. "That's it. I'm sorry. It's done for everyone's safety." Max sighed again. He'd just have to hope Sarah was doing okay. He was sure after his meeting with Mr. Grimes that the man wasn't going to cause any more trouble, and Sarah was smart enough to keep the rest of the orphans safe. Max would just have to have confidence in them and wish them well. "Hey, cheer up," said Sakura. "I might have an old Tower Zone mobile phone you can have. Just let me get dressed." Sakura went into her room and came out a few minutes later, fully dressed, and an old flip phone in her hands. "Obviously, there's much better phones on the market, even in the Tower Zone," said Sakura, handing Max the phone. "But this should do you good for now. I've programmed my number in there if you ever need me." She then nudged Max playfully. "And now you can ask out all the pretty climber girls in class, huh?" Max blushed. "My life isn't one of your romance novels," he said. "Suit yourself," said Sakura, going to the kitchen and making herself some instant coffee. "But today's my day off, and I plan to binge the newest volume of 100 Floors of Love." Max looked down at the junky phone Sakura had given him. This would be a convenience, but he needed to get on a computer. He needed to do some research. "Is there a library in the Tower Zone?" Max asked Sakura. "Of course," she said, laying back on a cushioned chair with her mug of coffee in one hand and her steamy paperback in the other. "Why do you want to know?" "There's just some stuff I want to research," said Max. "Oh, I get it, trying to impress a girl in class," cooed Sakura. "It's not like that," said Max, blushing again. "Not all of us are as obsessed as you are." "Fine, be that way," said Sakura. "Have fun at the library, nerd." Sakura then gave Max the address, and he left the apartment for the day. The tower's own library was a large stone building with Roman columns at the entrance and leafy green vines growing along the side. Max walked up the steps and entered the building. The library was a grandiose hall with high ceilings, polished wood, and dim lighting. The place was filled with the smell of old books. Max wasn't really sure where to start, so he went up to the girl at the front desk. The librarian behind the desk was a pale girl with bright blue eyes hidden behind large rimless glasses. She had very long and straight blonde hair that she kept in a ponytail at the side. When Max approached her, she said in a very quiet voice, "How can I help you?" "Hi," said Max. "This is my first time visiting the library. I wanted to do some research on contemporary tower climbers working today." "Great," said the girl, not raising her voice an octave. "If you want the most up-to-date information, your best bet is to check the climber database on one of our computers. Since this is your first time here, let me make you a library card so you won't need to sign in for a visitor's pass if you come in again." The girl asked him a bunch of questions and then paused after she asked him what his profession was. "I guess I'm a student climber," said Max, scratching the back of his head. "A climber," stuttered the shy girl, "but you're so nice." "I'm not sure what you mean by that," said Max. "Are climbers not usually friendly?" "Not all of them, but quite a few refer to those without traits as traitless. They think they're better than everyone else," she said. "Not all climbers, but quite a few. Especially young student climbers." Max sighed. Based on Cyrus and the other climbers he met yesterday, he could see how some of them probably walked around thinking like they own the place. It was so crazy to contemplate that he used to think the divisions in Zestiris came down to simply those who lived in the Outer Rim and those who lived in the Tower Zone. Yet such divisions didn't even scratch the surface of the myriad of social hierarchies that existed here. "Oh well, I'm sorry they're unfriendly," said Max. "A trait is something one should be grateful for having, a privilege that should be respected, not used as a tool to lord over others." She smiled at that and gently pulled a lock of her hair behind her ear. "It's nice to hear a climber say that," she said. Then she smiled and pulled out a card from behind her desk. "Here's your library card. Let me know if you need any more help." Max thanked the girl once more and then headed over to one of the computer stations. The card the librarian girl had given him had a Wi-Fi network and password to sign on with. Soon enough, he was online, but it was like he was on a different internet. He couldn't access any websites he used to frequent: Google, the Outer Rim Times, social media. Every time he typed in a site URL, he got an error message. Maybe it was just like his old mobile phone. Certain things that worked in the Outer Rim didn't work here in the Tower Zone. He clicked on the internet browser's home button and he was taken to a website called Find Out More. It had a similar layout to other search engines he'd used in the past, but he'd never heard of it before. It must be an exclusive search engine to the Tower Zone. Max thought this control over the flow of information seemed a bit excessive, but he didn't ponder it for long. He typed in climber database into the search bar and clicked on the first result. It was a boring government website. It didn't look special in the slightest. And yet, Max shivered as he looked at the computer screen. If his sister was in the tower somewhere, that meant she must have passed through the Tower Zone first. She would have had to graduate from the Climber Academy and be given jurisdiction to head up to the higher floors. There must be some trace she would have left behind. With both excitement and trepidation, Max typed his sister's name into the search engine box on the government website. Elena Reinhardt, L. He pressed enter and waited for the website to load. A page loaded, and Max looked on it with shock. There was a large black square with a white question mark where a photograph should be. Then in bright red font above the empty photograph were the words, "Restricted information." Max slumped in his chair. He thought he was about to find out more on his sister, get one step closer to finding her, but it didn't look like that was happening today. Restricted information. What the heck did that mean? Max got up from his chair and went over to the librarian girl he'd spoken to earlier. "Yes," she said in her whispery tone, "I need your help with something. I just tried to search for a climber in the database and it came up as restricted information." "Do you know what that's about?" The girl pushed her glasses up her nose and then said, "If something is restricted on the climber database, that means only highly ranked climbers can access that information. Things that are restricted usually involve higher tower floor politics, S-rank climbers, and," she paused momentarily. "Rogue climbers." Max shivered at those words. What happened to you in this place?" After Max's trip to the library, the weekend flew by. He dedicated himself to continuing Sakura's training regimen, and by Sunday night he saw some improvement in his stats. He looked his profile over before bed with satisfaction. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, unranked. Trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength 7, agility 7, endurance 7, mana affinity 4, passive skills, Kokoro warrior spirit. He smiled. His endurance had gone up by 1 point and he could feel it in himself. Sakura's exercises were still tough, but he found them less and less difficult now. He was going to have to think of new ways to push himself so he could get stronger. His low mana affinity still bugged him, but he figured that was a stat that he'd only be able to truly train properly by going into the tower more and more. He went to bed that night with excitement for a new week of classes. Casey did not share the same enthusiasm the following morning when they met up outside the courtyard of the Climber Academy. "Blurg," she groaned, "I hate Mondays." She had bags under her eyes and her shoulders were slumped. Max had spent the whole weekend training, but he wondered what people did for fun in the tower zone. How did it differ from what people did in the outer rim? "Did you have a nice weekend?" asked Max. "I had amazing weekend plans," she said. "I was going to go shopping. I was going to get a chocolate strawberry crepe downtown, but instead my part-time job ate up my whole weekend and now I'm back at school again. It's unfair. I'm actually quite excited for a new week of classes," said Max. Casey's eyes drooped, unimpressed with him. "Hooray for you," she said sarcastically. Max looked around the courtyard to see if the instructor had arrived. There was still 5 minutes before classes started, but you'd think the teacher would have arrived early. Someone knocked into Max's shoulder. Max swerved, and it was Cyrus and his goons arriving to class. They didn't even say anything to Max after the altercation, simply walking into a far corner of the academy courtyard. "Ignore them," said Casey. "They're morons and probably still pissed off that we passed last week's test. Don't give them a second thought." Max nodded to Casey. She was right, and he appreciated her telling him so. Sybil Wesley sneered at them as she walked by, but didn't give them much trouble that morning. The instructor eventually arrived. He sighed, then took one last drag of his cigarette, and then threw it on the ground and stubbed it out with his boot. "He isn't really a great role model, is he?" said Casey, crossing her arms. The instructor gestured for everyone to be quiet. "Today I'm announcing something very exciting," he said. "Something I'm sure all of you have been waiting for, the date for this year's midterms." An audible groan came from the entire crowd. Casey looked particularly displeased. Midterms," she said. "But it's only week 2 of classes." Max kept his cool. He understood that this academy was all about pushing students to their limits and seeing if they could triumph. The midterms were just another stepping stone towards his goals to becoming a tower climber. He wasn't going to stand there and groan while important information was being disseminated. The instructor continued. "The midterms will be held on December 3rd. You now have the rest of October and November to train and prepare for the test." It should be noted that the Academy's trials will only get more difficult after the midterms, so failing them will result in a failure for the year. There's no chance to catch up after them. Oh, and the winter ball will be held a few days after the midterms as well. Don't forget that, and most importantly, good luck. With that, the instructor headed back into the academy building, and the crowd of students erupted into a deluge of complaints. Are they ever actually going to teach us anything, or is it all tests, all the time? Max turned to Casey, and her whole body was slumped over. Mondays are the worst. Max stood in the academy courtyard, tapping his foot and thinking to himself. None of the students had left yet. They continued to moan about the midterms and lack of guidance from the academy in general. Max went over what the instructor had told them. The midterms was an important test in 2 months' time. They had now until then to train. Max didn't mind the idea of independent study, but there was just one problem. They weren't allowed to go to any tower floors higher than the endless forest. That was a problem. One of the best parts of Max's trait was that he had the power to defeat monsters much higher ranked than him. He should be able to gain stats and power much more quickly than others, but he wouldn't be able to do so on floor 2, where all the monsters were so low ranked. All of the tower zone's rules were preventing him from being able to improve quickly. Any ideas of how you're going to study for the midterms? Asked Casey. Max shook his head. I'm trying to figure that out now. Well, I'm going to go hit the gym, treat myself to a crepe, and try and think of some ideas on my own, she said. So I'll catch you later, Max smiled. Sure, sounds great. She turned to leave, and it looked as if she was waiting for something to happen. You know, with how independent the next few weeks of training are, we might not necessarily be bumping into each other as frequently, Casey said. That's true, said Max. I can't wait to see how your training pays off. Yeah, but maybe we'll discover something that might help the both of us, so wouldn't it be a good idea to stay in contact somehow? Oh, said Max. We should exchange mobile numbers. I have a new one as well. I'm glad I thought of this. Casey threw a large punch into his shoulder. I thought of it, you moron. It's just more normal for a boy to ask for a girl's number, not the other way around. I don't know how they do things in the Outer Rim, but you can be pretty dim, Max. Max was at a loss for words. He handed her his phone, and she inputted her number while still red in the face. She then sent a text to herself from his phone. There, she said, now I'm going to go do some laps at the pool, enjoy my crepe, and imagine that you had simply asked for my number straight away. Okay, said Max. Bye. Casey strutted off. Max shrugged to himself. He really was no expert when it came to girls, but he was happy he now had Casey's number. She was the first friend his age he had made here in the Tower Zone. Max put his phone back in his pocket and looked around the courtyard. The majority of students were still there. He still needed to figure out how to train as efficiently as possible. It's total bull crap, said a voice nearby. We're only allowed to go 1 floor up. The energy from those copper monster cores barely improves my mana affinity at all. Max kept his distance, but listened closely to the group of students. It was a group of 3 guys. I heard there's a place where we can fight higher-ranked monsters, said another one of the boys. And get this, we can even get paid while doing it too. What? No way. Believe it. Follow me. I'll take you to this ultimate secret training spot. Max was intrigued by what they were saying. A secret training spot where he could fight higher-ranked monsters sounded like exactly what he needed. The 3 boys nodded eagerly and headed through the courtyard, completely ignoring Max's presence. I can't wait to kick some monster butt and earn some cash, said one of the boys. They made a left down the street. Max followed behind them. Max made sure to keep a good distance away from the boys. He didn't want them to spot him. They might not be keen to share their personal training spot for the midterms. Also, since the one boy had described it as a secret training spot, it might not be easy to find if you didn't know where to look. The boys hurried along the street, shadow boxing and hyping each other up. Max followed them from across the street. The city was in full swing as Max followed the boys. Wafts of gasoline and Manatech exhaust fumes filled the air, mixing with the smell of fried chicken and ramen restaurants. Cars honked. Construction workers drilled a hole in the ground. If it weren't for the odd glow of a monster core powering a Manatech street sign, Max felt like he was in the Outer Rim again. Just another city going about its day-to-day business as the tower that dictated so much of their lives loomed far above them all. As soon as Max had learned that not everyone in the tower zone was a climber, he had wondered what they all did with their time, but it was very much like any other city. You had bakers, carpenters, janitors, bus drivers, and the list went on. And then there was him, a student stalking 3 boys in the streets. The boys turned another corner, and Max crossed the street to catch up with them. They turned into an alleyway next. Max hurried to the corner and peeked around and saw that the boys had completely disappeared. What the heck? Max looked to the end of the alleyway and could see that it had no exit, so where had his fellow student peers gone then? They couldn't have just simply vanished, could they? In the middle of the alley was an unmarked black door. Max approached it and pulled the handle. The door opened up into a plain white hall with a stairwell leading underground. Is this really it? You're not tricking us, are you? It was one of the 3 boys. They had already gone down the stairs. Max tiptoed down the steps, being as quiet as possible. He hung back on the last step and listened further down the hall. Password? It was a new voice entirely, a gruff older man. Zodiac, said the boy, and Max listened to their steps go further and further down the hall until they dwindled out of earshot. Max then took a step into the basement hall. A large man in a black suit and tie stood in front of a hanging red velvet rope. A powerful thrumming sound like the bass of a nightclub trembled all along the walls. When Max got close enough to the man spoke. Password? Max gulped and said. Zodiac. The man nodded and lifted up the velvet rope and gestured for Max to walk past. Max went forward towards 2 large wooden doors. The floor trembled and vibrated more and more the closer he got to the entrance. He got to the door. This was it. He pushed it open and stepped into a massive underground arena. Bright white spotlights shone down on a fighting ring in the center of the large room, surrounded by seats of onlookers. Kill it, kill it, kill it, the crowd around him chanted. In the ring was a burly man fighting a saber-toothed tiger, but it wasn't a normal saber-tooth, as this creature could blow fire out of its mouth. The tiger shot out a blast of fire. It was like a hose of flames. The attack would have been enough to roast the opposing fighter alive if he got hit by it. Luckily for the man, he leapt over the flames and kicked the tiger in the ribs. The tiger slumped to the floor, and the man started punching it back and forth. Max was trying to determine what the man's trait was, and at first he couldn't tell. Then he saw the silver glint in his arms and fists as he pounded the lion. Holy smokes! That man could transform parts of himself into powerful metal. POW, the metal man's fist broke through the flesh of the fire-breathing tiger, and it yelped on the floor in defeat. It eventually turned silver, disintegrating down to its monster core. It was a gold color, a C-rank monster core. Max looked on with wonder. How much would such a core improve his mana affinity? The metal man picked it up triumphantly and raised his fists to the audience. The crowd cheered with applause. Max glanced around, feeling newly motivated. It looked like he'd found a new place to properly train. A new monster was brought out for the metal man to fight. It was Floating Spirit that looked kind of like an oversized seahorse, and it was able to shoot ice shards at the man. Max looked on with awe. What floor did that creature come from? Max thought about the situation further. There must be a whole business of tower climbers who capture monsters on other floors and bring them down to the tower zone for training and entertainment purposes. I guess this was just another way the tower zone made up for all the things it lacked compared to the Outer Rim. The crowd cheered as the next battle round began. Max looked around for the 3 students who he had followed, but he couldn't see where they had gone. It didn't matter, though. His next step would be to ask someone about signing up to fight. Max approached a woman polishing glasses behind a bar. "Excuse me," he said. "Do you know how someone signs up to fight in the arena?" She smirked as she polished a wine glass. "More chattel coming through, huh?" said the woman. "You gotta speak to the manager. You're looking for a skinny old geezer in a purple pinstriped suit. He'll be wearing an old hat and sunglasses. He's hard to miss. He runs this place." Max nodded and thanked the lady for her help. He then started moving through the crowd to find the man she spoke of. "More chattel coming through, huh?" The woman's words stuck with him. He guessed the other students had inquired about signing up to the woman as well, but why call them chattel? It made him uneasy. He walked on the outer limits of the arena, where he found the old man in the purple pinstriped suit, leaning against the wall with a cigar hanging out of his mouth. "Excuse me, sir," said Max, approaching the man. "I hear you're the person to talk to about signing up to fight in the arena." The man stood up straight. He had a wide Cheshire cat smile with yellow-stained teeth. "You think you got what it takes to fight in the arena, do you?" Max nodded. "What rank are you, kid?" "Unranked," said Max. "Does it matter?" The man chuckled. "Of course it matters, kid. We are here to make money, take bets, and put on a show." "I can't put on an unranked kid in the center of the arena, but don't worry, we have special rings just for chattel like you." There it was again. "Chattel. Follow me, kid," said the man. The man led the way, entering a new chamber with a smaller arena. The fighter below wore a copper badge on his shirt, so Max could tell the fighter was E rank. He was up against a giant serpent, but unlike the metal man who dominated the fire-breathing lion, the E-rank fighter was getting devoured by the fangs of the large serpent. He was bleeding out on the floor. "Is anyone going to help him?" asked Max as he followed behind the purple-suited man. "Like I said before, kid, we are putting on a show here. If you can't satisfy the crowd's bloodlust by killing the monster, well, in that case, we let the monster kill you." Max shivered. He wondered to himself, was any of this legal? They went past a few more smaller arenas until they were at the very back. "Wait here," said the man who went and spoke to another arena worker. The purple-suited man came back a few minutes later. "So here's how it works, kid," said the man. "This is the lowest stage we got. This is where you start as an unranked fighter. We'll start you off with something close to your level, and if you win your battles, we'll let you fight monsters as high as 2 ranks above your own." Amazing, thought Max. 2 ranks above his own meant D rank. Monsters with silver cores. "If you win, you get to keep the core and the money dropped from the monster," said the man. "Sound fair?" Max nodded his head. He got the feeling that the man didn't expect Max to get very far, but he felt more confident than the man was giving him credit for. "After each battle, if you win," said the man, "you're given a mana potion so you can keep going. We want our fighters to go as long as possible. Give the people a show is our motto." Max nodded his head. "Does that all make sense?" said the man. "We can have you down there in the arena in 10 minutes. How you feeling? You ready to fight?" Max stood in the small battle arena and faced a floor 2 forest boar. The crowd around him cheered. 50 coppers says the boar kills the boy in under 3 minutes. I'll take that bet," Max smirked. These guys really didn't think much of him, did they? That was why the manager referred to him as chattel. This arena at the back was for people betting on the fighters to lose, for people who enjoyed seeing monsters kill weak climbers. Well, Max thought, I'm about to show them. In fact, he was more disappointed than anyone else to see a forest boar as his first monster opponent. He came here to fight more powerful monsters than this, but he guessed he had to start somewhere. The forest boar rushed him, and Max triggered the slice ability. The energy blade shot forward and sliced the boar completely in half. Seconds later, all that remained on the ring was Max and a copper monster core and a few coins. The crowd was silent and dumbfounded. Then they started cheering and heckling with excited fervor. "Bring out another monster," they yelled. "The kid is hustling us." Give the little prick a bigger challenge. Max scooped up the monster cores and then leaned against the ropes of the fighting ring to rest and wait for the next monster he was going to fight. One of the arena workers came up to him and handed him a small blue vial. "You're allowed 1 mana potion after each fight," said the staff member. "You can use your traits as much as you're normally able to." Max took the vial and thanked the man and took a sip. Max couldn't help but make a face when he swallowed the drink down. It tasted like very powerful cough syrup. He felt a new urgency and vivacity to the mana running through his body after finishing the potion. So the blue liquid was a form of liquefied mana then. Max wondered if he could figure out a way to create such a potion on his own, using his own internal mana. That would have to be a project for another day, though. The staff members came to the arena with a monster in a steel cage. They placed it in the ring and then opened it and stepped out. Let the fight begin. Waddling out of the cage was a large overgrown mushroom with arms and legs and red angular eyes full of bloodlust. The crowd cheered and started calling out bets. Max took in the monster. He hadn't seen anything like this before, but he suspected it probably existed within the endless forest and therefore was probably another E-rank monster. Maybe slightly more powerful than the boar, but he wasn't sure. The mushroom monster clenched its fist and winced its eyes. Slowly, purple vapor began to emanate from the monster. Purple tendrils of smoke began to fill the ring. 2 members of staff with the power of elemental stones manipulated the air so that the purple smoke didn't waft into the crowd. "Crap," thought Max. "I can't get hit by that vapor, otherwise Mimic will make that my new move instead of Sakura's overpowered slice ability." Max shook his head. "I can't have that." He leapt back and triggered the slice ability once more. The energy blade shot forward and ripped through the flesh of the mushroom monster with ease. As soon the monster was defeated and had disintegrated into the monster core, Max immediately jumped out of the ring to make sure he wasn't hit by the venomous mushroom vapor. The crowd booed. They were losing money as they kept betting against Max. They had come to this arena to see someone like him get devoured and killed. They were all out of luck today. "You're not giving them much of a show, kid," said one of the staff members, handing him another mana potion along with the mushroom monster's copper core and the coins it dropped. "Give me a stronger monster to fight then," said Max. The man snickered. "Just you wait, kid. Your final match of the morning is about to start, and that's exactly what you're getting." Max thought the man was trying to intimidate him, but he grinned just as happily back at the staff member. The whole reason he came there today was to fight stronger monsters. Bring it, he thought. He swallowed down his mana potion and stepped back into the ring. The arena staff removed the cage of the mushroom monster and returned with a much larger cage. Max at first couldn't make out the monster behind the bars. It rattled and hissed in its steel cage. Finally, the staff members placed it in the center of the ring. They opened it before rushing off. Let the match begin. A large creature the size of a grizzly bear stepped out of the cage, but it was no grizzly bear, but rather a monster made entirely of stone. 500 coppers on the silver-ranked monster destroying the boy. People cheered and took up the bets. Max snickered. The audience really wanted him to die, huh? He didn't care. He was just psyched to be finally facing a higher-ranked monster. Here we go, he thought. Max didn't waste any time. He stretched out his arm and triggered Slice. The golden blade of energy emerged in front of him and shot forward at the rock golem. The crowd booed at that. They were sick of Max decimating monsters with a single slice move. It was boring and made worse by the fact that they kept betting against him and losing more and more money. But Max didn't care. He wanted the silver monster core more than anything else. He also had learned from his mistake with the mushroom monster. He couldn't give the monster even a second of a chance to unleash a move against him. The slice attack shot across the ring towards the massive rock golem. The creature quickly pivoted and the energy blade went right through the creature's arm rather than the center of it where Max had been aiming for. The rock golem's right arm fell to the floor. "I hate this kid," someone moaned. "Kill him, rock golem," cheered another. Max didn't understand why they hadn't tried to change their bets at the last minute in his favor. If they bet on him, they might actually win some money. They still seemed quite confident in the powers of the rock golem, though. What did they know that Max did? The rock golem crouched down and picked up its fallen arm. The crowd cheered at the rock golem's actions. Max tried to figure out what was going on. Was the rock golem going to throw the fallen arm at him as a projectile or swing it as a melee weapon? What the heck was this rock golem doing? The monster did none of the things Max was expecting. Instead, the monster shoved its arm back into its shoulder socket like it had never been detached. The crowd cheered with more rage now than ever. "Weren't expecting that, were you, punk? The rock golem's going to kill you now." Damn. One of the rock golem's abilities allowed it to rebuild itself. That, however, didn't make the rock golem invincible. It just meant Max had to be more cunning with his slice attack. He had only 2 more good shots left. After that, he'd have to spend the rest of the fight dodging until it was safe again to use his trait once more. He was sure the staff members wouldn't like that, and the gamblers would throw a riot. So he needed to kill this thing with 2 slice attacks then. The golem didn't care about his internal strategizing though, and went straight to work on killing him. The monster placed its hands on the floor of the ring. An aura of energy surrounded the monster's arms and hands. "Crush the punk," shouted the hecklers. Whatever was about to happen, thought Max, this was the rock golem's trait ability. The reattachable arm wasn't a magical attack, and just a part of its physiological makeup. The incoming move was the real threatening power of the monster. The floor began to rumble. CICKKK. The ground cracked and rippled in straight zigzagging lines towards Max. "The kid won't survive this," said one of the audience member. "The rock golem always crushes the upstarts." Boom! The rock golem's earthquake ability had torn a massive scar of rubble into the ring. Dirt and debris swirled around, cloaking the ring momentarily. Max coughed and got to his feet. At the last second, he dove to the side to dodge the attack. It had been a close call. Max got to his feet. The smoke of the arena cleared. The audience gasped. "Unbelievable, the punk is still alive," Max smirked. He wouldn't get beaten that easily. It was time to finish the rock golem once and for all. He stretched out his arm and triggered Slice, but nothing happened. He pushed his arm out as far as it could go and triggered the ability once more, but nothing happened. The mana inside him didn't appear or transform into Sakura's ruby-ranked Slice ability. Max didn't understand what was happening. It was like he was trying to flick a lighter and only got sparks and no flame. Was he out of juice? Out of mana? Had the mana potions not worked properly? He then felt a sharp pain in his side. He looked down and saw his leg was bleeding. Uh-oh, he had been cut, which meant he had been hit by the rock golem's earthquake ability. Meaning he no longer had Sakura's Slice ability. He had lost his trump card. The fight was no longer in his favor. Sakura Sato sat down at the late morning meeting for the Joint Branch Task Force between the defense climbers and the police climbers. The task force commander stood in front of a room of 20 or so climbers, going over the intel they had gathered over the last few weeks. "Underground arenas have been popping up more and more," said the task force commander. "They operate outside the jurisdiction of what is allowed in official sanctioned arenas, and what's worse, they've been enrolling low-ranked and sometimes even student climbers." The whole room shuddered. Sakura crossed her arms. These damn underground arenas. They promised young climbers power, but it was all a ruse to sell their deaths to the lowlifes who enjoyed betting on them. It blew her mind sometimes. The tower granted humanity so much power, and what did they do with it? They just found new ways to kill each other. "We're proposing we raid the arena in 4 days' time," said the task force commander. More details will be issued then to avoid any leaks happening before then. Everyone nodded. Bang! A young police climber swung open the door of the task force meeting room with such force it smacked against the wall. "What's going on?" said the task force commander. The young police climber was out of breath and in shock. "We just got contact from one of the underground police climbers at the arena," said the young woman, trying to catch her breath. "A student climber was just killed by a silver-ranked monster in the arena." The whole room audibly gasped. Sakura's heart quickened. A student climber, what if it was Max? The kid wouldn't be so stupid to fight in an underground arena, would he? She stood up. "Commander," she began, "in light of this event, I think we should expedite the raid on the underground arena." The commander nodded his head. "You're right, we can't let any more of our new recruits be killed by these criminals and con men. How soon should we begin?" Sakura clenched her fists. "Right now." Max could only think of one thing, that he was a goner. He took a step back from the rock golem. The crowd cheered and demanded to see Max's corpse on the floor of the arena. They had been on equal footing before, but the match had suddenly turned in the rock golem's favor. It was now calling all the shots. It raised its arms in the air and leapt towards Max. The boy dashed away as the monster crashed down right where he had been standing moments before. "Kill the punk, kill the punk." Kill the punk. Max was in big trouble. The rock golem was a D-ranked monster with a silver core. That meant in all likelihood, all of its stats were quite a bit higher than Max's. The only thing that had given Max confidence in these fights was having a B-rank ability which pretty much overruled any stat gains a D-ranked monster would have over him. But now, he no longer had that ability. His whole strategy had flown out the window. Max ran to the edge of the ring. For the time being, he'd keep his distance as he figured out a new strategy. The rock golem came at him and Max stayed quick on his feet. "Stop running, coward," moaned the audience. Max ignored them. He needed to think. What do you do when you're weaker than your enemy? The rock golem leapt in the air once more to crush Max with its fists made of stone. "Come on, Max, think. What are you working on, Max?" Sarah had asked him one evening 10 months ago. Max had a floor plan of their high school along with all of the class schedules. "Nothing," he said, embarrassed. "You'll think it's pathetic." "No, I won't," she cried. "Tell me," Max sighed. "I've created a map of the school and the schedule that Seth has. I can then use this to know which floors and halls to avoid throughout the day to minimize my contact with him." Sarah didn't say anything and just looked down at the paper. "It's pathetic, I know," sighed Max. Sarah began to tremble and tears filled her eyes. "It's not pathetic, it's just unfair. You shouldn't have to do this. It's not right that Seth can get away with so much." "I'm doing the best I can to get around that fact," he shrugged. Sarah sniffled and wiped the tears out of her eyes. "That's why I don't think this is pathetic. It's pathetic that the world we live in means you have to do something like this. But since you had to think of something, I actually think this is pretty genius." "You really think so?" smiled Max. "Yeah," said Sarah. "You're up against a stronger opponent, so you need to take advantage of everything else to stand a chance against them." "Well," Max sighed, "I hope it works." Boom! Max leapt away from the rock golem's attack. The creature lifted its arm from the crater it made in the arena and waddled back around to face Max once more. The crowd continued to cheer for Max's death. He got back to his feet and wiped the blood from his mouth. He grinned to himself, thinking about all the times throughout his life he had to go up against opponents stronger than him. He took a deep breath. The audience who wanted him dead was about to face sore disappointment. He had a new strategy up his sleeve. Max placed his hands on the ground. He took a deep breath and triggered his trait, intuitively unleashing the ability his mimic power had now memorized. "What the hell is the punk doing?" shouted a member of the audience. "Why won't this kid just die already?" Max ignored them and focused on channeling the rock golem's power. His arms and hands began to glow with a new aura, and the arena floor rumbled. The ripple of broken arena and shards of wood and stone rushed in a blast right to the side of the golem. Is this kid an idiot? What happened to his slice ability? Does he not know how to aim? Max kept his cool. Stage 1 of the strategy complete. He just kept thinking about that conversation he had with Sarah so many months ago. You're up against a stronger opponent, so you need to take advantage of everything else to stand a chance against them. The rock golem huffed at the attack, not intimidated in the least. Finish him, chanted the crowd. They were sick of the back and forth. They wanted blood. The rock golem swerved. It was going to rush Max head-on. Smash. The golem had turned to the right to get on clear footing to rush Max. There was just one problem. Max had triggered the trait again, and this time sent the ability right where the monster was going. The trait already doubled the ability's original power, so in fact, Max's version of the rock golem's ability was even more powerful than an average D-ranked ability, arguably even tipping into low C-rank in terms of raw power. If you then added in the fact that the rock golem was moving at a quick speed to get into better terrain and Max's attack had hit it by surprise, the resulting level of damage was significant. The rock golem crumbled on the ground into so many stone pieces it would be impossible for it rebuild itself. Incredible, said the audience in awe. Even the people who had betted against him, which was the majority of them, nodded in satisfaction. Good fight, kid, they cheered. I haven't been so surprised in a while. Well done. Max smiled at their accolades and walked over to the rock golem who had now disappeared, leaving behind a silver monster core and some coins. He picked it all up and placed them in his pouch. He couldn't wait to drain the cores he'd won today to increase his mana affinity stat. He briefly daydreamed of the number jumping by 10 points, immediately ranking him up when a loud alarm went off. RING, RING, Max looked around in a panic. What was going on? Someone yelled out, "Run." The climber police are here. Sakura rushed into the underground arena behind a squad of police climbers. It was pandemonium as tamers tried to keep control of wild tower monsters, and the gambling audience ran out the emergency exits to escape arrest from the police. One police climber with an Airbringer ability slammed the monster tamer against the wall with the force of the wind. "You pathetic fools," said the Airbringer police climber. "You use your powers for such base entertainment, making yourself complicit in the death of young climbers. You disgust me." Sakura looked around. This was an insane operation. This was what the people of the Tower Zone craved, to watch climbers use their powers for mere entertainment. And yet it was these same people who complained about why it was unfair that the city was divided the way it was. These same people who craved the entertainment of death and destruction. Sakura rushed through the throng of police and criminals, moving through the chaos. She wouldn't feel better until she'd scoured this whole place and confirmed that Max wasn't here, that he wasn't the student climber who had been killed earlier. She entered a smaller arena from the main one. There were a group of police climbers standing in the ring over the corpse of a 16-year-old boy. She hurried over to them. "What happened?" she gasped. "They put this student climber up against a D-rank Thunder Spider," said the police climber. "A student climber against a D-rank Thunder Spider. What were the arena organizers thinking?" "They knew there was no way this kid was going to survive against it," said the police climber. "They weren't even betting on whether he'd win or lose, just how quickly he'd lose. They put him up here with the sole purpose to watch him die." Sakura shook her head. She felt horrible for feeling a sense of relief that the boy on the ground was Max. The sense of relief didn't last long when she thought about how the boy was someone else's Max, someone with a family who cared about him. "Were there any other student climber casualties?" asked Sakura. "There was one other death," said the police climber. "One survivor, a boy named Harold. He said it was his idea to bring his two friends here to train." Sakura sighed. "So Max wasn't here after all. Thank God. A police climber yelled down from the top of the room. Found another arena here. Looks like another student climber. Sakura's heart started racing again, and she rushed out of the arena and towards the other room. She entered the other smaller fighting room and saw Max standing in the center of the ring, covered in dirt and scrapes. She rushed over to him and grabbed him by the wrist. "What the heck do you think you're doing?" she shouted. The boy blinked at her, confused. "Are you a fool, Sakura?" he said. "But I won." "Yeah, 2 out of 4 students climbers who came here today didn't. Guess what happened to them? They're dead." Max gulped. "I didn't know. That's horrible. I figured if they were coming here, they were pretty confident with their abilities." "You think all these rules in place are to make your life difficult," said Sakura. "But they are. They're in place to protect you, to protect everyone. I thought you were smarter than that to come to a place like this, Max. Seriously." "I'm relieved. No, I'm bloody happy to see you're alive, but I also can't look at you. I'll see you back at the apartment." With that, the woman walked away from the boy and continued her duties in cleaning up the now-defunct arena following the police raid. Max felt horrible. He bought the ingredients for bacon and egg ramen on the way home with some of his winnings from the arena. But Sakura wasn't home when he got back. He waited around for a couple of hours, but she seemed to be working late. He paced the apartment, his head filled with guilt. He stopped in front of the windows of the city. He looked at the glittering lights, along with the looming silhouette of the thick, never-ending tower at the center of the city. 2 out of the 3 kids he followed died today. They had been just like him, eager to grow in power and willing to do anything to accomplish it. He thought back to how, when he was following them, he had thought the Tower Zone was that different from the Outer Rim, that it was like any other city. He was realizing now, however, that that wasn't the case. This city, with its tower that granted humanity incredible powers, it didn't enrich the lives of the people here. No. It made them more violent, meaner, and most of all, crueler. He opened his pouch and looked down at the 3 monster cores he'd earned that evening, 2 copper cores and 1 silver core. He didn't feel like draining their mana today. He would the following morning. More than that, he needed to figure out a way to get stronger within the parameters that he was allowed to work within. He was now determined to figure out how to do so. Max woke up the next day to an empty apartment. Sakura had left early for work and had pointedly not said goodbye. She was clearly still mad at him. Max wasn't sure how to fix the situation, but he figured if he kept training within the rules of the Tower Zone, she would eventually get over it. He rose from his bed and got ready for the day. When he was finished, he sat on the living room floor and drained the mana from the monster cores he'd won from yesterday. He drained the copper monster cores with ease, though the silver monster core required a bit more energy than he expected to drain it of all of its mana. He fell back on the floor, both exhausted and euphoric. The new mana rushed through him, and he felt the mana channels and vessels throughout his body tensing as they grew a little bit stronger. After a few moments to catch his breath, Max eagerly checked his profile to see how much he had gained. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, unranked. Trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength, 8 agility, 7 endurance, 7 mana affinity, 7 passive skills, Kokoro, warrior spirit. Max grinned at the information in his profile. His mana affinity had jumped by 3 points from 4 to 7. The silver monster core must have helped him achieve such a significant boost, as it had proven difficult to get minimal gains in his mana affinity stat before then. 7 in mana affinity, huh? Max was pleased with himself. He didn't even need the number to tell him that his mana affinity had increased. He could feel it in his body. He could sense the life force and energy running through him. The other thing that pleased him was his strength stat had gone up by 1 point. It must have been a reflection of all the battles and trials he'd been going through. And just like the greater sense of mana flowing through him, He could feel the tightness of his biceps and other muscles. If he looked at himself in the mirror, it was hard to believe only a month and a half ago he had been such a scrawny twig of a teenager. He got up off the floor with a new enthusiasm for life and tried to think what he should do next for his training. The most obvious place to go was up to floor 2 and work on improving his stats by hunting down monsters in the endless forest, and he would, eventually, but more than working harder, he had to work smarter. So he was going to do what any nerdy kid who had grown up without a lot of friends was best at, hit up the library and read some books. "Nice to see you again," whispered the cute librarian he had spoken with last time he visited. "Can I help you with anything?" "I had a question for you," said Max. "I'm looking for books on floor 2 of the tower, the endless forest. Do you got any?" The girl made an odd expression and pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. Max worried he had maybe done something wrong, like in the way he had upset Casey the day before. "Did I say something wrong?" asked Max. The girl shook her head quickly. "No, it's not that," she said. "I've gotten a lot of weird requests from library patrons before, but no one has ever asked for what you just did." "Really?" Max asked, shocked. He guessed that many climbers were probably more eager to train on higher floors, that floor 2 was easily forgotten, but it seemed like a pretty big miscalculation on their part. The librarian girl got up from her desk and walked out from behind her counter. "If you'd follow me, please," she said in her soft voice. Max followed the girl as they walked deeper and deeper into the library. Max stared in awe at all the books they passed. "Were these all written by writers from the Tower Zone?" he asked. "About 40% of the collection is," said the librarian. "The library contains a substantial amount of writing from the pre-Tower era." It was only after the formation of Zestiris in 2055 that the Knowledge Protection Act was put in place, and the flow of information between the Tower Zone and the rest of the world began to halt. Max nodded along to the fascinating information. Over the years that he'd lived in the Outer Rim, he'd spent a lot of time trying to learn as much of the history of Zestiris as he could find. The initial emergence of the tower had brought huge complications to the world. The magical abilities of the climbers turned the tower into a source of great geopolitical strife. Some of the earliest explorers of the tower became super soldiers for the US military. Other countries demanded the United States share the tower with others, claiming the tower was a global humanitarian issue. The US ignored these claims for many years, but after one too many tower explorers came back with incredible powers and wreaked destruction on the public, something had to be done. In 2055, the city of Zestiris was formed. It was a cooperative project, designed and created by the US Congress and the United Nations. The city was a way of controlling and tracking those who went in and out of the tower. The rule applied to information as well. "Interesting," said Max. "Glad to hear you think so," said the girl. "Most people aren't interested in the history of information management, or as it is more colloquially called, information studies." They kept walking further through the stacks of books. "Are some of these books from other floors?" The girl stopped and turned back to smile at Max. "Some are, and they are the most fascinating," she said. "A lot of them are in the restricted section though, but not all of them. A lot of them aren't written in English or any Earth language, but there have been a few translations. Pretty cool, isn't it?" Max wasn't as enthusiastic about it as the librarian, but he did think it was pretty cool. Not only did this place contain vast amounts of human knowledge, but it even contained knowledge from other floors in the tower, from entirely other worlds. They kept moving, until eventually the girl turned down between the stacks of shelves. Max followed behind, coughing from the dust swirling in the air. "Here you go," said the librarian girl. She pointed to a half-empty shelf with a few dusty books. "Here's our small collection of books on the endless forest. Happy researching." The girl then left Max alone in the hall of books as she returned to her spot at the front counter. There were 6 books on the shelf about the endless forest. Max grabbed them all and then walked over to a large wooden desk in a designated study area and got to work on his research. Max picked up the first book. It was called Mapping the Endless Forest, The Road Between Two Teleporters. Max opened the book and scanned the pages. He'd learned long ago that you didn't have to read for research in the same way you might read a novel. Unlike a novel where you might treasure every sentence and word, research was like an archaeological dig. You skimmed through the words looking for signs of treasure, and only then did you zero in and focus on the area to dig into. The first book was an incredibly boring on the scholarship of mapmaking, cartography, and the design of the signs that would help climbers from getting lost in the endless forest. The most interesting thing were the statistics about how many people died on that floor in humanity's earliest days of climbing the tower. The monsters overwhelmed climbers who were just getting used to their new powers. Some people went up and immediately suffered from tower sickness, dying due to a lack of mana affinity. From what it sounded like, the earliest days of the tower were a horrible bloodbath of trial and error. As Max read, Sakura's words echoed in his mind. All these rules are in place to protect you. She was right. Even worse, people had died for such lessons to be learned, for such rules to be put in place. He eventually put the first book down and started skimming through the second. The second was a bestiary of the forest floor monsters. Most of it was variations on the types of monsters he'd already seen. Even more discouragingly, none of the monsters listed were above copper rank. He kept researching for another couple of hours until he decided to break for lunch. He spent some of his newly earned coppers on a coffee and panini at the cafe across the street from the library. He sat outside and enjoyed his coffee and sandwich while watching the city go by. He thought over what he had found out about Floor 2 over the course of his morning's research. Basically, it came down to one thing: climber society pretty much did not care about the floor at all. It was merely seen as a stopgap between floors. That was why so little was written about it. Then a light bulb went off in his head, and Max quickly finished his sandwich and coffee and started heading back to the library. He went back to the shelves that the librarian girl had taken him to and studied the other books. The section was organized by books written about each floor. But if you went the other way, you'd find more general knowledge books about the tower overall. Max scanned the titles of these more general books. He started pulling out books that had memoir in the title. He returned to his desk with a new stack of 13 books. He pushed the 6 he'd brought out before to the side and got back down to work. He started skimming through them, looking for that one piece of information, that one nugget, that one clue that was going to help him further his goals. He put the first 3 books down fairly quickly. He was reading through the memoirs of famous or semi-famous tower climbers. It was pretty obvious within the first few pages how much time they spent discussing the endless forest, which usually either amounted to one sentence or nothing at all. He continued reading. Halfway through his stack, he picked up a book that was most likely the oldest one in his pile. The pages were brown and crumbling. It was full of dust and it smelt old. He cracked it open. The Travels of Rem the Merchant, translated by Esther Huppel, T.C. Max checked the publication date, and it was 2063. The book was over 2 decades old. He looked at the author, Esther Huppel, never heard of her before. He guessed the T.C. at the end of her name stood for Tower Climber. Max started the book, and it was much more fascinating than the others. Rem was a merchant from a much higher floor who'd made his business collecting abundant goods and commodities on one floor and then trading those commodities to other floors where such commodities were rare. That was his main business, but he also was fascinated by hunting for treasure throughout the tower. After many years of traveling and exploring the different floors of the tower, I've come to the conclusion that the rarest, most unique treasures and finds are not only hidden extremely well, they're hidden in clever places. In places you'd pass by, not even considering it might be a place to look. Max kept reading eagerly. His eyes bulged with excitement as he read more details from Rem. He reopened the map book from earlier and started cross-referencing the two books. He smiled. He found exactly what he was hoping to find. He'd found his nugget of gold. Max had a plan now, a way to get more powerful and quickly too, but even still, he wasn't ready just yet. He needed to prepare. He also needed supplies, and for supplies, he needed money. The day after his trip to the library, he headed up the tower to floor 2 to train and collect as much money as possible. Once in the throngs of the endless forest, he decided to get to work. Sakura had explained to him that he needed to be as efficient as possible. As an unranked climber, he could use his trait consecutively 3 times at an overall total of 6 times per day. So he had to slay as many monsters and in as few moves as possible. He explored the woodlands until he eventually found a group of 4 forest mules. Perfect target, he thought. He snuck up behind them and then placed his hands on the ground. It was time to trigger his trait. The ground rumbled beneath him. Max was now able to create awesome earthquakes courtesy of the rock golem he'd fought in the underground arena. The D-rank ability rippled across the ground, tearing it apart and sending shards of stone into the flesh of the forest mules. They screamed. One mule escaped into the shadows of the forest. The rest were too close to dying or crippled to move further on. A few moments later, Max was staring at 3 copper monster cores and a bunch of coins. He bent over and scooped them all up and dropped them into his pouch at his side. 3 out of 4 mules in one attack wasn't bad, he thought to himself. If only there was a way to get more within the radius of my earthquake attack. He thought about strategies employed in a lot of online video games. There was one game called Arcane Guild Land that the other orphans had loved and fought over to play on the one computer they had available in the group home. The game had all sorts of rules, hybrid classes, and a species of cat people who liked to get drunk a lot. A lot of the game was all about leveling up your character, and there were a lot of strategies on how to do this. Farming for experience points was what it was called. Max's memory of the kids playing the game gave him an idea. He started picking up random stones and filling his pockets with them. Next, he went and found a group of forest boars. He whipped a stone at them. Clunk! The stone hit the forest boar right between its eyes. The boars already had naturally angry-looking faces to begin with, but now they looked super pissed off. They charged at Max. Exactly as I hoped, he thought. He started running with the monsters chasing behind him. He sprinted away until he bumped into another crowd of forest boars. Max threw a scattershot of stones at them, and soon enough he had a stampede chasing after him. He led the small horde of monsters right into a group of peaceful forest mules. Max swerved around and planted his hands on the ground. If this doesn't work, I've got 12 angry monsters about to devour me. He triggered his trait. The ground rumbled and shards rippled through the monster mob. Blood splashed onto the nearby trees. 2 mules ran off and 1 boar chased after the easy prey, but other than that all of them had been hit. Copper-level monsters didn't stand much of a chance against his move. While Max didn't know the exact stats of the earthquake attack, the fact that it was a D-rank ability meant that the ability's strength was anywhere between 31 to 50, and that was strong enough to rip through the flesh of weak E-ranked monsters, even some D-ranked monsters as well. Max stood up and took in the destroyed ground and the 9 copper monster cores laying in front of him. He snatched up the cores and coins. Nearby, a tree had fallen over during his attack, and the branches had snapped into pointy edges. Max grinned. He had to be as efficient as possible. An hour later, a group of student climbers were practicing their squad tactics against a group of forest boars when they heard a huge rumbling sound. They looked through the forest and saw a cloud of dust fill the woods while a stampede of boars rushed through the crowd. "We better get out of here," said one of the students. "That looks like enough monsters to be a monster wave. I thought this floor was supposed to be easy," cried another student. "What's happening?" Max was either crazy or stupid, probably both. He sprinted with all of his might as 50 forest boars chased after him. He eventually arrived at a patch of dirt where an X had been drawn in the soil. This was the spot. As the mighty stampede of boars rushed towards him, he placed his hands on the ground and triggered the earthquake ability. The ground rumbled and shook. The dirt cracked, and stones jutted forth right into the flesh of the wave of boars. Some had managed to dodge the attack and were still coming for Max. Snap! All the nearby trees began to crack from the earthquake attack, but they were more than just random trees. They were trees that Max had purposely climbed and broken the branches into sharp, pointed bits. They weren't random trees anymore. They were homemade guillotines, slicing downward and stabbing the remaining boars who hadn't been killed by the earthquake attack. Stab! Max stood in front of the pile of boar corpses and watched the mound glow silver and leave behind a hefty splattering of coins and copper monster cores. He collected all the loot and placed it in his pouch. None of the monsters had escaped, so that was 40 copper monster cores he just gained. If he added them all together, he currently had 52 copper monster cores. He grinned. He had used his trait 3 times already today. Under normal circumstances, he'd have to take a long break now, but because he'd taken so much time between each use, he could simply just keep on going. The 3 consecutive times rule was more important in longer fights, where you might need to trigger an ability multiple times in a row. Max stood up and started rushing through the clearing. As he ran through the woods looking for monsters to attack, he thought about how many more monster cores he could collect that day. "Let's do this," he thought. By the time Max had used his trait for the natural maximum limit of 6 that day, he had collected 168 copper monster cores. He slouched against a tree and took in his profile. Name: Max Reinhardt. Rank: unranked. Trait: unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength: 8 agility, 8 endurance, 7 mana affinity, 7 passive skills, Kokoro warrior spirit. He grinned. His agility stat had gone up by 1 point. That made sense to him. He had been running around the forest all day. Plus, running around on floor 2 would help increase his stats further and faster because he was training in an area with greater mana density. That gave him another idea. He was full of them today, it seemed. For the rest of the afternoon, he was going to do Sakura's training regimen inside the endless forest. Max returned to the apartment that evening, sore and exhausted. He ran consecutively for over an hour in the endless forest, doing laps between the floor's 2 teleporters. After he'd finished that, he'd done 100 push-ups and sit-ups each. And after all of that, his stats had gone up. Zilch, nothing. As disappointed as he was, he decided he was going to continue this training regimen for the next 2 weeks. The plan he had devised in the library still wasn't ready for fruition yet, and part of him wondered if he even had to do such a crazy plan anymore. He had 168 copper monster cores. He should be able to rank up in no time. Max had a nice hot shower and then cooked dinner for himself and Sakura. After he'd done the dishes, he sat down with his pouch and began to drain the copper monster cores of their mana. E-rank, here I come. By the 53rd copper monster core, he'd raised his mana affinity stat by 2 points, going from 7 to 9. Only 2 more points until I rank up, he thought, eagerly getting to work on draining the next monster core. An hour later, he drained another 50 copper monster cores, and his stat hadn't budged at all. More than this, draining the cores didn't take much effort anymore, and it felt like nothing happened to his mana vessels as he drained the cores. He stopped at the 100th monster core and went to ask Sakura what the problem might be. She was tucked up in bed, her hair in a bun, her face adorned with reading glasses. She had a new paperback romance novel in her hand and a mug of chamomile tea on her bedside table. She did not look anything like one of the most deadly and powerful climbers in the city that she was. "Yes," she asked. "I've reached 9 in mana affinity," he said. "Congratulations," she said. "Did you interrupt my special reading time just to tell me that?" "No, said Max. "I managed to get lots of copper monster cores and your mana affinity isn't going any higher." "How did you know?" she shrugged. "It's just the way things work. You're so close to hitting E rank, but the final 2 points are usually the toughest. The problem is at E rank, copper monster cores won't help you at all. Your mana is already too advanced to be improved by it. Since you're practically E rank now, the copper monster cores will only do the very minimum to improve your mana affinity." Max sighed. "So all these cores I got today were for nothing. You can sell them at the market." "Not for much, but for a little," said Sakura. Max sighed. "I'm guessing that's it," she said. "So I'm going to return to my book. It's just got really good." "Aren't all romance novels the same? To someone with unrefined tastes perhaps, but not me," barked Sakura. "Now, good night." With that, Max walked away. He considered the 68 copper monster cores he still had. He definitely wasn't going to waste something he could sell by futilely draining them of their mana. It looked like he was going to have to go through with his library plan after all. For the next 2 weeks, Max went up to floor 2 and did his training method. First, he'd use up his limit of 6 traits, slaying loads of forest boars, mushroom monsters, and forest mules. He'd collect their monster cores and coins and add them to his pouch. Then, he'd spend the rest of the day doing Sakura's training regimen. After 2 weeks, he'd collected 68 copper monster cores and earned about 24 copper coins. His pouch didn't feel an ounce heavier than the day he got it. Even better was the increase to his stats. He still wasn't able to push his mana affinity beyond 9, but he was able to raise everything else. He smiled at his profile, taking it all in. Name, Max Reinhardt rank, unranked trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. Strength, 11 agility, 11 endurance, 10 mana affinity, 9 passive skills, Kokora warrior spirit. It wasn't just that the numbers had gone up either. Even without the raised stats, he objectively was faster and stronger and able to withstand more pain. It's what happened after you spent 2 weeks in the densest area of mana you'd ever been in, hunting and training all day long. He walked with a new confidence, exuding a strength and power that most normal people his age did not possess. He was slender, yet had the tight muscular tone of someone with incredible strength. Sakura had once told him that a stat of 10 in the first 3 stats was the upper limit for most humans in the Outer Rim. The only regular non-climber humans who would technically have stats above 10 were professional and Olympic-level athletes. After he left the tower that day and was back in the regular Tower Zone streets, he noticed he was catching the eye of the occasional woman watching him, drawn to him in a way he'd never experienced back in his former Outer Rim life. The first few times it happened, he looked over his shoulder, thinking these women were looking at something behind him. They just smiled at him when he did this and went about their day. Most of these women looked to be a few years older than him, and while he was certainly flattered by the attention, he had more important things to focus on. Like upgrading his equipment and cashing in on all the loot he'd accumulated while training. With his pouch full of loot, yet not weighing any more than the day he first got it, he strutted through Hawker's Alley, the main market street in the Tower Zone. The merchants of Hawker's Alley bought, sold, and traded items pertaining to climbers and the tower. He passed by stalls selling impressive-looking swords and other weaponry. There were a few stalls selling mana-infused armor and shields. There were others with an array of rare antiques and trinkets on a red velvet cloth, each item a curiosity begging to be inquired about. There was one man in front of a stall of glass bottles full of strange liquids. "Get your potions, get your poisons. We sell the rarest liquids available in the tower." Interesting, thought Max. He peered towards the man's stall to see if he sold mana potions. The merchant did indeed sell such potions, but Max's shoulders fell when he saw the price, 50 gold each, or as Max broke down the currency, 50,000 copper coins each. He sighed and continued exploring the market. The first thing he needed to do was sell his extra copper monster cores, then he'd know how much money he had to work with. He scanned the market and eventually saw a merchant who had only 3 items on display at his stall: a copper monster core, a silver monster core, and a gold monster core. Max hurried over, excitedly. "Are interested in my wares, young man?" asked the old man behind the stall. The man's skin was wrinkled and he looked over 75 years old. Max looked at the price tags at the cores and his jaw dropped as his eyes moved across the table. A copper core sold for 10 copper coins. A silver core sold for 100 gold coins. A gold core sold for 100,000 gold coins. "Monster cores ain't cheap," said the merchant. "But why are copper cores so much cheaper compared to the rest?" asked Max. "Copper cores are common," said the man. "Plus, they only really help a climber reach 9 in mana affinity, whereas a silver monster core will help a climber up to 29. It's a lot more useful and more uncommon as well." Max nodded. That made sense to him. "Why would anyone buy a copper monster core then?" asked Max. "Most climbers aren't interested in buying them, except for the keen young students who haven't had their year at the Climber Academy yet. Outside of them, though, it's mostly businesses who use copper monster cores to power their factories and equipment." Max nodded. That explained why there were plenty of non-climbers here in the market street. In fact, a mana-infused sword might be even more valuable to a mob enforcer than a climber who could rely on their trait in combat. Max was also happy to hear that copper monster cores weren't completely useless then. There was indeed a market for them, it just wasn't climbers. He felt a lot less worried now about his next question. "Do you buy copper monster cores?" "Of course," said the merchant. "I buy them for 4 coppers apiece." Max nodded. "Okay, well, I got 3068 copper monster cores, and I'd be willing to sell them to you at 5 coppers apiece." The merchant's jaw dropped. "You insolent young man," said the merchant. "I'm offering you a fair deal already." Max grinned. "Maybe, but so am I if I sell them to you at 5 copper coins. You're still selling them at double the price. Plus, I bet those companies who use copper monster cores for fuel want them in large quantities. I'm saving you a lot of trouble by bringing you so many all at once. For that, I think I deserve a premium, don't you?" The merchant narrowed his eyes. Max had outmaneuvered him, and there was nothing he could do about it but accept the deal. "Fine," said the man. 3068 copper cores at 5 coppers apiece is 15,340 copper coins. So to make things simple, you'll receive 15 gold coins, 3 silver coins, and 40 copper coins for your trouble." "Deal, deal," said Max. Max unloaded his monster cores in the back of the merchant's stall, filling the area briefly with a mound of cores, until the merchant himself vacuumed it all up into his own pouch. He handed Max the agreed-upon money and thanked him for the trade. "Oh, one last question," asked Max. "What's the exchange rate between Tower Zone currency and the US dollar used in the Outer Rim?" The merchant snickered. "You boy ask the craziest questions. Thinking about taking a trip, are you? There's no official exchange rate as the two currencies aren't meant to mix. However, there are certain merchants, not me, mind you, who make deals in that area. It's my understanding that 1 Tower Zone copper coin is roughly equal to 1 US dollar. Max couldn't believe it. He now had 22,364 copper coins in his pouch, or, according to the merchant, $22,364. He'd earned that after 2 weeks of training. He ran the math in his head and realized he could be making a high 6-figure salary if he just kept doing what he was doing. It would become super boring and tedious after a while, but it was a pretty insane amount of money for a 16-year-old boy like him to be making. It was an insane amount of money for anyone to be making. This was another reason why being a climber was such a coveted position in society. It offered opportunities for vast sums of wealth, and this was only after Max had visited the floor above this one. For those climbers who went even further, the riches became even more beyond belief. No wonder Sakura's apartment was so nice, despite how untidy it was. But as Max thought this all over, he suddenly had another question. "Wait," said Max. "Yes," said the merchant, growing increasingly annoyed with Max's incessant questioning. "What's to stop wealthy families from just buying powerful monster cores and becoming incredibly powerful super fast?" The man laughed. "Well, for one thing, there are laws against such practices in the Tower Zone, especially when it comes to unranked and student climbers. It's a severe enough rule to get someone barred from becoming a climber. The rule was put in place because it makes the testing phase of the Climber Academy more complicated and stacked in the favor of wealthy and powerful families, which then creates a problem in finding the best-suited young climbers for the job." Max nodded. That made sense. But that doesn't seem like enough of a reason to stop the rich and the powerful, does it?" smiled the merchant. "You're right. The other reason why it's not allowed is that it's incredibly dangerous. Draining mana from a high-ranked core can potentially kill you. It works the same way as tower sickness, overwhelming your body and atrophying your bones and blood vessels from the inside out. But what if the rich and powerful just gradually increased the monster cores and raised their mana affinity bit by bit?" Max nodded. That's exactly what he was going to ask. That creates a new problem for the theoretical climber. If your mana affinity is significantly higher than any of your other stats, you can develop hostile mana disease, sometimes referred to as HMS. Essentially, it's the tower's system of monitoring that you don't focus on one stat above all else. To use an extreme example, someone who has a mana affinity of 100 but only a 10 stat in endurance, strength, and agility would die from HMS. "But I thought mana affinity represented one's ability to withstand and control mana," asked Max. "That is true, but only to a point," said the merchant. Mana affinity also represents one's internal mana, which increases at the same time as the stat does. A young kid with E-rank stats in everything else, but S-rank level mana affinity is simply untenable. The kid would die from his own internal mana burning through his own body. And because there's Tower Zone rules about who can climb to what floor of the tower, that feasibly puts a cap on wealthy families' ability to strengthen their offspring to get ahead of the curve, said Max, finishing the old man's thoughts for him. "Precisely," said the merchant, "but you'll see those rules are harder to enforce once a climber gets to E-rank or D-rank. As more floors open up to them and they can train their stats higher, they then begin to gain an edge over everyone else, but it's a less oppressive edge than it would be otherwise." "But at that point," said Max, "couldn't they buy gold monster cores and other higher-ranked monster cores?" The man smiled. "True, except there's one problem there. Gold monster cores are much rarer than copper or silver monster cores. Even more rare are ruby and diamond monster cores. Climbers who get their hands on such cores rarely sell them to merchants like me. So theoretically, I see your point, but in practice, only those actually powerful enough to slay gold-ranked monster cores have gold-ranked monster cores." Max nodded. "All right, that's enough questions," said the merchant. "Scram." Max thanked the man once more and turned back to the throng of the market. Everything the merchant had explained was fascinating to Max. It just hammered home just how powerful his trait was. All the rules in the Tower Zone were set up to make sure young climbers didn't get too powerful too quickly. Perhaps This was a safety precaution, he wasn't sure. But his ability allowed him to sidestep so many of the buffers that were holding him back. He could wield abilities far more powerful than his, so he could slay more powerful monsters, or in the case of the last 2 weeks, weaker monsters, but in far greater numbers than the average student climber could ever hope to achieve. Up until now, Max had been playing catch-up, but now he was close to taking the lead and getting ahead of everyone else. He eventually passed a storefront that was carrying the merchandise he was hoping to find. The store looked like a jewelry shop with glass cases and specialty items placed over black velvet surfaces. But it wasn't jewelry. The items on display were elemental stones like the one Samuel Archer had used against him in his preliminary test. "May I help you with anything?" A tall man with a twirly mustache in a suit stood behind the glass case. "I'm looking for a special type of elemental stone, one infused with light magic." "Exquisite taste," said the man. "I can sell you such a stone for 800 gold coins." Max's shoulders slumped. This market was sending him on an emotional roller coaster. One minute he was richer than he ever had been before, the next, he still couldn't afford anything he wanted. "Ah," said the man, "out of your price range, I see. Well, we sell more than magically infused stones." The man bent down and grabbed a new item to show Max. It was the last thing he was expecting to see in a place that looked like a jewelry shop. It was a cardboard box with 6 loose grenades inside. "These grenades have light-infused magic in them," said the man. "I can sell you all 6 for how does 2 gold sound?" "That's a lot cheaper than the stone," said Max. "Quite," said the man. "But the stone is a priceless artifact that can be used an infinite amount of times, whereas this is a mere 6 chances." "You're right," said Max. "I'll buy them for 1 gold. "Then you can go somewhere else," said the man. "And if you leave here and come back, the price will be double." Max sighed. 2 gold actually wasn't that much in the scheme of things, considering how much he now had. "Deal," he said. They exchanged the goods and Max thanked the man and then left the shop. He then purchased a few more items of less value from the market, a basic knife and compass. After those purchases, he started to head home. He had everything he needed now to enact his plan. The next day, Max woke up bright and early and headed straight for the Climbers Guild. He was one of the first to arrive, passing through the gates and clearance, making his way to the tower. "Happy training," said the final clerk. Max smiled and continued on his way, striding forward. He was determined more than ever. Today he was going to hit E rank. He just knew it in his heart. He walked through the shadowy entrance of the tower, past the fountain where people unlocked their profile, and headed for the teleporter. He stood in the bright illumination of the teleporter and thought to himself, ascend to the next floor. 10 minutes after Max had passed through the final checkpoint, a group of 5 men materialized at the Endless Forest's departure teleporter. They had arrived from many floors higher up in the tower. The 5 of them all wore red bomber jackets and aviator sunglasses. One of the defense climbers stationed in front of the teleporter pretended he didn't recognize the 5 men, but they could all tell he knew who they were. The Reckless Brothers. They were 5 mercenary rogue climbers originally from Zesturis who'd been wanted by the authorities for years. The men ignored the 2 defense climbers upon their arrival. "It's been a long time since I've been on a floor so close to the bottom," said one of them. "Ain't that right, big bro?" "Correct," said the oldest of the 5 men and the clear leader of the group. The man's name was Eli. "This should be a piece of cake then," said Eli's younger brother. "Just remember what we're here to do," said Eli. "The boss said to remove the kid by any means necessary." A few of them chuckled. "In the confines of this floor," said one of them, "that should be easy." Then one of the brothers turned to the defense climbers. "What about these 2? They might alert others." "Agreed," said Eli. "Do as you wish." The 2 defense climbers were dead within seconds. One died in flames, while another was ripped in half by a large pointed stone jutting out of the ground. "First stop is the arrival teleporter," said Eli. "Let's roll." They found another pair of defense climbers at the arrival teleporter. "All done for the day?" greeted one of the defense climbers. He had a big nose, this kid. His partner had freckles. Eli took in their metal pin badges, copper with a big fat E etched into it. They were E-rankers, probably newly graduated defense climbers. Weaklings as far as Eli was concerned. "Did a red-headed kid come through here just now?" asked Eli. "You see which way he went?" Big Nose gulped. "It's against protocol to answer that. Do you have any reason for needing to know which way he went?" "Yeah," said Eli. "He's in trouble. We've been sent to help him." "Do you have an authorized letter of some kind?" said Freckles. Eli smiled and looked to his brothers. "Do you know who we are?" Both Freckles and Big Nose shook their heads. "Maybe you don't know us by our faces," said Eli, "but you probably know us by name." "Does the name the Reckless Brothers mean anything to you?" Both Big Nose and Freckles instantly went pale. The Reckless Brothers were infamous. They were wanted across multiple floors by different powerful groups. 4 of them were D-rank, while the oldest brother, Eli, was C-rank. "Sorry," said Big Nose. "You'll need to get authorization still." Eli's brother Kendrick snapped his fingers, and Big Nose's colleague Frederick was suddenly covered in flames. Freckles screamed as he was burning alive. Soon enough, Freckles was a dead crisp on the ground. "Is that enough authorization to tell us now?" asked Eli. Big Nose shivered and trembled. Snot leaked out of his large nostrils. He lifted up his hand and pointed north. "Huh," thought Eli. There was nothing but dead space up that way. No one went that way in the endless forest. "You promise me you're telling the truth?" said Eli. The shivering defense climber nodded his head. "Because you know we'll kill you like your friend, Freckles, here if it turns out you've been lying." The defense climber nodded. "I'm not lying," he said. "Good, I believe you," smiled Eli. He then turned to his brother Kendrick and gave him the go-ahead. Just like he had done before, Kendrick wielded his Firebringer trait and set Big Nose aflame. "Well, I'm sure this will galvanize a whole new realm of bounty hunters coming after us," said Patrick, the middle reckless brother. The boy screamed as the flames blackened and roasted his skin. "Was this really necessary?" "Stop arguing," said Eli. "We'll make it look like the kid did it all once we are done. Come on, let's get moving." With that, the reckless brothers headed north into the endless forest. Max sprinted through the endless forest. He held up his compass in one hand and held a knife in the other. He was heading north in a direction he'd never gone before. He passed by a tree with a Z mark on it. The instructor at the academy had explained to them that this specific type of mark meant there were no more signs beyond that point. In other words, Max was entering unexplored territory. What Max had learned during his research in the library was that in the history of the endless forest, once climbers had found the departure teleporter, they pretty much stopped caring about the floor. The earliest tower climbers were more preoccupied with the pursuit of going higher and higher into the tower. The endless forest did not promise riches or adventure, so it was quickly left behind, unexplored. Max was about to exploit that fact. As he rushed past the Z mark, he held out his knife, chipping away at the trees as he rushed by, leaving himself a trail on how to get back from where he was going. He kept an eye on his compass and sprinted forward. He was running fast, but after all of his training over the last 2.5 months, he could keep the pace easily. The forest began to blur together. Words from his library research came back to him. People mistake the endless forest for being monotonous, but it's precisely those small breaks in the monotony that are the floor's own natural signs of the changing landscape and unknown opportunities. So far it all looked the same, but Max knew what he was looking for. He still had a while to go. He picked up his running pace. Eli and his brothers had been running north for at least 20 minutes. The forest all looked the same, and they had been heading this way so far with no sign from the kid. "Stop!" shouted Patrick. They all came to a halt. Eli turned back to the middle brother, annoyed. "What is it? How do we know we're going the right way?" he asked. They'd been running this way on the blind faith that Big Nose had been telling the truth, but what if he hadn't? "How deep into the forest are we prepared to go?" asked the middle brother, raising a good point. "We don't have food or supplies, and if we get lost out here, there's the potential we never get back." Kendrick laughed at that. "Can you imagine dying on floor 2? After all we've done, it would be a truly pathetic death. I'd rather die in the tower zone at the hands of a traitless. Even that would be mildly less pathetic." Eli looked around as his brothers bickered. He then spotted something. He held up his hand, a signal that his brothers knew meant to shut the heck up. He walked over to a tree and found a fresh cut in the tree by a knife. The kid was leaving a trail so he doesn't get lost, Eli surmised. But where the heck was he going? Max rushed through the woods. He held his compass in one hand and slashed at the trees in another. He had to keep running until the monotony of the forest broke, then he would know he was getting close. The woodlands all looked the same, and then suddenly they didn't. Max slid to a halt. Just ahead of him, the monotony of the forest came to an end. A large, open cave stood in front of him. It was the first and only cave he'd ever seen during his time in the endless forest. None of his research had mentioned a cave. None of the climbers he'd spoken to had mentioned a cave. As far as he knew, he might be the first climber to have ever discovered this place, which was exactly what he was hoping for. Max took a hesitant step into the shadows of the cave. A fallen leaf crackled beneath his boots as he stepped deeper into the darkness. Rustle, Max's shoulders jumped, and he instantly took on a fighting stance. Here we go, he thought, monsters, but then nothing happened. Nothing appeared out of the darkness. Max blinked and sighed with relief. What happened? He took another step forward and saw what had created the noise. A skull. It had rolled over. On the one hand, there was nothing to worry about. No immediate threat, thought Max, but then looked at another way. How many climbers had discovered this place and were unable to survive to let anyone know about it? And why exactly were they not able to survive? Starvation? Thirst? Or was it something that resided deeper inside this cave, something that killed them? Max took another step into the darkness. He kept moving forward until the light from the forest outside was only a faint glimmer in the distance. "What's this, visitor?" said a voice from deeper in the darkness. "It's been so long since my last kill. Thank you, young man. Please, come closer." Eli suddenly came to a halt. His brothers all quickly stopped behind him. "What the heck is that?" asked Patrick. Eli stared at the cave. It was very strange. As far as he knew, there were no caves in the endless forest, or at least he'd never heard of any. Fiery sparks flickered off of Kendrick's fingers. "Shall we follow him in?" asked the brother, eagerly. Eli shook his head. "A unique monster must live in there," said Eli. "It's the only explanation why there's a cave in this forest that's supposed to be trees for all eternity." "So what are you proposing?" said Patrick. "We'll wait here for it to kill the foolish boy. If by some miracle he survives, we'll take him out and steal his unique monster core when he returns weakened and exhausted." 50 As Max stepped deeper into the darkness, he began to make out the shape of the creature that was speaking to him. The creature had glowing red eyes and a set of nightmarish teeth. "Yes, come closer," said the monster. Max wasn't sure the exact details of what kind of monster it was, but his research at the library had led him to suspect there was some sort of shadow-based monster that lurked in the furthest outskirts of the endless forest. The information had been murky beyond that. He would have to make his move soon. Too bad the shadow monster didn't waste any time. Black shadowy projectiles shot through the darkness towards Max. He leapt out of the way. He was pretty sure this monster was at D-rank strength with a silver monster core at its heart. It had the power to kill Max if he wasn't careful. In fact, it had the power to kill him even if he was careful. The shadow projectiles smashed into the side of the cave. Max quickly got back up to his feet. He looked around frantically and saw that the shadow monster had disappeared. Its face reappeared in the darkness at the other end of the cave. Max tensed. "I guess I don't have to kill you straight away. It is nice to have company, I suppose." The monster flickered all around the cave. Max couldn't keep up with the monster's movements. It was moving too fast. It was teleporting through the darkness. The creature was purposely putting Max on edge. Toying with him, raising his level of panic and sense of alertness, but not in a good way. The panic, the rapid beating of his heart, those were all things putting pressure on his ability to think rationally in a stressful moment. The monster was trying to force Max into a mistake. He took a deep breath. He needed to be ready to dodge an attack, but otherwise, he wasn't going to let the monster's manic movements get to him. He pulled out a grenade from his pouch. A quote from his research emerged in his head. "There are legends of a shadowy monster that lurks in the fringes of this low-level floor, but no confirmed sighting exists outside of rumor and hearsay." "You know," said Max, speaking directly to the monster, "you're pretty smug for a guy who is fighting an unknown opponent." "Unlike you, though, I came prepared." He whipped one of the light-infused grenades at the shadow demon. The grenade exploded in the cave. A huge blast of light shot out. "You, damn human," hissed the shadow monster. Max had expected the force of the grenade to shoot him back, but the explosion was all light-infused magic. From what he'd read up on the subject in the library, light-infused magic was one of the weakest elemental forces to utilize, unless fighting against shadow-based opponents. The shadow monster blinked to a different corner of the cave, hiding behind a rock, dodging the luminescent burst of light magic. "You damn human," hissed the monster again. "How dare you come here with such awful light magic?" Max had clearly hit the monster's weakness. He had 5 more grenades left. He had to make them count, as they were his only way of defeating this creature. The shadow creature suddenly started cackling with laughter. Max wasted no time and threw another light, magic-infused grenade at the spot where the monster was hiding. Boom! Max raised his arm in front of his face to block out the bright light. The light dissipated, and the cave became shrouded in shadow and darkness once more. "Ha ha ha ha!" The shadow monster cackled with laughter. The monster's face appeared in the darkness. Its face then slithered along the shadows of the room. It wasn't teleporting, but it could move almost at lightning speed so long as there was connecting shadowy tissue. Max tried to keep track of the monster, but he couldn't. "Try and track me now, foolish boy." A blade of shadow shot forth from the pools of darkness. Max jumped away. Arg! The attack had cut his leg. Sayonara to his earthquake spell. Not that that was a huge deal. Sure, he could maybe destroy the whole cave, but this monster lived in shadow and darkness. It wasn't slain the same way you'd slay a troll or an ogre. The shadowy face flickered all across the cave, laughing. "You won't beat me, foolish human," said the shadow monster. The demonic creature had returned to its torture dance, keeping a cautious distance as it slowly whittled away at Max's sanity. Max quickly got back up to his feet. "Screw you," he said, gritting his teeth. Max readied another light grenade in his hand. "You won't beat me with your foolish trinkets, boy," hissed the monster. He only had 4 more shots to beat this thing. He thought back to his research at the library. He must be forgetting something. Shadow creature, it never leaves its cave. Max paused. It never leaves its cave, that's it. There must be a way to use the cave against it somehow. A cave was a limited space, so why was he being so cautious? Screw it, he thought. I got nothing to lose now. Burst. The shadow monster had flickered and reappeared all around Max, engulfing his entire body. Max flailed his arms around, not sure what to do. "How the heck did you remove a shadow covering you? Give up, boy. It's time I devoured you and your soul," hissed the monster. The monster's words echoed all around him. Stick to the plan, Max thought. He let go of the grenade in his hand and let it explode right in front of him. Escape this jerk! Max started firing off the remaining grenades, throwing them in all directions. He just wanted the whole cave to be filled with light magic. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades shot off and filled the cave with light. The shadow monster appeared in the bright light. Smoke emanated off it as if its shadowy body was burning. "Damn you, human," hissed the monster. Max had effectively used the cave against the monster, lighting the whole place up. There was nowhere it could escape to once he had done that. "Ugh," groaned the monster as the light magic surrounding it burned it to death. "That's right," said Max triumphantly. "I thought this place could use better lighting." "Ugh," groaned the shadow monster. The light from the grenades dissipated, but the shadow monster was already dead. Its body turned silver, and it morphed into a glowing silver monster core at the bottom. "There it is," thought Max. He rushed towards the monster core and picked it up. This orb. It was the reason he'd gone through all this trouble. It also looked slightly different than he expected. It was silver, just like the one he'd seen at the Monster Core merchant stall in Hawker's Alley, but this core had an extra glowing sheen around it. It was a translucent, slightly rainbow color, like a puddle of gasoline in rainwater in an alleyway. It was mesmerizing to look at. Max wasn't going to wait to get back to the apartment. No, he was going to drain this core of its mana right now. He let mana leak out of his fingers and filled the monster core, creating a mana bridge. He then began to pull the monster's mana out of the core and into his own body. Right as he finished draining the core, he felt his hair shoot up. He fell onto the ground as an intense sensation, both painful and delightful, rushed through his entire body, almost as if he was having a seizure of some kind. And then seconds later, the feeling was gone and Max was simply lying face down in the dirt. What the heck happened? He clenched his fingers in the dirt and then rolled over so that he was staring at the ceiling of the cave. But he wasn't seeing the ceiling of the cave. He was seeing a message in his retina. "Congratulations. You have reached a new rank. Your trait has evolved." "What does that mean?" Max quickly brought up his profile. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E-trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare strength, 11 agility, 11 endurance, 10 mana affinity, 11 passive skills, Kokoro, warrior spirit. Max grinned at his profile. He'd done it. He'd reached E rank. Even more excitingly, his trait had evolved. Now not only could he hit somebody back with their same ability at twice the power, but he could choose to keep a power he really liked for later without losing it on the likely chance that he was accidentally hit with a different ability before then. There was a new message waiting for him in his retina as well. Alert. Would you like to insert Shadow Blade into your extra ability slot? What's this? He recalled that attack he'd nearly dodged from the shadow monster. A blade of shadow had emerged and cut his leg. So that ability must be in the current normal mimic slot, and he now had the option to hold onto it semi-permanently if he wanted to. The ability to summon shadow blades sounded super badass and cool, but it would be maybe slightly redundant if he ever was able to trigger Sakura's slice ability again. Plus, it was just a purely offensive move which were frequent amongst climbers, whereas Shadow Blink had a lot more situational value. The ability to hop around a battle location would offer incredible strategic and tactical advantages, regardless of what other ability he was currently wielding. In fact, the ability to teleport would only ever enhance another ability he had, unlike Shadow Blades, which would just be another offensive option. The decision was easy. He was going to keep Shadow Blink and hold onto Shadow Blade until something better came along, or he was forced to change it due to whatever circumstances came up. He got to his feet. He couldn't wait to tell Sakura he had reached E rank, and not only that, he had done it without breaking any rules or laws of the Tower Zone. He walked towards the entrance of the cave, full of satisfaction. He then stopped halfway towards the exit. There was a group of men waiting outside. It was far too great a coincidence that a group of men came to the exact same unexplored spot of the endless forest on the same day he had. No, they must have followed him here. But why? They must have followed him here. Max could only think of one reason. They'd been hired by whoever had assigned that guy to attack him on the night of the October monster wave. This was an ambush, and these guys were here to kill him. Eli waited cautiously near the entrance to the cave. His brothers were getting bored and irritated. They wanted to rush into the dark cavern. "When is this kid coming out?" moaned Kendrick. "I think he's dead," said Patrick. "We should go in and confirm so we can stop waiting and go home." Eli considered all the noises they'd heard coming from inside that cave. There had been a powerful monster in there, and regardless of what the outcome was, the kid had clearly put up a good fight. It might be worth going in there to finish off what the kid started and collect the unique monster core. It might not do him much good as a C-ranked climber, but it would net a good amount of coins with a merchant. "It's been over 10 minutes since we last heard anything," said Kendrick. "Is it possible there's another exit out of this cave?" "Nope," said Eli. "There he is." The figure of the boy emerged at the entrance of the cave. "Come on out, kid," said Kendrick. "There's no point in hiding. We'll come in there and kill you if we have to. Just like we killed the defense climbers at the front of the teleporter." The boy didn't move. "All right, Eli," said Kendrick. "Make the call. I say we all go in and crush this kid." Eli sighed. "You guys win. I'm tired of waiting too. Let's go." Eli and his 5 brothers walked into the cave. Thunder crackled around his fingertips. He looked forward to finishing this job, killing this kid. "Which element was going to win today?" said Kendrick. "My vote is fire." "You always vote fire," said Patrick. "I don't see my trait working out too well here." "Waterbringers suck," said Kendrick. The Reckless brothers' traits all revolved around the different elements: air, water, earth, fire, and thunder. Every fight they had was a competition to see which element would come out on top. The kid ran deeper into the cave. Eli snickered. He didn't understand why the kid was running. When he had come to the entrance, he'd proved to them there was no other exit. Max's heart raced as he hid in the shadows. The footsteps of the 5 men got louder and louder. "Come on out, little boy," said a creepy, menacing voice. The voice held more venom than even the shadow monster he'd just fought. "Don't try and escape us, kid," said a different voice. "Because you won't. Even if you do, you don't. You get what I'm saying, kid? You escape us here, we come find you somewhere else." Max thought about how he was always running away and hiding from those stronger than him. That was what he used to do at school with his bully Seth. Same with Mr. Grimes at the orphanage. He was always hiding, never standing up, and he hated himself for that. The voice echoing through the cave continued. "If we can't find you, we go and take that little bring a friend of yours and make sure you come to us. We're professionals, kid. We'll torture everyone you love until you come out of hiding." The man had gone too far. He was threatening those he loved, yet he was still hiding, still running away. He was always running, always hiding, not anymore. "Give up the chase, kid, and let us do our slice," Kendrick asked Eli. They were suddenly deep enough in the cave that it was mostly shadowy darkness. Eli couldn't see his brother. He couldn't understand why he'd suddenly stopped talking. "Slice, Urkel." Kendrick collapsed on the ground, dead. "He's attacking," shouted Eli. "Everyone be on your guard." Eli triggered his trait, casting a blast of lighting through the cave. He wanted to get a better view. The kid must be hiding in plain sight if he was able to sneak up on Kendrick. But even as the purple lightning filled the cave, he couldn't see anything. "Where the heck was the kid?" "He's over there," shouted Patrick. The feeling in the cave was of such high-strung panic they all triggered their traits at once. Earth, lightning, and air magic filled the cavern. The whole place trembled. "You idiot," said Patrick. "Don't cast earthquake in here." But it was too late. The cave was trembling and beginning to collapse in on itself. Dirt and rocks were falling from the ceiling. "We gotta get out of here," shouted Eli. They ran towards the exit as the rocks collapsed in on them. Eli led the way, but they weren't going to make it. The last thing Eli saw before the rocks of the cave crushed him to death was the kid, waiting at the entrance, arms crossed in satisfied triumph. Max rushed back through the forest as fast as he could. He kept an eye on the knife slashes in the trees he had left for himself to help him get back. They said they'd killed the defense climbers at the arrival teleporter. Please don't be true, thought Max as he hurried back. When he got back to the teleporter, there was a whole group of defense climbers examining the area. Sakura was there, and she turned around and caught Max's eyes before rushing over and hugging him. "I was so worried," she said. "After there was a report of a double homicide on floor 2, after the Reckless brothers had appeared, my mind raced." "I'm so happy you're okay. Did you see the Reckless brothers?" Max let go of Sakura's embrace and nodded his head. "You won't find them," he said. "What do you mean?" she said. Max didn't even know where to begin. So he started from the very beginning, going to the library, devising a plan, getting the proper equipment, fighting the shadow monster, the ambush attack, and finally, how he played the Reckless brothers off of each other with his new shadow blink ability, so that they ended up burying themselves in the cave. "I don't think they survived the cave's collapse," he said, finally. Sakura sighed after Max told her everything. "That's quite the story," she said. "You must be exhausted. I'm going to have to pass this on to the other climbers dealing with this incident. Just wait here and then we'll go home. We'll pick up food on the way." He stayed in during the November 1st monster wave, watching a film that Sakura had recommended. It was a cheesy romance film that he ended up falling asleep to. As the days passed by, Max wasn't sure what to focus on with his training next. Even though his mana affinity would allow it, the student climbers weren't allowed to go beyond the floor above them. The endless forest was, well, endless after all, so there was the possibility to mine it for more secrets. But after the event with the Reckless brothers, he had a bit of a sour taste in his mouth. He ended up returning to his training routine, the one he'd done in the build-up to his clash with the shadow monster. Without the earthquake trait, killing multiple monsters in the endless forest became a much bigger pain in the bum. That said, one cool thing about having reached E rank was that his daily limit of his trait had increased. Before ranking up, he could use his trait 3 times consecutively with a daily limit of 6 times per day. Now, however, his daily limit had grown from 6 times per day to 10 times per day. It was awesome. Even still though, without an ability that had a large area of effect, destroying multiple monsters now felt horribly inefficient. So Max stuck to just doing laps between the 2 teleporter locations and more push-ups and sit-ups within the mana-dense forest. By the end of the 2 weeks, he looked over his stats with satisfaction. Name, Max Reinhardt rank, E-trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, Rare Strength, 13 Agility, 13 Endurance, 11 Mana Affinity, 11 Passive Skills, Kokoro Warrior Spirit. Look at all those stats increasing, thought Max with satisfaction. A lot of the other student climbers, who were also training in the forest, in preparation for the midterms, thought he was crazy. He was always the first one there in the morning and the last one to leave. Now that he wasn't even fighting monsters and just training, they thought his level of determination bordered on insane. They'd never seen anything like it. Max could see their astonishment every time he jogged past them or they came by him doing push-ups in the forest. But it was all worth it, he thought. When there was only about a week and a half until the midterms, Max woke up to a text message from Casey. "Hey, how goes midterm training? Want to meet up for coffee?" Max held the phone in his hand and paused as he read over the message once more. It wasn't that odd to be hearing from her, was it? They did exchange phone numbers for this very reason. But wasn't Casey training extra diligently for the midterms as well? Could they really just hang out at a cafe all afternoon? But then again, he hadn't been very productive the last few days anyway. What was one more day of hanging out? Also, if he recalled correctly, Casey said they should hang out if either one of them stumbled across something important about the midterms. Maybe that was why she was texting him. Either way, he wasn't going to find out anything until he spoke to her. He texted her back, and they arranged a time to meet the next day. The following afternoon, they met at a cafe downtown in the heart of the Tower Zone. Casey sat in the back drinking a matcha latte. He ordered a simple black coffee and joined her at the table. "Where's Toto?" asked Max. As if it had heard its name, the girl's pet gerbil poked its head out of Casey's pocket. "SHH," said Casey, "you're not allowed pets in here." She crumbled off a bit of her biscotti and handed it to Toto as bribery to go back into hiding deep within her hoodie's pocket. The gerbil picked up the cookie crumb, which looked gigantic between its little hands, and nestled itself away out of sight. "Toto loves cookies," giggled Casey. "So do I." Max took a sip of his black coffee. He wanted to ask why she had invited him here, but he figured there was no way to straight up ask that without sounding like a total jerk. "How is your midterm training going?" Casey finally asked. Max had thought about how much he was going to tell Casey on the way here, and he figured he had nothing to hide from her. "I ranked up," he said. "You hit E rank," she gasped. "You've only been in the Tower Zone for a couple of months, and you're already at E rank." "It took me almost 2 years to get to E rank, and I'm still nowhere close to getting up to D rank. That's incredible, Max." He smiled. He was pretty pleased with himself for ranking up, but he also kept his ego in check. Casey ranked up without going up to the endless forest. No wonder it took ages. She must have had to practice mana channeling every day, maybe even save up to buy a silver monster core. It wouldn't have been easy, but then she and the rest of the students at the Climber Academy, besides him, had years to get there. He had to play catch-up and exploit any advantage he had. "Congratulations are now over though," said Casey, her eyes suddenly getting serious. "That's right, wipe that I'm the greatest look off your face, because you're not going to like what I say next." Max suddenly straightened up in his chair. "You're not going to like what I say next. What could that be about? What did she know that he did?" "Go on," said Max. Casey grinned. She took another sip of her matcha latte and dropped another biscotti crumb into her pocket for Toto. "Tell me, Max, have you only been training your stats this entire time?" Max nodded. Of course that was what he had been doing. It's what all the students were doing. How else were they going to train for the midterms? "See, that's what I was doing too," said Casey. "But then I thought about it for a second. Why did they give us so much independent study just to train?" Max grinned, picking up on where she was going. "You mean it's a test within a test?" "Exactly," she smiled. "Sure, training might help you pass the midterms, but you know what would be even more of a guarantee? Actually knowing what the midterm test was going to look like. That way you could really prepare." "Good thinking, Casey," said Max. He was slightly irritated that he hadn't thought of this himself. He'd been so focused on ranking up and gaining in power that he'd lost sight of the hidden message within the assignment of the midterms. "So we have a week until midterms," said Max. "How are we going to find out what the test is?" Casey grinned widely. "Don't worry about that," she said. "I already found out." "How did you find out?" said Max. "It was easy," she said. "I actually don't think they wanted finding out to be super difficult. The test within the test wanted to see if you were clever enough to explore researching the test itself as an option. Anyway, I just climbed a tree and used my trait to blow out some papers from one of the academy windows." "Genius," said Max. "Both Toto and I agree," she grinned, dropping another cookie crumb into her pocket. Max was seriously impressed. Casey was probably ahead of every other student right now in terms of passing the test. There was just one question he couldn't quite understand. "So why are you telling me?" he said. "We made a deal," she shrugged. "We're all technically in competition with each other, are we not?" "Yeah, but there's obviously alliances between different students. Just look at Cyrus and his goons." "Fair enough," said Max. "Plus," Casey continued, "I'm telling you so hopefully we can work together on the day of the midterms." "Sound good?" Max considered it for a second. If people were allowed to team up during the midterms, that probably meant it was better to do so than fly solo. If he was going to partner up with anyone, it was definitely going to be with Casey. Plus, she still hadn't told him exactly what the midterm exam was going to be. She was probably withholding the exact details until he agreed to partner up with her. "All right, I'll team up with you," said Max. "Yay," she said, clapping her hands. "I knew you would." "All right, now what's the exam?" asked Max. "Well, I actually don't know the exact details," murmured Casey. Max's eye twitched. He went through all that posturing, even agreeing to team up with her, and she didn't know the exact details of the exam. "All I know is the exam is going to be a survival test of some kind," said Casey. "Survival test? And that's the extent of what you know?" said Max, leaning back in his chair. He scanned the cafe once more. There was hardly anyone in here, and there certainly weren't any climbers or student climbers about. While on the face of it, knowing that the midterm exam was going to be a survival test didn't sound like much, but there were many ways they could prepare with that knowledge alone. If they'd been in the dark, they might have spent money buying extra offensive materials, but a test of survival would be different. They needed to go pick up supplies straight away. "Hello, Earth to Max," said Casey. "What's going on in there? Share your thoughts." "You're always so serious all the time." She then stuck her tongue out, and as if on cue, Toto poked his head out of her pocket and also stuck its tongue out. Max stood up. "Come on, we gotta go prepare." They headed to Hawker's Alley and the nearby adjacent streets to pick up some supplies. The market street was filled as always with the usual seedy group of merchants, criminals, and Tower Zone businessmen looking to accomplish something with the help of a little tower magic. "Everyone's leering at us," said Casey. Toto sat perched on her shoulder. "It's just the way of the market," Max explained. "They want to reel you in as a customer. Except now I don't want to look anywhere," she said. "I don't think this is a very good sales strategy if you ask me." Casey got noticeably more uncomfortable, so Max dragged her to the side near an empty storefront. They needed to think through what kind of supplies they needed. "It's a survival test," said Max, "so what we need to pick up are the most crucial survival utensils." "A rope," said Casey. "A fishing rod?" Max shook his head. "Nope," he said. "Why do most people die out in the wilderness? Starvation and thirst. Our number one priority should be getting water bottles and food." "I don't think the test will last longer than a week, do you? So we need 7 days worth of food and water each." "Ooh, you're so clever, Max," said Casey. "Next time I steal test secrets, I'm coming straight to you. I'll never have to study again." Max laughed. Casey was clever and proactive enough, more so than any of the other students, including himself, to steal information on the midterm exam, and yet she was still so lazy when it came to studying that she didn't want to work even when she practically had the answers to the test in front of her. "Oh," said Casey, just realizing something else. "What about shelter? We might need that if it's a survival test." Max nodded his head. "Yep, that's the next most important thing in terms of survival. The only issue with shelter is I'm not sure how much shelter material we'll be able to carry in our pouches." "Oh, that's a good point," said Casey. "We can still maybe get some tarpaulin." "Definitely," said Max. "Oi," came a loud voice. "You kids going to shop, or are you just going to stand there and scare away customers?" Casey yelled back. "If anyone's scaring customers, it's you, you dope." Toto looked to be shaking his tiny gerbil fist in outrage alongside Casey. The merchant grumbled and turned away. Ironically, now that they did have their shopping list figured out, Casey refused to buy anything from the heckling man's stall. By the end of their shopping spree, they'd picked up a 24-pack of plastic water bottles each, along with 22 protein bars each as well. It all fit into their pouches just fine. "What can these things not hold?" asked Casey. "This is the most basic form of pouch, and it doesn't seem to fill up." Max considered this. During his training, he'd amassed a huge amount of monster cores and coins, which didn't seem to overfill the pouch at all. He wondered whether it had less to do with weight but dimensions. Or was it only based on mana density, or a combination of all three? Or was there no feasible limit on the amount of items, but rather on each individual item's weight? He remembered talking it over with Sakura a while back. You can't use it for holding pockets of air or large amounts of water. There are some very rare and expensive pouches that do that, but I wouldn't worry about that for the time being. He wasn't going to question it so long as they were able to pack all their supplies. Casey was even able to get some tarpaulin, along with matches and firewood in her pouch as well. They were just about to leave the market when Casey grabbed Max's arm and pulled him to the side out of the way. They ducked behind a merchant selling mana-imbued ceramics. "What's going on?" asked Max. "SHH," said Casey. Look, walking through Hawker's Alley was Cyrus and his group of teenaged goons. Crap. If Cyrus saw them there, he might be able to piece together more information on the midterm exam, and the last thing either of them wanted to do was to help that conceited jerk. They quickly shuffled their remaining supplies into their pouches and remained out of sight as Cyrus and his pals walked by. Thankfully, they didn't notice either Casey or Max. As soon as they were out of sight, they hurried away from the market in the opposite direction. "Phew, that was close," said Casey. Max nodded his head in agreement. "Well, I guess that's everything. See you at the exam in a few days." Casey smiled. "Sounds good. Let's crush this stupid test." On the morning of the midterm exams, all the currently enrolled students of the Climber Academy had to meet outside the courtyard and await further instructions. The group of student climbers all huddled around the building, looking around nervously, wondering whether the exam had already begun and they hadn't realized it yet. "I hate how they always make us wait," groaned Casey. "It's like tests are stressful and no fun already. Why stretch the experience out, you know?" Toto, perched on her shoulder, seemed to be mirroring its owner with a slumped over and dejected look on its face. Max shrugged sympathetically in reply to Casey while peering around the group of students. Had the test already begun? No. This wasn't a survival test. They were just waiting. No reason to get stressed yet. "Good morning," said their instructor, appearing at the front of the courtyard with a group of 10 D-ranked climbers behind him. The group of climbers all had silver pin badges attached to their chest. "Behind me are your examiners along with myself," said the instructor. "If you follow me, we'll take you to the exam location." The students murmured and shuffled along as the instructor and the group of examiners led them to the Climbers Guild building and through the back towards the entrance of the tower. "Where do you think they're taking us?" asked Casey, walking alongside Max. "You think they've cordoned off a specific area of the endless forest?" Max shook his head. "I have no idea, but I'm starting to understand your complaints about all the waiting. The suspense is killing me." So far, student climbers weren't allowed to go beyond the floor above them, so if the test did take place on an even higher floor, they would all be entering completely foreign and unknown territory. "They all look so nervous," said one of the D-rank examiners as they stood in front of the teleporter and let the students go up to the next floor first. "Wouldn't you be?" said another. "During our year, more than half of the class failed the midterms and thereby lost their place at the academy." Max gulped. "They're doing this to scare us," thought Max. "They're trying to make us panic. When the actual exam commences, they want our composure to be down straight away. Max took a deep breath. I can't let that happen, he thought to himself. I need to stay focused. Max walked into the teleporter and ascended to the floor above. He blinked and he was in the endless forest along with the rest of the class, including the instructor. The other examiners followed suit, appearing one by one in the forest floor. 2 E-rankers, not part of the exam, stood by the teleporter. These were the climbers who'd replaced the other 2 who the reckless brothers had killed. Max felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. Those 2 innocent climbers were hurt because the reckless brothers had been coming after him. He clenched his fist and felt no remorse for the deaths that had come to that family. All here, said their instructor, taking a drag of his cigarette. Okay, follow me then. They moved through the forest as a group, and it became clear where they were going pretty quickly. They'd taken this route before. The signs carved into the trees also told them where they were going. They were heading for the departure teleporter. The midterm exam wasn't being conducted on this floor, but on one of the floors above. Max's realization slowly began to dawn on the other student climbers as they traversed further into the endless forest towards the floor's departure teleporter. Different groups of students whispered and spoke in hushed tones, sharing the information they were picking up on. Max felt a nudge in his ribs. It was Casey. She covered her mouth with her hand as she spoke. Don't tell anyone, but I think we're going to another floor. No shit, Sherlock, grinned Max. She blinked before going red in the face. If you had figured it out, why hadn't you told me? SHH, said Max, not wanting any of their competition to hear them on the off chance that they'd still not figured it out. I didn't think knowing mattered. At least, not presently. What do you know about the floors above? Casey's face paled. That demons live there and other societies of races, similar to humans, but different and sometimes much more powerful. The higher you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Do you think they'll just send us to a floor and tell us to survive? Max shuddered. I hope they give us more direction than that, but if that is what happens, we've done all the preparation we could have. We'll just have to roll with the punches. Max gulped. He wasn't just trying to convince Casey when he spoke, but convince himself as well. Another floor in the tower meant a whole new environment with new monsters and new obstacles. But what more could they have done? They'd bought survival supplies, and Max had even trained so hard that he had ranked up and gained a new ability. He took another deep breath and thought consciously about how much they had prepared for this. When he thought about that, he became less agitated. That was the whole point of this preamble to the exam area, to put their backs up and not necessarily in a good way. The examiners stopped when they arrived at the departure teleporter. All right, class, said the instructor. We've been through this before. It's the exact same thing every time. Stand in the light and think to yourself. Ascend to the next floor. The students all shuffled and hesitated, no one volunteering to be the first to ascend to a part of the tower they hadn't been to before. What if there's monsters right in front of the teleporter that I can't handle? Said one student. An examiner snapped. If you're scared of such a possibility, then you might as well give up now. The tower and its different floors is a very dangerous place. If you're scared about being chaperoned for an exam in here, there's no way you'll be able to survive against higher-ranked monsters or withstand the pressure of a multi-floor conflict. The student who spoke nodded his head and whimpered an apology at an almost indecipherably low volume. Max was more intrigued by a different part of what the examiner had said, multi-floor conflict. He knew that some floors were large enough to contain whole worlds, some bigger than Earth even. Did these different floors actually have diplomatic relationships with one another? So much so that sometimes relationships fell apart and they went to war with each other. What was the scale of a multi-floor conflict? Max didn't even want to think about it. It seemed so massive. He sighed. Every time he thought he was beginning to understand the tower and its machinations, He quickly realized how little he still knew about the mysterious spire and all of the worlds and people it housed. Max shook his head. He could think about all that later. He needed to stay focused on the exam, and he knew exactly how to do that. He raised his hand and walked to the front of the group of students. "I'll go up first," he said, grinning at the examiners. "Gladly." The instructor snickered at this boldness, but then gestured with his hands that Max should step forward and put his money where his mouth was. Max gulped and walked into the center of the light and thought to himself, "Ascend to the next floor." Before Max even opened his eyes, he smelled sand and salt water. After the strange feeling of going through the teleporter, Max took in the new floor. He was in a sandy tropical island. Palm trees stood around him, the sky was a bright blue, and through the shrubbery he could see an ocean. "Ah!" Max turned around, and it was Casey who emerged next from the teleporter. She blinked, and once seeing it was safe, put her hands on her hips. "I couldn't let you show me up like that," she said, sticking out her tongue. "We're a team, remember?" Max smiled. "Of course. Where are we anyway?" said Casey, looking around. "Maybe the exam is actually a beach holiday." "I read a book once about the importance of taking breaks, and it said that a lot of people don't know how to relax, so maybe the midterm exam is actually a test about how good we are at relaxing." Max narrowed his eyes. That's the most outrageous thing he'd ever heard. "Yeah, maybe," he said, continuing to look around. Behind the teleporter was a large wooden building with the Tower Zone Climber seal on it. There were a few climbers with copper and silver badges pinned to their chests. This must be a Zestiris climber outpost of some kind. He didn't have time to ponder it as the area filled up with the rest of the students and then the examiners as well. "Welcome to the next floor," said the instructor. "The archipelagos." The instructor and examiners led them through the jungle towards the beach area. This floor is similar to the endless forest in that it is a monoclimate zone with a similar temperature and topography throughout its entire known area. As you can see, since there is no tower in sight, this is another wild floor. "But what about that outpost?" said Max, pointing back through the jungle to where they came. "Zestiris has climber outposts on most floors. Just because a floor is wild doesn't mean that a minority of people won't live there, but I would put emphasis on minority. Not many people choose to live a life of hardship with 24-hour monster spawn cycles." Max nodded and didn't ask the instructor any more questions. Along the beach was a dock full of moored boats. There were little fishing boats and even larger frigates. They all had the Zestiris climber seal on them. "Unlike the endless forest," said the instructor, "the distance between the arrival teleporter and departure teleporter is vast. This world is an oceanic floor full of islands with a variety of different species of monsters. It may be only one floor above the endless forest, but it is 10 times more dangerous." The group of students looked around in awe. The place was so majestic and beautiful. It was hard to believe it was as dangerous a floor as their instructor was describing. The instructor and the examiners led them to a big boat. It was already moored and had a plank set up for all the students to use to walk aboard. The students nervously followed onto the deck of the ship. It had been over an hour since they'd met up in front of the academy courtyard, and the exams still hadn't yet begun. How much further did they have to go until the exam actually started? Once everyone was aboard the boat, a group of climber seamen unmoored the ship. They began to move further into the vast blue oceanic world until the island they started on became a mere speck in the distance. The students huddled together in different groups based on friendships and alliances. Max and Casey stood at the back of the deck by themselves. "Can we eat one of our protein bars yet?" she asked Max. Max shook his head. "No, it's not even lunchtime. Let's hold off until we understand the exam more." The island they'd started on was completely out of sight now. There were a few different islands within view, though. They must be taking us to a special island, said Max. If the test was going to take place in the ocean, we would have stopped by now. Casey nodded and looked over to the instructor, huddled with the examiners at the front of the boat. They must have been discussing the exam arrangements. The other students were trying to listen in, but they seemed to be struggling. Maybe one of the examiners had some kind of trait with a deflecting ability. Either way, the mood on the boat was growing tenser by the minute. An island in the distance began to get closer and closer. The instructor turned around and faced the students on the main deck of the boat. "Listen up," said the instructor. "We'll be reaching the island where the exam will be held in a few minutes. Further instructions on the nature of the midterm will be given upon landing." The group of students audibly groaned as the delay to the test continued. "They'll give us the instructions at the island," mused Casey aloud. "What do you think, Toto? Don't you want my advice?" said Max. Casey and Toto looked at him unimpressed. "Toto has some great ideas sometimes," said Casey. "He does. You're just not as in touch with nature as I am," said Casey, crossing her arms. She then muttered, "But if you did have some ideas, now would be a good time to share them." Max considered what they knew so far. It was going to be a survival test, and it was going to be held on the approaching island. "Whatever the rules are," said Max, "there will probably be a flurry of activity right at the start. We'll have an advantage if we know what we want to do before we even land." "Great thinking, Max," said Casey, turning to Toto, who nodded. Toto thinks so as well. The island was approaching. They'd dock in about 5 minutes. They didn't have long to sketch out a quick plan. Max pointed to some cliffs near the interior of the island. "The island has a summit. If we head there and get there first, we'll have a height advantage over everyone. As soon as we learn the instructions, we should head that way without delay." Casey nodded. With the semblance of a plan formed, all they had to do now is wait to get their instructions. The boat docked, and the examiners told all the students to exit the boat and line up in a horizontal line along the beach. As they walked off the boat, another examiner handed each person a candlestick. "What the heck are we supposed to do with these?" said one student. "Just line up and hold onto that candle," said the examiner. "You'll find out in a second." Max and Casey stood side by side. They peered at each other but didn't speak. The mood amongst the students had suddenly changed. It was exam time now. The game was on. The time for strategizing out in the open was over. Still, Max wanted to speak with Casey. This candle they were each given was an unexpected development. How did these random candles fit into the survival test? "Settle down, everyone," said the instructor. He then snapped his fingers, and suddenly everyone's candle lit up with small, delicate flames. "Each and every one of you is holding a lit candle," said the instructor. "You must survive the night on this island without letting the candle's flame go out. These are not normal candles and will not relight from outside sources of fire. That's for all the clever firebringers amongst you. So we fail the exam if our candle goes out," said a random student. Max shuddered. This test was extremely difficult. One puffed-out candle flame could mean the end of his climber career. "Let me repeat," said the instructor. "You must return here tomorrow with a lit candle." Everyone nodded silently, so you could steal another person's candle if you wanted. "All right, any more questions?" The group was silent. The instructor walked back onto the boat along with the examiners. "All righty then," said the instructor. "That's it. Let the exam begin." All the climbers stood frozen in a row after the instructor had shouted, "Let the exam begin." Max had half expected chaos to ensue as soon as the exam started, but everyone stayed motionless. It was the candles. They were a completely unexpected factor. Everyone was acting extremely cautious, not wanting to accidentally let their flame go out. Some climbers started walking away, others stood exactly where they were. Max suddenly had an idea. "Everyone," he shouted, "the test isn't as hard as they made it out to be. They wanted to fray our nerves by making it take so long to get here. They wanted to put us all on edge so that we weren't thinking straight. But listen, if we work together, there's no reason why we can't all pass this test. If all of our candles stay lit, there's no reason to steal one from someone else. The other student climbers perked up at this idea. Other groups looked to each other, trying to see what their partners and allies thought of this suggestion. "He lies," shouted one voice. It was Cyrus Archer on the other end of the beach. "Don't trust him," declared Cyrus. "He's not one of us, remember? He's from the Outer Rim. He'll steal everyone's candles in the end, you'll see." Max gritted his teeth. "That seriously won't work, will it? There was a clear chance for victory for everyone here. They all just had to stay calm to achieve it." Cyrus' words were actively working against that goal. Max bottled his anger. Yelling at Cyrus would only help the boys' goals to create anger in the group. "Why don't you hear me out?" said Max to the rest of the group. "If you don't like my plan, you can head off on your own." The other students nodded their heads to suggest that this option seemed reasonable enough. Cyrus winced bitterly on the other end of the beach. He was up to something. Max just wasn't sure what. "There's more than one airbringer among us," said Max. "They should be able to manipulate the wind to protect us from the breeze taking out the candles. Next, we can search for a cave at the bottom of the jungle's cliffs for shelter for the evening. So long as we manipulate the air flow and have some sort of covering, the candles will be protected." Before Max could finish, he felt a subtle strengthening in the ocean breeze around him. Cyrus smirked from across the beach, along with his ally Sybil Wesley. "I won't be tricked," shouted Sybil, not believing any of the words she was saying. "Stay away from me and my candles." Chaos soon ensued as a gust of wind swept across the beach. Cyrus Archer and Sybil Wesley snickered even more. They were clearly allied together for this exam. It made sense. The two children of the most privileged and powerful families in Zestiris teaming up to crush the other students. It was the exact kind of thing they would do. Max shouldn't have been surprised. They did not care about working together with everyone else, though. They wanted to pass the exam and see everyone else fail. Sybil twisted her hands, obviously manipulating the wind. "Ah!" a bunch of students cried as their candle flames fluttered and then sizzled out from the gust of wind. The candle flames went out like falling dominoes, getting closer and closer to Max and Casey. Casey quickly stretched her arm backwards and shouted, "Max, take my candle and get back." Max grabbed her candle and moved backwards as quickly as he thought was possible without disturbing the sensitive candle flames. This was bad. Sybil Wesley was a talented airbringer, and she just knocked out 40% of the class with that gust of wind she just shot out. Casey raised her hands and pushed the wind back, stopping the air in its tracks. Sybil and Cyrus scowled at her from the other end of the beach. Sybil readied another gust. "Max," shouted Casey, "it's time to run." "Stick to the original plan." They rushed across the beach as the skirmish amongst the students continued as a waterbringer attempted to retaliate against Sybil by creating a huge rising tide of ocean onto the beach. "Go, go, go," said Casey as Max hurried through the island jungle. "Stick to the plan." "Head to the summit." Max rushed and kept an eye on the candles. He kept thinking the same thing over and over. That was an unbelievably stupid move on Sybil and Cyrus' part. Sure, they'd knocked out a whole group of the competition, making future exams easier. The only problem was they'd just made this current exam 10 times harder. They'd created more antagonists on the island than there were before. Just under half, the class would now be hunting students with lit candles. They hadn't solved anything by what they did, but their actions had now actively made the test more difficult. The screams of fighting students diminished the further they ran off, but there was always a hint of something coming from behind them that made them not want to stop running. It was good they had a destination in mind. Their forethought and planning might be the only thing that saves them from failing this exam. Hopefully. Max and Casey ran for 15 minutes without stopping. Max still held both candles in his hands, diligently holding them steady in his arms and protecting them as to not disturb the candle flames. "I'm very nervous about these flames going out," said Max as he continued running. "Don't worry," said Casey. "I'm using my trait to create an air pocket around us, so the wind swirls around the candles and us, but never close enough to the flame to disturb it." Max's heart pounded. He was so happy he was allied with Casey at that moment. He had originally been thinking that he'd done her the favor, but right now, for this current situation, having an Airbringer on his side was the perfect ally. Cliffs eventually emerged, and there was a natural passage upward towards the island's summit. The two companions kept moving forward, keeping an ever-watchful eye over their shoulders for any other students following behind. "Are we safe?" asked Casey. So far it seemed like no one had caught up to them. They could still be fighting on the beach or scrambling frantically through the jungle with no actual destination in mind. Boom. A loud explosion of mana and energy reverberated across the island from down at the beach. "Geez," said Max. "Some of them are still fighting over there. I don't think we'll be safe until tomorrow after the exam finishes. Just under half the class will be hunting down candles now thanks to Cyrus and Sybil's selfishness. For now, let's keep moving to the summit." They hurried up the island, keeping an eye out for other students and predators. They eventually reached the top of the summit. They could see over the jungle foliage of the island and the ocean beyond, including the boat that the examiners and the instructor were spending the evening on. "All right, we're at the summit," said Casey. "What's our next move?" Max looked around. The summit was another smaller jungle raised by the cliffs to rest above the jungle down below. "We need to find a good shelter spot where we can keep our candles," said Max. "Then we need to figure out if there's any other way onto this summit beyond this point. Then we need to set up traps and alarms all along those points. What do you think?" "Sounds good," said Casey. "As I can mediate the wind around us, it's probably better if I take the candles from you." Max agreed and handed her both of their candles. If he had wanted, he could have blown out her candle, just as she could do the same to him now. Yet with every trial they went through, their trust for each other grew. Max felt good about this. They searched the interior of the summit jungle and found a slab of rock and set up a shelter point around it. After they had set up camp, Casey stayed behind and guarded the two candles as Max went off to search the summit for other passages. "Am I allowed to eat now?" said Casey. "Definitely," said Max. It was imperative that they stayed properly hydrated and nourished. This was more than a physical exam, but a mental and emotional one as well. The climber who didn't have anything to eat or drink right now would be in a very bad situation. Max materialized a protein bar from his pouch, unwrapped it from its packaging, and took a bite. He was very glad he didn't have to worry about finding something to eat, water safe to drink, and be worrying about keeping his candle aflame. It was simply too much to juggle at once. Thankfully, Casey and him had arrived at this exam prepared. He scoured the summit jungle looking for another passage up top. Thankfully, there wasn't one. He set up a subtle string trap right at the top of the summit passageway and returned to Casey. With everything set up, all they had to do now was survive the night. Cyrus grinned at the screams of anguish coming from behind him. His goons were torturing unranked climbers at the back of a cave. "Please," said one of the unranked climbers, "I've done everything you've asked of me. What more can I do? What did I do to deserve this?" Cyrus smirked. Did he really think he could negotiate with them? The boy in some ways was correct. He was helping them in a way, but Cyrus liked to control people with fear, not persuasion or deals that worked out for everyone. What was the fun in that? He turned around and saw two unranked student climbers exhausted at the back. One was sweating and looked like he'd pissed his pants as Cyrus' goons had beat him. "The beatings will stop now," said Cyrus, approaching the boy squirming on the floor. So long as we still have a deal, the boy and girl nodded. My friend Sybil and I here get to keep your lit candles, yeah, he said. And in exchange, we give you each 1,000 gold coins tomorrow when we get back to the tower zone. Then you can finally help your destitute, traitless families. The two climbers nodded dejectedly. Of course they did, thought Cyrus. They had no other choice. Pathetic fake veins. They shouldn't even be allowed into the academy in the first place. We already agreed to the deal, said the boy. Why must you keep hurting us? Cyrus grinned a monstrous smile. Because it's fun, he said, and we can. He signaled to his goons to keep an eye on them. He walked to the end of the cave and found Sybil leaning against a slab of stone. Is the torture really necessary? Asked Sybil. They are doing us a favor. Cyrus raised his eyebrow at her. She must be joking. Sybil Wesley loved every minute of making those weak students squirm and cry as their dreams of becoming climbers was whisked away from them. Oh, shut up, said Cyrus, running a hand through his hair. You're just upset because you didn't take part. She stopped leaning and whipped her long blonde ponytail behind her shoulders. Ah, you might be right, she sighed. Tell me, are the candles protected? Yep, he said. The two fake veins did exactly as we planned. They ran off right as we arrived on the island while we created as much chaos on the beach as possible. All they want now is the money we promised them. Ah, good, said Sybil. With that all sorted, I guess we can start the exam's fun part. Invite your little posse as well. Oh yeah, said Cyrus, raising an eyebrow once more. What exactly is the fun part you're inviting us all to? Ah, hunting down other students, of course, said Sybil, grinning viciously, and forcing them to fail. The sky on the island darkened. Night was quickly approaching. Max and Casey sat around a fire at their base camp. Now, it's all just a waiting game, said Casey. Pretty much, said Max, keeping his ears alert for the trap he'd set up. Though we still have to worry about people trying to steal our candles. Max looked at Casey, who sat near their fire, holding a candle in each hand. These tests were always so simple yet complex, he thought to himself. They all could have passed the exam together, and it would have deflated the difficulty level of the test. Why hadn't it worked? Where had he gone wrong in expressing his plan? Or perhaps that was a hidden lesson in this test, or two lessons really. First lesson, the importance of teamwork and working with other climbers. The second lesson, not all climbers like working together and can be trusted. Max sighed. Two competing lessons. How did you resolve that? Maybe they should have run straight away, and he could have made his proposal to individual groups at a later point. It was too late for that now, though. 40% of the class was now hunting the remaining students with lit candles. It wasn't safe to traverse the island now. Stars twinkled through the foliage. The sounds of the ocean waves echoed around them. Max smiled at the view. A lot of modern historians, said Max, have written about how bad the appearance of the tower was on human civilization. The destruction, the formation of a new hierarchy between the climbers with traits and those without any special powers. And maybe they were right. But then, when I look out at this beautiful world housed in this mysterious tower, I think maybe this place can't be all bad, right? Toto snored beside Casey, lying on a little leaf bed of its own. Toto clearly thinks I'm boring and wrong, said Max. I'm not sure, said Casey. I see what you're saying, but look what happened at the beach today. There's something about climbers that force them to fight one another like a violent magnetic pull. She then smiled. But you're right, this island and this side of the ocean is pretty. They stood there in silence as the campfire flickered in front of them. So after all this, said Casey, are you excited for the winter ball? Max's eyebrows perked up at this. He remembered the instructor pointing out that the winter ball would follow the midterms, but he had been so focused on passing the exam that he really hadn't given the winter ball a passing thought. You know, I haven't thought too much about it, admitted Max. Are you going to go? Casey's face fell, and Max suddenly felt like he'd said the wrong thing. He'd never gone to any of the dances back at his old school in the Outer Rim. He wasn't sure of the proper etiquette. Did people still ask people to go to the dance with them? I figured I might as well, said Casey, answering his initial question. There might be more information on the following term and the final exam. Yeah, maybe we can go investigate together, Max suggested. Casey's face brightened at that. Do you mean like a Russell? Both Max and Casey went dead silent. Max stood on his feet. He gestured for Casey to guard the candles. He was going to investigate the noise. Reginald Booth clambered up the summit hill of the island in the dark. He tried to stay silent, but it was no use with his two noisy companions behind him. Why are we going up here anyway? Whispered one. Because the boss says so, said another. Reginald's two companions were two knuckleheads by the name of Ash and Resin. It seemed like very odd names to give to children, but he knew nothing much about them other than that they were 16-year-old bodyguards meant to protect Cyrus Archer while at school. Such was his job as well. Except the difference between him and the two loud idiots behind him was that the Booth family had been the Archers' butlers, servicemen, and bodyguards for over a century. He was trained in the art of killing. More than that, he was raised to enjoy it, and that he did. Why Samuel had decided Cyrus needed more protection while going through the trials of the academy was a mystery to him, more than that it was an affront to the work of him and his family. But what could he do? Orders were orders. And tonight's order from Cyrus was to hunt down the kid from the Outer Rim and his little fake vein friend. Maybe if he finished those two off, the Archer family would realize the Booth men were completely competent in carrying out their duties. The three companions already had blood on their hands from earlier. After they'd tortured the two student climbers who were holding onto Cyrus and Sybil's candles, they'd hunted down a lone student whose candle had gone out on the beach. The boy they hunted had a rare trait called Tracker. At E rank, he could see traces of leaked mana invisible to the normal eye. He pointed them in the direction of the summit. That's where the Outer Rim kid and the fake vein had gone. After they'd gotten what they wanted, they killed the kid. He used his bear claw trait to shred his body, make it look like one of the island's monsters did it to him. Reginald kept moving up the hill. Stars twinkled in the sky above, as did a large luminescent moon hanging above this oceanic island world. The island was silent if you didn't listen closely, Reginald thought. But if you closed your eyes, you could hear the wisp of elements being conjured, knives thrown, and life or death negotiations being drawn out. The island was full of danger, and yet as him and his companions traversed to the summit, it got quieter and quieter. Most of the other students hadn't come here, but the Outer Rim kid and the fake vein girl were different. As much as Cyrus didn't care to admit it, they were more switched on than the majority of the class. As he reached the top, he raised his arm to stop Ash and Resin from going forward. "What's going on?" Ash hissed. "Why can't we torture more students?" "Resin like hitting things," said Resin. Reginald didn't question why Resin referred to himself in the third person, but the meathead was going to get them all killed if continued walking around like a one-track homicidal automaton. "Look," said Reginald, pointing to the ground below. "What you pointing at?" said Ash. "Resin don't see nothing," said Resin. Reginald groaned inwardly. "There's a thin steel wire here," said Reginald. "Someone set up a trap. It's probably a security alarm. From what I can see, this is the only trap, so just take a wide step over it. That should do." The three companions slowly walked over the trap and entered the smaller jungle on the summit of the island. Max watched the three shadowy figures walk over his trap. The stars above made it so he could discern the three people. It was Cyrus, Entourage. It was the insufferable boy's three goons. He kept his breathing as steady and quiet as possible as he watched on from the bushes. "They must have come up here looking for us," Max figured. "Cyrus must have sent them after us to blow out our candles. They weren't carrying any candles themselves though," Max noticed. "Clever. They must have allies guarding all of their candles so they could go hunt down others with no obstructions. The goons headed deeper into the jungle. They went forward at a random angle. Max tiptoed quietly behind them. "Is there anyone even up here?" whispered one goon. "Resin want to hit something," said another. "Resin's sad that there's nothing to hit." "SHH," said the third companion. The three thugs didn't seem to notice Max's presence behind them. He needed to stop them before they got to their base camp. The last thing he wanted was to fight them while also protecting his and Casey's candles. He needed to strike, and to do it soon. Reginald peered through the dark shrubbery of the island's summit jungle. He closed his eyes and could hear the flicker and crackle of a campfire in the distance. That's where they needed to go. He turned back to his companions. "All right, guys, let's head this way." Neither Ash nor Resin were behind him. "What's going on?" The two thugs were meatheads, but they knew better than to pull a prank at a time like this. That's when he saw something flicker in the shadows. "Who's there?" shouted Reginald, his heart racing. "Show yourselves." Fight with honor. He personally didn't believe in honor, but he was desperate. He would do anything to get his opponent to come out in the open. It would be an easier fight that way for him, but whoever was attacking was smart. He'd taken the two knuckleheads out one by one. He doubted whoever it was would be convinced by such petulant ideals like honor. It was always worth a try, though. The bushes rustled behind him, so he was trying to sneak up on him, Well, he'd just have to catch him then. The man started sprinting straight ahead. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the shadowy man's footsteps were coming from a different direction. Reginald pivoted, running faster this time. "Keep chasing me, you idiot," Max thought. "Where will you go once we hit a clearing?" Reginald sprinted full speed ahead. He needed to get his attacker out in the open. He powered through bushes and shrubbery, knowing he needed to get out in the open as soon as possible, but he took a step, and his foot had nowhere to go. His stomach lurched. He'd just run off a cliff voluntarily. He gasped one final breath and scream before making his quick descent to the bottom level of the island. Cyrus stood over Reginald Booth's dead body. He spat on the boy whose family had served his for generations, even before the emergence of the tower and the great changes it brought to the world. "Pathetic fool," said Cyrus, looking up to the cliff above. He ran off the cliff on his own accord. He'd been there in the bushes watching it all. The plan was for the three goons to beat the Outer Rim runt and the fake vein girl, and he'd swoop in to savor the final blow. They'd all blown it. He probably could have saved Reginald, but after that pathetic display up there, he didn't see why the Archer family even needed someone so worthless anyway. Cyrus kicked the torn-apart body over so he no longer had to look at the crushed face of his companion. He headed back to the cave, where Sybil was waiting for him. Their candles were secured, but the fun he had been hoping to have during this midterm had turned into a total flop. For Max and Casey, the rest of the night went by without any more disturbances. They forced themselves to stay awake by continuously drinking their water bottles so that they'd need to take frequent bathroom breaks. Or, in the case of the jungle atmosphere, bush breaks. Eventually, the sky began to lighten up and morning dawned on the island. Casey and Max smiled at each other as the light of a new day came upon them. "Looks like we survived the night," said Max. Both Casey and Toto let out a large, exaggerated yawn. "I can't wait to get back home and have a huge nap," declared Casey. "Isn't that right, Toto? Didn't Toto sleep for most of the test?" said Max. "Toto's a growing gerbil. He needs his sleep." Max didn't pursue the argument any further as they dismantled their base camp. They waited and watched as the boat with the instructor and the examiners on it came ashore to the island. Only now would they return to the beach. Otherwise, they were opening themselves up to any last desperate attempts made by other students to steal their lit candles. They made a wide berth through the island to avoid contact with other students. They were the first to arrive on the beach where the instructor and examiners were waiting. The instructor smirked when he saw them. I figured you two would make it, he grinned. Let's see who else did. Max looked at the empty beach. There must have been other students who made it. There was no way that Max and Casey were the only ones who passed, was it? Or perhaps the other students were simply being more cautious than the others. Slowly but surely more students emerged on the beach. Many of them carried unlit candles and had dejected looks on their faces. Cyrus and Sybil, amongst a few others, emerged from the shadows of the island jungle with their candles lit. I guess that's everyone, said the instructor, looking the group up and down. Max's heartbeat suddenly quickened. There was Cyrus, homicidal goons who'd met an unfortunate end who had still yet to show up, but surely the instructor didn't know what had happened to them. Unless, he looked down to the candle. Was this some kind of Manatech-powered candle? Did it function as a tracking device? Security camera? The instructor smirked and took a drag of his cigarette before throwing it out and crushing it with the heel of his shoe into the sand of the beach. Congratulations to all of you who have passed, he said, and apologies to those who lost. I'm sure you tried your best. A few of the student climbers who had failed the exam started to talk back and question the results. This is unfair. This test was dumb, they shouted. How can you judge us as climbers on the sheer basis of a candle flame? A wind can easily snuff it out. Silence, shouted the instructor, and marched up to one of the complaining students. The student visibly paled and quieted down as the teacher approached. The man snatched the candle out of the student's hands. A climber who gives up because the wind blew the wrong way will not survive the cruelties of the tower, said the instructor. Then the instructor imbued mana into the candlestick, and the flame suddenly reappeared at the top of the candle. Do you see now? Said the instructor. This goes for everyone, even those who passed the exam. There were many ways to win here. If any of you had studied the candle and its properties itself, you would have figured out it was a mana-controlled candle and would have relit with the slightest imbuing of mana. You could have run around with an unlit candle and then imbued your candle before showing up here this morning, and you still would have passed. The mood of the student climbers who had failed grew even more downcast. Their failures could no longer be blamed on circumstances. They had screwed up. They had let themselves take on a defeatist attitude before the test even finished, and for that they failed. They only had themselves to blame. As you can see, said the instructor, there were many peaceful ways to pass this exam, Mr. Max Reinhardt will get a special 3 points added to his score due to being the only student to propose an entire class alliance at the start of the exam. For those who decided to attack their fellow classmates, that was probably more foolish than those who didn't figure out the trick with the candle. For that, Ms. Sybil Wesley and Mr. Cyrus Archer lose 3 points. That's ludicrous, hissed Cyrus. You have a bias against me, I'll tell my father. The instructor raised his hands in mock fear. Why do you think we have examiners here with us to overlook my bias? We all discussed it together on the boat. I wanted to expel you for the means by which you have a lit candle, though the examiners argued that you had made significant preparations in the weeks building up to the exam, and that should be commended no matter how devious the method. But, furthermore, the instructor continued, you and Sybil decided to create enemies with a reason to hunt you for no real reason or purpose in mind. Such malicious intent only creates an enemy that will then work at all costs to hunt you down. You jeopardized your success for what? Cruelty for cruelty's sake. Cyrus had gone silent, though his face was red with angry frustration. In my book, said the instructor, that's no way for a climber to ever behave, even as a student. The examiners walked up the plank of the boat, followed by the instructor. Before telling the students to follow on themselves, he turned around and said, and for those of you who did pass, before you go and celebrate, just remember, you're not official climbers just yet, and trust me, you still have a long way to go. The following evening was the Climber Academy's winter ball. There was a flurry of events leading up to it. After the instructor and the examiners escorted the students back to the tower zone, Max returned to Sakura's apartment and collapsed onto his bed. The B-rank climber quickly rushed to the foot of his doorway. "How did the midterm exam go?" With his eyes closed, Max said, "I passed." Sakura smiled at the foot of the doorway and congratulated the young man, but by that point, Max was already fast asleep. He felt like he'd only slept for a few seconds when he heard the clambering of pots and pans in the kitchen of the apartment. Sunlight shone through his bedroom window and Max rubbed his eyes. Was it morning already? He stumbled out into the living room and Sakura cheered happily. "Good morning," she said. "Why are you so happy?" asked Max. "And so loud. I just passed my midterms. I would have thought you'd let me sleep in." Sakura smiled happily again. "I was going to, but then I remembered that tonight's the winter ball. Then I asked myself, does Max even have a suit or anything remotely nice to wear? That's when I realized he does. And I need a new dress, so I figured we could make a day of it," she said. "I guess that makes sense," said Max. "Where first things first though, breakfast, the most important meal of the day, GRANNN. Sakura's cheerful face disappeared with a blush of embarrassment after her stomach growled loudly across the apartment. "Max," she smiled once more, "will you cook breakfast?" "I see," said Max. "Now I know the real reason you forced me awake." Sakura shook her head. "No, I promise it was because you need to go buy a new suit and I need a new dress, and it wasn't because I was about to die of starvation, was a little peckish." She brought him over a mug of hot coffee. "I did make coffee though," she said in a conciliatory tone. Max took the coffee mug out of her hands and walked into the kitchen. He took a sip and decided what to make for breakfast. "How do you feel about pancakes?" "Hooray!" shouted Sakura. "That's exactly what I wanted." Max cooked them up some banana pancakes with maple syrup and butter with some fruit and creme fraiche on the side. They sat together at the kitchen table and munched along happily. After breakfast, they gathered their things and headed down to the Tower Zone main shopping center. Max and Sakura walked along the air-conditioned aisles of shops, looking out for a store that sold formal wear. "Ooh. Let's go to that perfume shop over there next. No, to the shoe shop over there," squealed Sakura in delight. Max was still exhausted from the midterm exams that he had no willpower to fight Sakura, and so let himself be dragged wherever she wanted to go. Eventually, they got to a shop that sold men's suits. Sakura rushed in ahead of him and picked out 5 suits. "Try these on," she said, pushing them onto him. "I bet they'll look great." Max stumbled into the changing room with his pile of suits while Sakura waited outside. "Come on out when you're ready so I can see," she hollered across the change rooms. Thankfully, apart from the shop owner, it was just Sakura and Max in there, so the embarrassingness was kept to a minimum. When Max came out in the 3rd suit Sakura had chosen for him, she clapped with delight. "That's the one," she said. Max looked at the suit he was wearing and then at himself in a mirror. Without being too immodest, he thought to himself, he did look pretty good in the suit. He was slender, but toned with muscles on par with a professional athlete in the outerim. For years, he never saw himself ever wearing a suit and going to a dance like just another normal kid. "I guess my life is still far from normal," Max thought to himself. Yet so different from where I was only a few months ago. For the most part, his life was far better than it had ever been before. He looked at himself and the suit in the mirror. It was a classic black and white suit with a white shirt and black tie. "Perfect," said Sakura. "That suit screams smart and handsome." "If you say so," said Max, shrugging. Sakura looked to the shop owner and materialized some coins from her pouch. "We'll take it." They went dress shopping next. Max had to sit near the changing room and help Sakura pick the perfect dress for the winter ball. She eventually settled on a skinny red dress with thin straps on the shoulders. The dress accentuated her slender body well. "You like?" said Sakura, twirling. Max blushed. She looked really good, but he wasn't sure what to say as she was twice his age and his climber mentor. Telling her she looked hot was probably not the right thing to say, he figured. "You look appropriately dressed for your age. POW." Sakura kicked Max off of his stool so he collapsed onto the ground. "That was the absolute worst thing you could say," she barked at him. "Has no one ever told you to never comment on a lady's age? I thought, for that matter," said Sakura, fuming, "never comment on her weight either. For the most part, just keep your mouth shut." She then caught herself in the mirror and twirled around a few times, admiring herself in the dress. "I look hot," she said. Then turned back to Max. "Why didn't you just say so?" Sakura paid for her things, and then they made one last stop by the shopping mall's bookstore, where she picked up a pile of books with shirtless men and sunsets on the cover. With that, they were prepared for the night's winter ball. The winter ball was held in a banquet hall on the top floor of one of the Tower Zone's most illustrious skyscrapers. The room was filled with a variety of different ranked climbers and people Max had never seen before. A group of climbers hung out around the climber president as he made an effort to greet everyone. All the student climbers who had passed the midterms were in attendance. There was a band playing cheesy music at the front. Glowing lights and paper streamers adorned the room. Max had been drinking the fruit punch by himself, trying not to look too awkward when a voice came up behind him. "Hello," he turned around, and it was Casey. Max almost did a double take. She looked stunning. She was wearing a dark emerald dress that brought out her beautiful green eyes, and she had her hair done up to show off her neck and back. A small black purse hung at her side, where Toto poked his head out. The gerbil even looked dressed up. His fur had clearly been brushed, and Casey had given him a tiny gerbil-sized bow tie to wear. "Hello to you too," said Casey, blushing awkwardly at Max's lack of response. "Oh, sorry, yeah, hello." Before Max could say anything else and embarrass himself further, an outside embarrassing force came to do the job. "Who's your girlfriend, Max?" said Sakura, her face flushed from too much champagne. "She's not my—" Casey stood up straight and gave a small bow to Sakura. "It's an honor to meet you, Golden Blade Sakura," said Casey. Sakura scratched the back of her head awkwardly. "Or there's no reason to be all formal. Any friend or girlfriend of Max's is family to me too." The music suddenly came to an end, and the lead singer of the band on stage said, "All right, you beautiful climbers, let's slow it down a little." Sakura blushed and put her hands together, cooing, "Ooh, slow dance." "You two should dance." Both Max and Casey looked awkwardly at each other, then smiled and walked out to the dance floor together. They stopped walking to find a spot, and Casey said, "I guess we should dance here." Max wasn't sure what to do or say, so he just lifted up his hands and approached Casey with the caution of someone defusing a powerfully explosive bomb. Casey took a step forward and closed the gap between them, lifting up her hands and resting them behind Max's neck. They were so close to each other, their chests were almost squeezed against one another, but not quite. But they were close enough that he felt like he could feel Casey's heart beating and her body breathing in and out. They gently moved to the slow rhythm of the song. Just over Casey's head, Max could see his academy instructor trying to convince Sakura to dance, but she had her arms crossed and had an unimpressed look on her face. Was there something there between those two, he wondered. Casey moved closer to him so that her head was resting on his chest as they swayed to the music. "Focus on your dance with Casey," Max said to himself. Casey was looking up at him now, her green eyes sparkling, her cute mouth slightly parted. Did Casey want him to kiss her? He moved his head forward towards her and suddenly stopped. Across the dance floor, he saw Samuel Archer and the climber president arguing with each other. Samuel Archer then marched out from the banquet hall in a huff. "Casey," Max said softly. "Max," said Casey. And then he purposefully made the biggest faux pas of their friendship. How would you feel about secretly stalking Samuel Archer? Casey pulled away and gave Max a strange, quizzical look. They may or may not have been about to kiss when Max had seemingly out of nowhere suggested they stalk Samuel Archer, the father of their enemy and rival at school, Cyrus Archer. In hindsight, Max realized it probably wasn't the best thing to say to a girl you may or may not have been about to kiss. A creepy expression like stalking probably didn't help things either. Since I met him, he's acted weird, Max explained quickly. And now he's just argued with the climber president. I think we should go see what it was about. There's something about him that I think is suspicious, but he's so powerful, it's hard to bring up with anyone else. Casey took in the words quickly and nodded. All right, let's check it out. As casually as possible, they slipped off the dance floor and headed in the direction where Samuel Archer had exited. Max wondered how safe it was to chase such a powerful figure in the tower zone, but maybe as student climbers, they were in the best diplomatic position to do so. Hopefully, it wasn't too dangerous to sneak after him. Max and Casey turned the corner just fast enough to see Samuel enter an elevator going down. They rushed down the stairs to see what the man did at the bottom. They kept the door ajar in the stairwell and watched the ground floor lobby of the building. The elevator chimed, and a door opened, and Samuel marched out into the lobby. He held a cell phone up to his ear. Make sure those beyond the wall are ready for the call to action soon, he said, before shutting his phone. A limousine waited outside, and the man stepped in and shut the door behind him. Max and Casey looked at each other. Beyond the wall, what the heck was that all about? Max and Casey agreed to investigate the Samuel Archer incident further, but after the night of the winter ball, there was simply a flurry of activity. There were a few final classes at the academy, all directed about how to best prepare for the final exams at the beginning of February. For the final exam, their instructor explained, you'll all be competing in a fighting tournament against one another. I recommend you all double your training efforts. That is all. Cyrus grinned menacingly at Max. The boy was eager to fight him. Max felt the exact same way. As the students started to disperse and go about their own independent study, Max contemplated how he was more than halfway through the school term. Time flies when you're having fun, Max mused to himself. Or really, it was more like, time flies when you're constantly fighting for your life. With so much going on, Max and Casey agreed to wait for the holidays to pass before they made any more moves to investigate Samuel Archer further. And so Max focused on his studies and training as much as he could and tried to relax for the holidays. It was going to be his first Christmas not spent at the orphanage in the Outer Rim. As he walked home on Christmas Eve in the cold, wintry streets of the Tower Zone, he made a small wish to the orphans back at the group home that they have the happiest Christmas possible and hopefully a year less miserable than the last. It was a humble wish, but Max knew that those who lived at that orphanage with Mr. Grimes found a lot of joy in the humblest of circumstances. What Max was not expecting was the level of Christmas cheer at the apartment with Sakura. She had done up a Christmas tree, she was wearing an ugly Christmas sweater, and seemed to always have a cup of mulled wine in her hand. On Christmas morning, she woke Max up early. Wake up, Max. Come open your present. Max grumbled out into the apartment's main area and saw that a few wrapped boxes of presents had been placed under the tree. Sakura clapped her hands. Open, open, open. Max opened up a present and saw that it was an ugly Christmas sweater with penguins on it wearing other ugly Christmas sweaters themselves. He thanked Sakura and put the sweater on straight away. I actually got you a gift as well, said Max, handing her a wrapped box. Sakura shook it. What could it be? A new dress, diamond rings, box set of my favorite romance series. She opened the box and her eyes shined out brightly. Even better, she said. Inside the box was the most premium ramen noodles available on the market, along with the most organic and immaculately raised eggs. Max hurried over to the fridge, pulled out the most prized bacon slabs in the city. "Are you ready to have the most delicious bacon and egg ramen of your life?" Max asked. "Ooh, this is the best Christmas ever," Sakura squealed. Max cooked them each a bowl of bacon and egg ramen, and they dug into it. When they were stuffed and finished from the hyper-salty meal, Max said, "So what should we do for the rest of the day?" Sakura smiled. "I actually invited a few guests over for dinner." "I picked up everything you need, Max, to cook a brilliant Christmas feast." "Wait, who did you invite?" asked Max. So that was how later that day, Casey and their instructor from the Climber Academy were in Sakura's living room, laughing and celebrating Christmas together. Max wasn't celebrating as much as the rest of them, as Sakura had left him to cook the entire Christmas meal. He had to keep an eye on the roasting turkey and vegetables in the oven, the gravy boiling over on the frying pan, and everything else. It was all worth it in the end, as Sakura and the guests all wolfed down their Christmas dinner and asked for more. They gave the highest compliments to the chef. After dinner, the instructor and Sakura peeled off from Casey and Max, staying in the kitchen area close to the beer and alcohol. "Do you think they're going to?" Casey couldn't even finish her sentence. "I hope not. If our instructor is serious about courting Sakura, knowing her, she's going to make him work very hard for it. She might even make him quit smoking." "They're doomed in that case," laughed Casey. She suddenly went quiet and then reached inside her bag. "Hey, I got you something," she said. Max was about to protest, as he hadn't bought her anything. He didn't even know he was going to be seeing her over the holidays. She handed him a beautiful origami paper crane made out of really nice red paper. Max didn't know much about stationery, but he knew that the paper this crane had been made out of was not your average dollar store variety kind of paper. "We used to sell special origami paper at my family's shop," she said, "but things have been a bit more complicated recently. Anyway, origami always makes me smile, and something I used to do a lot more often before I unlocked my profile and trait, and I don't know, I wanted to share something close to my heart with you." Max blushed. "Casey, I don't know what to say," he said. "Don't say anything," she said. "Keep it in your pouch or on your bedside table." "It's a good luck charm," Max smiled. "Well, thanks." Sakura and the instructor giggled in the kitchen, lost in their own conversation. Max figured this might be the best time to continue their ongoing discussion about what to do concerning Samuel Archer. "We heard him right," said Max, speaking almost in a whisper. "He mentioned going beyond the wall. He's doing something in the outer rim, which as far as I know, is completely illegal. People's lives could be at risk." "What do you think we should do?" said Casey. "Should you tell Sakura?" Max shook his head. "He's too powerful. Going to Sakura would be like going through the proper channels. He's amassed too much respect and status within the Climbers Guild for people to start a direct investigation into his affairs. We are the best people for the job, as no one is paying attention to us. Furthermore, if we tell Sakura, she might not let us go, and she might even tell other high-ranking climbers, and we don't know who's on Samuel Archer's side." Casey nodded. "Whatever we do next, though," said Max, "we'll have to be very careful. Spying on Samuel Archer has the potential to be more dangerous than anything we've yet experienced in the tower so far." In the build-up to the new year, Max and Casey gathered as much information as they could easily and safely acquire. They shared what they'd each discovered out in the city streets during the New Year's parade. Casey hadn't found out much, but Max had investigated routes out of the city and into the outer rim. Every day, garbage trucks left the tower zone to deposit garbage in a dump in the outer rim. More suspicious was that Max saw Samuel Archer talking with one of the city climbers who escorted the dump truck, which led Max to only one conclusion. Whatever Samuel was up to, it involved climbers entering the outer rim surreptitiously through the garbage trucks every day. "That's crazy," said Casey. "What do you think he's planning?" "I don't know," said Max, "but whatever it is, it can't be good. So what do you think we should do next?" "We need to figure out a plan to get out into the outer rim ourselves and follow those dump trucks," said Max. Casey paled and let out a long sigh. "We could go to jail for something like that. We could get expelled from the academy. We could lose our chance to take part in the final exam, and I can't believe I'm the one to say this. We really should be studying and training for that right now, rather than investigating one of the strongest climbers in all of Zestiris." "So you'll make me go out there on my own?" Casey groaned. "I guess not, plus I've never been out there. I'm both scared and excited to potentially see the wondrous world of the outer rim." Max's memories of the place rushed back to him. "Trust me," he said. "You're not missing much." "Okay, but we still haven't figured out how we're going to get out." "We're going to figure that out right now," said Max, walking back through the crowds of people waiting for the New Year's fireworks to go off. "How are we going to do that minutes before the New Year's fireworks?" "I know one person," Max said, "who I think might be able to help us, and I highly doubt she stopped her normal routine for New Year's celebrations." They hurried through the streets of the Tower Zone as the New Year's fireworks exploded and flashed in the sky above and headed towards the city's main library. Casey was surprised when Max pushed the door open and it wasn't locked. It was as Max had expected. The librarian girl was at her desk, poring over a book as she usually was. She didn't take a day off even on December 31st. "Oh, excuse me, we're closed," she said in a half-whisper. "Oh, it's you." She clearly recognized Max and remembered him from when he was inquiring about books on the Endless Forest last time he was there. "As I said before, we're closed, so you really shouldn't be here," she said, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose. "But since you made such interesting inquiries last time you were here, I am curious to know what you'd like." Max cut straight to the chase. "What do you know about the different exits and entrances between the Tower Zone and the Outer Rim?" Her eyebrows raised and her eyes widened, shocked by the question. "Such information is not publicly available," she said, "but there are old books on the planning and building of Zestiris in the restricted section. As a librarian, I had the privilege to look some of them over. If I were to tell you anything, though, I could get my librarian status revoked and worse, be arrested." They were asking a lot of her, Max realized, but without a way to follow Samuel's henchmen, they'd be leaving the entire city, both zones, at risk. "Listen," said Max, "we believe something very dangerous is going on. So we're going to check it out. Worst case scenario, I'll personally take the blame for any trouble you get into. Best case scenario, you'll be commended as a hero of this city." The girl's cheeks blushed. "Not too many librarian heroes are there," said Casey. "No," said Max, "but there should be." The librarian sighed. "Okay, you've convinced me," she said. "What do you want to know?" A few days later, Max and Casey went to Hawker's Alley to pick up supplies. The market was less crowded, people still sleeping off their New Year's hangovers even a few days after all the celebrations. There were even less stalls open, but the one Max was hoping to be open was. "That's the one," he said to Casey as they walked towards it. The stall was one that sold magical weaponry and artifacts. Max had normally avoided it, as Sakura had told him he should rely more on training his body and mana as weapons and learning as much about other traits as possible. A weapon would only make things confusing for his training and create new obstacles for when he needed to be quick on his feet. But for this current operation with Casey, there was a specific tool he had in mind. The owner of the stall was a skinny, grizzled-looking man with a scar over his left eye. The scar-covered eye was blind and glassy-looking. Some people would opt to cover part of their face with an eye patch, but that was clearly not this merchant's style. Intimidating customers was clearly part of his business plan. "What do you want?" He barked at Casey and Max as soon as they approached. Max gulped. He didn't know how to describe exactly what he wanted, but he knew he'd seen it in action before. He wanted a tool like the one the assassin had used when he had come to kill him on the October monster wave. He wanted a tool that broke through magical wards. "I want a knife or some kind of cutting device to break through magical wards," Max explained. The man's one good eye fluttered with surprise. "You know, young man, such tools are deemed illegal by the Climbers Guild," said the merchant. "I do," said Max. "And I don't care, do you?" The man snickered. "You're clearly a fool, boy, but I'm not in the business of chaperoning idiotic children. If you want to buy a ward-breaking device, I'll sell you one. It will cost you 100 gold, though." Max bristled at that price. He only had about 20 gold to his name. Maybe Casey could pitch in some money too, but they still wouldn't be anywhere close enough to the merchant's price tag. "Could you do 20 gold? "Sorry, nope. See you around if that's all you got to play with," said the man. Crap. Based on the information the librarian had given them, any secret means they'd have of exiting the tower zone would most likely require a ward-breaking device. Without one, they wouldn't be able to go ahead with their plan. "Here's a proposal," said Max. "For 10 gold coins, can I borrow the knife for 2 days and then return it to you?" The merchant man scratched his chin. "It's not a bad offer," he said. "Make it 15 gold and we got a deal, but you'll also need to provide me with some form of collateral." Max and Casey looked at each other nervously. "What do you mean by collateral?" asked Casey. "Well, what's to stop you two from running off with my fancy knife and selling it yourselves and never coming back to me?" said the merchant. "I need something that tells me you'll definitely be coming back. With another customer, I might make them give me something of equal or similar value, but as you two are just a bunch of kids, something more sentimental might work. Like how about that rat in your pocket there?" "Toto," shrieked Casey. The gerbil immediately hid from view. "So that's the rat's name, huh?" said the merchant. "Toto's not a rat, he's a gerbil," said Casey, correcting the man. "You say tomato, I say tomato," said the merchant, grinning. "I promise to take good care of him." Casey shuddered. "The fate of the city and all of us might rely on this," said Max. "You'll see Toto again in a few days." Casey grumbled and handed Toto over to the merchant. "He likes salt and vinegar chip crumbs, and he likes to be petted every hour or so. If you ignore him, he'll get irritable and depressed." "Don't worry, sweet cheeks," said the merchant. "This rat and I are going to have a grand time, aren't we, chap?" The gerbil climbed up onto the merchant's shoulders and sat there slumped and depressed. He waved its tiny claws to Casey. Max and the merchant then exchanged the money, and he got the ward-breaking knife. "I'll see you in a few days," said the merchant. "I want that knife back more than I want this rat, you hear?" The two friends then left the market. They walked along for a bit, and then Max looked over his shoulder. "Has anyone been following us?" asked Max. "Doesn't look like it," said Casey. "Good. They could immediately get to work on their plan." In one of the leafy suburbs of the tower zone was a loose sewer grate. Max pulled it up, revealing a ladder into the sewer down below. "Pu," said Casey, holding her nose. A horrible stench of the city's sewage wafted up from the dark, shadowy hole. There were the rusting handles of a built-in ladder used by hydroelectric or sanitation city workers to get down to the lower levels of the sewer. Of course, Max and Casey weren't there to inspect the sewage levels or the inner workings of the city's refuse system. They had other plans. Max grabbed the handles and started his descent into the darkness of the sewer. He entered a dimly lit passageway with a small concrete footpath alongside a river of sewage. The shadow of a rat scurried in the distance. "Spiders," shouted Casey when she landed on the sewer platform after him. It's icky down here." Max looked up and down the passageway. It was dark and smelly in these sewers, and he couldn't be certain about what else lurked below the tower zone. Drip. Both Casey and Max jumped in fright from the sudden drop of water from the ceiling hitting the river of sewage. All right, said Casey. Let's hurry and get out of this sewer. I don't want to stay down here any longer than I have to. Amen to that, said Max. He oriented himself based on where they'd entered up top and figured that taking the left passage would head in the direction of the wall that separated the tower zone and the outer rim. They headed deeper into the shadows of the sewer. After about 30 minutes of walking down the winding path of the city's subterranean passages, Max took a step and smacked head first into an invisible wall. Ow, he shouted. It looks like we found the magic ward we were worried about, sighed Casey. Max took a step back and placed his hand forward. A powerful energy reverberated against his palm, sending him backwards. He looked up to the sewer's ceiling. So the wall that separated the two zones of the city must linger high above them here. He materialized the knife he'd temporarily rented from the artifacts merchant in Hawker's Alley. He stabbed the knife into the invisible wall of energy. Crack! There was the sound of glass shattering without there being any glass in sight. Did it work? Asked Casey. Max placed his hand forward and felt no pushback from the space ahead of him. Looks like it, he said. He took a step forward, leaving the tower zone behind and illegally entering the outer rim. Max and Casey continued through the sewers after breaking through the Mana ward separating the two zones of the city. Ostensibly, nothing had changed after the ward. The sewer was a sewer just like it had been prior to the magic ward they had broken through, and yet Max felt his heart beat a little faster. I can't believe I've crossed over the wall, said Casey, biting her nails as they walked through the underground passage. Max expected Casey to become more nervous once they crossed the wall, but he was surprised at his own rising anxiety. He was someone who had now lived on both sides of the wall, in both areas of the city that made up Zestiris, but even as someone who had crossed the boundaries between the zones more than once, he still felt the gravity of doing so once more. They continued further until they found another set of ladders leading up top. The librarian girl had known a lot more specifics of the subterranean world of the tower zone than that of the outer rim, so it was up to them to guess when to emerge in the other zone of the city. It's going to be a risk wherever we emerge, said Max, so we might as well try here. Lead the way, said Casey. Max grabbed hold of the ladder and pulled himself up. He eventually got to a sewer grate and had to twist a handle to loosen it so he could push it up. Max quickly peeked up into the streets and sighed with relief when he saw the tunnel emerged in a random, empty alleyway. He quickly pulled himself into the alley and then helped Casey by grabbing her hand and pulling her up. He put the sewer grate back where it was. We have to remember this alley, said Max. It's our route back to the tower zone. Casey nodded and looked around. This is the outer rim, huh? Said Casey. Looks pretty similar to the tower zone. It's pretty much identical, said Max. Well, except for all the magic, but that's pretty much it. They stepped out of the alleyway into broad daylight. The giant wall of Zestiris loomed in front of them. This is so weird, said Casey. Stop saying stuff like that, said Max. You'll blow our cover. They grabbed an outdoor table by a cafe and ordered 2 coffees. The next phase of the plan was to hang out near the wall and wait until one of the tower zone garbage trucks emerged, and then to follow it to see where it went. A waiter brought them 2 mugs of coffee. Casey and Max thanked the man and each took a sip, keeping an eye on the wall ahead of them. I know you told me to stop saying this, said Casey, but it's so weird. I've seen this wall all my life, and yet I've never seen what it looks like on the other side. And it looks exactly same, she said with a smile. Growing up, Max had always been so fearful about the world beyond the wall. It was a world of mystery where magical beings and demons lived. No one fully understood it completely, but it was a place walled off from the rest of the world because it was simply too dangerous. The monsters and even the climbers were a threat to the balance of the world order. I was always taught to be fearful of the tower zone, laughed Max. Interesting, said Casey. We were taught the opposite, about all the brilliant advancements that existed in the Tower Zone that the rest of the world lacked. Manatech, healing magic, and more. We were meant to feel bad for those who weren't allowed to live on our side of the wall, but part of me always thought that was hogwash, you know. So what if we had Manatech and magic? Everyone else beyond the wall could go on a holiday to Hawaii or Paris and explore the world. Meanwhile, those in the Tower Zone were not allowed to leave. Or at least not easily. I guess the grass is always greener on the other side, wherever that may be, said Max. All I wanted was to get closer to the Tower Zone and the tower itself, to its magic, to its power. Well, you've really taken in the Tower Zone Kool-Aid, haven't you then? Said Casey. This might be the furthest vacation I ever get in this world, so don't ruin it while it lasts. Max couldn't ruin it, even if he tried, for at that very moment, an armored garbage truck emerged from the tower gates. They no longer had any time to waste. Max put some money down on the table, probably more than the coffees actually were, but they had to move quickly. The cash was the same money he'd brought in with him on his first day in the Tower Zone. Casey hailed a yellow cab, and the two student climbers jumped in the back seat. "Will you follow that truck, mister?" asked Max. The cab driver took in the fact that it was coming from the Tower Zone. "I don't want any trouble," he said. Max materialized a gold coin from his pouch. "This is rare Tower Zone currency, which will fetch you a very high price from black market collectors. This could potentially feed you and your family for years. What do you say? Will you help us follow that garbage truck?" The man gulped and took the coin and then turned back to face the street. The driver put his foot on the gas pedal and they began to trail the garbage truck from the Tower Zone. Agent Paul watched the two student climbers get into the taxi cab. He watched it all from inside a nearby telephone booth. "I'll have to inform the higher-ups," Agent Paul thought to himself, pulling out a cell phone. The kids were impressive. They had broken through one of the sewer wards and were now tracking a Tower Zone garbage truck. Agent Paul was impressed, but also confused. What exactly did these two kids want? He placed his cell phone to his ear as he rang his boss. "They haven't spotted me yet," Agent Paul said to his superior. "I'm following them now. I'll do as directed." Sakura sat in the lobby of the top floor of the Climbers Guild. She tapped her hands on her knees nervously. "He'll be right with you," said a secretary from behind a desk. The woman went straight back to whatever else she was working on. She had done her job to assuage Sakura's concerns about the meeting running late. What more could she do? Not much, Sakura figured. Still, she didn't understand why she had been called here in the first place. The top floor of the Climbers Guild belonged solely to the climber president. There was a lobby the elevator opened up to, and then a doorway to a large open office where the climber president resided. Was she being promoted? There was only one job higher than her own, the presidency itself, and she really didn't see the climber president retiring anytime soon. He loved the job too much. The secretary picked up a phone and then placed it down again. "He'll see you now," said the secretary. Sakura stood up and strutted into the climber president's office. The man sat behind his desk, leaning forward with his elbows on the wood, fingers steepled together. He had a grave expression on his face. "Good afternoon, Sakura," said the climber president. "I have much I need to tell you." Max and Casey sat in the back seat of the cab watching through the window as the garbage truck from the Tower Zone drove through the traffic-filled streets of the Outer Rim. They were in the southern part of the city now, often referred to as the Greater Outer Rim area. It was hardly a city now, more like a suburb bordering on farmland. Far in the distance was the second wall, the wall that separated the entirety of Zestiris, both Outer Rim and Tower Zone, from the rest of the world. "Still want me to keep following?" asked the cab driver, loosening the collar on his shirt. Max could tell the driver was getting anxious. Following a garbage truck from the Tower Zone was already a sketchy thing to do, but now driving this close towards the second wall. The man clearly didn't want to get himself into any major trouble, and this was the kind of job that had trouble written all over it. The second wall was very far in the distance. It looked almost like a mirage or the seaside from a great distance away. Much closer, there was a large impending mound of garbage. The dump was in view. A good distance ahead of them, the garbage truck from the tower zone stopped in front of a barbed wire gate. After a few moments, a partition swung up, allowing the garbage truck to drive through. "I don't know if they'll let me pass," said the cab driver nervously. The garbage truck was getting smaller and smaller as it went deeper into the dump. If they didn't continue after it soon, they might lose it forever. Their whole high-stakes mission down the drain. "You know what?" said the cab driver, throwing his hands in the air. "I can't do this. I won't drive you two any further. Please leave." "Are you kidding?" said Casey, getting frustrated with the man. "We gave you a gold coin." If that was the man's decision, thought Max, so be it. They didn't have time to waste arguing with him. The garbage truck from the tower zone was getting away. Max opened his door and pulled Casey along with him. "What are you doing?" squirmed Casey. "Let me go." "Come on," said Max. "We don't have time to waste." Max quickly turned his head to the cab driver and thanked him once more. He drove off a second later, leaving Max and Casey conspicuously standing at the side of the dirt road. Max took in the dump in front of them. He didn't see how it would be possible to enter through the official front gate, but the good news was, the piles of garbage were so high they spilled over sections of the barbed wire fence. "Looks like we are climbing garbage," said Max. He got up onto the mound of junk and started climbing up over busted refrigerators, air conditioners, and black bags of stinky garbage. Casey followed behind him, squirming and grumbling about the sudden gross turn their mission had taken. "I mean, we already went through the sewers," said Max. "How's that any different from climbing a pile of garbage?" "I guess the grossness was monotonous in the sewer," said Casey, "whereas now I have to face a new gross thing every 10 seconds. Like, look at that, it's a maggot-filled teddy bear." Thought Max. He tried to pay as little attention to the garbage as possible and stay focused on just climbing it. They were high enough that he could see the route the garbage truck had taken through the different mounds of garbage that made up the outer rim dump. Eventually, they climbed so high they were over the barbed wire fence and could descend out of sight of the security gate. They rolled down the hill and were now on the streets of the dump. They spotted the garbage truck and hurried after it. They ran down the gravelly road of the garbage dump, tailing the truck. The truck eventually stopped. Max and Casey hid behind a discarded bathtub, using it as cover. For a brief second, Max wondered why the truck had stopped, but when it started to dump out all the tower zone's garbage, he remembered the explicit reason the truck was here in the first place. But why did they need climbers to escort them on a trash delivery? Max expected the garbage truck to turn around and start heading back towards the gate, but once it was finished dumping all its garbage, it continued forward deeper into the refuse facility. "Why are they going further?" asked Casey. "I'm not sure," said Max. "Let's find out. Perhaps it was wherever they were going next that required the need for official city climbers." They followed after the truck, making sure to stay a good distance away so they remained out of sight. The truck turned a corner, then another, weaving through the gigantic mounds of trash. Eventually, the truck stopped once more. This time in front of a large warehouse with men guarding the entrance. Not only were the men security guards, they had copper-colored badges. They were climbers. But what were Tower Zone climbers doing all the way out here in the outer rim? What the heck was going on? Hiding behind an old rusty washing machine, Max and Casey watched as the climbers escorting the garbage truck swapped places with the climbers who'd been guarding the large warehouse. "What are we going to do, Max?" whispered Casey beside him. Max didn't understand what he was seeing. People in the Tower Zone were never allowed to enter the outer rim. Those were the rules. That was the law. And yet, here were climbers actively working a job here in the outer rim. What was inside that warehouse? Whatever it had to connect back to Samuel Archer and whatever devious plans he was cooking up. We have to find out what's in that warehouse, Max declared. They waited for the garbage truck to leave before enacting their plan. They snuck up closer to the entrance. Once there, Casey threw a paper airplane and manipulated the wind so that it flew over the guards and caught their attention. "What the heck is that?" said the climber guarding the entrance. The man followed after the paper airplane while Casey and Max slipped in through the door. The warehouse was empty except for a strange glowing light at the center of it. As Max took a step forward towards the light, he took in the rest of the warehouse. It was empty. There was nothing suspicious or threatening in here, so why were there climbers guarding it? It started to dawn on him more as he got closer to the light. The light looked familiar, like he'd seen something similar before. "Is that a—" Casey's words were cut off. "What were you about to say?" said Max, too afraid to voice what he was bearing witness to. He turned around and saw Casey sprawled on the floor, unconscious. "What the—" A hand overtook his mouth. The other hand snapped its fingers, and Max felt his whole body begin to feel drowsy until he was fast asleep. Max's eyes twitched open. He stayed motionless, recalling what had happened before he'd fallen asleep. He heard a familiar voice saying, "Thank you, Paul, you may go." Max had been put to sleep against his will, so he didn't want to let his captors know he'd awoken. He needed to buy as much time as possible to figure out where he was and to make a plan to escape his captors. "Don't worry," said the familiar voice. "I know you're awake." Max stayed frozen. "Come on now, don't treat me as a fool," said the voice. "Open your eyes." Max opened his eyes and found himself in a large room surrounded by tall glass windows. The sky outside was an orange, dusky sunset. The Tower of Zestiris loomed nearby. Standing across from him was none other than the climber president. The old man smiled. "Surprised to see me?" he said. When Max had woken up, his immediate thought was that he'd been captured by the Archer family. To see the climber president, one of the strongest climbers in the entire tower zone, was indeed quite the surprise. "Where are we?" asked Max. "Where's Casey? What's going on? What was that in the warehouse?" The climber president laughed. "All right, settle down," he said. "That's a lot of questions. Let's deal with the easy ones first. Where are we? We're in my office. What's going on? One of my agents, Paul, got wind of you two trying to sneak out of the tower zone and followed you. He caught up to you and brought you here. We dropped Casey off at home, so she'll have questions for you when she wakes up in her own bedroom, confused. So that man who put them to sleep worked for the climber president and not the Archer family. That man's trait is that he can put people to sleep?" asked Max. "Precisely," said the climber president. "Pretty nifty ability, huh? And about that warehouse?" asked Max, now sitting upright at the side of the bed. The climber president sighed. "Now we get to the difficult part. Are you sure you want to know what you saw? Both you and I will be breaking the law by doing so." The climber president looked Max directly in the eye with a very serious expression. The man was not kidding around. Max took a deep breath. There was so much he didn't understand about Zestiris, the Outer Rim, the Tower Zone, and the tower itself. The answers to these questions would only help in his overall goal to find his sister. He couldn't let himself miss out on an opportunity like this. "Go on," said Max. "I want to know everything you're willing to tell me." "You're just as Sakura had described to me," smiled the old man. "A keen bean. Well then. What do you think you saw in that warehouse?" There was only one thing that the glowing light in that warehouse reminded him of. He had been afraid to say it out loud when he first saw it, but he wouldn't be afraid anymore. "Was it a teleporter?" "Yes," said the climber president. "But wouldn't that mean exactly what you think it means?" said the climber president. "The tower zone, the outer rim, all of Zestiris exists on a floor in the tower itself." The information felt like a punch to the gut. How is that possible? What about the rest of the world? Europe, Asia, all of Earth? The climber president sighed once more. Earth was destroyed decades ago. But you thought the tower emerged in 2045 and 10 years later Zestiris was formed to protect and regulate those who went inside the tower, said the climber president. You're mostly correct in that assumption. There's a key part of the true history missing though. Those first 10 years after the tower first emerged were an incredibly volatile and destructive time. Psychotic climbers went on rampages killing thousands of people. Geopolitics became the entire world versus the United States and its superpowered soldiers. After 10 years, it all came to a head as psychotic climbers laid waste to entire American cities. The monster waves increased in power, and the rest of the world attempted to nuke the tower. The world crumbled, destroying itself. The entire planet was on fire, turning into a monstrous hellscape. The climber president took another deep breath before continuing. Humanity had no hope of survival left on Earth. A plan was formed amongst some of humanity's strongest S-rank climbers. They would do a redo in the tower, and so that's what they did. They shepherded as many innocent people as they could through the lower levels of the tower until they reached floor 4 where we are now. Max shook his head. How is any of that possible? Is it actually 2085? How could an entire North American city be recreated on a floor in the tower? And surely there must be people still alive who remember this exodus. How is this not more widely known? How does this secret survive unknown amongst so many? The climber president nodded his head. These are all good questions. It is indeed 2085, and there are survivors from that time, myself included. You have to remember, the 3 founding creators of the city were S-rank climbers. They held unimaginable power. One of them had a trait called limitless inventory, and he was able to place entire skyscrapers into his own personal immaterial inventory by the touch of his hand. So that was how the city was built up so quickly. Another one of the founding members had a trait called Master of Illusions, and she was able to wield powerful mind magic. Combined with the third member who had a trait called Arcane Crafting, they were able to make the walls that separated the city and have the runes manipulate the memories of the populace so that they forgot Earth's destruction. Max couldn't believe what he was hearing. His entire life, his entire world, had all been one massive lie. Okay, he said, trying to stay calm as question after question piled in his head, creating a motor of mental stress in his mind. You've explained how Zestiris was created, but why? What was the point of stripping people's memories away? It was initially a temporary measure, explained the climber president. One that in the end, those who knew the truth chose to never reveal. It was all done in the name of protecting everyone. It's why they built walls, separating the 2 zones of the city. The founders wanted to separate climbers from the rest of the citizens. They did so to protect the citizens from the monster waves, but also to protect the citizens from the climbers themselves. The goal was for the climbers to find a way to reach the top of the tower and revive Earth from its destruction, while keeping those who didn't need to know more blissfully ignorant. We'd seen how panic and hysteria had helped aid the destruction of Earth once already. The founders didn't want to let such things run rampant a second time. Max gulped once more. So we're on floor 4, you said. How do the monster waves work? Shouldn't there just be monsters spawning everywhere all over the city? The climber president nodded. This is something that remained a mystery to the founders. Zestiris exists on floor 4 of the tower. It is a tamed floor. We suspect the monster waves happen on all tamed floors where the tower manifests itself. We also believe the floors below us have become dead floors, wrought with destruction. No one travels down there anymore, so why do you have guards around the teleporter? The man looked at Max very seriously once more, in case anything decides to come up. Max tried to process all the information the climber president was telling him. It was a lot, and yet he was slightly disappointed. The information hadn't brought him any closer to finding his sister, yet he had the president here. Why not ask him now? Max gulped. Do you know anything about my sister? He asked. I do, said the climber president, but we cannot discuss such matters now, nor do I think they'll aid you currently. You have a lot to think about. The tower climbers of Zestiris don't just go up the tower searching for adventure and glory. They go in an effort to help save humanity and the planet we lost. You must consider the consequences of your goals and the lofty weight of your desire to become a tower climber. Are you ready to start fighting back on humanity's behalf? Max didn't know what to say back to the man. The final climber exams are going to begin in a few weeks. You must train hard for them. If you pass, we can speak again and I can tell you what I know about your sister. Until then, you must go train. The man started to shepherd Max out of his office when Max remembered his whole reason for going out into the Outer Rim in the first place. But sir, said Max, I don't know how to say this, but spit it out, lad, said the climber president. The Archer family. How much of what you told me do they know? Samuel Archer is one of the highest-ranked climbers in the city, said the president. He knows about everything I told you today. I don't know how else to say this, said Max, but I think him and his family are up to no good. I have no tangible proof, but it was the reason why we went out into the Outer Rim in the first place. The climber president guffawed. The Archer family certainly is ambitious, but there are other ambitious, well-renowned climber families and clans who will keep them in check. Don't worry, we keep an eye on things. Plus, I'm the only other A-rank climber besides Samuel. I'd like to see the Archers take me on. Max nodded at this. The man didn't seem to be fearful about the Archers at all. Max felt a brief sense of relief, but was still slightly worried the climber president was shrugging off the threat too easily. Max didn't know how to argue with the man further, so he thanked him for sharing all the information and left the Climbers Guild to return home before Sakura even guessed how he had spent his day. Shortly after Max left, the climber president sighed and sat down at his desk. He picked up his telephone and dialed a private number of the elite city guard. I want you to keep an eye on Samuel Archer, said the climber president. I believe we may have a tricky problem on our hands. Samuel stood in his favorite part of the Archer family penthouse. He stood right in front of the tall glass windows, staring out at the city beyond. He smiled as he looked at it. Any day now, he said out loud to himself, this city will be mine. Hiya, how was your day? Sakura asked while lying on the couch, holding up a paperback novel she was reading. Max closed the door behind him. Sakura had no idea what kind of day Max had just experienced, and as much as he wanted to relieve some stress and tell her about it, he knew that he couldn't. Just been training, said Max. I feel quite tired now though, so I'm going to go to bed early. Sakura put her book down on her stomach and looked at him. Everything okay? Yeah, said Max. I think I just pushed myself a little too hard. Alrighty, said Sakura, returning to her book. Get some rest. Max went to his bedroom and closed the door behind him. He then collapsed onto his bed. He felt like his whole world was falling apart. His life up until then had been a lie. And for most of the people he knew around him, their lives had been a lie too. How did one keep moving forward under such circumstances? He had never felt compelled to travel to Europe or Asia, but he always felt comforted by the possibility that he could go and do that. But that was all mere fabrication. His world was a lot smaller than he realized, consisting of the Outer Rim, the Tower Zone, and the tower itself. It may have been smaller, yet it felt suddenly much more frightening. He was one of the few humans with the power to climb the tower. One of the few humans to be able to go forth and find a way to save humanity and undo the damage to their lost home world. All of his goals and decisions suddenly felt like they even had more weight. He felt an oppressive, overwhelming sense of responsibility. It made him feel sick. Part of him also wondered what Elle thought. He could imagine that his sister had spent some time here in the tower zone and then had been strong enough to ascend through the floors of the tower herself. She, too, must know of the truth of this world, of the real state of affairs. How did such knowledge govern her actions, he wondered. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He checked and saw it was Casey. "Hey, are you all right? I woke up at home in bed. I'm not hallucinating that we were in the outer rim earlier today, right?" Max wrote her back straight away, explaining the entire day's events up until when they were put to sleep. He was about to tell her everything the climber president had told him, but then he stopped. Probably best not to send such crucial information over text messenger. They made a plan to meet up the next day, return the ward-breaking knife, and get Toto out of the clutches of that weird merchant and make a training plan for the upcoming climber final exam. He lay back in bed and sighed. Only a few more weeks until the final exam. If he succeeded there, it would be the first true step towards finding his sister. The following day, Max got up at 7 a.m. sharp. He showered, got dressed, made breakfast for himself, and then he was out the door. He left a scribbled note to Sakura, "Gone to train. Will be back in 2 weeks or so." He met up with Casey briefly and gave her the ward-breaking knife to get Toto back. After that, he wished her good luck on her training and continued his morning preparations. He sucked in the cold January air proudly as he marched across the tower zone to the Climbers Guild. He made a few quick stops by some shops, picking up some extra supplies. He had 2.5 weeks until the climber exam finals. It was going to be a massive one-on-one tournament with elimination rounds, hosted in the main city arena for everyone to watch. The pressure was intense, which was why Max had no time to waste. He had to get to training. He signed at the gate and headed up towards the tower. He was walking with steely determination and the wind at his sails until he abruptly stopped. He was in the middle of the tower's entryway, near the fountain where young Tower Zone children were tested to see if they had a trait. The thing that had made him stop was the light of the teleporter. Instantly, he flashed back to that warehouse in the outer rim. "This is floor 1, he thought to himself, taking a hesitant step forward. He gulped and walked towards the teleporter. The instructor knew when we were taught to ascend floors. They told them to ascend to the floor above you or ascend to the endless forest. Never ascend to floor 2, as that wouldn't have worked." Max strode towards the teleporter now. He also remembered the instructor explaining that once you'd ascended to a floor, you could ascend multiple floors at once, from one arrival teleporter to another. He stepped into the light of the teleporter and tried an experiment. If they were on floor 4, that meant the endless forest was floor 5, that the archipelagos was on floor 6. He closed his eyes in the light of the teleporter and thought to himself, "Ascend to floor 6. His stomach lurched and his hair stood up, and then seconds later, he was standing on the island where he had started the midterm exams. He walked to the beach and saw there was a whole marina of boats. He walked up to one boat that had a group of sailors throwing up ropes to one another and looking as if they were preparing to depart. There was a man with a big nose and slicked-back grey hair and wore a captain's hat. He had a copper-ranked climber's badge on his chest as well. "You're looking for a job, laddie?" Max shook his head. "I need to find an island to train on." "Ah, I see now," said the captain. "You're a climber or a wannabe one." Max nodded. "Pretty much." "Are there any good islands on this floor to train on?" "Ah, there's one just yonder there," sighed the captain, looking out to the sea. "Could you drop me off there?" "I could," said the captain, "but we're on a long voyage to hunt down a specific nasty kraken. Won't be coming back that way for a while." "How long is a while?" asked Max. "I reckon a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks," said the captain. Max grinned. That was perfect. "Works for me," he said to the captain. "You sure, lad?" "I guess if I was going to be nervous about anything," said Max, It would be about you guys coming back at all. The Kraken won't kill you all, will it? The captain laughed. Ha. You just worry about surviving for 2 weeks on Ogre Island, said the captain. Now climb aboard. Max walked up the plank and sat on the deck, trying to stay out of the way of the other sailors. Max sat on the boat and watched the sailors get ready to set sail. They all had copper E-rank badges on them. He didn't see any higher-ranked climbers than that. Even though they had climber badges, they appeared more like regular sailors than climbers. "Are you guys retired climbers?" asked Max to a passing sailor. The man laughed. "Of course not, though it's been a while since any of us have been back to Zesturis. We mainly work across this floor, the archipelagos, and what a floor it is." So that was their job. They loved the world of this floor, and so they never left or explored much further beyond. Max figured that a top-level E-rank climber could go as high as floor 30 without suffering significant tower sickness, but if you found a floor you enjoyed and didn't see yourself hitting D-rank, you might as well stick with it. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Yeah," said the captain. "Stay out of the way." Max stood at the back of the deck and watched the sailors work, climbing rope ladders, loosening up sails, shouting orders. They worked like a clockwork machine, all recognizing how their individual roles gave shape and control to the massive wooden frigate sailing across the ocean world. They eventually arrived at an island of similar shape and size to the one he'd done his midterm exams on, except this island, one sailor assured him, they'd never test students on. That sailor looked Max over, shuddering, and said, "Nice knowing you, kid." The ship docked at the island, and the captain came up to Max. "There you go, kid," said the captain. "First stop, Ogre Island, but I gotta ask, you sure about this? You can stick with us for the next 2 weeks on the trading route, learn some of what it takes to be a sailor of the archipelagos." "Thanks," said Max, "but I gotta go train on my own. I got the climber final exams to think about." The captain laughed. "Oh my, it's been so long since I had to do any such test, it's making my stomach lurch just thinking about it. All right, we'll be coming back this way in about 2 weeks or so. See you then." "Sounds good," said Max. He then hopped off the boat and waved goodbye to the captain and sailors. He then turned around and faced the looming island in front of him. Just under an hour later, the captain put down his spyglass away from the island they had just left and reeled off some more directions to his crew. The crew got to work, retying the sails and adjusting for a new westerly wind. "You think that kid's going to be all right," said one sailor. The captain sighed. He had been feeling guilty about it since they'd left the island. "The kid had pluck, I'll give him that," said the captain. "But I've never heard of anyone surviving on Ogre Island on their own for more than 3 nights, let alone 2 weeks. We'll just have to wait and see." He turned back and looked at the foreboding island once more before returning his attention back to their next destination. Max walked off the beach and headed into the jungle. His eyes darted in every direction, keeping eyes out for ogres, but so far he hadn't seen any. A few birds chirped nearby, and it was enough to make his shoulders jump. "Relax, Max," he said to himself. "You're going to be living on this island for the next 2 weeks. The first thing he had to take care of was making a shelter and base of operations. While the beach was nice, if there was a high tide or big wave, it could come and flood his base. So he ultimately chose the best of both worlds by being in sight of the beach, but slightly deeper into the island. He retrieved the supplies from his pouch that Casey and him had purchased originally for the midterm exam and used them to help set up a temporary place of lodging for the next 2 weeks. He tied the tarpaulin to a set of trees to create a roof and shelter from the rain. He then chopped down some wood to create a fire later. He didn't want to make a fire straight away, as he wasn't sure where the titular ogres of Ogre Island were, and he didn't want to call attention to himself. He materialized one of the many protein bars he'd had left over from the midterms and chowed down on it as he reviewed his profile. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E-trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, Rare Strength, 13 Agility, 13 Endurance, 11 Mana Affinity, 11 Passive Skills, Kokoro Warrior Spirit. Max looked the stats over with an air of disappointment. It was funny how these exact stats had seemed so triumphant a while back, but felt not good enough now. He hadn't gained any stats from his adventure into the Outer Rim. Why would he have? He hadn't fought anything, and the mana density wasn't any more intense than it had been before. He wouldn't rank up again until he reached a mana affinity of 31, which even though he had 2 weeks to train, he doubted that would happen. Nevertheless, Sakura did tell him that the early ranks were separated into 2 phases, significant enough that just because 2 fighters might be a rank, it wasn't enough to guarantee it was an equal matchup. Someone with 25 stat points in mana affinity was at a different level than someone with 11. All of which meant he had to raise his stats as much as he feasibly could between now and the final climber exam. Max sighed and closed his profile from his vision. It was time to get started on the training. Max materialized his compass, oriented himself, and then began exploring the island. The island was made up of jungle and rock. He used his knife to cut through overgrown bushes and shrubbery. For a place called Ogre Island, Max was surprised he hadn't found any yet. As he went deeper into the jungle, he eventually heard a large groaning sound. Max immediately threw himself against a tree to hide. He slowly peeked his head out and saw a whole group of ogres. They were green-skinned, fat, and carried blood-stained wooden clubs. Fortunately for Max, though, the majority of them were all currently taking an afternoon nap, while 2 ogres stood on guard. The ogre snores were powerful enough to create a tremor across the nearby ground. Max shuddered. It was monster hunting time. Max's heart began to beat faster and faster as he hid behind the tree near the nest of ogres. The deep tremors of the ogre snores caused the tree to shake. The ogre snores also probably made any small noises Max made undetectable by the guards. He could use that to his advantage. There was no doubt that he'd stumbled onto a favorable position with regards to fighting these monsters, but if they were to all wake up, they'd be able to overwhelm him, especially because he currently had no offensive abilities. He had Shadow Blink locked into its slot, and then the sleep ability that the agent back in the Outer Rim had used on him. He considered all his options and nodded to himself as he figured out a plan. Max materialized a protein bar from his pouch and threw it to the edge of the ogre nest clearing. One of the ogre guards perked up at the sight of a random food dropping. He waddled over to it, and when he bent down to pick it up, Max threw another just a little deeper away from the nest. The ogre took the bait once more. Max led the ogre a bit further away from the nest, before Shadow blinking behind it and triggering the sleep ability. Oomph. The ogre collapsed on the ground, and Max turned around frightened that it had been enough to wake up the other ogres. Fortunately, it hadn't. Unfortunately, though, the noise had caught the attention of the other ogre guard. Max ducked behind a tree and waited for the second ogre guard to stumble across his companion, and Max triggered the Shadow Blink and Sleep attack combo once more. Oomph! He was now standing over 2 sleeping ogres. Max wasted no time and materialized his knife. He slid the knife across both of the monsters' throats. The 2 ogres bled out, waking up briefly to cough up blood before going cold and lifeless. Soon after that they glowed out before disintegrating to a shiny silver monster core each. Max picked up both cores with satisfaction and then deposited them in his pouch for later. He then tiptoed to the nest of sleeping ogres and made quick work of them with his trusty knife, gaining another 4 silver monster cores. Max explored the island a bit more and ended up finding only 1 more nest of ogres. He used a similar strategy as he did before, and deposited 6 more monster cores. The sun was setting, and so Max returned to his base camp to call it a day. The following morning, Max returned to the original ogre nest and saw that a new batch of 6 ogres had respawned. Perfect. What wasn't so perfect was the fact that they were all awake this time. He could lure some of them away and then use his sleep ability, but he wouldn't be able to take out the whole group of them that way. He looked up to the sky. They were napping late in the afternoon when Max had first stumbled upon them. He grinned to himself. He'd come back at nap time. He sneaked away from the ogre encampment and returned to his base. He still had a good 7 hours to kill before he could go hunt the ogres easily, so he had to reverse how he envisioned his original training regimen. For the next few hours, Max diligently did 300 push-ups and sit-ups each, then ran up and down the coastline. He improved his mana affinity by balancing rocks on his fingertips imbued with mana. Then, when he was done with all of that, he crafted a pointy wooden spear and went swimming in the shallow parts of the ocean world to hunt down fish for lunch and dinner. Then, as his last task of the day, he'd sneak up on the sleeping ogres, take them out, and collect their silver monster cores. Before Max went to bed at night, he'd drain the cores and check his profile and watch as all his stats slowly moved upward. Casey finished her day of training with an ice cream sundae. "I deserve a treat," she said to herself. "Isn't that right, Toto? Would you like some whipped cream?" The gerbil licked off the sugary foam on her finger, and Casey sighed to herself in the booth of the ice cream shop. She wasn't sure what more she could do for her training. She was already E rank. Her stats were fairly average. There was no way in 2 weeks' time she'd be able to rank up, so how else could she prepare for the final exam? She knew what she had to do, but she didn't know how to do it. She needed to set herself apart. She needed a special move. She needed an attack that no one else was capable of recreating. She pushed her sundae away, suddenly losing her appetite. Toto perked up at this, looking at Casey with disbelief. "Don't give me that look," said Casey. "I can stop eating ice cream whenever I want, and right now I don't feel like anymore. I don't deserve a treat, not until I can figure out how to take myself to the next level. Until then, no more desert. Come on, let's go." She hurried out the door with Toto on her shoulder as the owner of the ice cream shop yelled, "I've told you before, no pets allowed." Casey ignored the man, lost in her own thoughts. She hoped she'd be able to think of how to improve her fighting style by the time of the tournament. Just over 2 weeks later, the sea captain who'd escorted Max to Ogre Island was looking at the foreboding patch of rock in the ocean through his spyglass. He sighed as he looked out to the island. "We should be docking at the coast in about an hour, sir," said one of crew. The captain nodded and stared out at the island. "It's been just over 2 weeks since we left that kid on the island. Was he going to be there waiting for them, or were they going to find his ravished corpse strewn on the beach?" The ship parked itself near the coastline. The crew only saw an empty beach. There was not a person or ogre in sight. "The kid didn't make it," sighed one of the sailors. "Yeah, you owe me 3 silver, said another. "Pay up." The captain was filled with sorrow as he scanned the empty beach. "So the kid didn't make it in the end, huh? Pluck will only get you so far." "I see something," said a crew member. "Oi, give me my silver back then," said another. The figure emerged from the forest. The person's clothes were ripped and torn apart, his body stained with dirt and cuts, but without a doubt, it was him. The kid had survived, and it looked like he had succeeded in his training as well. The boy looked significantly stronger than he had before. As they let the kid back onto the boat, the captain could even feel the presence of his mana. It was stronger than it had been when they had left him on the island 2 weeks prior. The captain turned to the kid with an impressed look on his face. "I guess you got to get back for your exam then." "When does it start?" The boy grinned, his face dirty and his eyes slightly manic. "The final exam starts tomorrow." It was hard to believe that the very next day, Max woke up on a comfortable bed in Sakura's apartment. He'd grown used to the wild living of Ogre Island. He felt a groggy, strange feeling, almost like what he imagined jet lag to feel like, which must have been what happened to you when you spent so much time on one floor and then returned to another. Beyond a physical tiredness, it was just psychologically strange to go from a tropical ocean world of islands to the semi-dystopian city-state of Zestiris. He could see why the captain and his crew, amongst others, preferred to live out their lives on other floors. The archipelagos didn't have the rules, walls, and secrets of Zestiris. It felt more free up there somehow. Max couldn't wait to climb even higher in the tower, but first he had to compete in the final climber exams. He could worry about everything else later. He rolled out of bed and quickly reviewed his stat sheet, going over the gains from his training. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, E-trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain one ability you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare strength, 19 agility, 19 endurance, 16 mana affinity, 18 passive skills, Kokoro warrior spirit. With stats nearing almost 20, Max was about to exceed and go beyond the strength and agility of a professional athlete. Even now, a punch, especially one imbued with mana, would seriously hurt the average thug in the outer rim. To normal humans, he was now a serious threat that one wouldn't want to mess with. Yet in the world of climbers, he was still near the bottom of the totem pole. But so were the students he'd be competing against today. Or, at least, he hoped. He got up, showered, and ate a decent breakfast. He didn't want to overload himself, as that might slow him down and make him sick during the tournament fights, but he also didn't want to get hungry. He felt like he had struck a good balance that morning. As he ate, he saw Sakura had left a note for him. Good luck, Max. I'll be cheering you on from the stands. Don't wait up for me. I had to leave early for a meeting with the other branch commanders. Max smiled at the note, finished his breakfast, and then set off to the Tower Zone's main sports arena. The Tower Zone was fully alive and awake that morning as Max made his way downtown to the arena housing the tournament. There were billboards and posters advertising the final exam. One even had his photograph on it. He saw everyone's face from Casey to Cyrus to Sybil. People pointed at him as he went down the street. It was like he had become a minor celebrity. He eventually reached the tournament arena. It was a large coliseum-like sports venue. Throngs of people lined up, clogging the entrance to see the matches. E-rank and D-rank climbers circled the whole arena, standing guard. One guard approached Max as soon as he arrived. Max Reinhardt, that's right, he replied. Good, please follow me, said the man. Contestants have their own special entry location. Max followed behind the man. He stared at the crowds and the size of the arena as he went forward. At the sight of it all, he was beginning to feel a sense of nervousness in his stomach. But as soon as he felt a bit of nerves, he clenched his fists. I shouldn't be nervous, he thought. I've been training for this. This is just one step on my road to becoming one of the strongest climbers Zestiris has ever seen. The man escorting Max eventually brought him to a smaller, less exciting-looking entryway. He opened the door and gestured for Max to go inside. The other contestants are all waiting down the hall, said the man. Further instructions will be given to you there. Max nodded and stepped into the passage. He went down the hall and found a room filled with the 10 remaining contestants. They all glanced at him with steely eyes before looking away and going quiet. Casey's face lit up as soon as she saw him. She came up to him. Thank goodness you're here, she said. It was so tense it was becoming hard to breathe. Toto poked his head out from her pocket and waved. Max looked around the room and could see everyone was on edge. There was a nervous, almost violent energy filling the room. Everyone, including the normally arrogant Cyrus Archer and Sybil Wesley, looked as if they were feeling the nerves, the pressure of the upcoming tournament. None of them knew who they might fight first or if that fight was going to be their last. Sakura stood in a glass box high up in the stands of the arena, staring down to where the fights would take place. The battlefield was still currently empty. Another term of the Climber Academy comes to an end, sighed the Climber president. It always goes by so fast. Don't you think so too, Sakura? Sakura didn't answer straight away. She had an uneasy feeling. The branch commanders were supposed to have a meeting prior to the tournament to go over how they were assessing the student climbers. If a climber won all their matches, that was an automatic pass. However, if a climber lost, but showed a good amount of strategy, cunning, and power, it was still possible for them to pass. The branch commanders and the president were supposed to go over this and what unique ways one could judge some of these attributes during the course of the matches. It all sounded fine, good, even. There was just one problem: none of the other branch commanders were here. Where the heck were they? Wondered Sakura to herself. Sakura, she turned to the Climber president. He smiled at her. He was waiting for her reply. Yeah, she sighed. It does go by so fast. Remember, Sakura, he said, so long as there are kids willing to train and become climbers with the hopes of seeking the unknown reaches of the tower, there is still hope for us all. Enough hope to keep a smile on your face each day. Sakura nodded. Sir, she began, are you not concerned that none of the other branch commanders are here? Huh, oh yes, he said, blinking and looking around. Where are they all? Oh brother, thought Sakura. The Climber president, powerful climber that he was still getting old and senile. The thing that bothered Sakura the most was that all the other branch commanders were missing. If there was just one more in this box, maybe she'd be feeling confident about the others being late. But none of them were here, and that included Samuel Archer. Samuel turned on the golden tap in the main bathroom of his penthouse apartment. He ran his hands under the warm water, washing them gently with lavender-scented soap. The water in the tap ran through his fingers, landing on the white porcelain of the sink tinged with red until it swam away down the drain. The man hummed a tune to himself as he washed, then dried his hands. Today is the day, he thought to himself. The day of reckoning, the day that he and his family would rewrite the rules of this damned city. He stepped out of the bathroom, walking over a bloodied corpse. His entire penthouse looked like a Jackson Pollock painting of flesh and blood. His most recent opponents had put up a greater fight than he had expected. Powerful as the fools were, they had walked blindly into his trap, and he had made sure there was no room for escape. He laughed to himself. Ring. Samuel pulled out his phone and sighed at the caller ID. Sakura Sato. He answered the phone. Hello, the tiresome woman yelled and ranted at him, asking where he was. I'm on my way now, he sighed, and then ended the phone call. He did a little twirl with his fingers to his servants, who then promptly got to work cleaning up his home. They'd start by removing the bodies of the dead branch commanders. Max felt his nerves taking over. His skin was pale. He was fidgety and twitching all over. Worst of all, he felt like he needed to pee every 10 seconds, despite multiple trips to the bathroom. I wish they'd just tell us who was fighting who already, said Casey. I can't take all this waiting. It's making me sick. Toto too. Max turned to the D-rank climber who was stationed with them in the waiting room. Do you know who is fighting who? The man didn't say anything, just kept his arms crossed and nodded towards the TV in the middle of the lounge area. The live tournament broadcast was being shown on the flat-screen TV. The stands in the arena were completely full of screaming citizens and fans. The camera then cut to a large screen in the middle of the arena. The first match is about to be announced, said the TV commentators. Who will be the first to fight in this year's Climber Academy final exams? Max's stomach lurched. On the one hand, he wouldn't mind getting it over with quickly, but he realized there was a certain strategic advantage to going later. You'd be able to better deduce who you were going to fight, and you would also get to see any worthwhile strategies that others were employing during these final bouts. Everyone in the waiting area watched the screen with bated breath. A name appeared on the screen in the arena. Sybil Wesley. Everyone turned to the girl. She smirked and flicked her hair back. Sybil Wesley is from the prestigious Wesley family, a clan of climbers known for their stunning airbringer abilities, explained the commentators. The betting shops give Sybil good odds for going on to win the entire tournament. I wouldn't want to be the one to face her, certainly not this early on in the tournament. We're about to find out who the next contestant is. A name appeared on the screen and Max's stomach lurched. Casey Everton. The arena crowd cheered, and they could feel vibrations of the roar even below in their waiting room. Two E-rank climbers walked into the waiting room and said, "Would the contestants follow us, please? Everyone else please stay here." Sybil stepped forward. Casey turned to Max and handed him Toto. "Will you look after Toto until I'm back?" she asked. "Of course," Max said, taking the gerbil and letting it perch on his shoulder. "And good luck." Casey nodded nervously before she went off with the E-rank climbers to battle in the arena. Max turned back to the TV to watch the match. After a few minutes, Casey and Sybil walked out of a tunnel in the arena from opposite ends. A referee with a silver badge to indicate his D-rank status stood in the middle of the arena. "The first match of this year's Climber Academy final exam is about to begin," said the commentator. The tension and excitement can be felt across the arena as the audience quiets down with hushed anticipation. Max gulped. Toto shivered on his shoulders, nervous on behalf of his owner. Max gently stroked the gerbil's fur to calm him down. "Don't worry, Toto," said Max. "Casey will be fine." The referee explained the terms of the match, which the commentators then went over for everyone watching at home. A match is over when a contestant gives up, dies, or the referee rules the match to be over. A chuckle emanated from the waiting room. Max turned and saw it was Cyrus, mocking the commentators. "Give it a rest," he said to the TV. "We all know who is going to win. Sybil's going to end this in seconds." "Take that back," said Max. Cyrus turned to Max with a scowl on his face. "What? You can't actually expect a fake vein to beat a pure vein, do you? That's absolutely ludicrous." Maybe it was the nervousness for the tournament, but Max felt his heart race and his skin go red as he was filled with anger at Cyrus' words. Max hated the way Cyrus spoke with such smug, arrogant confidence. The assuredness that his crummy worldview was the correct one was maddening. Max wanted to trigger his trait, use Shadow Blink to appear right behind, and then elbow him in the back of the head. He was so angry he even tried. But when he triggered his trait, nothing happened. The dozy, tired-looking E-ranker in the back spoke up. "Settle down now. You'll get your chance to fight eventually." Cyrus scowled and crossed his arms. "Of course, they'd leave us in here with a debuffer," said the boy. "Debuffer?" Max looked to the climber in the back. So it was him who had stopped him from using his abilities. His trait must have included some kind of passive area of effect move that wouldn't let climbers use their traits, or it significantly dampened their ability to use it. Fascinating, thought Max. He felt his heart slow down a little from its frantic adrenaline-rushed pace from moments ago. Probably better that he didn't fight Cyrus here and now. He needed to save his energy for the actual official tournament matches. "No bother about the debuffer," said Cyrus, smirking at Max. "I'll just have to wait a little longer to put you in your place then." Max felt the urge to smack Cyrus once more, but he quickly calmed down because the fight between Casey and Sybil had begun. Casey stood at the center of the giant arena thinking the same thoughts over and over. "This isn't good. This isn't good. This isn't good." The crowd cheered around her, and Sybil smirked at her the way she always smirked at her. It was a smirk that said, "I'm better than you, and both of us know it." The worst part was Casey really did feel like Sybil Wesley was her worst matchup among the student climber finalists. Sybil was one of the best student climbers in their class, and definitely one of the best airbringers in the city, even more talented than some official E-rank and D-rank climbers. The referee raised his hand and blew a whistle, and the fight began. Sybil wasted no time, immediately rushing towards Casey. The girl moved with incredible speed, so fast hardly anyone in the audience was able to effectively track her with their eyes. She emerged from her lightning-fast sprint swirling with enough wind to form a small tornado. Sybil's leg spun until her foot landed right into Casey's head, sending her flying backwards across the arena, crashing into the walls of the battlefield. Boom! The audience gasped at the sheer amount of power displayed by Sybil. The speed, force, and power of the blow was enough to send Casey flying across the arena. It was Sybil Wesley's famed whirlwind kick attack. Beyond being a talented airbringer, Sybil Wesley combined her skills of wind manipulation with a secondary talent, martial arts. With these two talents synthesized together, Sybil was able to deal incredibly powerful and damaging physical attacks at an awe-inspiring speed. Sybil brushed dirt off her shoulder as she stared at the cracked arena wall where she'd sent Casey flying towards. An incredible opening move from Sybil Wesley. Is this it for young Casey Everton? Many would struggle to get up from a blow as devastating as the one Sybil landed. Casey's back ached with pain. A sharp feeling coursed through her entire body, making it hard to breathe or even think properly. "Sybil, Sybil, Sybil," chanted the crowd. Casey relaxed some of the mana she'd sent to her back right before she smashed into the wall. If she hadn't done that, she'd probably be unconscious right now. Part of her even wished she was unconscious. The pain coursing through her body was very intense, and she wanted it to stop. She lay on the ground of the arena as dirt and debris swirled around her. She used her remaining strength to roll onto her stomach. She then reached out with her hands. "Come on, Casey, just push yourself up and get back into the fight." "What do you think you're doing, fake vein?" spat Sybil. "I thought you'd be smart enough to stop after one hit." Casey ignored her. Her arms trembled as she struggled to push herself back up. "Airbringer may be an uncommon trait," said Sybil, "but there are still a handful of us, so much so, an airbringer must make their trait their own. They must take a technique that others have and make it their own, make it unique. That is what the Wesley family has done for generations. Since I was a little kid, I was taught the ways of the wind, of manipulating the air around us. What can you do, fake vein? Merely make the wind blow in the opposite direction. You're a disgrace to all airbringers, which is no surprise, since you are a fake vein. So stay down, don't force me to kill you." All the student climbers in the waiting room were stunned, eyes glued to the TV. Toto cried out for Casey. "It's exactly what I said moments ago," said Cyrus smugly. "Sybil is a trained airbringer from the Wesley family. There's no way a fake vein would be able to keep up with her." Max clenched his fists as he watched the television screen. He was still rooting for Casey, but he was shocked by Sybil's incredible strength. She was a powerful martial arts fighter who manipulated the wind to add speed and power to already deadly attacks. On the screen, he saw Sybil stand smugly in the center of the arena, barely a centimeter off the general area where they'd started. Meanwhile, Casey was trembling on the ground far from where the fight had begun. Casey was on the ground and looked to be struggling to get up. Casey Everton has impressed us here in the commentator booth for still being conscious after that deadly display from Sybil Wesley. However, Casey is struggling to get up. Will she continue to fight, or are we about to witness her forfeiting the match? She won't forfeit, thought Max. She can't. He thought back to that time when they'd first partnered up in the endless forest. "I want to become a climber because there's a treasure on the upper floors that I'm determined to find." Max remembered the fire in her eyes back then. She must have imbued mana in the channel running along her back and spine, which kept Sybil's blow from completely knocking her out. She wouldn't have done that if she was going to give up easily. She knew being conscious for the pain she was about to endure was going to really hurt. If she was willing to consciously take in all that pain, then she wasn't going to give up. Come on, Casey, thought Max. Get up already. Casey's arms trembled and ached as she tried to push herself back to her feet. She was in too much pain. It was sapping her of all her energy. She'd start to lift herself off the ground, and then a piercing ripple of agony would course through her back, and she'd find her head in the dirt right where she'd started moments ago. The arena audience was chanting Sybil's name like she'd already won. Maybe Sybil was right, she thought to herself. It's not like her parents knew what to do with her once they found out she had a trait, that she'd maybe become a climber. They couldn't even afford the basic supplies someone like her would need. But they had believed in her. Not everyone had. The group of kids who she thought she was going to grow up with turned their back on her. She was no longer one of them once she had unlocked her profile and trait, but she didn't feel like she fit in with the climber society of the Tower Zone either. Early on, she had realized she needed to forge her own path. Was this really the end of that path? Losing when she'd gotten so close? Screw that. She wasn't going to quit that easily. Casey's body ached, but she slowly pushed herself off the ground, gritting her teeth as she fought through the pain. She got on her knees, and then with a slight wobble she was back on her feet. The whole arena gasped. Casey had just defied what had been expected of her, to lie down and take defeat. Accept the hierarchy of fake veins and pure veins and all that hogwash. You fool, said Sybil. I gave you a chance to escape brutal pain, but I guess fake veins really are dumber than the rest of us. Prepare to enter a realm of torture unlike anything you've ever experienced. Casey wiped blood off her lip and grinned with new determination. Bring it on, she said back. Sakura put her hands on the glass window overlooking the match. Casey, Max's friend, had just got up after taking a devastating hit from the Wesley girl. So, the girl got up in the end, said Samuel. How interesting. Sakura bristled at his words. He knew better than to speak vile obscenities about fake veins and pure veins in front of her and the climber president, but that was exactly what he was thinking. The man was obviously rooting for Sybil Wesley to win. No, she thought, rooting would suggest he thought Sybil's victory wasn't already the inevitable outcome. The arrogance pissed her off. It was all the same with these old prestigious families and their rare traits. They thought they were so much better than the rest of them. Sakura quickly glanced at the door to the private room they were in. The other branch commanders still hadn't shown up. Samuel was the only one who answered when she had tried phoning them. Where were they? What's going on? Sakura had a bad feeling, but she didn't know why. She looked down at the bruised and battered girl in the arena below. Come on, Casey, she thought. I believe in you. Everyone in the student climber waiting area was glued to the TV screen. All the students took a step closer to the TV, or if they were sitting down, leaned a bit further to make sure they were witnessing everything there was to see. So it looks like the young Casey Everton is not down for the fight just yet. How will she fight back against the swift Sybil Wesley? Does the young girl have any tricks of her own up her sleeve? We'll just have to watch to find out. Max watched with renewed hope and excitement for his friend. She had got up from the blow. She was still in this fight. He petted Toto, who was also perked up and watching the fight on the screen. What a fool, shouted Cyrus at the TV. Sybil is now going to injure her for life, if not outright kill her. Max shuddered and petted Toto. Come on, Casey, he thought to himself. Tell me you have a strategy here. Casey stood on her feet, still a little shaky. She lifted her fists up, taking on a fighting stance. Don't blame me later, said Sybil. I offered you mercy and you spat it back in my face. Remember those words, Casey shouted back, when you're begging me to stop the pain. You just have to survive Sybil's next attack, Casey said to herself. Survive the next blow and you have a fighting chance. Sybil rushed at her with lightning speed once more. Wind swirled all around her as she sprinted, picking up more and more speed. Sybil moved so fast she disappeared again into a small tornado gust of wind. Boom! The audience went into a hushed silence, terrified yet eager to see the results of Sybil's newest deadly attack. Smoke, dirt, and wind spiraled in the center of the arena. "I can't see anything," shouted Sakura. "I don't think you're going to want to see behind that smoke," said Samuel. "It won't be pretty, that's for sure." Max and the others looked on the TV screen, capturing the spiraling dirt and debris. The smoke slowly cleared. "No way, I don't believe it." A figure emerged from the smoke. It was Casey. She was still standing. Casey stood in the arena, undamaged from Sybil's most recent attack. Sybil was behind her in a cratered area of cracked ground where her attack had landed. The powerful girl span around and shouted at Casey. "How did you do that, fake Vane?" Casey smirked. There was no doubt in Casey's mind that Sybil could manipulate the wind to a far greater degree than she could. That said, because Casey was also an airbringer, she was able to control the wind just enough that she could counteract and deflate the power and speed of Sybil's move. Not entirely, but enough so that Sybil wouldn't notice and that Casey would still be able to dodge the attack. Sybil scowled at her. Casey shrugged and stuck out her tongue. "Better luck next time," she teased. "Very well done," said the climber president. Young Casey used the wind to deflate Ms. Wesley's attack. They all murmured in agreement. "An impressive counter indeed," said Samuel with slight irritation in his voice. "I guess proof that those from non-traditional climber backgrounds being weaker than those from climber families is a bunch of bogus nonsense," said Sakura, crossing her arms smugly at Samuel. The man's face went red, and he kept his eyes focused on the match. "What are you up to, Samuel?" thought Sakura. "Why are you and I the only branch commanders here right now?" Sybil brushed dirt off her clothes and readied herself for another attack. "Nice trick," she said, "but I won't fall for it again. You're not getting out of this alive, fake Vane. Just accept it." "I'm a Wesley and you're a nobody." The words sliced through Casey's mind. Her eyes widened as memories rushed through her. "You're a nobody." A few weeks after the fountain ceremony, when 10-year-old Casey had discovered she had a profile and a trait, her and her family had been invited to a special event hosted by the Climbers Guild. It was an outdoor barbecue for unranked climbers and their families to come and meet one another. Casey and her family stuck out like sore thumbs. They looked poor, but even worse, they looked traitless. Casey saw two kids playing nearby, and she decided to approach them. She had always been good at making friends at her old elementary school. She'd poke someone in the shoulder and pretend not to notice, goofy little pranks like that to get kids' attention and get them to play with her. Then she'd start doing similar goofy jokes on other kids with her new friends until they were all a happy gang of kids playing with each other. She'd do the same thing here. She approached the little blonde girl and boy and surreptitiously tapped the blonde girl on the shoulder. Before Casey could pretend like she hadn't poked her, the blonde girl spoke with hostility. "Excuse me," she said. "Did you just touch me?" Casey shook her head with a silly grin on her face. "She did," said the blonde boy. "I saw her. My father tells me to keep my hands to myself," said the girl. "To touch someone is a mark of war." Casey blinked. "I'm sorry, I was just kidding around. I don't want to go to war with you." "Of course you don't. I'm a Wesley and he's an archer. The question is, who are you?" "I'm Casey," she said. "No, but what family are you from?" "My last name is Everton," she said. "My parents are over there." "Oh," said Sybil, "you're one of the fake Vanes." Sybil and Cyrus giggled at her. She didn't like being excluded from the joke. They were speaking in a coded language she didn't understand. "What's a fake Vane?" she asked. "Don't tell her," giggled Sybil. "Tell me, what do your parents do?" "They own a stationery shop," said Casey proudly. "Our family sells really cool pencils, pens, and paper. I'm learning to do origami. I can show you if you'd like." They laughed even louder now. It was venomous. "A shop," they laughed with theatrical cruelty. "Wow, how pathetic. They should just get rid of the traitless from the Tower Zone." "Well, nice to meet you, Casey," said Sybil. "See you never." With that, the two kids laughed and walked off together. Casey stood there all alone. She looked over to see her parents, equally confused and ostracized at this meeting. She wiped a tear from her eye. One day, she thought, I'll show them that being born from traitless parents is a strength and not a weakness. I'll show them I'm proud of where I come from, that a fake vein can beat a pure vein with enough effort. One day, she said to herself, I'll make them regret their dismissal of me. Casey stood across the arena from Sybil. The Wesley girl looked as if she was mustering the strength inside her to unleash another devastating attack. Casey had no other choice but to use her final move. She had been hoping to save it as a trump card until later in the tournament, but it was now or never. She pulled out a small paper crane from her pouch. Really? Balked Sybil. Is that your big ace up your sleeve? A stupid piece of folded-up paper, Casey muttered, gritting her teeth angrily. I once offered to teach you how to make a paper crane, and you laughed in my face. Now I'm going to make you regret that. Casey twirled her hand, creating a gust of wind around her, and as she did so, she opened up her pouch, unleashing one paper crane after another, until she sent forth a whole flock of origami cranes in a swarming tornado at Sybil. This was Casey's trump card, her ultimate move, the 1,000-paper crane attack. What's this? Shouted Sakura to the arena down below. I've never seen an Airbringer do something like this before. This is truly a unique use of the trait. Samuel's face was red with anger, a thick vein of irritation forming just along his forehead. How fascinating, said the climber president. She's really made her Airbringer trait her own with this move. They stared through the window to the arena below as the paper cranes swirled around Sybil. Sybil held up her arms defensively, but it was no use. There were simply too many cranes. Ag! She screamed out in pain. She tried to push the wind back, but it was no use. Technically, Sybil's power over the wind and higher mana affinity stat should have been able to reverse direction of Casey's tornado, but Casey's paper cranes were imbued with mana of their own. All of the cranes were contributing to the ferocity and power of Casey's tornado to a level much stronger than Sybil was capable of pushing back on her own. The wings of the paper cranes sliced through Sybil's clothing and flesh. Tiny bleeding paper cuts opened up all over Sybil's body. Sybil jerked spasmodically all over the place, unable to defend the countless number of small attacks from the paper cranes. The audience was silent, waiting with bated breath to see the outcome of Casey's powerful attack. For the longest time, Casey had never known how to make her trait special, unique to her. But it was after meeting Max and seeing the fierce determination in his eyes, his willingness to do anything to find and save his sister, that unlocked a determination in herself that had long been dormant. From that point on, she'd been working on perfecting an Airbringer attack that would take advantage of her own unique strengths. The 1,000-paper crane attack was the result of that effort. Ag! Screamed Sybil as the pain grew worse and worse. She was bleeding out of countless cuts across her body now. Casey screamed as she used all her power and mana to unleash the devastating attack. The cranes swirled in a destructive, violent torrent all around Sybil, her childhood tormentor. Do you see now, Sybil? Shouted Casey. There's one thing being raised within the traitless community that I've learned that a pure vein doesn't, and that's learning to work together with others. The idea that when combining forces you can create whole new strengths you never thought possible. You're so focused on channeling as much mana and wind as possible to do powerful martial attacks, you didn't realize one could use the wind to empower something seemingly innocent into something incredibly powerful. My paper cranes aren't strong on their own, but when infused with mana and wind power and in a collective flock, each weak individual crane suddenly becomes infused with a massive amount of power. My traitless background is my strength. Being a fake vein is something one can be proud of. Not ashamed for, Casey threw her hands out with all her might as she channeled even more of all the wind around her. Incredible, shouted Max at the TV screen. Toto squealed and cheered on his shoulder as well. Max turned smugly to Cyrus, who had slumped in a sofa chair, and crossed his arms with a scowl. "She's freaking doing it," shouted Max. "Go, Casey, go." The wind began to die down. The paper cranes fluttered back to Casey's pouch, disappearing once more. The arena was clear for everyone to see. "What was that, Sybil?" asked Casey. "About you promising me mercy?" Sybil couldn't even respond. She staggered back and forth until she collapsed on the ground. The referee blew his whistle, while a medic team appeared from one of the arena's side tunnels and picked Sybil up onto a stretcher and carried her away. The referee grabbed Casey's arm and lifted it high in the air. And the first match of this year's Climber Academy final exam goes to CASCY-EVRTON. The whole arena erupted with cheers of excitement and delight. Everyone stood up and congratulated Casey as she stumbled back into the waiting area. Toto leapt off Max's shoulders and onto Casey's, nuzzling his head into her neck, giving her little kisses of joy and happiness. "That was incredible," said Max. The move was so powerful and cool and so uniquely Casey's own, it made him slightly jealous. He needed to work on his own extra special ability. It also made him nervous for his own fight. What if his own opponent had readied some incredible trump card like that? After witnessing Casey's fight, he realized he had to be ready to face anything. "Look," said another student. On the TV screen, the next contestants were being chosen. A name appeared: Max Reinhardt. "Looks like you're up," said Casey. "Good luck." Max gulped and stared at the screen. Who was he going to be facing? Everyone gasped as his opponent was named. It couldn't be more perfect. The second name to appear on the screen was none other than Cyrus Archer. Everyone in the room turned to Max, then Cyrus. Cyrus stood up off the sofa and smirked. "I was hoping I'd get to face you. Glad it happens sooner rather than later." "Shut up, Cyrus," shouted Casey. "I'll kick your ass with my paper cranes." Two of Cyrus' goons stood up to defend him, and it looked as if the student waiting room was going to turn into an all-out brawl. The debuffer suddenly stood up, and in a flash was between all the kids, holding out his arms. "Can you step out into the arena, please?" Samuel looked down to the large screen across from them in the arena. Max Reinhardt versus Cyrus Archer. "You must be so proud to see your boy here today," said the Climber president, smiling fondly at the man. "The fool," thought Samuel. "He doesn't have any inkling, does he?" Samuel smiled back and nodded his head. "Yes," he said. "It's a true pleasure to see one's own child grow up and train to become a climber." The Climber president smiled, and Sakura simply nodded her head at him. Sakura was definitely suspicious of him. It didn't matter though anymore. It was already too late. The plan would begin any moment now. Max stood across from Cyrus in the large arena as the massive audience roared around them. He was nervous, but he didn't want anyone to see it, especially Cyrus. "The match will begin at the blow of my whistle," said the referee. Max gulped. For a long time now, he'd wanted an excuse to punch Cyrus in the face. The boy had given him plenty of reasons in the past, but now the opportunity was officially sanctioned by the Climbers Guild. There was just one thing that was bugging him. He actually had no idea what Cyrus' trait was. That said, he was pretty sure Cyrus didn't know the two different abilities he currently had up his own sleeve. The referee leapt backwards and blew his whistle. SHILLLL. The match had begun. The crowd let out a massive roar that tremored across the arena. They then quieted down to watch the opening moves of the match. Max rushed towards Cyrus. He wasn't going to hesitate or dilly-dally. He'd attack as soon as he could. "You idiot," snickered Cyrus. Even now he was still an arrogant jerk, thought Max. But he could see why his current plan might appear idiotic. He was rushing straight ahead into an effectively unknown enemy. Too bad for Cyrus, it was all misdirection. Max triggered Shadow Blink. He emerged right behind Cyrus. His opponent's shoulders jumped in surprise. The whole arena gasped. The only thing Max didn't like about this strategy was that he didn't get to see Cyrus' smug grin disappear off his face as Max bested him. Max swung a clenched fist right into the back of Cyrus' head. As he propelled his fist forward, he sent as much mana as he could to imbue around his knuckles. POW, his fist smashed right into the back of Cyrus' head. The power of the blow was enough to send Cyrus hurling across the arena. Incredible, cheered the crowd. Max watched as Cyrus was knocked back through the air. The boy must have low endurance stats compared to everything else. In a weird way that wasn't surprising. The boy had spent his entire life with bodyguards and henchmen. He probably never thought he needed to train that stat. He assumed he was invincible already, but as Max had just shown him, he was far from invulnerable. Cyrus collapsed a few meters away into the dirty ground of the arena. A swirl of dust formed around the boy after he made impact with the ground. The crowd chanted Max's name. Sakura smiled from the observation box at the top of the arena. She placed her hands on the glass and looked down at Max, who was standing ready for a retaliation attack from his opponent. "Your pupil is putting up quite the magnificent display, Sakura," said the climber president. "Thank you, sir," said Sakura. "I only nudged Max a little bit. This impressive display is mostly down to him." Max was truly remarkable though, she thought. The amount of abilities and moves he's learned in so short a time was incredible. Even more amazing was how quickly he'd ranked up and raised his stats. If Max could get this powerful in a matter of months, who knew what heights he might reach as he trained and grew in strength? Samuel tried to conceal his irritation, though his face was noticeably red. It must be tough to watch his own son get smacked down like this, thought Sakura. "Sakura's pupil is really giving your son a run for his money, isn't he, Samuel?" laughed the climber president. Sakura tensed at the president's words. "Don't add salt to the man's wounds, sir," Sakura thought to herself. Samuel just looked down at the swirling dust and dirt where Cyrus had landed. "Just you wait," he said, gritting his teeth. "My boy isn't down for the count just yet." Casey and Toto cheered with glee in the student climber waiting area. "Oh yeah," she cheered. "Go Max, beat Cyrus to a pulp, you can do it." The other students grumbled and looked at her. "Will you shut up? We're trying to watch the match." Casey sighed and felt her elation deflate a little bit. The match definitely wasn't over yet, and Cyrus hadn't even revealed his trait yet. Even though she'd grown up with the boy, she still had no idea what his special power was. It must have been very rare, otherwise it wouldn't be kept such a highly guarded secret. Then there was his hereditary trait, the passive ability. The Archer family was most famous for blood eyes. "Be careful, Max," she thought to herself as she petted Toto's fur. "You can do this, but be careful." Samuel clenched his fists as he stood between Sakura and the climber president. He was trying to steady his breathing without calling too much attention to himself. What the heck was Cyrus doing? He was supposed to initiate the plan before any blows were delivered. The idiot. He probably thought he could land a punch on Max before they started the plan. Proved to himself that he would have won this match fairly if it weren't for their other plans. Now he'd mucked up the entire operation. It looked as if they were going to have to improvise. Max watched the dust settle. Through the dust, he saw the figure of his opponent get off the ground. It looks like Cyrus Archer is getting up. The boy is not down for the count just yet. One punch would have been too easy. On the bright side, Max thought to himself, I might get to punch Cyrus in the face a second time. Max rushed the Archer boy once more with a raised fist. He sprinted towards Cyrus, closing the gap that separated them. "Max, Max, Max," cheered the crowd. Now that he knew how low Cyrus' endurance stat was, it was all a matter of sneaking in one more devastating hit. Max rushed towards Cyrus, but then suddenly found himself frozen mid-step. "What?" he thought. "Why can't I move?" Cyrus snickered in front of him. Had Cyrus paralyzed him somehow? Was this his trait ability? "You idiot," said Cyrus. "Did you really think you could beat me?" Samuel sighed with relief as he watched the battle down below. Cyrus was back on his feet. The plan was slowly getting back on track. It looks like Max will have to fight a bit more for his victory, smiled Sakura at Samuel. The insolent woman, Samuel thought, she dared to mock him and his family. Just wait, her time would soon be coming to an end. Your pupil is very talented, said Samuel, but don't forget my boy has been in the tower zone all his life. Max may have dealt the first blow, but he's still the underdog. He looked out the window and grinned at the red-haired boy, squirming on the ground. Come on now, Cyrus, stop toying with this boy and initiate the plan. Max squirmed, frozen in place. He willed himself with all of his might to move forward, and yet he was completely stuck, as if he'd been glued to the ground. What's happening to me? Max thought with a newfound panic. The audience had grown silent. They were in awe at the turn of events. They waited now with bated breath to see what happened next. How had Cyrus paralyzed him like this? There must be some kind of trick to escape this power. Cyrus smirked and started slowly walking towards Max. The blonde-haired boy reached into his pocket and pulled out a long silver scalpel. The crowd gasped. What was Cyrus going to do with that scalpel? You know why the Archer family is the most powerful family in all of the Tower Zone, said Cyrus. Because we can see what lies beneath the skin of each and every person. I can see the very vessels that carry your blood. I can see your heart beating. Faster now as I approach you. Cyrus was revealing himself to be the psychopath Max had always suspected him of being. Do you know why most victims of stab wounds don't die? It's because stabbing someone can be a frantic, impulsive attack. Very few people remain calm and stab a person right in the spot that will kill them. I don't have that problem, though. Cyrus took another step towards Max. My grandfather was one of the earliest climbers, a great warrior, that man. He fought in wars in the upper floors. He killed thousands upon thousands of warriors. For doing such a feat, he was rewarded with the very hereditary trait I'm going to use now to kill you here. Max's eyes bulged with fear as Cyrus took another step towards him. Max squirmed, still frozen in place. The audience was hushed, watching fearfully as the entire balance of power in the match completely shifted. Think, Max, think. There must be some way to escape this paralysis. If he didn't think of something soon, he was done for. Cyrus took another step towards him. He held the scalpel up like a surgeon approaching a serious operation. The pale, blonde-haired boy smiled as he took another step, closing the gap between them even more. Max squirmed. If he didn't get out of this paralysis soon, he was either going to die or fail the climber exam. Either way, his dream of fulfilling his promise to his sister would be over. His goal of becoming a tower climber would be down the drain. Everything he'd worked so hard for would be rendered meaningless. His heart raced as he began to panic more and more. Casey and Toto stared wide-eyed at the flat-screen television in the student climber waiting area. Cyrus had paralyzed Max and was now vindictively approaching him like a monster playing with its prey. "Isn't anyone going to do something?" cried Casey. "Cyrus is going to try and kill Max." The other students ignored her, watching the match. None of them cared. This was the attitude of climbers. They'd grown so used to the bloody violence and monsters of the tower that they'd grown apathetic to everything that happened around them. So one climber killed another. This was the reality of those who lived in the tower zone. Casey turned to the buffer climber who was chaperoning them. "Isn't anyone going to do something?" The buffer crossed his arms. "Have more hope in your friend," said the climber. "If we interrupted now, we'd be dishonoring him, taking away his chance to escape or defend himself." Casey turned back to the TV screen and petted Toto. "Come on, Max," she thought. "You can do this." Max squirmed on the ground, frozen in place. Cyrus was now only a few steps away before he could cut him up in any way he so desired. "I love seeing the heart throb faster and faster as a victim panics at his own impending death," said Cyrus. Max ignored the boy as much as he could. He needed to think through a plan. There must be some way to break through this ability. Cyrus lifted up his scalpel, grinning. The boy was close enough to stab Max now in any artery or spot he wanted. Cyrus pulled his arm back, clutching the scalpel. "Another reason most people don't die of stab wounds," said Cyrus, "is that many fail to penetrate the important arteries. That's because so many people are amateurs. You need a good thrust to cut through flesh and puncture a blood vessel." So that was his plan, Max thought. Cyrus was going to stab him in the most important artery and let him bleed to death as he tried to fight back and win the match. "Time to die," said Cyrus. The boy thrust his scalpel forward. This was it. Cyrus's eye bulged in shock. His whole body squirmed in anguish. His scalpel was inches away from Max, but the sharp silver blade never reached the boy's flesh. Cyrus, scalpel and hand were frozen inches away from Max's stomach. "Your rare trait is pretty cool," said Max. "It's just got one weakness." Itself, Sakura had both of her hands on the glass as she watched the battle with panicked concern. Cyrus was about to stab Max, and then nothing, absolutely nothing. The two student climbers were just standing there, frozen. "Interesting," said the climber president, scratching his chin. "Max has escaped defeat, but now the battle has come to an impasse." Sakura looked closer to the ground. "I see," she thought. "Clever thinking, Max. Use Cyrus' own trait against him." Cyrus squirmed in front of Max. Max took a moment to catch his breath. The scalpel that was going to kill him was only inches away from his flesh. Max only figured out how to save himself at the very last second. He realized that Cyrus' trait, while paralyzing him, still allowed him to breathe and speak. Did that mean he could do other things as well, like trigger his own trait? That was when he realized he could now utilize Cyrus' own bind ability and paralyze his opponent. It was a very interesting ability, Max realized. The way it worked was simple. A string of mana emanated from your finger like the thread of a spider's web, and then it froze anyone in place who touched it. Cyrus kept squirming, frozen in place, trying to break the hold. The audience began to get bored at the two of them just standing there. They started to heckle and boo. The match had come to an impasse. How long it would stay like this, Max wasn't sure. He still didn't completely know the full functionality of Cyrus' trait. How long did the paralysis last for? "Give up now," shouted Cyrus. "Give up. You're only delaying the inevitable." Inevitable. For Max, the word felt like a punch to the gut. Many years ago, when Max was 11, he rolled up to Mr. Grimes on his wheelchair with a piece of paper he'd received from school sitting on his lap. "What do you want, useless?" He presented the paper to Mr. Grimes, and the orphan manager snatched it out of the boy's hands. "What's this, useless?" "It's a field trip for this coming Saturday," said little Max. "There's a career fair downtown. All the schools are invited." "Pa, you can't go, useless," shouted Mr. Grimes at the little boy. "You're going to clean the cellar on Saturday, remember?" "What if I clean the cellar the following Saturday?" asked Max. Mr. Grimes shook his head. "That's not how things work, useless. You need to clean the cellar this Saturday. What do you need to go to a career for anyway?" Max perked up at this. Such a question suggested maybe Mr. Grimes could be reasoned with. "I need to go so I can see what I can be when I grow up," explained little Max. The orphan manager laughed in his face. But you're nothing. You're going to grow up to be nothing. Trust me, it's inevitable." Cyrus squirmed in irritation, staring Max down. Something had changed in the red-headed boy. He was staring at him with a new level of anger and rage. Suddenly, a horrible piercing pain filled Cyrus' entire body as if he was burning from the inside out. "What's happening to me?" he screamed. The bind ability wasn't an offensive trait. If they were both frozen, there was no way for them to hurt each other. How the heck was Max dealing this level of pain to him then? The sizzling internal burn was too much for Cyrus to bear. He had to escape it. The only way to was to let go of his bind spell. He released the bind on Max, but the burn still continued. How was Max doing this to him? I'm so sick of people telling me what's inevitable, screamed Max. You don't know what you're talking about, you jerk. The sizzling pain inside of Cyrus disappeared, and so too did Max's bind over him. Yet, by the time Cyrus realized this, a mana-imbued fist smashed into his own face, sending him hurling across the arena in pain once more. Samuel was shivering with a quiet rage inside of him. He pulled out his phone surreptitiously so that Sakura and the climber president didn't notice. None of this was part of the plan, thought Samuel. Cyrus, you foolish boy, I thought I had been hard on you growing up, but clearly I hadn't been hard enough. Since Cyrus botched the original signal, none of the operatives were moving ahead with the plan. He had to send them a new signal. Samuel typed a text telling them to get to work regardless of his son's incompetence. When he was finished, he clicked send. Don't you agree, Samuel? Said the climber president. He blinked. He hadn't been listening to the conversation happening in front of him. That question is unfair, Mr. President, said Sakura. You can't ask the man to comment on his own son's defeat. Cyrus is defeated, said Samuel. Well, not yet, smirked Sakura, but Max has displayed some very clever thinking. First, he used the bind trait against Cyrus, but then with an even bigger stroke of genius, he used the mana threads of the bind trait as a mana bridge to then send hostile mana into Cyrus' body, causing him to burn from the inside out. Samuel bristled. It was a smart play from the boy from the outer rim. Maybe he had approached his arrival in the wrong way. The boy may have been a good recruit. It was too late now, though. The sides were already drawn. The operatives should have received his text message by now. There would be no more delays to the plan. Everyone was silent in the student climber waiting room. Toto squealed and nestled into Casey's neck. I know, Toto, said Casey. I can't handle the suspense either. Was this it? Was the battle over? Had Max won? Max took a deep breath as he watched the smoke and debris settle on the other end of the arena. He'd given Cyrus everything he had. The audience watched with bated breath for the smoke to clear. With Cyrus, low endurance, he didn't see how the boy could survive. The smoke began to settle. It was now the moment of truth. Cyrus was bruised to a pulp, but he stood up, wiping blood off of his mouth. No way, Max thought. How was he still standing? Cyrus started to laugh manically. His eyes bulged. This guy was truly insane, thought Max. Nice trick, said Cyrus, but I'm still right and you're still wrong. You're weak and I'm strong. I'm Cyrus Archer and you're bloody nobody. Just watch. Max rushed forward. The sight of Cyrus' face was enough indication that Max only needed to hit him one more time to knock him out unconscious. After 2 steps, however, he found himself frozen in place. We've been through this, Cyrus, said Max. You can't keep me frozen. Cyrus snickered once more. Oh yes, I can, he said. Max's heart raced. What was Cyrus going on about? Boom! A huge explosive tremor of noise and destruction came from beyond the arena. Sakura swerved her head to the other side of the room. A huge tremor reverberated against the wall. What's just happened? Shouted Sakura. She quickly glanced over to the branch commander of the healer climbers. Samuel's face was as placid and apathetic as ever, almost as if he's not even surprised or worried about the explosion. The door to their private arena box swung open, and it was an E-rank city climber. Her face was pale with fear. They're attacking the city, she cried. What do you mean? Said the climber president. It's unbelievable, but it's a brand new monster wave. How was that possible? A monster wave wasn't due for almost another month. None of the city's defensive wards were even powered up to deal with a monster wave. The city was defenseless. Go warn others, Sakura commanded as she rushed to the door to see if there were any threats coming from the hallway. I don't know what you're trying to do, Sakura, said Samuel, but it's too late. The woman shuddered. There's nothing you can do to stop it, grinned the man. The audience suddenly screamed with hysteria. There was a sudden flash, and a C-rank climber appeared beside Cyrus. People in the arena were clambering over each other wanting to escape. Such idiots, said Cyrus. None of you deserve to live. You don't even know why you're scared. You just hear an explosion and you start running. You realize you're all running in the direction of the thing you're afraid of. Maybe you should just stop. Cyrus lifted up his hands, and suddenly everyone in the arena froze in place. Max watched all this develop as he too was stuck mid-run, unable to move. But how was this possible? Paralyzing one person felt like a reasonable power, but the entire arena, unless the climber who had appeared beside Cyrus. He was similar to the one they'd encountered in the waiting room. The climber in the waiting room had the power to stamp out people's powers. He was called a debuffer. This climber had the inverse of that ability. He was able to magnify people's abilities, strengthening them beyond their normal limits. This climber was a buffer. The arena had gone silent. No one could move, while the strange screeches of monsters emanated from just beyond the arena's walls. Max squirmed, still trapped mid-step. Cyrus and his buffer companion had completely paralyzed the entire arena audience. That didn't just include ordinary citizens, but other climbers as well, people who were currently needed to help defend the city. Cyrus laughed. It's about time, he sighed. I've been waiting a long while for this plan to come to fruition. I thought I might have a few extra minutes to kill you individually, but alas, we ran out of time. I'm sorry to inform you, outsider, but this is a coup d'etat. The Archer family is taking over. No longer will the most powerful climbers bow to the rules put in place to enslave them. They deserve to rule as they are the strongest, so that was what this was all about. Power. The Archer family felt like they didn't have as much of it as they deserved, and they were willing to kill and hurt people to get more of it. This was the exact danger the climber president had told him about. The shifting concerns of humanity as individuals grew in strength and power leaps and bounds beyond their common peers. This was the very destructive impulses and tendencies that had led to their original world getting destroyed. It was what led to the formation of this city in the first place. And now the Archers wanted to burn that all to the ground. They couldn't let them win, Max thought, not if he could help it. He squirmed in place. He tried to do the mana bridge technique once more, but nothing happened. Your little mana bridge trick won't work now, said Cyrus, so long as I have this buffer here. My mana cannot be overpowered by yours. Crap, what am I going to do, thought Max. Easy solution, he thought. He'd already figured out how to work around Cyrus' trait. Last time he'd used Cyrus' trait against him, but that was harder now with the buffer present. Even still, he could still use his own trait, Shadow Blink. The ability didn't require any actual physical movement to perform. In fact, the Shadow Blink ability operated in defiance of physical laws. The only problem Max could foresee was if he did use Shadow Blink, would he still be paralyzed when he reappeared? He didn't see why he would be, though. By shadow blinking, he'd be escaping the clutches of the bind trait's mana thread. The next question was, who should he target, Cyrus or the buffer? He'd pick his target, Shadow Blink, and then knock one of them out. He had a feeling too that his punch might be more powerful than normal. Cyrus and his companions stood in the middle of the arena, grinning. Cyrus had given his smug speech already, so they were just waiting. That was their role in this operation on the Tower Zone. Paralyze everyone so that there could be a smooth and hostile takeover of the city. It wasn't going to be so smooth anymore now, though, thought Max right as he triggered his Shadow Blink ability. He disappeared and then reappeared in a burst of shadowy energy right behind Cyrus. Both Cyrus and the buffer's shoulders jumped at Max's sudden disappearance and reappearance. It's over, Cyrus. Eat my fist. Smash. Max threw a mana-imbued fist right into Cyrus Archer's jaw. The arrogant boy's entire head exploded, brain matter shooting everywhere. It was as Max had suspected. Normally, he could only copy one ability at a time, but because Cyrus' bind ability had been infused with the buffer's passive enhancing abilities, his mimic picked up both traits at once. If the buffer then doubled Max's power, and then Max's trait doubled on top of that, that meant he was sending out a mana-infused fist at quadruple his normal power. So much power that his fist destroyed Cyrus in one hit. "Impossible," shouted the buffer with fear. Even if the Archer family's plan succeeded, Cyrus, the psychopathic heir to the Archer dynasty, would not get to reap any of the benefits. Max turned to the buffer. The echoes of screams and pandemonium reverberated across the arena once more. Now that Cyrus had fallen, the bind trait was no longer holding any of the audience in place. Max turned back to stop the buffer and find out more details of this evil plan of the Archer S, but the climber had disappeared. Chaos and pandemonium filled the arena. Monstrous screams and wails from the city echoed all around him. This was turning out to be one heck of a final exam. Sakura shuddered and turned around to face Samuel. "What have you done?" said the climber president, turning to the man as well, his face full of anger. Sakura thought back to when she first met Max, the high-ranked Minotaur that had made it to the walls of the Tower Zone. That had been an experiment. Samuel had been behind that creature's movement. He'd been working on this insane plan for months, maybe even longer. "I don't need to listen to either of you anymore," said Samuel snidely. "All these rules in place, what good do they do any of us? And why should those of us multiple times more powerful than normal citizens have to abide by rules that protect them? What about us? Don't we deserve more for rising so far above the ranks of humans?" "You've gone completely mad," Samuel said, the climber president. "Have you forgotten already why such rules are in place?" Boom. Another reverberation from an attack trembled through the room. They needed to stop wasting time in here, thought Sakura. They needed to put a stop to this. They had to go protect the citizens from the incoming monster wave. "Complain all you want," said Samuel. "There's nothing you can do now. The Tower Zone is about to get destroyed and then be rebuilt anew with the Archer family as its head leader. No more Climbers Guild, no more Climber President. The Archers will be running things from now on." The Climber President shivered with anger. His muscles stretched and his clothes began to rip. Uh-oh, thought Sakura. The Climber President was triggering his A-rank trait. The man had high enough mana affinity and other stats to take on most opponents without relying on his trait. It had been years since the man had triggered it. The Climber President was now going all out. The Climber President's body grew and ripped out of his clothes. Hair burst forth from his skin, covering him in fur. His fingers enlarged and his nails sharpened into huge claws. The Climber President scowled, and his angry face began to morph into that of a wolf's. His teeth sharpened and his eyes turned yellow. Sakura watched on in disbelief. She'd only ever heard about the Climber President's power in passing, but had never witnessed it herself. It was absolutely incredible. The Climber President's trait was a rare and very powerful trait, especially as it ranked up further and further. The rare trait was called Werewolf Mode. "You fool," laughed Samuel. "You did exactly as I was hoping." Oh no, thought Sakura. If Samuel was able to control that Minotaur, that meant he could control other monsters. Did that mean he could? Samuel's eyes flashed red as he triggered his hereditary trait, Blood Eyes. He then triggered his unique trait that had made him the city's greatest doctor and healer, Cellular Manipulation. The Climber President screamed out a giant wail. Its claws reached up to its head as if trying to fight a horrible migraine. The werewolf stumbled around spasmodically until docilely coming to its senses. The wolf's yellow eyes now glowed red. Sakura looked back and forth with horror between the former Climber President and Samuel Archer. What has this man done? What was he about to do? "You fool," said Samuel, speaking to the diminutive werewolf now. "The only other A-ranker in the city, and you thought you'd be enough to stop me. An old man who is still as naive as ever. Pa, you're pathetic. Now you'll help me destroy the very city you love. Now go, join my monster wave." The werewolf let out a huge howl and then smashed through the window, breaking the glass and leaping out into the arena. Samuel turned back to Sakura with a menacing smile. "As I said before, it's already done. You can't stop me." Smash! Max looked up from the center of the arena and watched a giant werewolf emerge. It landed in the stands, crushing the metal seats into mere rubble. "We're saved." "The climber president has unleashed his ultimate power." Max took in the ferocious-looking werewolf. That thing was the climber president. Turning into a beastly werewolf must have been the president's trait, and a deadly one at that. They needed reinforcements, and a monstrous werewolf was exactly what they needed. What better way to take out a group of monsters with a monster of your own? Fight fire with fire. The werewolf smashed at the stands, attacking actual citizens. The citizens were able to dodge the werewolf's moves, but they were in shock. "But aren't you here to save us?" The werewolf let out a massive roar. Was the climber president not on their side? Was he working with the Archer family? No, Max didn't believe it. Something was very wrong with the climber president. He was being controlled somehow. The werewolf crouched down before making a huge leap into the air, going over the arena walls and disappearing. A moment later, a giant gargoyle flew over the walls of the arena towards the smashed observation box that the climber president had emerged from. The gargoyle bowed in front of the broken glass. Next, Samuel Archer stepped out from the destroyed window and onto the gargoyle's back. The monster then flew out to the center of the arena. The man was lording over the destruction of his making. Max gritted his teeth as he looked up at the A-ranked climber with disgust. He'd never had a good feeling about the man, and now it was all coming to the surface. The man wanted to destroy this city, this place they all called home. For most of his life, Max had never felt like he had really belonged anywhere. Sakura and Casey flashed through his mind. There was something about the Tower Zone, though. He started to hope be more optimistic. Zestiris, for all of its problems, was still his home, where he had grown up, the place that had shaped him into who he was. He wasn't going to let someone destroy it for their own nefarious purposes. Screw that. He needed to come up with a plan. At that very moment, Casey rushed out from one of the arena tunnels. "Max," she screamed. "Are you okay?" Toto's eyes were equally wide with concern. "The Archers are trying to take over the city," said Max. "What are we going to do?" Max looked around. It was chaos in all directions. Other than his first night in the Tower Zone, he'd not taken part in a monster wave, so he wasn't really sure what the procedures were, but he imagined plenty of citizens across the city would need help, taking out whatever gargoyles or other demonic creatures that had started rampaging across the streets. Another figure emerged from the broken viewer's box at the top of the arena. The figure leapt from high up and seconds later landed gracefully on the arena floor. It was Sakura. She marched up to Max and Casey. Max did not like the pale, worried face she had on. She was one of the most powerful climbers he knew. If she was concerned, then things were going really badly. She materialized 2 mana potions from her pouch and handed one to each of those. "Okay, you two," said Sakura. "Drink those mana potions and listen to me. You're now receiving your first high-level assignment. You and Casey need to get to the Tower Zone's central wall, where there's a backup mana generator. You'll be able to manually turn on all the defensive wards that are currently off at the moment. After that, join the other defense climbers and city climbers and push back against the monster wave." "What about Samuel?" asked Max, looking to the megalomaniac hovering in the sky above them. Sakura grinned. "Leave him to me." Max and Casey hurried out of the tower arena. Monsters roared out as they wreaked havoc on the city. Citizens screamed in panic, rushing in every direction. Max's heart raced as he ran and looked around the city. There were horrible green slime monsters lording over people, harpies in the sky, and rock golems smashing into windows. "What are we going to do?" shouted Max, looking in every direction. "Sakura gave us an assignment," said Casey, tugging at his arms. These people need our help though, Max said. If they ran past them now, who was going to help them? They could die here on their own. More people are going to die if we don't get those defensive wards powered back up, said Casey. There'll be reinforcement climbers to help with the pandemonium. We are on an official climber assignment now. We have to believe that everyone else on our side is working together to succeed and save the most amount of people. Max watched a group of E-rankers take down 2 harpies. Casey was right. They continued moving forward. The central wall was about 3 miles ahead of them. If they didn't have any interruptions, it would take them just under 15 minutes due to their enhanced climber agility. If they did get interrupted though, who knew how long it could take? The lives of the citizens were in their hands. They rushed down a block full of cars with smashed roofs. Ahead of them, a squad of climbers took on a massive ogre with over 30 eyeballs on its head. Down another street was a tentacled monster that hoovered up people, cars, street lamps, or anything into its body. Just keep running, Casey muttered to herself. Keep your head down. No need to look at all the scary, disturbing monster around us. They're not important right now. They continued sprinting down the main city street. If we turn here, said Max, we might be able to take a shortcut. Casey agreed, so they made a right turn and then a left into an alleyway. They stumbled across a group of climbers who didn't seem to be doing anything. They were smoking cigarettes and playing cards. What are you doing? Shouted Casey. The city's under attack. The climbers stood up at the sight of them and they started to laugh menacingly at them. Max was starting to regret their shortcut plan. It was a good plan in theory, as they'd be off the main road and less likely to run into horrible scary monsters and chaos. It was a bad plan in practice because instead of all that, they ran into a group of climbers who were clearly working for the Archer family. Their mission had just hit its first obstacle. "Oh, the city is under attack," one of the climbers asked with a smirk. "I hadn't noticed." Max and Casey took a step back from the group of men. He recognized some of them. These were climbers who had been on duty in the outer rim. That's what Samuel was up to when they snuck into the other part of the city. He was gathering all of the climbers who were loyal to him. "The girl is kind of cute," said one of the climbers. "The boss told us to just wait here. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if we also had a bit of fun." Casey scrunched her nose in absolute repulsion at the men. Max felt his blood boil. They were going to have to fight through these guys, and Max suddenly had no hesitant feelings about doing so. The rogue climbers rushed towards them. Max's shadow blinked behind them and elbowed one in the back of the head with a rush of force and mana, sending his face smacking into the concrete floor of the alley. Meanwhile, Casey had whipped out her 1,000-paper crane attack, filling the alley with a gust of wind and paper cranes. The origami birds fluttered through the air, slicing at the necks of the rogue climbers. They coughed up blood and fell to the ground. The paper birds flew in a flock back into Casey's pouch. "That move," said Max, "is seriously insane." They hurried down the alley only to find a C-rank climber waiting for them. This guy kept his eyes up to the sky, paying attention to the swirling airborne monsters. Max suddenly understood what those other climbers they just fought were doing. They were guarding this guy, another buffer. Samuel Archer must have buffers all across the city to help him control the monsters. The man stood up and pulled out a hilt with no sword. Suddenly, a ray of blue mana emerged from the hilt, forming a blade of magical energy. He was channeling his own mana to create the blade. This guy was 2 ranks above them. They were going to have to be a little smarter about how they fought their way past him. Then Max remembered what skill he was last hit with. He stretched out his arms and triggered bind. A tiny, barely visible thread shot out from one of his fingertips and wrapped itself around the D-rank buffer. The man squirmed. "Og," he cried. "What have you done to me, you punk?" Casey took advantage of the man's paralyzed state, creating a huge gust of wind and directing it at him. Max undid the bind spell at the last minute as Casey's wind blast smashed into him and sent the man slamming into a nearby brick wall. That should do the trick, Casey declared. The two moves combined had created a powerful combo. The bind spell meant that the climber couldn't get a chance to dodge the wind gust. There was also the psychological torture of it too. Would he be sent flying, or would he simply have to take the attack while paralyzed? The D-rank climber groaned and lifted himself up off the ground. He was covered in dirt, but other than that, he didn't seem to have a scratch on him. "You gotta be kidding me," groaned Casey. Toto poked its head out from her pocket and shook his little gerbil fist in outrage. The man cracked his knuckles and snickered, ready to pulverize them. Max realized they were no match for this man with their current abilities. As a D-ranked climber, the man had stats double their own. His endurance and strength stats were enough to make it impossible for their moves to hurt him. Max had gotten used to having upper-ranked offensive moves in his arsenal that at double the power could break through the sheer stat gap between ranks, but at the moment he didn't have such an ability. They were screwed. The man rushed at them with his powered-up mana sword. Click. The sound of a lighter flicking on and off echoed through the alley. Click, flicker, click. Before the D-ranked climber could reach them, a burst of flames filled the alley, shielding Max and Casey from the attack. Then leaping right in front of them was none other than their Climber Academy instructor. He had a burning cigarette hanging in his mouth and a fireball in one palm that he was ready to serve up to the D-rank climber. "Looks like the final exam is a different kind of test this year," he said. "I've been sent by Sakura to back you guys up. You hurry ahead, leave this guy to me." Max and Casey nodded and rushed forward as their instructor began trading blows with the D-ranked climber. They sprinted as fast as they could. They were almost at the generator. Max and Casey arrived at the huge looming wall that separated the tower zone and the outer rim. There was a building attached to the wall. It was where the duty guards, locker room and lounge area was together with the city's backup generator. "There it is," cheered Casey. Max ignored the horrible noises of the monsters wreaking havoc on the city. Every second wasted was another moment of life or death for the hundreds of thousands of civilians who lived in the tower zone without any powers to defend themselves with. They rushed forward to the door. "Oh crap," said Casey. "What if the door's locked?" They hadn't considered that. Max reached out and turned the knob, and thankfully the door opened. They stepped inside the building. The entrance hall was a mess. Items were toppled over and blood smeared against the wall. There had been a fight here of some kind. Maybe the climbers on guard duty had fought against each other or a monster, or had hurried out into the city to fight battles there. Regardless, Max wasn't sure. All he knew was that this place was a mess. "Oh my," said Casey. "What do you think happened here?" "Same as what's going on outside these walls," Max muttered. "Chaos." They hurried down the hall and headed towards what looked like a janitor's closet. Beyond the door, there was a huge Manatech generator. Behind the giant device was a large glass chamber full of monster cores like a gumball machine. The generator must continuously consume those monster cores to help power itself. "Look," said Casey. On the generator was a giant red button labeled Emergency Backup. "That must trigger the defensive wards," said Max. Slam. Casey wasted no time slamming her hand against the red button. Max expected a massive alarm to go off, but nothing much happened, other than the pile of monster cores in the generator got consumed by the Manatech device. "That should protect the buildings and everyone who's in it," said Max, sighing with relief. "We are halfway there to winning this battle now. All that's left is defeating the actual monsters. Let's go." They hurried back through the hall, returning to the city streets. As soon as they stepped outside, they froze with terror. A huge black dragon flapped its wings in the sky, flying above the city's skyscrapers. "That doesn't look good," said Casey. Toto covered his eyes with his tiny hands, peeking occasionally through them. How the heck were they going to fight a dragon, even with the other climbers' help? This was a next-level threat. The dragon blew out a huge blast of fire from its mouth into a tall building, but thanks to them, when the fire dissipated, the building was completely intact, with a slight silver sheen of the defense ward's mana showing. Max, said Casey, I think we got problems closer to home. A massive rock golem came lumbering towards them. Max triggered Bind. The paralyzing string shot forward and locked the rock golem in place. Casey manipulated the wind and shot it forward until the golem crumbled into dust. Casey looked around frantically. What are we going to do, Max? She asked. There's monsters in all directions, including a freaking dragon in the sky. What's our next move? Go back to the arena to help Sakura, or help the other citizens? Max took a deep breath. Every second counted right now, but it would be far more wasteful to make decisions while panicking. Sakura's assignment was to get the backup generators on and then assist with other climbers. So their next mission should really be to find another group of climbers and figure out what the higher-up climbers had dictated was the strategy. They rushed forward into the city streets only for a new threat to emerge in front of them. Smash! Landing just ahead of them was the climber president in full werewolf mode. Blood dripped from the creature's sharpened teeth. It turned towards them, eyes full of bloodlust. Before Max and Casey could even react, the next thing that happened was the A-rank climber president was charging straight at them with murderous intent. Samuel cackled with laughter overtop the arena. He was still standing on the back of his enslaved gargle, lording over the city. You can't stop me, Sakura, said Samuel. I'm a higher rank than you are. It isn't feasibly possible for you to defeat me. The patronizing bastard, Sakura thought, gritting her teeth. She was B rank and he was A rank. There was no doubt about that, but that didn't mean the outcome was inevitable. Yes, the odds were in his favor, but Sakura didn't even have to win. All she had to do was prolong their fight, keep the man distracted until reinforcements showed up. Sakura lifted up her hands and triggered Slice. A massive energy blade shot above her and towards the clouds. The blade stabbed right into the center of the gargle in the sky. The monster's eyes bulged with pain and it coughed up blood right before dying. It disintegrated into a monster core in the air. Samuel fell to the arena floor, imbuing his feet with mana right as he landed to cushion the fall. The powerful A-rank climber smirked at her. Just because he was a higher rank than her didn't mean his little floating gargle slave was. Get off your high horse, jerk, Sakura declared. And talk to me on the ground. The climber president rushed at Max and Casey. The werewolf man galloped with incredible speed and agility. Ah, screamed Casey. In the span of one panicked blink, the climber president was looming over them and lifting up its claws to slash them. This was the speed and power of an A-ranked climber. Incredible, thought Max. He didn't have time to dodge, so he triggered the bind ability. The werewolf moved too fast, though, and tore a gash into Max's leg. Arg, he screamed out as a sharp, piercing pain rushed through his whole body. His leg was covered in blood. Max, are you okay? Said Casey, rushing over to him. Everything around him started to go blurry. Was he falling into shock? What was happening to him? The werewolf leapt away and reached at its head with its own claws. The climber president was still in there. He was fighting against Samuel's cellular manipulation control over him. Max, can you hear me? Said Casey, leaning over him. Max took in a deep breath. Everything around him was going blurry. He felt very strange. He looked up to the werewolf that had attacked him. What? Suddenly, the werewolf no longer looked like a hairy lupin beast, but more like a biology poster. He could see beneath the creature's skin, cells and veins. What's happening to me, thought Max. The climber president attacked him. Had his claws been laced with some kind of poison? Unless his mimic trait had decided not to copy the climber president's trait, but rather the trait that was controlling him, cellular manipulation infused with the hereditary trait blood eyes. Max gulped. It was just like what had happened with Cyrus and the buffer. His mimic trait had suddenly picked up both of Samuel Archer's abilities, cellular manipulation and blood eyes. In which case, maybe the climber president hadn't attacked him for no reason. He wanted him to acquire the trait and use it to free him of Samuel's control over him. Max lifted himself up off the ground and looked to the nearby werewolf. He focused on the creature's head. That must be where Samuel was controlling him from. As he focused on the climber president's werewolf head, he could sense a tampering in the creature's brain. He couldn't see it exactly, but he pulled on that tampering like he was undoing a knot. The climber president let out a huge wailing roar, then it nodded its head and smiled at Max. He'd successfully relinquished Samuel's control over him. The climber president wasted no time. The werewolf turned around and started climbing up a building, heading straight for the dragon lording over the skies above. As the climber president rushed towards the dragon, a smaller drake flew towards Max and Casey. It opened up its mouth, and a huge swirl of flames could be seen at the bottom of its throat, rising higher and higher until it was right at the top of its mouth. "Fire blast incoming," shouted Max. The blast of flame would be enough to seriously injure either him or Casey. They had to dodge the attack. Boom, the fire blast smashed into the ground. Max and Casey had managed to jump in either direction away from the radius of the blast. Casey wiped sweat off her brow. "How are we going to take this thing out?" The drake was probably twice their size and a significant foe. It wasn't as powerful as the main dragon, but for two E-rankers, it was not an easy matchup, and defeating it was not a guarantee. Max grinned as a new idea formed in his head, but maybe they didn't have to defeat it. The drake swerved towards them for a melee attack. Max focused on its brain. He looked for the same thread of mana in the brain that he'd found in the climber president. This time, however, instead of untying the knot, he tied it. The drake stopped its attack suddenly and landed in front of it. "Don't tell me," said Casey. "Did you somehow turn this drake onto our side?" "Cellular manipulation," said Max. "This trait is no joke." The two of them jumped on the back of the drake and took to the skies. They flew towards the climber president. The large werewolf had imbued its feet with mana and rushed up the side of the building. "The climber president is so powerful," shouted Casey with excitement. It was true. He was able to turn into a werewolf, but he retained enough consciousness to wield his own internal mana. Perhaps this was how the trait evolved. It started out as an insane feral mode that he couldn't control, but now at A rank, he could enter this deadly state and still have full control of his senses. The power was so intense. No wonder he was the climber president. Once on the rooftop, he crouched down, channeling mana into his feet. He then pushed himself forward, using that excess mana at his feet to propel high into the air towards the deadly dragon. "Can he really make that leap?" said Casey as they flew towards the fight on the back of the drake. Max wasn't sure. Maybe he could, but what was the climber president's recourse if he missed? He'd crash into a building or worse, the ground. The dragon roared and actually flew to meet the werewolf head-on. "Oh boy," said Max, watching the epic clash. Toto covered his eyes with fright. Kaboom! The werewolf clutched one claw around the dragon's neck. The climber president tightened its grip so that it couldn't unleash a fire blast directly into his face. With the other claw, he slashed into the creature's scales. The dragon screamed and tried to fly upward to relinquish the werewolf's hold on it. The climber president was faring better than Max had expected him to against the dragon, but he didn't see what the old man would do next as the dragon sent them flying upwards. The werewolf slashed its claws at one of the dragon's wings. Once distracted, the dragon was no longer flying, but trying to avoid the incoming attacks from the werewolf. It started to flutter in the air and then hurtled down towards the street level. "What if there's people down there?" shouted Casey. Then they better get out of the way, said Max. A dragon and a werewolf hurling into the ground was going to leave a massive dent, and Max was pretty sure the defensive wards weren't used to protect the literal streets. The dragon and werewolf hurtled downward like a meteorite until KABOOM. A massive explosion and tremor followed the two creatures smashing into the ground. Samuel wiped dirt off his long black jacket as Sakura stared at him from across the arena battlefield. The wind howled around them. "You think we didn't plan for this?" Samuel said, stretching out his hands. So the cocky bastard had contingency plans. He was slightly less arrogant than Sakura gave him credit for. Oh well. She stood with her fists up, readying herself for whatever attack he brought forth. The arena ground cracked, and a fist made of stone burst forth from the dirt, followed by another. Next thing she knew, two rock golems had pulled themselves out from under the ground. "I have monsters everywhere," cackled Samuel. "And with a rank cellular manipulation, I can do whatever I want with them, like use them to kill you." So the battle suddenly became 3-on-1, but Sakura wasn't scared. The rock golems were C-rank at highest, but probably lower. Maybe Samuel could use them as a distraction, but they were mere pawns. "Big whoop," said Sakura. "You can control some lesser monsters. You're nothing but a bully and a control freak. Samuel, bring it on." The rock golems rushed forward. They raised their heavy boulder-sized fists to pulverize her with. "Don't underestimate my minions," shouted Samuel. The rock golems had a particularly powerful smash ability. The attack dealt damage that multiplied its strength stat by at least 1.5, meaning it could severely hurt things above its rank. Sakura couldn't let herself be hit by these things. She would be forced to dodge. The rock golems delivered a hammer blow right where Sakura was standing. Smash! The woman managed to backflip away from the attack in time. "Nice escape," said Samuel. "You can dodge all you want, but you'll eventually get tired. Or even if you don't run out of stamina, you'll run out of time, and the city you love so much will be destroyed. Your choice." Damn. So they both had similar strategies to run down the clock. They just expected different outcomes at the end. Samuel was confident that the city would get destroyed. Could she say she felt the same about the other climbers defending the city? She thought of all the climbers out there on the field, fighting for their lives. They needed her there. She needed to stop wasting time. Sakura rushed the rock golems and triggered her slice ability. "If only the common slice ability had more versatility," Samuel declared sarcastically. Sakura ignored him. He was an idiot if he believed what he was saying. Sure, an E-rank level slice attack wasn't very powerful, but at the level of B-rank, she could do a lot with that blade of energy. The golden energy blade formed in front of her, and she mentally commanded the blade to separate into multiple blades. She then shot the blades forward at the rock golems from a multi-pronged attack. "You call this low versatility?" shouted Sakura. The energy blades ripped through the rock golems, tearing them to pieces. They fell to the ground in a rubble before glowing out and disintegrating down to golden monster cores. "Ah, so they were C-rank." Sakura smirked at Samuel. "What else have you prepared? Or are you all out of tricks?" 100 Samuel's eye twitched as he looked out at the stray monster cores where the rock golems had just been standing. He reached down to his pouch and materialized 2 shield slimes. "Very well, Sakura, you're making me pull out my big guns," said Samuel. The man carried literal monsters in his pouch. Sakura couldn't believe what she was seeing. Also, his big trump card were 2 of the low-level monsters they used to train students. Samuel looked down menacingly at the 2 shield slimes in either hand and slowly manipulated them from the inside out with the use of his cellular manipulation ability. The shield slimes melted before his very eyes, liquefying and coating themselves around his fingers and palms. "What the?" said Sakura, both in shock and repulsion. He had manipulated the 2 monsters into gloves. It was demented and evil all rolled into one. "Shield slimes are quite interesting, you know," said Samuel, clenching his new oddly colored fists. Their shield is super powerful, and while they never use it offensively, if one could, it could deal a lot of damage. "Stop trying to scare me, Samuel," shouted Sakura. "Come on, show me how powerful your deranged slime gloves are." Samuel rushed towards her. He leapt forward and held back a fist before slamming it in the ground. Sakura jumped away to avoid the impact of the blow. How powerful could a shield slime really be? COACKKKK. A line of dirt crackled across the arena floor like it had been hit by a massive earthquake. "I'll hit you eventually," snickered Samuel, rushing after her once more. Sakura made sure to keep her distance from the man. The power of the shield slime used offensively was much stronger than she had expected. It was pretty impressive. Sakura needed to keep dodging his attacks until she found an opening she could exploit against Samuel. Slice. As Sakura had been trying to dodge the attacks, a new one had hit her, piercing her in the stomach. She looked down and saw a red hole leaking through her jacket. More than that, she saw a thin sliver of the shield slime had punctured her. The pointed sliver of the shield slime pulled out and returned to Samuel's fists. "That's another fascinating thing about shield slimes, especially combined with my cellular manipulation trait," mused Samuel. "I can get them to stretch and harden into knives right at a crucial artery." Sakura clutched her wound, pain taking over her entire body. "Without medical attention," Samuel grinned, "you'll die in a matter of minutes." 101. A cloud of smoke erupted between the skyscrapers, emanating from the bottom ground level where the werewolf and dragon had fallen in a powerful smash. Battles across the city continued, even if the most epic of them had temporarily paused. "Are they dead?" asked Casey, scratching her head. It had been a pretty intense fall, thought Max. Such a descent and crash landing would probably do a serious amount of damage to either one, but was it enough to kill them both? Maybe. Had that been the climber president's plan all along? ROAR. The sounds of a tail whipping back and forth, smashing parked cars in its wake, echoed from down below. "Uh-oh," said Casey. "Sounds like the dragon is still alive. What about the climber president?" If the climber president was already dead, that would be the worst-case scenario. He was the only other A-ranked climber in the city. He was the only one who had a true chance at taking out Samuel Archer, the city's other powerful A-ranker. GOWLLLL. Casey turned to him. "Dragons don't growl, do they? Snarl, roar, but growl. That's more of a wolfish thing, no?" Bursting forth from the clouds of smoke was the dragon and the climber president clinging on its back with his werewolf claws. "There they go," Max shouted. Falling however many stories high would clearly not be enough to kill a dragon or a climber president turned werewolf. The dragon flapped its wings, zooming upward into the swirl of stormy clouds. The dragon flew higher and then did a loop in the air. "It's trying to throw the president off," shouted Casey. Max and Casey clung onto the drake he had control over. They needed to help the climber president, but he wasn't sure what they could do to turn the battle in their favor. The dragon did another loop, and the werewolf lost its grip. The werewolf dangled with one hand onto the dragon's scaled back. "He's losing his grip," said Casey. "He's going to fall." As with their previous crash landing, a fall wasn't enough to kill either creature, but it wasn't as if the climber president didn't have any wounds or bruises. Max could see a slight tremble and shiver in the werewolf's body, aches and pains it was trying to ignore. One more fall might not kill him, but it might shift the balance of power in the dragon's favor. The climber president dangled on the dragon's back as the monstrous beast flew faster and more haphazardly now, trying to remove the werewolf pest from its back. The climber president dug its nails deeper into the dragon's scales and with all of his strength pulled his fallen arm up and dug back into the dragon, securing his place on the monster's back. The werewolf growled and then took a massive bite of flesh out of the dragon's back. "The climber president just bit a chunk of that dragon's flesh off," said Casey in disbelief. That's so badass. Max and Casey were getting closer in the air to the fight, and thankfully, Max finally knew what they had to do to end this. Max took the reins of the Drake and flew them closer to the fully grown adult dragon. "Why are we going so close?" shouted Casey. "Trust me," said Max. "I have an idea. Wait here." "What do you mean, wait here? Where are you going?" Max disappeared in a burst of shadow and reappeared on the dragon's back, just above the climber president. The wind rushed through his hair, and he felt his stomach lurch as upside down and right side up became absolutely meaningless in the chaos of riding on the back of an enraged dragon. He had a plan. It might be the only way to stop this horrible monster from destroying their city and killing the climber president. He pulled himself up on the dragon's back until he was right above its skull. He then placed his hands on the monster's head and attempted cellular manipulation. Nothing happened. What's going on? He was using Samuel Archer's cellular manipulation trait at double the power. He should be able to take back control of the dragon, or at the very least, relinquish Samuel's control over it. But nothing was happening. Why couldn't he undo the manipulation Samuel had put this dragon under? He then looked around at the skyscrapers below and saw multiple random climbers standing on the rooftops. They were buffers. They were increasing and strengthening Samuel's cellular manipulation power, enough so that his mimicked version of the ability was still weaker at double the power. But then how come he had been able to free the climber president? Because the flame instructor had taken out the nearest buffer in that previous area. Max knew what he needed to do now. He triggered Shadow Blink once more and reappeared alongside Casey on the Drake. "Looks like your totally batshit plan didn't work," said Casey. "No, it will," said Max. "We just gotta go take out those buffers first." Blood gushed out of Sakura's wound. She placed her hand over it to stop the bleeding, but she was in so much pain she kept losing focus on the task of stopping the blood loss. "Tick-tock," said Samuel. "It's just a matter of time now, Sakura." Crap. She only had a few minutes to live. What was she going to do? What options did she have? She kneeled on the ground from the pain of the wound. She kept one hand blocking the blood and with another tried to push herself back up to her feet. Her whole body wobbled and she couldn't muster the strength to push herself up. "Pathetic," spat Samuel. The great Sakura, the golden blade killed by a couple of shield slimes. The patronizing bastard made her sick, but he was right. She was about to bleed out and die. Was this really it? Samuel stood over her, laughing at her dying in pain. "Face it, you can't win, Sakura." 15 years ago, Sakura received her copper badge with the letter E engraved on it. The climber president smiled as he pinned it on her chest. "Well done, Sakura," he said. "I expect great things from you." The climber president's words filled her with joy. Not many people had believed in her during her term at the Climber Academy, but to have the optimism and approval of the strongest climber in the city meant a lot. After the graduation ceremony, there was a wine and cheese reception in the banquet room of the Climbers Guild on the upper floors. The newly graduated student climbers mingled with the higher-ups and other climbers, laughing and having small talk. Sakura had gone to pour herself another glass of punch when a man stood beside her. It was Samuel Archer, an A-rank climber and newly promoted branch commander of the Healer Climbers. "You seem happy," he said in a dour voice. "Thanks," said Sakura. "It feels really satisfying to have graduated. I can't wait for whatever's next." The older man snickered. "I wouldn't be so happy if I were you. You're nothing but a fake vein with a common trait. E-rank is as far as you'll ever go. How does it feel to know you've reached your peak? That your potential is nothing worth celebrating?" The man walked away from her then. His words had felt like a punch to the gut. She knew that she shouldn't listen to the words of a curmudgeonly, snobbish, older climber, but she couldn't help but internalize them. She knew already that's what everyone said behind her back. Everyone was surprised she had made it this far. The graduation had been one of the happiest days of her life, and in seconds, it had been ruined. Who was she kidding? She thought. She was never going to make it as a climber. Graduating had just been some kind of weird, lucky fluke. She went home that night and cried. But in the morning, all she felt was anger. Anger at herself. She'd graduated from the bloody Climber Academy. Less than 10% of the students at the start of the year passed, and she was one of them. How could she let the words of some jerk get the best of her? She wouldn't let that happen again. Furthermore, she was determined to become stronger. After a year and a half of harsh training, she hit D rank. People began to speak about her differently. A silver-ranked slicer? Don't see many of those. That was right, she thought. She was going to do better than anyone ever believed she could. She was going to show the world that a climber with a common trait would be able to be just as powerful as any other climber. Sakura's whole body trembled in pain. She gritted her teeth and pushed herself up, wincing as she ignored the overwhelming pain as much as she could. "Here's the thing, Samuel," said Sakura as she stood up. "You've always underestimated me, and that's been your biggest downfall." As a B-ranked climber, Sakura could use her slice trait 25 times consecutively at a total of 75 times a day. Take off 3 slices for attacks she'd already used and 1 more for safety, leaving her with 71 slices before she hit her daily capacity. She was going to die in a few minutes anyway. She had nothing more to lose than go all out. She clenched her fist and triggered her slice ability again and again and again, until 71 massive golden blades of energy filled the entire arena and shot straight at Samuel Archer. "Dodge this, asshole!" The 71 slices shot forth into Samuel. The man lifted up his shield slime-covered fists to dodge the blow. "That won't be enough to dodge all my attacks," shouted Sakura as she commanded the blades of energy to blast into the A-rank climber. This was her last attack she'd be able to do before she passed out and bled to death, so she had to make it count. The slice attacks pounded into Samuel Archer. He kept his fists raised, but it wasn't enough. "Ugh," he yelled in pain. There was no way for him to dodge the attacks, so he was focusing on defense, but it was a huge amount of damage to take. "You won't defeat me," he shouted. The shield slimes that covered his hands liquefied once more and began to cover his whole body. "Hiding behind your shield slimes, eh?" muttered Sakura. She manipulated her remaining slices, enlarging them into huge blades of energy before slamming them down into Samuel. Samuel's body was almost entirely coated in shield slime now. "You can't hurt me," he yelled. "My defense is too high with the shield slimes protecting me." Arrogant as always, thought Sakura, the fool. 1 slice shot into Samuel, and then another. Crack! The shield slime disintegrated around him. "You idiot," shouted Sakura. "You screwed up as soon as you covered yourself with the shield slimes." Beforehand, Samuel could keep alternating between the 2 shield slime-covered fists as one recharged its energy shield, but combining them meant 2 hits were all that was required to break through the shield slime's energy barrier. "Let's finish this, Samuel," shouted Sakura, sending in her remaining slices into the man. A barrage of blows shot into Samuel. The man screamed in pain. When all the attacks were done, the arena swirled with smoke. Sakura collapsed onto her knees, out of breath. Had she done it? Had she stopped the madman from wreaking havoc on their city? The smoke cleared. She stared out in shock. Samuel was still standing where he had been before. His clothes had been completely burned off, but his muscular skin was hardly damaged at all. "If anyone's running out of tricks, Sakura," he grinned, "I think it's you." 104, a huge explosion emanated from the nearby tournament arena. Max peered over as they rode atop the Drake. "I hope Sakura's okay," said Casey. "Me too," thought Max. "Me too." The wind swirled around them as they flew the Drake towards a rooftop where one of Samuel's buffers was outposted. On the roof, there was a D-rank climber torturing an E-rank climber. "The era of weaklings ruling over Zestiris is over," said the buffer. He carried an energy blade similar to the buffer They'd fought in the alleyway on the way to the control center. He was making big gashes in the E-rank climber's body, but not enough to kill him, just enough to put the man into incredible pain. Suddenly, the evil buffer was surrounded by a swarm of paper cranes. What the? The man collapsed on the ground, unconscious and defeated. Max and Casey stepped out from behind an air vent and hurried over to the cowering E-rank climber. "Are you okay?" asked Max. The man had cuts all over. "Thank you," said the man. He materialized a healing potion from his pouch and uncorked it and took a sip. The lighter wounds on his body began to fade away. "Do you know how many buffers there are across the city?" Max asked. "They're all over, but they were mostly in place to get the monsters into position." Then he relinquished his hold on them and let them wreak havoc and destruction. As the dragon was the most powerful monster in his arsenal, the buffers were stationed nearby to keep it under semi-cellular control. "Damn," said Casey. "We don't have time to rush around and take out all of those buffers." Max peered around. "Maybe we don't have to. All we have to do is get the dragon into the area of effect of this specific buffer we've just taken out. Within this specific radius, we should be able to relinquish Samuel's hold on the monster." Max and Casey rushed back to the Drake and hopped on board and flew back towards the climber president. Then a huge explosion of fire appeared in the air. Boom! The dragon blasted out a huge ray of fire. The blast was directed to its own back, where the climber president was hanging on. The flames barely affected the monster's hardened scales, but they charred and burned the werewolf's fur. "No, the climber president," shouted Casey. The climber president was in a tough spot. If he kept hanging on, he'd be burnt alive. If he let go, he was looking at one nasty fall to the ground. The werewolf dug its nails into the dragon and then reached over to get out of the flame blast's radius. The werewolf reached out to grab a scale and then flinched with pain. The dragon's skin was scorching hot. "He won't be able to hang on," said Max. The only way the climber could stay on the dragon was if the monster stopped breathing fire even for a couple of seconds. So the question was, how long would this dragon keep breathing fire onto its own back? Fire kept spraying out of the dragon's mouth in an unrelenting torrent of blazing flame. "He can't hold on for too much longer." The werewolf winced in pain as it dangled on the dragon until finally it let go. The climber president started falling through the air. "No," shouted Max. The climber president may have been able to survive a fall like this 10 minutes ago, but he was now suffering from multiple injuries. This fall could be the end of him. "Casey," said Max, "can you manipulate the wind to cushion his fall?" "It's too stormy around us," cried Casey. "It won't have any major effect." Like a meteor falling in the sky, the climber president rushed towards the ground. Kaboom! The climber president smashed into the street, breaking both a street lamp and a fire hydrant. "He'll get up," cried Casey. "He's got to." The climber president lay motionless on the street. "He can't be dead, can he?" The dragon roared, lording over the sky of the tower zone once more. The climber president's eyes twitched. They were open in little slivers. Healer climbers rushed around him, pouring a healing potion between his lips. "You're going to be okay, sir," said one of the healers. "We're patching you right up, good as new." The climber president lifted up his hands and saw his beastly claws. He was still in werewolf mode. His eyes closed momentarily. The voices around him got louder. "We're losing him," said one voice. The climber president was no longer dying on the street, but somewhere else. He was watching his life flash before his eyes. He had to get back to the street, though. He had the most important responsibility in the whole of the tower zone and Zestiris at large. He had to protect it. He promised the climber president before him and made a vow to the others who had gone and passed. He had to protect this city and the young climbers who would grow up to continue protecting it. "He needs a boost of adrenaline," shouted another healer climber. The climber president's eyes bulged and he swung up, wide awake and alive. It was time to use his strongest move, Wolf's Rage. He rushed over to the side of the building and starting running up the side of it, Mana imbued on his feet to hold him in place. It was time to finish this. The climber president's back and kicking, cheered Casey. Max smiled. He knew the climber president wouldn't give up that easily. Max steered the Drake so that they were close enough to the main dragon that they could taunt it towards the area where they had taken out the buffer. The dragon took the bait and started flying towards them. Max, said Casey. What exactly is the plan if the dragon gets to us before the climber president? Max shrugged. We die, I guess. At that moment, the climber president got to the top of a skyscraper and leapt at the dragon once more, grappling onto it with renewed vigor. The dragon hissed and began shooting another long breath of fire at the werewolf. Not this time, said Max, triggering Shadow Blink. He was on the dragon once more and climbed onto the top of its head. Max planted his hands on the creature and triggered cellular manipulation. The dragon screamed in pain as Max messed around with the creature's brain cells. The very act of doing so was enough to distract the dragon from shooting any more flame blasts at the climber president. It also gave the werewolf an opening to completely start tearing the monster to shreds. Dragon flesh and bone began to rain down on the streets below. The climber president climbed up the creature's stomach and swiped a mana-imbued claw into its neck, ripping off the monster's head entirely. Blood filled the sky. Woo! Shouted Max, falling through the air on the newly decapitated dragon head. He quickly shadow blinked back onto the Drake with Casey. The climber president fell towards the ground once more, holding onto the dragon corpse as a landing pillow. Smash! The climber president's wolf mode began to disappear. His hair reversed back beneath his skin, and he morphed back into his normal human body. Max and Casey flew down to the ground to check on him. Healer climbers surrounded him. He's dying, shouted one. We need to use our highest level mending skills quickly, shouted another. He's sustained injuries all over, shouted one more. He's not going to make it. The move he used, Wolf's Rage, it's incredibly deadly to the user. Max ran up to the climber president. He couldn't die. There was so much left for the man to tell him. They had their meeting arranged for after the tournament. The climber president grabbed Max's hand. The fight isn't over yet, Mr. Reinhardt, said the president, coughing up blood. Don't waste my sacrifice. The old man then smiled oddly at him. Only your unique ability might be able to save us now. Go! Max ran back to the Drake, hopped onto it, and hurried across the city towards the arena. Sakura, he thought to himself, please hang in there. Sakura lay on the ground, dying. Blood was leaking out of her stomach. Her whole body ached. Any minute now, said Samuel. Bye-bye, Sakura, and farewell to the tower zone as you know it. Sakura squirmed. How was this man still alive after all her attacks? He barely had a scratch. He walked up to her and kicked Sakura in the gut. Did you honestly think you could beat me? Asked Samuel. I'm A rank, you're B rank. There is a huge gulf between us in terms of power. You never stood a chance. He imbued mana into his feet and kicked her in her bleeding stomach once more. She croaked and coughed out a huge gob of blood onto the dirt of the arena. I'm so sick of this city and its rules, said Samuel. I'm ushering in a new age where I make the rules, and the first rule will be, the powerful can do whatever they like, including killing you. Max flew over the walls of the arena on the back of the Drake. Below him, he could see two figures, Samuel standing over Sakura. His mentor was dying on the ground. Oh no, he thought, am I too late? Sakura squirmed on the ground. She moved her fingers gently in the dirt. Good, she thought. She still had control over her hands. She was dying, but she was not dead yet. Samuel Archer looked down at her and laughed. What? You saved one last slice attack to surprise me with? What's that going to do that the countless others failed at? At best, your attacks leave a little sting, but they can't break through my skin. My endurance stat is too powerful against your ability. Screw you, said Sakura with one last breath, before triggering one last slice attack. A beam of golden energy shot forth, just missing Samuel and going over his shoulder. His whole face widened in a grin. "You even wasted your last futile shot," he said. "You truly are pathetic." Sakura's slice attack shot over Samuel's shoulder. Max lifted his left hand and reached out for the energy blade like he was catching a baseball. He gritted his teeth and held back the pain as the powerful attack ripped a hole right through the palm of his hand. Sakura had thrown them both a lifeline, a trump card like nothing else. It was now or never. "It's time to end this," said Samuel. "See ya la." A blade of golden energy stabbed right through his stomach. Blood and guts shot forward to the ground in front of him. Samuel coughed blood out of his mouth. "But how?" said Samuel, looking down at the fatal attack. Max stood behind the man. His left palm had a hole in it from Sakura's slice attack. His right hand had then triggered and commanded the second energy slice. "Max can more than just copy powers, he doubles their power," said Sakura. "So my B-rank power levels doubled, hitting strength stats even unknown to S-rankers. Power levels that can rip through your flesh with ease, you smug bastard. How does it feel to die at the hands of a common trait?" "No, this isn't it," said Samuel, triggering cellular manipulation on himself. His own body began to mend until Max raised the slice attack upwards, slicing Samuel into two pieces. The left and right side of the man's body fell to the ground on top of each other. Samuel Archer was dead. The attack on Zestiris was over. The city had been saved. Max opened his eyes and found himself in a hospital bed. He instantly began to panic. What was going on? Where was the climber president? Sakura? Casey? Toto? "Ah, you're awake," said a voice. He looked up and saw Sakura. She was all patched up. She had no bruises or marks like she had when he had found her at the arena. Also, on her green leather jacket was a badge. It was different from before. It was made of diamond and had the letter A engraved on it. "You ranked up," said Max. She nodded and smiled at him. "There's a lot to catch you up on. You've been out for a couple of days." "How's Casey?" "Everyone is fine," she said. "And the climber president?" he asked. "You're now looking right at her," she grinned. Max blinked. You're the climber president now? Does that mean?" The previous climber president took a lot of hits in that battle, but he ended up surviving. He's currently resting, but he's accepted that now is the time to retire, and he's named me as the successor. He gave me numerous diamond monster cores, which helped me rank up. Max nodded. "We also had a meeting a few weeks back," said Sakura, "when you went on your little incognito mission to the Outer Rim." Max blushed. Sakura smiled. "You thought I didn't know about that, huh? What was your meeting about?" said Max, trying to change the subject. "The president told me a lot about the state of Zestiris and the world at large already. He told me he was going to tell you all of that," said Sakura. "What he wanted to share with me was information that pertained to your family, most significantly, your sister." Max blinked. The information about his sister wasn't lost after all. "When I first met you, I thought I saw a resemblance between you and her," she said. "But I wasn't sure and I didn't want to get your hopes up. Also, I didn't know much about her either. You see, there's a secret recruitment and training program that takes kids right after they've unlocked their traits and trains them to be elite climber operatives. Prime candidates for the program are orphans, kids with no background whatsoever. Your sister was one of the best students to ever enter the elite program," Sakura explained. "From what I understand, she was an incredibly gifted fighter and rose in power very quickly. So quickly that the program began to fear her. They eventually tried to arrest her and she resisted, killing the climbers who had come after her. She then ran away into the tower and was never seen again. She became infamously known as the Scarlet Demon." Max gulped. So that was why he couldn't find out anything about her in the library when he had done his research. His sister was, as the librarian had suggested she might be, a rogue climber. The Elle that he knew was sweet and innocent. Could their years apart have really changed her so much? This information was both heartbreaking and significant. The Elle he knew may no longer exist, but whoever Elle had become, she was still his sister, and she had asked for his help. He wouldn't break his promise to her. "I'll always protect you, little sis." "That's all he shared with me," said Sakura. "That's not a lot to go on, but I'm sure it will help you in your quest to find her. I now have a present for you." She pulled out of her pocket a shiny copper badge with the letter E engraved on it. She walked over to him and handed him the metal badge. "Your sister went deep into the tower years ago. There's no telling which floor she made it to, or if she's still climbing higher and higher. The best thing you can do is continue your training, continue climbing in service of the Climbers Guild and all of Zestiris. We need new members more than ever now, Max. Humanity needs saving. Our original world was lost to the monster waves of the tower. We need people like you to fight on all of our behalves. Are you ready?" Max nodded his head and clutched his copper badge with satisfaction. He would do what the Climbers Guild asked of him. He'd take on missions. He'd search for his sister. He'd save humanity, because it was now official. He was a tower climber. Somewhere in the tower, many floors above, two figures stood near a glowing goblet. They wore cloaks made out of black feathers. They looked into the goblet and saw Samuel Archer get sliced in half. "It looks like our plans to create chaos in Zestiris," said one of the figures, "didn't work out as planned." "Very upsetting," said the other figure. "Our little mouse, Samuel, failed us. Now the mice will mobilize and start ascending the tower with a renewed vigor." "And there's one very interesting little mouse," said the other, fiddling with a pair of dice in his hands. "Red hair, blue eyes, he might be fun to play with." "Poor mouse," sighed the other. "I always feel sorry for your playthings." The figure gestured to the pile of bodies in front of them. They all had blood-stained metal badges with letters on them. "Yes," said the figure, grinning with a menacing smile.